Lightning leapt from its antlers, striking the advancing spirits with deadly precision. Kai spun around and saw Clare frozen in fear, her hands trembling. With a sharp motion, he raised another wall of ice between her and the battle. "Stay down," he barked. She nodded, pale. She was visibly shivering as she looked at the horror with wide eyes. Turning back to the fight, Kai hurled a volley of fire spells at the deer. Explosions rocked the clearing as fireballs hit their mark, shattering the creature's mana. But it quickly reformed, shaking off the attacks like they were nothing. The Storm Sovereign's laughter came mocking. Lightning crackled around its body, lashing out randomly and scorching the ground. It's feeding on the mana in the air, Kai muttered, realization dawning. The creature wasn't just powerful, it was pulling energy from the dense mana in the air, making it almost impossible to weaken. But Kai wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. The Elder Spirits fought eye to eye, all of them focused on a different aspect of the Storm Sovereign's attacks. The Windhawk darted through the air, intercepting the lightning bolts, while the buffalo charged forward, its massive horns slamming into the deer's legs to disrupt its balance. The falcon mirrored the deer's own nature, unleashing bursts of lightning that clashed with its opponent's attacks. But the deer wasn't done. It roared again, and clouds spilt from its body, climbing into the sky. The atmosphere darkened as the clouds thickened, swirling into a massive storm. "Protect yourselves," Elder Vialarith yelled as the first lances of lightning rained down, accompanied by a torrential downpour. Kai gritted his teeth, reinforcing the ice barrier around Clare as lightning struck dangerously close. She crouched down, clutching her knees as the chaos intensified. "Lord Arzen," she called out, her voice shaking. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." "It's not your fault," he said firmly, his eyes locked on hers. "According to the rules of summoning, it wouldn't have answered your call if it wasn't interested in making a bond with you. This spirit has anger issues, that's all. We need to beat it into submission, and it will respect you." Clare swallowed hard, her trembling hands clutching her knees. "But how can I?" "You can," Kai interrupted. "When I create an opening, you move in and try to form a bond. I'll make sure you're safe no matter what." She hesitated, the fear still clear in her eyes, but soon she nodded. "I'll try." "You've got to try, Clare." Kai inhaled deeply and gave her a quick nod before standing and stepping out from behind the ice wall. His voice rang out above the storm, commanding and unyielding. "I'm going to create a spell to bind it. Distract its attention until I'm ready," Calith sneered. "You reckless human, because of you we're facing the wrath of a rare grade 3 spirit." Despite his words, he raised his hand, directing his giant hawk spirit to shield the others from the relentless lightning strikes and torrential rain. Flosper and the other elder with the falcon exchanged a glance before unleashing their offensive attacks. Flosper's spirit charged at the deer, its horns still focusing on the spirit's legs. The falcon coiled through the air, sending extremely sharp gusts slicing toward the deer's glowing form. Elder Vialarith stood further back, her fingers drawing patterns in the air as her star spirit hovered above her, its shimmering celestial form casting a faint glow. Every time it touched the spirits, any damage they had taken healed. Even Gareth and his mercenaries joined the fight. Lightning danced around them as they closed in, their weapons gleaming with the seals. Kai ebbed as they struck at the spirit. But no matter how many blows landed, the deer's form regenerated almost instantly, its haughty laughter echoing through the clearing. Kai clenched his fists, his mind racing as he observed the battle. The elders and mercenaries were giving it their all, but the spirit's ability to draw mana from the environment made it nearly invincible. But it wasn't as if he knew no spells to control it. The plan began to take shape in his mind, and he retreated to the back, his hands glowing as he began drawing a fourth circle fire spell. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he chanted, the air around him growing hotter with each passing moment. Flames flickered to life, spiraling into the spell's structure he was creating. The mana in the area seemed to shift, drawn toward his spell like a moth to a flame. "Hold it off just a little longer," Kai shouted in a strained voice. The elders redoubled their efforts, their spirits clashing with the deer, keeping it off from attacking innocent elves who were still around but far, far away. Clare peeked over the ice wall and watched the chaotic scene. The Storm Sovereign let out another furious wheeze, clouds gathering thicker above it as lightning arced in all directions. Kai gritted his teeth, the spell structure beneath him glowing with fiery intensity. Just a little more time, he thought, his gaze flicking toward Clare. "Be ready," he murmured. "It's now or never." The storm intensified, the deer's spirit growing more agitated as Kai's chanting filled the air. Its roars shook the ground, lightning flashing wildly in response to its anger. The elders struggled to keep it contained, their spirits pushing themselves to the brink. Elder Vialarith's voice rang out above the chaos. "Arzen, hurry or it might retreat to its plane. I'm almost there." Kai shouted back, sweat dripping down his brow as he poured the last of his focus into the spell. The spell's structure flared to life, glowing with an intense white heat. With a final chant, he released the magic, chains of white flames erupting from his palms and streaking toward the deer. The fiery chains wrapped around the deer's legs, torso, and antlers, locking it in place. It struggled and thrashed, but the chains tightened, forcing it to halt its rampage. Lightning flickered around its body, but the chains absorbed the strikes, glowing even brighter in defiance. "Clare, go now," Kai shouted. Through the driving rain, Clare hesitated for a moment, her eyes wide as she stared at the bound creature. Its glowing eyes turned to her, filled with disdain and challenge. "You aren't strong enough to bind me, human," it said with a wheeze. Clare faltered but quickly steeled herself, her steps slow but deliberate as she moved toward it. "Maybe not right now, but I have the conviction to become stronger. I need to be a spirit trainer worthy of your power." The Storm's sovereign snorted, its form shimmering as it shook against the chains in an attempt to intimidate her. "Conviction," it mocked and laughed. "Conviction alone won't take you far. Power is coveted, fragile. It attracts danger. You will die." Clare stopped in front of it, rain dripping from her hair as she raised her gaze to meet its eyes. "If I die, so be it. I'm prepared for that. Nothing will stop me." For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath as the two locked eyes, a silent battle of wills. The deer studied her intently, its glowing gaze piercing, as though it could see into the depths of her soul. It tilted its head to sides while keeping their eyes locked. Slowly, another laugh echoed through the clearing. "If your conviction is truly that strong," it said, "then so be it. I will bind with you." Clare's lips curved into a small, hopeful smile, but the spirit wasn't finished. "But only for 1 year," it added. "This is your trial. If I find you unworthy, I will break free of the contract." "Show me your conviction, girl. Prove to me you can hold power without faltering." Clare turned to Kai, her eyes seeking reassurance. He gave her a firm nod. "You can do this," he said. She faced the spirit again and nodded. "I'm prepared." The deer spirit let out a low rumble of approval. Slowly, the white chains binding it began to dissolve, the spell releasing its hold. The creature's form shifted, its mana swirling as it began to shrink. It lowered its head toward Clare, glowing sigils appearing around her wrist as the contract began to take shape. The next few moments stretched, and visibly their bond grew. Finally, the storm began to clear, the skies grew calmer. The deer spirit's voice echoed one last time. "Prove yourself, Clare." She nodded and placed her hand on her heart, breathing heavily. After all, the whole process wasn't easy. Her adrenaline must have spiked. When the sigils faded, the deer spirit disappeared, its presence now residing within her. Before she could say anything, Kai stepped forward. "Congratulations," he said. "You are now a grade 3 spirit trainer." He couldn't help the pride that swelled his heart. Clare did it. It had taken a lot from her, but she had done it. Clare blinked. "Grade 3? Kai nodded, folding his arms. "Spirit trainers are as strong as the level of the spirit they're bound to. It doesn't work like a mage's progression. Just by forming a bond with a grade 3 spirit, you've gained immense strength, even if it's temporary. I believe you'll prove your worth." She gestured toward Clare with a proud smile. "And one who has bonded with a grade 3 spirit, no less. This is a momentous occasion, one that deserves to be celebrated. Let us thank the Elder Tree for its blessings and rejoice tonight." The clearing erupted into cheers, the elves raising their voices in celebration. Spirits danced in the air, their glowing forms adding to the festivity as laughter and joy spread like wildfire. Clare looked around, her cheeks flushed as the weight of her achievement settled in. She felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Kai giving her a small nod. "Enjoy the celebration," he said simply before stepping back into the crowd, leaving her to soak in the moment. The night turned lively with music, dancing, and feasting. And for just a little while, Kai felt like he could take a step back from thinking about how to save the world. After the celebrations of the rite of binding, Kai put Clare in the hands of Flosper, who agreed to teach her the basics of being a spirit trainer, and turned his attention to a far graver matter: how to save the Elder Tree. It was an ancient anchor of life and magic that connected everything. It wasn't just the forest's heart, but the wellspring of ambient mana that made spells and cultivation thrive. Without the tree, the mana would stagnate, and dead mana zones would spread like a blight. The implications of its death stretched far beyond the forest, threatening the balance. The elves had poured centuries of wisdom and effort into saving the tree, but their theories and attempts had all failed. If they had found even the smallest success, they would have already acted. The weight of this realization gnawed at Kai as he buried himself in their ancient tomes, searching for something Ganathinthi might have overlooked. Days blurred together in a haze of reading and frustration. The ancient script of elven texts, once so captivating, now felt like an endless maze with no way out. Kai's mind raced as he cross-referenced theories, his fingers tracing over faded diagrams of mana flows and roots, but nothing worked. Each path he explored led to a dead end, another failure to add to the pile of failed attempts by those who came before him. His frustration grew into desperation. The future he had glimpses of offered some reassurance. In the history he knew of, the Elder Tree hadn't died so early, but by now he knew that his knowledge about historical events was fragmented and unreliable. Could he trust them? Could he afford to? And then when he had been about to give up, a thought sparked. A small, fragile idea nestled in the back of his mind. It wasn't anything the elves had documented, nor was it part of the knowledge they shared. No, it was something that came from Himhai's memories, his understanding of arcane knowledge. It felt audacious, borderline impossible, but it was also their only hope. He poured all his time, trying to work on the idea until finally he felt like he had a definite way to do what the elves have failed to do in his previous life. 2 days later, Kai stood before the Council of Elders. Their faces bore the lines of age and worry, their anticipation tangible. He took a steadying breath before speaking. "I've thought of a way to save the Elder Tree," he began. "It isn't a guarantee and I can't promise success, but it's the only chance we have left." "What is it?" "Well, actually, there's not one way. I have found 2 ways through which we can try to save the Elder Tree," he said, and prepared himself for the barrage of questions that was about to come. "P.S. Sorry for delay, been sick." The Elder Tree was an extremely special being. In a way, it was a cornerstone of existence. To call it a god wasn't entirely accurate, but it wasn't entirely wrong either, and Kai couldn't think of a better word. Unlike the divine beings that were being worshipped across the human kingdoms, it neither had a church or demanded faith, yet its presence was no less vital. Simply by existing, it exhaled mana, saturating the world with the lifeblood of magic. Without the Elder Tree, the world would slowly suffocate. Magic would dwindle until it was nothing more than some distant legend, and it was a scary, scary nightmare. So when Kai started to think about saving such a being, realized one thing: this was one of the hardest tasks he'd ever taken upon. But if there's another thing he knew about himself, it was that he didn't give up when he put his mind into anything, not even if it could cost his life. He got into the process of thinking. He thought and thought until something clicked. Kai realized that he had been thinking of it wrongly from the start. He'd been trying to find a way to revive this divine being to the point that he had overlooked the fact that even if the Elder Tree was special and one of its kind, it was still a tree. And even if he didn't know ways to revive a tree, he knew ways to create a new one. But it came with its own complications. Still, Kai knew it was the only way forward. With confidence, he stood in front of the Council of 5 Tribes and looked at how their expressions shifted from excitement for his words to skepticism within seconds. Flosper, who'd been extremely optimistic about his arrival, looked at him and narrowed his eyes. Was he angry? Kai couldn't tell. Next to Flosper, Elder Vialarith shifted in her seat. Calith openly sneered. His displeasure practically radiated off of him. "You claim to have multiple ways to save the Elder Tree." Calith leaned forward with his sneer deepening. "Do you think we are fools, Arzen? We have devoted centuries to this task, only for you to claim you've solved it in a matter of days. And not only one way, but 2. Kai's jaw tightened. He forced himself to exhale and turned his attention to Elder Vialarith instead. Although she showed signs of confusion, Kai knew that she was aware of his intentions. Her calm presence, in fact, consoled a part of him. She raised her hand to silence Calith. "Enough, Calith. Let him speak. If nothing else, let us hear what Arzen has to offer." She tore her gaze from the angry man and looked at Kai, her eyes softening in the process. "What do you mean?" Kai inhaled again. "We all have thought about ways to revive the Elder Tree, reverse its aging and heal it so that the cycle could prolong. That approach, no matter how noble, only delays the inevitable. It would still be there. The cycle would continue, and the calamity would strike again. Maybe not in the next 100 years, but in the next 1,000 years." The room fell silent. Even Calith's sneer faltered, replaced by a furrowed brow. The weight of Kai's words hung in the air as he pressed on. Kai wasn't speaking like this for no reason. If at least the history of the elven population he knew was true, then the Elder Tree would have died at the end of the first golden era of magic. There still was a long time for that, so it meant that the elves somehow were able to prolong and extend the tree's life. But still, in the end, the world fell. The tree died, giving way to dead mana to pollute the last bit of pure mana. That was obviously if the history he knew was correct. At this point, he wasn't so sure. "What are you telling, young man?" Lyrian, one of the elf elders who had been silent till now, asked, her expression grumpy. "Speak clearly." "My plan isn't to extend the Elder Tree's lifespan, but to create a new one. It's still a tree, and if it's a tree, that means it has a seed its legacy. I don't claim to know how to revive this one, but I do know how to plant another." That earned him multiple shock-filled gazes. Everything stilled before him when a voice spoke up. "How exactly are you planning to do that?" "We don't have another Elder Tree seed," Flosper asked. Kai met his eyes without hesitation. "First, there's propagation," he began. "We take fragments of the Elder Tree, its branches, buds, or bark, and plant them. Over time, they might grow into new trees, maybe multiple. I don't know if they'd replicate the Elder Tree entirely, but even if they produce mana in smaller quantities, it would be a significant step forward." The council's reaction to his words were immediate. They exchanged glances, and Kai sensed their thoughts shifting from skepticism to intrigue. "That could work," Flosper muttered and locked eyes with him, and he immediately noticed the twinkle of hope. "I never thought of it like that, but would it really help? Propagation might not work with the Elder Tree, but we can certainly try." Kai allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. The idea was taking root, but before he could speak further, another voice cut through the murmurs. "But Flosper, the Elder Tree is sacred," Lyrian shouted. She shook her head frantically. "We can't cut it or take its buds." "That's blasphemy." Elder Vialarith turned her gaze to Lyrian. "And if we don't try, the Elder Tree may not survive at all," she said. With its fragments spread far and wide, it wouldn't truly die. It would live on in many forms. Kai seized the opening and nodded. Exactly, but I'd never act without the Elder Tree's consent, he said. I'll ask myself. If it refuses, the plan is off the table. Even as he spoke, Kai's thoughts raced. He'd spoken to the Elder Tree before, and though its voice had been slow and distant, he'd felt its will. It was a being of preservation and balance. He was certain it would agree. The whispers among the council grew louder, a mix of doubt and cautious optimism, until Calith's voice sliced through the noise like a blade. You mentioned another method, Calith said, his tone cutting. Let's hear it. You claim to have more than one. Kai turned to face him, meeting his eyes calmly. The second method is far more difficult, he said, but if successful, it could end the cycle for tens of thousands of years. We need another Elder Tree seed. Calith scoffed, his expression twisting with disbelief. Another seed? Where do you expect to find something like that? Flosper already mentioned we don't have something like that. He snapped. The Elder Tree is one of a kind. You could search the entire world and you wouldn't find another. I finally understand that you don't grasp this entirely. Elder Vialaris. Kai held his ground. Maybe we haven't looked enough, he said, cutting him off. We have looked everywhere. We elves have records of searching through this realm to find another seed of the Elder Tree, but we haven't found any traces of it. Calith frowned, shaking his head with a tired voice. Kai's gaze swept across the room before fixing on Calith as he asked a simple question. Did I say we need to look in this realm? Calith froze. What do you mean? There are more planes in existence. Elder Vialarith's lips pursed. Are you hinting at planar travel? She asked. You need to understand, Arzen, that while spirits can traverse into our world, the same does not apply to us. If we attempt to open a passage, it could create a tier in reality, one that might kill us. It's a risk, one that I'm not sure even might work. Kai nodded. I understand the dangers, he said. But I've studied the records of an 8-circle mage, a powerful human, who dedicated his entire life to understanding the planes and their connection to our world. He was said to have found a way to travel freely between them. The council leaned in as Kai continued. His writings spoke of small dimensions, intermediate spaces between the major planes. These act like floors in a tower, bridging the gap between our world and others. If we utilize these dimensions carefully, we could safely traverse to other planes without tearing reality apart. Elder Vialarith's eyes sharpened. And what plane would you aim for, Arzen? Not all are survivable. The flame and water planes are inhospitable to beings like us. Kai nodded again. I'm aware. But the earth plane is different. It's rumored to be the plane with the highest concentration of mana in the cosmos, home to immense forests and trees that exhale mana like breath. If we can create a gate to the earth plane, we might find another Elder Tree seed. A murmur rippled through the room, the elders exchanging glances filled with doubt and wonder. Kai cleared his throat to gain back their attention. Right now, I believe the fragment plan should be our priority, he said. But if it fails, I would personally take on the task of creating a gate to the earth plane. Creating a gate to another world won't be easy. Are you capable of it, Arzen? Flosper asked. Kai met his gaze evenly. Honestly, no, he admitted. Right now, I'm too weak. That's why this isn't our primary plan. But with time and strength, I believe I could achieve it. Flosper's expression softened into a thoughtful nod, and Elder Vialarith's lips curled into a faint smile. It is as it is, she said. We sought one way to save the Elder Tree, and Arzen here has offered us two. Both are worth pursuing. Kai blinked in surprise as Elder Vialarith's words sank in. What she proposed wasn't just support, it was binding the entire elven nation to him, granting him their unwavering loyalty. It meant he could ask for anything, no matter how impossible it seemed, and they would give it their all to fulfill his request. The magnitude of it made him pause, his mind racing. As he waited, the elders began voicing their agreements one by one. I have no objection, Flosper said firmly. Nor do I, Lyrian added. The declarations came steadily, each elder nodding in turn. Kai's eyes scanned the room until only Calith remained. The elder's sharp, contemplative gaze lingered on him, piercing as though weighing the truth of Kai's resolve. After a long pause, Calith inclined his head. I have no objection, he said finally. Just make sure your words hold truth or I will personally bring my wrath on you. Elder Vialarith's face softened into a smile of her own. Very well then, she said, her voice echoing through the chamber. With this, Arzen Kellius is a true friend of the elves. If you need anything, you may ask, and we shall provide it. Kai hesitated for a heartbeat, staring at her as her words settled in. For some reason, it didn't feel like a simple ceremonial declaration, and he soon realized why it was so. This was her cue for him to lay everything he needed on the table. He straightened, his hesitation evaporating. Actually, he said smoothly, not missing a beat, there are a couple of things beyond druidic magic that I could use. After the meeting with the elders, Kai found that things went smoother than expected. The elves posed no resistance to his requests, granting him everything he needed from Sylvastra. He gained access to their extensive archives on druidic magic and spirit tamers, as well as rare materials like lightwood and herbs for alchemy. Additionally, they provided the ingredients necessary for crafting the Elder Tree concoction. Even the elder tree itself allowed its branches to be trimmed and its buds harvested. Kai planned to plant these fragments within his territory and the Vasper forest, using them as a test to determine their effectiveness. If successful, the plan could be expanded globally. With everything accomplished, he wasted no time in preparing to leave Sylvastra, eager to return to his territory. His people needed him, and the next phase of his responsibilities awaited. Before his departure, however, he sought out Elder Vialarith, determined to learn more about his role as a fatebreaker. He found her in a secluded glade. The quietness of the forest creeped up to him rather quickly, but his feet didn't falter. He walked towards her. For some reason, he knew that she was aware of him even before he spoke. Elder Vialarith, I've been thinking. Does my lack of fate mean I'm the only one who can change the fate of the world? It doesn't feel right to me. I think it must be more complex than that. She smiled at his question. How do you think it works, Arzen? He crossed his arms, gazing upward at the canopy as he gathered his thoughts. Fate isn't isolated. A person's fate must be interconnected with others. Humans constantly influence one another through their actions, their choices. It stands to reason that their fates would work the same way. She nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in her expression. You are correct. As a fatebreaker, you do not merely defy your own fate. You break the fates of all you touch, creating new possibilities for them. Every choice you make ripples outward, carving new paths for others to tread. Kai's gaze dropped as her words settled over him, his thoughts drifting back to his territory. He thought of the people whose lives he'd already altered. Amira, for instance, Sesh wouldn't have survived the necromancer without him, and Veraltt itself might have fallen to the beast wave had he not intervened. He realized that his actions had already reshaped countless lives, diverting them from paths they might have otherwise walked. Sylvastra was another step in this journey, but it was clear that his influence hadn't reached a level where he could change the world's trajectory. Elder Vialarith's expression grew more solemn as she continued. With you breaking the chains of fate and reshaping the lives of those around you, Arzen, you'll have the power to unite people. They will follow you, and together you might stand against the cycle and maleficia. Kai frowned slightly at the term, thinking back to the vision the elder tree had shown him. The skeleton dragon. Elder Vialarith nodded gravely. Yes, Malefic, the harbinger of the ended dragon that died long ago but refused to pass into the next realm. It lingers, driven by an insatiable desire to paint the world in dead mana so it can rule over a land devoid of life. If I am correct, Malefic is still in slumber and has not stirred for an age. However, its followers work tirelessly to bring its vision to life. It sounds like you've already crossed path with them. Kai's jaw tightened as memories resurfaced. Yes, he admitted, and I will again very soon. Images of Actra, Lucian, and Regina flickered in his mind, members of the shadowy organization that had been pulling strings from the shadows. For so long, Kai had fought them without understanding who or what he was truly up against. But now he has a name, Maleficia. That knowledge alone eased a small part of his curiosity, though the weight of what it meant settled heavily on his shoulders. Elder Vialarith studied him carefully. From the way you speak, it seems you expect to face them sooner rather than later. Kai nodded. I believe so. She inclined her head. Then I apologize for keeping you here for so long. I know the journey back to your territory will take days and your people must be waiting for you. Kai shook his head. It's fine, Elder Vialarith. Besides, I don't intend to take the road back. Her brows knit in confusion. What do you mean? Kai smirked faintly. Before I came here, I studied the maps. The river that connects Sylvastra to Lancefil branches out into other currents, one of which passes near my territory. I plan to take a boat and travel that way. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. That would take a long time, even with the aid of magic, and such prolonged effort would exhaust you sooner or later. Kai's smirk grew into a small grin. I'm not planning to use magic for the journey. Then. Raven talked about a lot of creatures that reside in the river that I used to come here. I'm just going to find one of them and see if it's willing to let me test druidic magic on it. Hearing that, her silver eyes widened, first in confusion, then with realization at the meaning of his words settled. Lucian's sharp eyes scanned the space, narrowing as they landed on the figure seated leisurely at a table, a crystal goblet in hand. The liquid within moved darkly. Its coppery scent was unmistakably there, even at a distance. Lucian's nose scrunched up involuntarily, revulsion crossing his eyes before he forced his face. He wanted to act indifferent to the sight before him, but the stench, it was impossible to ignore. Rot and death hung thick in the air, emanating from the man before him like a shroud. No matter how many times Lucian had dealt with Chakran, the smell always made his stomach churn. Chakran lifted his head lazily, his crimson eyes boring into Lucian. His lips curled up, revealing unnaturally sharp teeth that had stained faintly with the remnants of his last meal. Lucian, he drawled, to what do I owe this unexpected visit? Have you already assembled your army? Lucian scoffed and bit back his disgust. Don't talk to me as if you have any authority here, bloodrinker. My army has been ready for months. Even the mercenaries I hired are still in place, draining my coffers every single day. It's you who's stalling. Why hasn't it started? I want Veraltt razed to the ground, and I want it now. Chakran's smile widened, his fangs glinting due to the flickering light of the single lantern that hung above. He leaned back in his chair, swirling the goblet lazily before taking another slurp. Ah, Lucian, he flared his nostrils. Just as you don't work for me, I don't work for you. I am here as a courtesy favor from Mistress Regina to assist you in this quest of yours. Lucian bristled at the mention of Regina, but Chakran continued before he could speak. As for the delay, Chakran said, placing the goblet down with a soft clink, you'll be pleased to know it won't be much longer. Tonight, under the cover of the dead of night, Sylvan Enclave will know terror. The screams will echo far and wide. When the chaos is at its peak, you can march your righteous forces into the fray. And as for this brother of yours, Chakran twisted his head like a madman as his crimson eyes glowed even more. His smile widened. I will handle him personally. No, you won't. And why not? Irritation dripped from Chakran's voice as he asked that. The spy from Arkin Tower is already in position. When the war begins, he'll take care of Arzen. With him gone, the rest of his forces will crumble like sand underfoot. From the reports, he's the spearhead. Without him, this so-called fief war won't last a single day. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chakran's face, quickly replaced by a sly smirk. How utterly boring. I was hoping to have a go at him myself. It's been too long since I've faced a worthy opponent, and from what I have heard about your brother, he seems like the right choice. Lucian's eyes narrowed. Do you think this is a game? Chakran leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, his smile never wavering. It's not, he said, his voice a low purr, but hunting strong mages, that's a personal game of mine. And of course, drinking their blood. There's nothing quite like the taste of a mage who has fought to their last breath. Lucian's jaw tightened, his disgust barely concealed. If this spy of Arsor, should I say assassin, manages to kill him, his body will be buried according to the customs. Chakran tilted his head, intrigued. How sentimental of you. I didn't think you'd care for such traditions. Lucian's gaze turned icy. I hate my brother, he said coldly, but I'll make sure his grave is made. Not for respect, but so I can look at it and revel in my victory. But if you do your part well, I might let you have your moment. You can suck him up before we bury him. Consider it a reward. Chakran's eyes gleamed with unrestrained hunger, and his lips curled into a pleased grin. Very well. You won't be disappointed by tonight's show, Duke. Kai stood at the bow of the sleek wooden boat. The gentle current carried them forward. The only thing he heard was the sound of the water mingling with the occasional rustle of leaves from the dense forest flanking the banks. Over an hour had passed since they departed Sylvestra, leaving behind the ancient, wooden city of elves and its stoic elders with little fanfare. The farewell had been surprisingly warm. The elders, including the once grim Caliph, had bid them safe travels, their earlier tension seemingly replaced by cautious optimism. Even so, the silence among Kai's retinue hinted at the uncertainty that had settled over them. He'd waited until the boat was well underway before explaining his plan. The initial reactions had been mixed not from lack of faith in his abilities, but from concern about the risks involved. And he could tell that his team was still not entirely comfortable with his decision. Are you really sure about this, Lord Arzen? Gareth finally spoke up, breaking up the silence that engulfed them awkwardly. I wouldn't have decided without careful thought, he replied, and I've already explained the plan to you in detail. Gareth hesitated, his lips pressing into a thin line. Yes, but we'll be risking our lives for this, Lord Arzen. My life is fine to gamble, but I need to make sure that you're safe. That earned a smile from Kai, his eyes softened just enough to erase some of his tension. Gareth, I'm capable enough to look after myself. I know you're concerned because we haven't faced anything that's challenging since the beast wave, but this will be a good test of our mettle. He saw the man open his mouth to respond, but before he could, Raven stepped into the conversation. Do we really need to test ourselves against the Reaper of the River? Yes, we should. The rivers running through the Sylvan Enclave are vital, and I need eyes on them. Hiring a crew to patrol would draw too much attention, but if we can subdue the kraken and bind it with druidic magic, we'll rule the waterways. With its strength, we'll reach Veraltt in less than 2 days instead of a week. Hesitation showed in Raven's face as she thought for some time, probably thinking of some way to change his mind. I see the logic, she said after a while, not finding anything. I'll keep an eye on the monster. The rest of the group remained silent, focusing on the river and any creatures that might sprang up from beneath the surface. Kai took a deep breath. He hadn't initially planned to confront the kraken, so soon it had been a far-off idea, spurred by Raven's story of the creature. But Clare's recent bond with a grade 3 spirit had changed the equation. With 2 spirit trainers, seasoned enforcers, and his own power, Kai doubted the kraken would stand much of a chance. He turned his eyes towards the river, squinting to notice its sheer depth. Rather than the actual battle, their first hurdle was to reach the underground dungeon. Its location had been the major reason for no elf to subdue it before, but it didn't limit Kai. He had already gone away to breath without a problem underwater, and now, the remaining task was to put the plan into action. The boat drifted to a gentle halt as Raven raised her hand, signaling the twins to stop rowing. The wide river was calm here. The only sound was the faint creak of wood and the soft lapping of water against the hull. Ahead, a massive tree loomed over the river, its gnarled roots dipping into the water like fat fingers of an old man. Raven turned back. Lord Arzen, I believe this is the location. There should be an underwater cave here. It's where the dungeon is supposed to be. Kai nodded, already reaching for the satchel beside him. He pulled out several small vials filled with a faintly glowing blue liquid. The potion, which was dubbed Aqua Vitae, had been prepared back in Sylvestra. All right, Kai said, distributing the vials. Drink it. We'll head underwater once it takes effect. Finn looked hesitant as he looked at the simmering blue liquid. What about the boat? I'll stay behind, Finnegan volunteered. Someone needs to guard it and our supplies. No telling what else might lurk in these waters. Kai nodded his approval, passing the remaining vials. As they held the vials in their hands, Gareth furrowed his brow. How does this work? Water contains oxygen, but it's in such small amounts that humans can't process it. Sea creatures, however, can. The potion creates temporary pores across your skin that absorb dissolved oxygen from the water, allowing you to breathe. It lasts for an hour, so don't waste time. Also, we wouldn't be able to talk underwater, so use hand signs whenever necessary. Keep an eye on each other. Once we find the dungeon, it should be easy. The group nodded, albeit warily. Kai uncorked his vial and downed the contents in one gulp. The liquid was surprisingly warm and salty, making him wonder if he had used too much of the herbaster grass. Almost immediately, his skin prickled as though tiny needles were dancing across it. The sensation intensified, popping and itching, until it settled into a strange equilibrium. As he adjusted to the potion's effects, Kai drew a deep breath and cast Wind Veil. A translucent barrier of air came to life around each of them. A spell to help them enhance their visibility and improve their ability to move around in the water. Let's go now. Raven was the first to leap into the river, her form disappearing with barely a splash. One by one, the others followed until only Kai and the twin guarding the boat remained. With a quick glance back, Kai dove in, the cool water enveloping him in an instant. Beneath the surface, the world transformed into an ethereal realm of blues and greens. Sunlight filtered through the water, creating shifting patterns that danced over the sandy riverbed. Schools of fish darted to and fro, shimmering like living jewels. A group of silvery minnows swirled in a V formation, scattering as Kai moved closer. He activated his mana perception, sending out invisible pulses to search for the dungeon. Almost immediately, he felt a centralized concentration of mana deeper beneath the river. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a glowing light ball, its light cutting through the water and illuminating their path. Kai turned to the others and gestured, signaling the direction of the mana source. They nodded back in return. They swam deeper, the light from the surface fading as they descended. The world around them grew quieter, save for the rhythmic pulse of their movement and the faint hum of mana that Kai could feel in his heart. Strange underwater plants swayed gently in unseen currents, their tendrils brushing against the intruders. A crab the size of a dinner plate scuttled away, claws raised defensively. The water grew colder, thicker, darker, and heavier with each passing moment, and Kai could feel the subtle but relentless push against his body. Yet the more they descended, the stronger the mana pulse became, resonating in Kai's heart like a deep drumbeat. After 10 minutes of silent swimming, they finally reached a large opening. The edges of the cave mouth were encrusted with coral and faintly glowing bioluminescent plants, marking it like the maw. Kai gestured to the others, pointing toward the entrance, and began swimming toward it. The group moved cautiously. The water inside was darker, muffling even the faintest currents from the outside river. The walls were smooth and oddly uniform, as if carved intentionally rather than formed by nature. Ahead, the terrain began to slope upward, and soon their heads broke through the water's surface. They emerged into a massive cave. The group climbed out of the water, droplets dripping from their clothes and gear, and stood on solid ground at last. Kai scanned the area as the others caught their breath. The faint glimmer of light from the cavern walls was just enough to see by, though the shadows danced menacingly in the corners. He focused on the overwhelming surge of mana deeper inside. We need to move, Kai whispered. I can feel a large source of mana up ahead, probably the core of the dungeon. Let's not waste time. The group nodded, looking at each other tensely. But soon their focus shifted back to the task at hand. As they moved forward, their steps echoed faintly in the eerie stillness. Every single creak of armor or scrape of a boot against the rocky ground felt deafening in the oppressive silence. Kai's gaze darted around, his mana perception on high alert. Yet, as he had suspected, there was nothing. No movement, no sign of life. If the kraken truly resided here, it wouldn't have tolerated any other creatures in its domain. Between its territorial nature and the dungeon's inhospitable depth, it was unlikely that anything else could survive here. After several minutes of tense walking, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. Kai halted, raising a hand to signal the group to stop. The room ahead was massive, its scale impossible to fully comprehend from their position at the edge. A faint pulsating glow emanated from its center, creating flickering shadows across the walls. Clare straightened at his words. Lord Arzen, I understand. I've seen monsters up close during the beast wave. I believe I can handle myself. Kai nodded, his lips curling into a faint smile of approval. Good, just follow my lead. With that, they moved into the chamber, their footsteps echoing ominously. The air grew heavier, almost suffocating with the density of mana, and then they froze. The scene before them was more than they had anticipated. Towering in the center of the room, its tentacles coiled around a massive, glowing crystalline core, was the kraken. Green, mottled skin glistened under the glow of the crystalline core it protected. Its tentacles coiled and uncoiled slowly. Fuck, it's massive. The thickness of each tentacle was as thick as the largest tree trunk, and it spread to cover much of the cave floor. 24 eyes, shut in sleep, dotted its enormous, bulbous head. Its massive size was intimidating, filling the room with a heavy presence even as it slept. The kraken's body moved slightly, its breathing creating a low hum that seemed to echo through the air. The core's light gave it an eerie glow, highlighting scars and markings that crisscrossed its slick, scaled surface. Kai raised a hand, signaling everyone to come to a halt, his eyes narrowing as he studied the beast. It hadn't noticed them yet, its deep, steady breaths hiding the sounds of their careful movements. He leaned toward the others, speaking in a voice just above a whisper. Raven, he murmured, his eyes never leaving the massive creature. Throw the explosive potions on my command. The rest of you, stay on guard and hold your weapons tight. Clare, stay back no matter what happens, do not come close. Everyone nodded. Raven took a few steps behind and her hand went to her satchel, gripping the vials of explosive potion tightly. Everything was calm when Kai stepped forward, raising his hands in the air. Mana surged around him as he began constructing a spell. The chamber darkened slightly, the light from the core dimming as a swirling array of runes appeared in the air above him. The temperature rose sharply as flames began to coalesce into hundreds of blazing arrows, hovering in a precise formation above their heads. Kai's eyes narrowed as he adjusted the aim, ensuring the arrows would strike exactly where he wanted. And still, the kraken remained oblivious. Now Kai commanded, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. Raven hurled the explosive potions. The vials flew through the air and shattered when they came intact with its body, erupting into violent bursts of fire and acid. The explosion rocked the cave, and the beast let out a deep shudder. It woke up. All 24 eyes flickered open, their glow intensifying as they focused on the intruders. A deafening high-pitched screech echoed through the cavern, and the kraken's massive tentacles uncoiled, thrashing wildly as it rose to its full, terrifying height. Kai watched as the creature's charred flesh began to regenerate almost immediately, the burned sections of its body knitting together with alarming speed. He didn't hesitate. Before it heals completely, attack, he shouted, releasing his spell. The flaming arrows rained down, streaking through the air like a comet. The kraken's roar of pain and fury reverberated through the chamber as it turned its full attention to them. The battle began just like that. Kai felt a sprinkle of fear creep into him as he stared at the kraken in all its terrifying glory of fear he knew well, one that surfaced before every major battle. Since healing his mana heart, he hadn't faced a creature this intense. The battle against the Storm Sovereign had been a different matter, with the aid of the elders tipping the scales. Contrary to what he thought now, it was just him, a handful of enforcers, and a greenhorn spirit trainer. He knew this fight wouldn't be easy. Yet whatever fear flickered within him, he managed to push it down as the kraken's tentacles began to writhe. He had no time to think. Hundreds of them lashed out simultaneously, green, slimy, and tipped with edges sharp enough to rival a blade. The kraken retaliated, dozens of tentacles surging toward Gorek and Gareth, intent on crushing them. Kai's mana flared as he conjured an ice step midair, shouting, "Jump." The frozen surface materialized just in time for them to leap from it, narrowly avoiding the writhing appendages. Their blades gleamed with intent as they arced downward, aiming to sever the monstrous creature in half. Before Gorek's weapon could connect with the kraken's hide, a tentacle snapped around his leg, flinging him backward with brutal force. Kai reacted swiftly, casting Featherfall to cushion Gorek's fall. Gareth, meanwhile, activated his shadow abilities, slipping through the chaos of tentacles with incredible speed. He closed the distance and drove his blade into the kraken's stomach. A gush of green blood splattered across the floor, but the brief triumph was snatched away as the wound knitted itself shut in moments. More tentacles surged toward Gareth, forcing him to dodge and weave with increasing desperation. "It's regenerating way faster than I expected," Kai shouted. "Keep firing the exploding potions and arrows." He didn't bother checking if Raven and the twin acknowledged his order. Instead, he summoned wind blades, guiding them through the air. The blades sliced through several tentacles, severed pieces falling to the ground with heavy thuds, kicking up dust. Kai's eyes caught the tentacles regrowing, albeit slower than the wound on its stomach. That was a small advantage. Turning his focus back to the kraken, where Gorek and Gareth had re-engaged the beast, he locked onto its many eyes, gleaming with malice. He fired the flaming arrows toward the kraken, but its tentacles shot up, blocking them before they could hit. Kai had expected this. With a wave of his hand and a steady flow of mana, he guided the arrows, making them twist and turn through the air. They darted between the moving tentacles, aiming for the creature's vulnerable spots, but the kraken wasn't an easy target. Its massive limbs moved with surprising speed, slapping the arrows aside one by one. The clash of fire against the slimy tentacles lit up the cavern, but none of the attacks hit their mark. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the cavern. One of the potion bombs hit the kraken's back, erupting in a burst of light and sound. The force shook the creature, its huge body reeling as it let out a deafening screech. Green blood oozed from the blast site, dripping onto the rocky ground below. Kai didn't waste the opening. With a sharp gesture, he sent 3 more flaming arrows streaking toward the kraken. This time they moved faster, their paths more precise. The tentacles still tried to block them, but the beast wasn't quick enough. All 3 arrows hit their target, plunging into the kraken's bulbous eyes. The creature roared in agony, its cries bouncing off the cavern walls. Its body thrashed wildly, sending tremors through the ground. Green blood rained down like a foul-smelling storm, covering Gorek and Gareth as they struggled to stay upright. Kai clenched his fists, his heart pounding. He knew one thing for sure: no matter how strong a creature was, its eyes were always a weak spot. For a moment he thought they were close to winning, but then the kraken unleashed a deafening cry unlike anything they had heard before. It reached deep into their cores and stirred an instinctive terror. Kai's eyes darted to his companions. Gorek and Finn collapsed to their knees, trembling. Gareth barely managed to stay upright, his blade quivering in his hand. Raven and Clare clung to the cavern walls, their faces pale and stricken with horror. Even Kai wasn't spared from the kraken's screech. A wave of dread crashed over him, clouding his mind and freezing him in place. The haunting cry echoed in his head, whispering insidious thoughts. You cannot win. This battle was never yours to claim. Kai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he fought against the oppressive weight of despair. He forced his trembling hands into motion and cast Refresh, sending a surge of mana into his body. The spell washed over him like a cold river, clearing the fog in his mind and banishing the fatigue weighing him down. Even the soreness in his muscles faded. Snap out of it, he shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. It's just a sound, fight through it. But his companions didn't move. Fear rooted them to the spot, their eyes wide with terror. The kraken seized the moment, its massive tentacles snapping forward like coiled springs, aiming straight for Gorek and Gareth. Kai didn't hesitate. He surged forward, summoning a flaming whip in his hand. The fiery lash crackled as he swung it with precision, severing the slimy tentacles in one powerful strike. The searing flames cauterized the wounds, preventing the severed limbs from regenerating too quickly. More tentacles followed, slithering and thrashing toward his group. Kai knew he couldn't rely on brute force alone. He extended his free hand, casting an ice beam that froze the incoming tentacles in midair. Frost spread rapidly along the writhing limbs, encasing them in an unyielding crystalline shell. The kraken roared in frustration, its immense strength cracking the ice as it struggled against its bindings. With a deafening crash, the frozen tentacles shattered, shards flying in all directions. But Kai was already prepared. Channeling his mana, he unleashed a fiery explosion that engulfed the kraken's exposed body. Flames licked at its slimy flesh, eliciting another ear-splitting scream as the beast flailed in agony. The kraken's retaliation was swift. Its remaining tentacles slammed into the cavern's ceiling, dislodging massive chunks of rock. Kai's heart sank. Damn it. The boulders hurtled toward him, too fast to counter. For a split second, he braced for impact. Then a crackling bolt of lightning tore through the air, shattering the falling rocks into harmless fragments. Kai turned, his eyes widening in surprise and relief. Clare stood firm, her gaze steady, the storm sovereign glowing with raw energy by her side. Lightning danced around her, illuminating the cavern with an otherworldly light. Lord Arzen, are you okay? She called out. Kai nodded, brushing the dust from his shoulders. But before he could respond, the storm sovereign, an arrogant gleam in its otherworldly eyes, stepped forward. Human, you need to do better as my trainer's liege, it said, its tone dripping with disdain. Kai smirked, ignoring the jab. Clare, go all out, I'll handle the rest. Clare nodded, the storm sovereign roaring as lightning surged from its antlers. Bolts rained down, striking the kraken's tentacles as they flailed wildly. Taking the chance of the distraction, Kai used Wind Embrace to pull Gareth and Gorek out of the kraken's reach. Both fighters stumbled back but quickly readied their weapons, eyes locked on the beast. His eyes then shifted to the kraken's massive body, its wounds already healing at an unnerving speed. An idea struck him. His eyes narrowed as he formulated his plan. With a quick gesture, he summoned a massive sphere of ice, hovering it above the kraken. Clare, he shouted, strike it with lightning. The storm sovereign reared up, releasing a surge of electricity that tore through the ice ball. Kai didn't let it crash down. Instead, he ignited his flames, melting the ice into a torrent of scalding water. The boiling cascade poured onto the kraken, covering its entire body. The beast shrieked, its cries shaking the dungeon as steam rose in thick clouds. It writhed, its movements growing erratic under the searing pain. The storm sovereign stomped its hooves, releasing a powerful lightning strike straight into the kraken's chest, sending it reeling backward. Now, Kai shouted. Gareth and Gorek leaped forward, weapons flashing as they struck in unison. Their blades sliced deep, cutting into the kraken's core. Before the beast could begin regenerating, Kai unleashed a massive wave of fiery mana, forming a searing trap that wrapped around the creature. The flames burned brightly, keeping it bound in place. As the kraken thrashed, Kai used his wind magic to propel himself high into the air, landing on its massive head. He locked eyes with the beast, his mana surging as he sent a thread of energy directly into its core. His voice was loud, talking to the monster in a dominating way. Submit, or I will end you here and now. The kraken's body trembled, its movements slowing as Kai's mana bore down on it. A man stood over the crumpled, bloody body of the village guard, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the dirt. He tilted his head slightly, as if inspecting the corpse for a moment before shifting his gaze to the small village nestled beyond the hill. A scattering of simple thatched roof houses surrounded a modest central square, where a solitary well stood. Smoke lazily drifted from a few chimneys, and the faint sound of livestock carried on the wind. It was easier to get in than I expected, he muttered. Behind him, another figure emerged from the shadows, a smirk twisting their lips. These humans are pitiful. One little vein gets poked, and they bleed out like pigs. The first man shrugged, stepping over the body. Makes our job easier. His boots crunched softly against the dirt path as he began walking toward the village. But before they could proceed further, faint footsteps caught their attention. A lone man was approaching, humming to himself, his lantern casting flickering light in the approaching dusk. As the newcomer came closer and spotted the group, his cheerful demeanor vanished. He froze mid-step, confusion flashing across his face before it gave way to horror. His eyes widened as recognition set in. You. The leader of the group moved in a blur, faster than the man could react. A single, devastating punch landed square in his stomach, and the man crumpled, blood spurting from his mouth. He fell to his knees, gasping and trembling. Scream and you're dead, the leader hissed, his voice sharp enough to carve through stone. Please, the man choked out. I don't want to die. I have kids, please. The leader crouched, his face inches from the man's pale and blood-streaked face. If you don't want them to grow up orphans, you'll tell me where the village head's house is. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks as he pointed westward, toward a larger house standing at the edge of the village. Its modest size and the faint glow from its windows marked it as the home of someone more important than the others. That one, that's his house, the man stammered, his voice barely audible. The leader stood, nodding. Good, you've done your job. The man looked up, hope flickering briefly in his eyes. Please spare my life. Before he could finish, his head snapped to the side, cleanly severed from his body. Blood sprayed across the dirt as the man tossed the lifeless form aside. He turned to his followers, his gaze like ice. Get to work, he commanded. Kill everyone, no mercy. And if you're thirsty, drink your fill of it from the babies. The group grinned, their eyes glowing with a predatory hunger as they moved toward the village, their shadows stretching long under the fading light. The quiet village, unaware of the terror descending upon it, would soon be drenched in blood. The blood-drinker glanced back at his group, a cruel smirk on his lips. Don't stick around for long. Finish the job. I'll deal with the chief myself. His followers nodded silently, their expressions hungry and eager as they dispersed toward the houses. The blood-drinker didn't spare them another glance, even as the first screams erupted from the darkened village. They pierced the night, but he paid them no mind. He had a mission. He strode toward the village chief's house, his pace unhurried. Reaching the modest structure, he kicked the door open with enough force to rattle the entire frame. The dull thud of the door hitting the wall echoed into the small hearth-lit room, where a man and woman stirred awake, startled. A child between them began to whimper as the shadows of the intruder loomed large. The village chief's instincts kicked in immediately. One hand went protectively around the kid, and the other darted for the knife resting by the bed. With a desperate yell, he lunged at the intruder, blade flashing in the firelight. The blood-drinker didn't flinch. He allowed the knife to sink into his chest, stopping only when it met his ribs. He glanced down, a smile stretching across his face. You're weak, he murmured, grabbing the man's wrist and twisting it with a sickening crack. The chief cried out in pain as he fell to his knees. Behind him, the woman cowered, clutching the child close. The blood-drinker's cold, pale face turned to them, his eyes glinting like rubies in the firelight. The child's cries grew louder and the woman's tears flowed freely. Pathetic, the blood-drinker said, lifting his hand. Thin, crimson darts formed in the air around him, pulsing with a sinister glow. With a flick of his wrist, the darts shot forward, piercing both the woman and the child before they could scream. Blood splattered the walls, painting it red, and the room fell into a deafening silence, save for the crackling of the hearth. The village chief, his face contorted in grief and rage, looked up at his family's murderer. Why kill them?" he croaked. The blood-drinker crouched down, his lips curling into a cold smile. "You wronged the wrong person, or rather your baron did, and now you're going to pay for it." With a casual flick of his hand, the blood-drinker sent the man sprawling against the wall. The chief groaned in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, his spirit shattered. "Just kill me," he begged, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyes lingered on the lifeless bodies of his wife and child. Soon a sob escaped his lips, and another followed, and another. The blood drinker stood, towering over the broken man. "Wouldn't you like that? Please, isn't that what you want? Do it." "No," he said. "Someone needs to spread the story, to make sure it doesn't happen again." The chief's eyes widened in shock. What? Run. Tell everyone you meet if you cross Count Arzen you die." As he spoke, flames erupted behind him, licking the walls and consuming the room in a fiery glow. The village chief scrambled to his feet, clutching his broken wrist, and staggered toward the door. He paused for one last look at the man who had destroyed his world, then fled into the night, his cries drowned by the roar of the flames and the screams echoing from the rest of the village. The blood drinker stood in the inferno, watching the chaos he had unleashed, his smirk never fading. "Message delivered," he murmured before turning back toward the village, his blood-red eyes gleaming. Using a different type of magic was always a special experience. Each element in school had its own essence, its own flavor that lingered with the caster. Kai could still recall the first time he cast a fire spell, pleasant heat dancing on his palms, warm and harmless to him but devastating to his foes. The first gust spell he'd learned brought with it the exhilarating freshness of wind, as if he were suddenly a part of the sky itself. Over time, he had dabbled in many forms of magic. He didn't specialize in all of them, but he took pride in mastering their basics. Out of everything he had tried, druidic magic stood out as the most unique. It was about bonding, becoming one with creatures and the environment, and not just controlling nature. Casting druidic spells felt as if he'd gained a whole new set of eyes, or rather, numerous sets of senses. At present, he was bound to a kraken. A massive, powerful creature like that wasn't easy to subdue, and the process of establishing the bond had been exhausting. It had taken hours of combat, wearing the beast down until it was forced to submit. Even then, the best bond Kai could manage with his limited druidic skill was a mere first circle spell, Basic Bond. The bond allowed for rudimentary commands and a faint sense of camaraderie, but not much else. He could share limited senses with the kraken enough to know what it saw and felt, but the connection was tenuous at best. Worse, the kraken had retained enough autonomy to resist commands it deemed too outlandish. If he ordered it to ram itself into rocks, for example, it could simply refuse. In time, that would change. Higher-level druidic spells could enforce more control and unlock greater synergy, but Kai wasn't sure he'd ever reach that point. Druidic magic wasn't his strength, and he instinctively knew his affinity for it was lacking. Still, the basic bond served its purpose for now. The wind whipped past his face as the kraken swam with speed, pulling the boat behind it. Kai sat at the back, gripping the boat's rear for balance. Maintaining the bond wasn't overly difficult, but it came with a mental strain he wasn't used to. It was a strange, unpleasant sensation being tethered to a slimy, tentacled creature and sharing its sensations. "Are you okay, Lord Arzen?" Gareth's voice broke through his thoughts. Kai glanced at the knight, forcing a smirk. "Yeah, I just feel like I drank some ridiculously expensive alcohol." Gareth chuckled. "You won't be hungover for long. The kraken is fast too fast. We should reach the territory soon enough." Kai nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. Gareth continued, his tone almost amused. "It's already scared a few fishermen along the banks. You should have seen their faces. But the good news is, we'll pass through all the noble territories before anyone can send word about this unconventional ride." Kai let out a low chuckle at that, his grip on the boat relaxing slightly. The thought of causing a stir among the local lords with his bizarre method of travel was satisfying. For now, he could only hope the kraken would behave until they reached their destination. That would be for the best, Kai said. "I don't want any problems with more nobles when we're already heading straight into trouble with a duke." Gareth glanced at him, his expression taut, as if silently wishing Kai's words were a joke. Kai exhaled, leaning back slightly against the boat's edge. "Winter's just weeks away. If Lucian is going to make a move this year, it'll be soon. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already stirred up something during my absence, and Francis is barely managing to keep things in check. But I don't want to jump to conclusions. We'll see for ourselves soon enough." Gareth nodded, though the concerned look on his face remained. Kai could see the wheels turning in the knight's mind, likely mulling over the weight of the days to come. "Are you afraid of war, Gareth?" Kai asked, breaking the silence. The knight hesitated, his gaze distant before answering. "Yes, honestly, I am. I'd be lying if I said otherwise. But I'd be far more terrified if you hadn't helped me unlock my gift, Lord Arzen. Now, aside from the fear of death, there's just responsibility, a duty to play my part." He glanced at Kai, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face. "You gave me a new lease on life when you chose me to fight at your side. I'll never forget that. I don't know if you remember, my lord, but I first met you when you distributed the heat stones, a long time ago." Kai smiled. "Actually, I do. I remember your face when you received them." "Yes," Gareth said with a chuckle. "I was just a miner back then, teetering on the edge of death with no food, no warmth, and barely any hope. Both my wife and I were suffering in that cold, but your help saved us." Not only did we survive, but I went on to become a knight. I never imagined I'd be where I am now, standing at your side." He paused, his voice growing firmer. "These days, I feel ambition growing in my heart, and I know the only way to fulfill it is to gain achievements in the war to come, and to protect you." Kai felt something bubbling up in his chest. He didn't know if it was the sentimental nature of saving lives when they were needed or the look on Gareth's face. He let out a breath through his nose. "I can protect myself, Gareth. Your job is to protect Veraltt. Do that well and you'll rise in authority." Their conversation was cut short as Kai's head snapped forward, his posture instantly alert. He rose from his seat, his gaze sharp as he scanned the river ahead. "What is it, my lord?" Gareth asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his weapon. "We've reached the Sylvan Enclave," Kai replied, letting go of the conversation that happened. His eyes were on the path ahead. "If we keep going from here, we'll pass dangerously close to Lucian's territory. I don't want that. We'll stop here and travel the rest of the way by land. Veraltt isn't far." With that, Kai turned his focus inward, his mind reaching out to the kraken through their tenuous bond. He willed the creature to slow, his thoughts commanding it to stop. The kraken let out a shriek, the sound resonating through the air as its massive body slowed in the river. The boat's pace diminished until it finally glided to a stop along the riverbank. Without a single word, they all got down cautiously, their boots crunching against the rocky shore. The area was quiet, devoid of peeply a fortunate turn, given their unconventional method of travel. Kai exhaled, releasing the strain of maintaining the bond. The kraken lingered in the water, its tentacles stirring faint ripples as if waiting for further instructions. "Fortunately, no one's around to see this," Gareth murmured, glancing warily at the water. Kai nodded. "Let's move. Veraltt is close, and we've already taken enough risks for one day." As the group moved a bit far from the water, Kai turned to the kraken, its tentacled form writhing in the water. He raised his hand, his voice calm but commanding. "Make a base around here. You'll be needed soon." The kraken let out a piercing screech, the sound vibrating through the air in protest. Kai narrowed his eyes, his tone firm. "Just do it. I'll make sure to send you something nice to eat. You know what will happen if you don't follow my command." The creature emitted an ugly snort, one of its massive tentacles splashing against the river's surface before it finally relented. With a powerful dive, the kraken vanished beneath the water, the ripples fading into stillness. Kai watched the water for a moment, his thoughts lingering on the tenuous bond they shared. It's not a strong bond, but threat seems to be working for now. He turned back to the group gathered behind him. "Guess we're walking from here," Finn muttered, complaining at the thought. "It doesn't matter," Gorek rumbled, his massive arms crossed. "Take it as exercise. We're far stronger than we were before anyway." Kai raised a hand, silencing the conversation. "No, we won't be walking." The group looked at him, eyebrows raised in confusion. Kai stepped forward, moving a short distance away from the group. He flexed his fingers, feeling the familiar surge of mana coursing through him. He reached deep into his reserves, visualizing the spell's structure in his mind. Slowly, he began to bring it into existence. Threads of mana spun outward from his hands, forming an array in the air before him. The spell structure gleamed, a complex design of concentric circles and intersecting lines, etched with runic symbols that pulsed with energy. The structure rotated slowly, growing brighter with each second, as Kai fed more mana into it. Tempest Steed Conjuration. With the spell's name uttered, the structure pulsed one final time before dissolving into a swirl of wind. The air shifted immediately, coalescing into three massive forms, 3 horses. They were translucent yet solid, their forms rippling with wind. Their manes flowed with a constant breeze, and their eyes glowed faintly with azure light. And the Scythe were quite taller than real horses, but still managed to neigh and imitate real ones. The group stared in awe. Finnegan even covered his mouth. "I've never seen a spell like this," Gorek admitted from behind. Kai exhaled, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "It's a 4th circle spell. Keeping 3 of them active drains a significant chunk of my reserves. They'll last for about 2 hours, give or take." He mounted the nearest steed, its body giving way slightly under his weight before solidifying. Looking toward the horizon, Kai's gaze hardened. "We need to hurry. I want to reach Veraltt as soon as possible. Get on these horses, let's move." The walls of Veraltt finally came into focus after 2 hours of riding. Kai felt the strain of maintaining the conjured horses, his mana reserves drained to a point where he could feel the faint pounding in his temples. The horses, burdened with both human passengers and supplies, weren't able to maintain their full speed, but they had done decently enough that the walls of Veraltt were extremely close by. A small smile tugged at Kai's lips as he gazed at the city. "I didn't realize how much I'd missed this place." Sylvestra had its own charm, and the thrill of travel always brought new opportunities, but Veraltt had become home. The rhythm of life here, the city's quirks, and its people had made their way into his routine. On the walls, the flags of Veraltt fluttered proudly in the wind. The image of Phoenix brought a sense of familiarity to his mind. The guards stationed there seemed to recognize Kai and his party instantly, their postures shifting as they shouted commands to open the gates. The heavy creak of the massive gates echoed through the air, a sound that Kai found oddly comforting. Some guards descended from their posts, clearly intent on greeting him or offering updates. Kai, however, simply waved them off, urging his wind steed forward. Later, he said briskly, "I need to get to the castle first." As they moved deeper into the city, the streets came alive around them. The marketplace bustled with activity, vendors calling out their wares to passers-by. Kai's gaze swept over the improvements that had taken place in his absence. The roads that were laden with potholes were now almost entirely smoothed and paved. The work of the earth mages had left its mark, with neatly aligned stones forming clean, sturdy paths. There were more merchants than their usual count who'd set up stalls, and everywhere he looked, he was greeted with progress and energy. Yet, as he observed more closely, he noticed something amiss. Conversations at the market stalls were quieter than usual. The laughter of the children seemed slightly forced, and there was an unusual tension in the air. Groups of people stood clustered together, their heads bent as they spoke in hushed tones. A woman glanced nervously over her shoulder before disappearing into an alley, her steps quick and deliberate. Kai's smile faded as his gaze froze, taking in the undercurrent of unease creeping its way through the city. Something's wrong. As Kai rode through the streets, he noticed the change in the way people reacted to his presence. Normally, his appearances would bring cheers or words of encouragement from the city folk. They would yell his name, and people would even start celebrating his arrival. Claps and smiles always brought some sort of soothing to him whenever he was out in the city. Today, however, there were only respectful bows, given as per custom, and furtive whispers behind hands. No voices rose in celebration, and no smiles greeted him. Instead, their gazes lingered on him. Some even looked angry. Kai's unease deepened. Something is really wrong. Something terrible has happened. He glanced back at his companions, their expressions mirroring his own concerns. Without needing to say a word, he urged the group to pick up their pace. "Let's hurry," he said. The others nodded, falling into step behind him as they approached the castle. By the time they reached the gates, Francis was already waiting for them, flanked by Killian and, to Kai's surprise, Princess Amira. Clearly, word of his arrival had spread quickly. As soon as Kai dismounted, the wind horses dissipated into thin air, the mana structures unraveling into the breeze. His retainers bowed, but before anyone could offer a greeting or ask questions, Kai spoke, his voice sharp with urgency. "What's happening? Why is the city so tense?" Francis and Killian exchanged uneasy glances before Francis finally stepped forward, his expression grave. "Lord Arzen," he began, "a village was attacked. Dead of night, it was a massacre." Kai's eyes widened, his body tensing. "One of our villages, near Verdies?" Francis shook his head. "No, my lord, it wasn't one of ours. It belonged to Baron Idren." Kai's mind flashed to Baron Idren, trying to remember his face. He knew he was a neighbor and had been there at the Count's ceremony, but there hadn't been enough time to make more than acquaintances with him. I guess people are tense because it was so close by, but who exactly was responsible for the massacre? Francis's breath picked up as he placed his hand on his chest. "That's not the worst part, my lord. The entire village was slaughtered, men, women, children, all of them, save for the village chief." Amira stepped forward. "And he was left alive for a reason, Lord Arzen, to send a message." Francis looked at Amira and back at Kai. "What message?" Kai asked. "The village chief, the only one left alive, claims the attackers were strange, inhuman creatures. They left him with a message saying it was you, Lord Arzen, who ordered the massacre. They're tying it to the recent land disputes with Baron Idren." Kai froze. "Me? I didn't do it. I wasn't even here." He tried to keep his calm, although his mind churned in anger. Amira stepped forward. "Yes, but that's exactly how the rumors are spreading. They're saying you're in league with dark creatures, that your recent strength comes from some sinister source. It's the kind of tale that spreads like wildfire." Before Kai could reply, Amira inhaled sharply. Killian, standing at Francis's side, crossed his arms with a steeled gaze, "Which means," he said, "we're about to face war." Kai, Francis, and Killian walked up the winding staircase to the meeting room on the upper floor. All the while, they were silent. The air hummed with tension that needed no words to express, and each of them wore a hardened expression. Amira stood at the base of the stairs, her eyes tracking their ascent. She made no move to join them, her hands clasped loosely before her. Kai knew that this was not her battle, and she seemed to understand that too. The weight of the matters they were about to discuss would only drag her into unfamiliar waters where she'd be a hindrance rather than help. When he looked back, she let out a small, resigned sigh and turned away, granting them the space they needed. With that, he moved upstairs. Soon, they reached the meeting room. The room was anything but commanding, with its tall windows and a long, dark wooden table at its center. However, none of the men moved to take a seat. Kai, standing near the head of the table, gestured briefly with his hand. "Let's begin. Francis, the report." Francis nodded immediately. He wasted no time on pleasantries or discussions of mundane progress in the territory. "It started 5 days after you left, my lord," he said, folding his arms across his chest. "A day after Amira woke up." Kai's brows shot up, his focus shifting immediately. "Amira woke up." "Yes." Killian's deep voice rumbled from where he stood to Kai's left. "She's recovering well and is being cared for. There's no need to worry about her right now." Kai exhaled slowly, a flicker of relief crossing his face. He gave a small nod, letting the news settle before he waved for Francis to continue. Baron Idren made his move, Francis resumed. He intimidated one of the villages near Verdies. I intercepted before things could spiral out of control and arranged for a discussion, but Francis shook his head. It went nowhere. Idren kept prodding, antagonizing, trying to provoke me. At the time, I thought he was stalling or setting up some scheme. His voice dropped slightly. I didn't expect the truth. He was working with Duke Lucian all along. Kai's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing. Lucian, I knew he would do something, but I never imagined he'd go as far as to sacrifice an entire village. The weight of those words hung heavily in the room. Kai closed his eyes for a moment, his fingers brushing the corner of the table to ground himself. Lucian is playing the reputation game, he said slowly after thinking it through. He lost his chance to rise after the beast wave. I took that glory, and now he's turning to dirtier tactics to claw it back. Aligning with Idren, killing innocents, and framing me, it's all calculated. The men are ready, Killian said. Every day, I've drilled them in formations and strengthened their weapon skills. They're prepared to fight, my lord. Whenever you give the command, they'll march. Kai gave a slight nod but didn't immediately reply. His gaze shifted between his retainers, his mind turning over the possibilities. We'll march soon, but before we act, we need to know exactly what we're up against. Lucian's forces, his allies, his resource, everything. This isn't just about us. The Sylvan Enclave won't escape the ripples of war. No noble will be able to stay neutral in this conflict. Baron Idren has already pledged his allegiance to Lucian. That much is clear, Francis said with a short sigh. I've sent a courier to 5 other nobles in the Sylvan Enclave, hoping to secure their aid, but for all we know, they've already sworn fealty to him too. House Kellius has ruled these lands for generations, and your reputation is shaky right now, my lord. It's fine, Kai replied. With the enforcers and the mages we've gathered, I think we'll manage. None of the nobles in the Sylvan Enclave have mana cannons or golems. That alone gives us an edge. Despite his confidence, Kai couldn't deny the value of having more allies. His gaze drifted to the table, fingers tapping lightly. More allies are always good, but he straightened, the flicker of doubt vanishing as quickly as it came. My forces, my strategy, and my territory's preparations would be enough. Enough to face anything, whether human or mage. Still, Francis's report tugged at him. The creatures. Strange, inhuman. His jaw tightened as he turned to his retainers. You mentioned the ones who killed the villagers. You said they were strange, inhuman creatures. Francis nodded, his brow furrowing. That's the rumor, he admitted. I've tried to gather more information, but there's no clarity. Whatever Lucian's using, he's kept it well hidden. I couldn't get a single reliable witness to describe them clearly. Kai frowned upon hearing that. Lucian's alliance with Maleficia wasn't just a theory. He knew that for sure, but were these creatures always with him? Or did Regina send them for his aid? The Queen's interference couldn't be ruled out. Either way, the source didn't matter as much as the nature of the threat itself. What about their form? Kai asked, were they humanoid? Francis frowned, thinking, yes, that's what the rumors say. Humanoid, but he hesitated, searching for the right words. Demonic. Kai's gaze sharpened, thinking through every dead mana race he could think of, and finally, he let out a slow breath, singling out one of them that matched the description he had heard about. Blood drinkers or blood suckers, if you prefer the term. Killian shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. I've never fought one. Kai's lips pressed into a thin line. They're humanoid, yes, they can fly, which makes them especially lethal. And like mages, they have their own hierarchy. Pawns, knights, lords, elders, and progenitors. Think of them like the pieces of a battle board game, but far more dangerous. They possess blood manipulation abilities and instincts honed for combat, a perfect blend of cunning and savagery. Francis grimaced. They sound hard to deal with. It depends on their rank, Kai replied. If it's a group, it's likely pawns or knights, but if Regina is involved, then she won't send weaklings. If I were her, I'd send someone competent, strong. There's a good chance we're dealing with a lord. They're equivalent to a 4th circle mage and a 3rd stage enforcer, not an easy opponent by any means. If Lucian has their aid, he can't risk using them openly, not after framing me as being in cahoots with them. It would undo his entire scheme. But that means we need to watch for sneak attacks. Killian's expression hardened as he nodded. Understood, he said. So what will be our next course of action? Kai let his mind wander, collecting his thoughts about the current situation. First, we send a report to the capital. It needs to detail everything what's happened, what we've discovered, and make it abundantly clear that we are not responsible for any of this. This is Lucian's scheme. He paused, his fingers now tracing the paths on the map. I'm certain he's already sent his own version of events, claiming righteousness as his justification for war. He'll dress it up with hypocritical platitudes, painting himself as the unwilling victim forced into action. That's why we need to move quickly. If we're too slow, his lies will take root. Francis frowned, his brows knitting together in thought. And if the crown hesitates to act, he asked. Then we'll handle this on our own, Kai replied firmly. The moment the capital locks the borders for a fief war, our territory will be sealed off from aid. We have to be prepared for that inevitability. Killian leaned forward, his arms braced on the table. And the offensive. Duke Lucian thinks we'll be caught off guard, left reeling while he strikes, but we can't let him dictate the pace. Kai's lips curled into a cold, predatory smile. Exactly. Lucian believes he's the hunter, but we need to remind him of one thing: we are the predators here. Regina lounged on the massive custom-made chair in her private study, one hand plucking plump grapes from a gilded platter as the other traced absent patterns across the sprawling map before her. The map, detailed to an almost obsessive degree, captured every road, village, and noble house of the Sylvan Enclave. Her crimson-painted nails hovered briefly over the two houses poised for war, her lips curving into a slow, thoughtful smile. She looked up at her servant, Selwyn, who entered the room. "Report," she commanded, her tone soft but laced with the promise of consequences if the answer displeased her. Selwyn bowed deeply, stepping forward without hesitation. "The rumors are spreading faster than we anticipated, my lady. There's a growing intrigue around Arzen after the beast wave. His innovations, those monocannons and heat stoneshave, captured attention far beyond his borders. Even in the capital, his reputation has risen sharply after defeating Rake in the duel." He hesitated as if savoring the next part, then continued. "Now the narrative is shifting. Whispers are taking root, claiming his meteoric rise is due to dark powers. It's said that his unnatural ascent to becoming a mage and his sudden strength are tied to forbidden arts. I've seen to it that the bards weave tales of his pasta weakling, a wastrel plagued by vein blockage, suddenly gaining power without explanation. The theories are numerous." Regina's smile deepened, a predatory gleam lighting her eyes. She plucked another grape, biting into it. "So his reputation is finally faltering." Selwyn nodded. "Yes, my lady, but the shift is slow. There are still those who refuse to believe it. Arzen's victories, especially his role in protecting his city from the beast wave, have earned him stubborn supporters. Even the church has remained unusually silent, watching, but not yet intervening." Regina's expression turned contemplative, her gaze drifting back to the map. "The church," she murmured, almost to herself. "Their silence is telling. They know something is stirring." Her fingers drummed lightly on the table. "And the fief war, how soon?" "It will begin in less than a week," Selwyn replied confidently. "The tension is palpable. The entire Sylvan Enclave is bracing for it, and it's clear no noble will escape involvement." Regina leaned back, the chair creaking softly beneath her. She studied the map as if it were a game board, her thin fingers methodically arranging the pieces. At the center stood a lone king piece, surrounded by a menacing array of enemies. Her lips curled into a cold, satisfied smile. Finally, she murmured, "The scenario I envisioned is coming to fruition." "Did you send the message to get Amira to come back?" Regina asked. "That imbecile has the gall to flee to his territory of all places. If only she knew how hard I worked to suppress information about her." "Indiscretions." Selwyn cleared his throat, shifting nervously. "I sent men to retrieve her, my queen, but there's no word from them yet." Regina's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Keep looking," she snapped. "Do your job well or I'll find someone who can. It is imperative that I deal with that girl and, more importantly, ensure he dies. Only then can I move on to the next phase of my plan and place Eldrick on the throne." The servant nodded hastily, but his posture stiffened as he suddenly hesitated. "What is it now?" Regina asked, irritation flaring in her voice. "There's one more thing, my queen," Selwyn stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The weight of the room seemed to press down on him as Regina's small eyes fixed on him. "Rumors in court suggest the king may intervene in the fief war. It seems he's considering sending a herald to stop it." For a moment, silence gripped the chamber. The only sound was the faint rustle of the map under Regina's fingers as her nails traced the intricate borders. Her eyes narrowed and her lips curled into a tight line. Then, without warning, her palm slammed onto the table, sending the carefully arranged battle pieces clattering across the map. "That damn lazy fool," she spat. "Why now? Why, after all these years of neglect and indulgence, would he meddle now?" Her gaze darted toward the ceiling as though accusing some unseen force. "He abandoned the throne. He abandoned the kingdom. Why does he suddenly care about a war he has no stake in?" Selwyn flinched, his shoulders hunching instinctively as if her fury might lash out physically at any moment. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he tried to form a coherent response. I don't know, my queen," he stammered, his voice shaking. Regina's expression twisted into something darker, her fury simmering into cold calculation. She began pacing the room, the hem of her gown brushing against the floor in sharp, deliberate movements. "No matter," she said sharply, her voice rising as she pointed a trembling finger at the servant. "Intercept any orders he sends to halt the war. Any, do you hear me?" Selwyn nodded hastily, his head bobbing like a puppet's. "Yes, my queen. And if he sends heralds," she continued, her tone icy but laced with venom, "kill them before they reach the Sylvan Enclave. Silence them. The war must proceed at all costs. Lucian must win." He swallowed hard, his throat dry as parchment. "As you command, my queen." Her pacing slowed, and for a moment her voice dropped, her usual composure cracking like thin ice. "If there's even one mistake, even one, like with the beast wave her words faltered, and her hand gripped the edge of the table as if to steady herself. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for something unseen as panic began to creep into her voice. If even one thing goes wrong, her breathing grew erratic, the rhythm of her words spiraling out of control. Her fingers trembled as she reached for a small vial resting on the edge of the table. The dark liquid inside swirled ominously, its surface shimmering faintly. Regina fumbled with the stopper, her hands shaking violently, but managed to uncork it and drink deeply. The dead mana coursed through her, its bitter taste ignored in favor of the calming effect it brought. Her breathing slowed, and the tension in her shoulders eased slightly. She exhaled shakily, muttering under her breath, "It will be fine. Everything will go according to plan. It has to." Her gaze snapped back to the servant, who remained frozen in place, his wide eyes fixed on the floor. He flinched as her focus landed on him, his body stiffening like prey caught in a predator's gaze. "Why are you still here?" she snapped, her voice regaining its sharpness. The man bowed hurriedly, his movements jerky and frantic. "Apologies, my queen," he mumbled, backing away. He nearly tripped over his own feet in his haste to leave, his shadow vanishing into the corridor as the door shut behind him. Now alone, Regina turned back to the map. Her hand hovered over the scattered pieces before settling on the central king piece, the representation of Arzen. Her fingers curled around it, trembling with barely contained rage. This time, she whispered, her voice low and venomous, "I will win, Arzen. You'll die just like your mother." Her grip tightened until the fragile piece shattered in her hand, shards splintering into her palm. The pain went unnoticed, her focus fixed on the broken remains that now littered the table. Blood mixed with the splinters, staining the edges of the map. She stared at the ruined king piece for a long moment before a cruel smile crept across her lips. Soon, she murmured to the empty room. "Soon, you'll fall and everything will finally be mine." Rupert's breath hitched as he stood in the throng of people gathered outside the castle of House Kellius. Almost every adult in the city had come, and their faces were filled with tension and seriousness as they awaited the announcement. One of war. For days, whispers had circulated through the streets, markets, and taverns, painting a grim picture. The people weren't fools. They had pieced together what was coming, it only needed to be spoken aloud. The signs were everywhere, mercenaries roamed freely, their presence unquestioned, while city guards patrolled with a frequency that suggested something was not right. Yet, even with all they suspected, Rupert knew the truth was far worse. Beneath the surface of their speculations were a darkness that they wouldn't be able to swallow. And Arzen Kellius, once celebrated as a hero for defeating the beast wave, was now accused of horrific deeds. Rumors spread that he had allied with dark creatures and ordered the destruction of an entire village under Baron Idren's protection, all because of a small land dispute. However, Rupert knew these stories were falsely complete distortion of the truth. But what could he do? No one would believe him. No one would listen. In the past few months, he had come to understand a harsh reality. He was powerless, just a bystander, unable to influence what was happening. He had no voice, and the one he had to use it to command servants that were under someone else's disposal. It was devastating, to say the least. He silently watched what was unfolding before him, keeping his hands clenched together in front of him. The whispers turned to a ripple through the crowd as motion appeared atop the castle wall. Lucian stepped out, flanked by 4 guards. The tall, imposing figures stood at the 4 sides. They all wore darkened steel armor with House Kellius crest of a mighty Rayan eagle. Their faces were hidden behind visors that had intimidating patterns, and their hands rested on the hilts of their swords. As always, they were poised for action, and their stance showed complete loyalty. Lucian walked forward, his black and red robes flowing with each step, the silver embroidery shining in the sunlight. His dark, glossy hair caught the light, adding to his striking appearance. His tall frame looked even taller from behind, his shoulders straight and confident. He raised his hand, and the murmurs from the crowd died down instantly. When he spoke, he used an amplified spell for his voice to echo through the square. "Citizens of Varen," he said, "you've heard of the events from the past week. My brother, Arzen Kellius, has fallen from grace. He has joined dark forces and burned an entire village under Baron Idren's protection all over a petty land dispute." Gasps swept through the crowd. Lucian's face grew stern. "Are the lives of common people so meaningless that they can be taken for such trivial reasons? Tell me, I think not. Through these acts, Arzen has shown his true nature to all of Lancefil, a madman and a tyrant who must be stopped." He paused, letting his words sink in, then smiled faintly as the crowd's unease grew. "I know many of you still think of him as a hero, the one who fought the beast wave. I once believed in him too. I prayed to Goddess Lumaris for his strength so that he could serve our nation. But now I see the truth, his strength, the beast wave, it was all a deception, a scheme to seize power. And now his true nature is clear for all to see. He is evil, inside and out, as I am sure you've realized." Lucian's voice grew stronger, full of certainty. "I will not stand by while he slaughters innocents." Rupert's heart raced as Lucian's words rang in the air. His breath hitched in his throat as he looked back and forth between the people that had known this moment would come. He had tried to stop the young lord, begging him to reconsider, but Lucian was resolute, unwavering, and further argument would have cost Rupert his life. Now, standing among the crowd outside the castle, he felt it'd have been better if he wasn't alive to see this inhuman manipulation. "And so I will march," Lucian announced, his amplified voice booming across the square, leading the noble houses of the Sylvan Enclavethos who refuse to allow evil to rise in our lands. "Together, we will bring my brother to trial and deliver justice to Baron Idren and the countless souls he has destroyed. Will you join me?" Rupert's chest tightened. He knew better than to believe Lucian's righteous facade. Every word of that speech was crafted to deceive, painting Arzen as a villain to justify the coming bloodshed. Yet to the gullible commoners, the lies didn't matter. Sometimes the appearance of righteousness was enough. Rupert frowned, his gaze sweeping the crowd one last time before he turned to leave. He needed to get away to clear his mind. He knew it was futile. How could anyone dissociate from something this vast, this inevitable? But he had to try. As he pushed through the throng, a hand gripped his shoulder. Rupert froze, a voice cutting through the noise. "It's so unfair, isn't it, that the crowd doesn't even know who the real evil is?" Rupert turned, his heart skipping a beat as he saw the man addressing him. He was of average height but carried himself with a confidence that belied his modest frame. His brown hair was unkempt, curling in uneven tufts and marking him as a foreigner. His clothes were simple, yet they seemed deliberately chosen to avoid attention. Rupert looked down to take any hints of who this man was. "What do you know?" Rupert asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Enough," the man replied, his tone light but laced with meaning. "For one, it wasn't Count Arzen who killed those villagers. The whole thing is a set-up ploy to spark a fief war. But then, when have humans at the top ever been able to sit still without dragging the rest of us into their petty power games?" He leaned closer, his voice dropping. "The common people will bleed while they argue over who gets to wear the bigger crown." Rupert's hands clenched at his sides. Something about the man's presence felt off. It wasn't just his words, sharp and accurate as they were. It was the way he spoke to Rupert, as though he already knew him, as though they had met before. "I feel like you share my sentiment," he added, his smirk softening into a knowing expression. Rupert hesitated, but eventually gave a slow nod. There was a weight in his chest, a nagging certainty that he knew far more than he let on, and that somehow this man was far more dangerous than he appeared. Should he even be talking to him? He didn't know. "How do you know all this?" he asked, keeping his voice low to avoid drawing attention. The stranger's smirk didn't waver. "I have my sources," he replied cryptically. He turned his gaze toward the crowd, his expression momentarily softening as he watched the citizens chanting Lucian's name, unaware of the storm brewing over their heads. Wouldn't it be great if all of them could survive what's coming? Rupert exhaled sharply, glancing at the sea of faces. "Of course it would," he said, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But that's not in my hands. It's in the hands of Duke Kellius, and no one, not me, not anyone can talk him out of this. Actually, it might be in your hands." Rupert stiffened, turning to face the man fully. "What are you talking about?" The man shrugged, gesturing casually to the castle looming above them. "Not stopping the war that's already begun, and nothing can change that now. But there's something you can do to shorten it. A short war means fewer lives lost, and things can return to normal sooner. How can I do that? I'm powerless." The man met his gaze. "I'll explain it to you, and no, you aren't as powerless as you think," he said, his voice lowering as the noise of the crowd swelled around them. He extended a hand. "But first, let me introduce myself properly. My name is Ansel, and I lead a group called the Watchers." Footsteps echoed in the silent corridor as Amira approached her destination. The steady rhythm of her steps contrasted with the muffled shouts of guards training outside. Usually their drills carried a disciplined cadence, but today there was an undeniable fervor in the air, a tension that made her pause briefly by a window to glance outside. She didn't need to ask why the entire castle was abuzz with it. Word had spread like wildfire. Duke Lucian Kellius, the brother of Lord Arzen, had declared a fief war, seeking to wrest Veraltt and Verdies from his siblings' control. Amira didn't know the finer details, only snippets overheard from the maid's gossip, but even those fragments painted Lucian as a villainous figure, a man willing to stoop to any low for power. One of those bad people who just wanted to push and push until there's nothing left but himself. Still, Amira shrugged those thoughts aside. She had faith in Lord Arzen. He was strong, she'd seen it firsthand, and she believed he would rise to meet this challenge, as he always did. Yet, as she continued walking, her worry wasn't about the war or the chaos it would bring. Her concern lay in the conversation she was about to have. Since Lord Arzen's return, he had been preoccupied with war preparations, strategizing late into the night with Francis and Killian. Their paths hadn't crossed, but she knew it was only a matter of time. He would ask her the question she had managed to dodge before, but would she try to avoid it again? Amira hated revisiting her past, hated dredging up the memories she had buried deep. But at the same time, she knew she couldn't keep running from them, especially not from people who had shown her nothing but kindness and trust. They'd helped her, made her a part of who they were, and if she had to move forward, she knew that she had to face her past. There was no one way one could hope for the future, all the while carrying dirty baggage they should drop it somewhere and maybe, this was her chance. Her hands tightened into fists as she reached her destination, her heart pounding in her chest. The moment had come. Without hesitating further, she raised her hand and knocked on the heavy wooden door. A familiar voice called out from the other side of the door. Amira hesitated for a heartbeat before pushing it open, stepping into the room. Lord Arzen and Killian were bent over a large map spread across a table, deep in discussion. Both looked up as she entered. Arzen's expression softened, a smile forming on his face as he straightened. "It's good to see you, Amira," he said warmly, gesturing to a chair nearby. "Please sit." His gaze lingered on her for a moment, assessing. "You look better. I'm glad you were able to wake up. I've been worried." Amira lowered her head slightly, a pang of guilt threading through her chest. "I'm sorry to have worried you." She felt her eyes tearing up. "You don't need to apologize." Lord Arzen waved her words away. "Whatever you did that day on the battlefield saved countless lives. If anything, it's me who should be thanking you." She glanced up at him, startled by the sincerity in his voice, but then his tone shifted, more thoughtful now. That being said, he continued, "I have to admit what I heard about that day, about what you did, isn't something I've ever seen or even heard of before. At first, I thought it might have been some specialized spell, something particularly effective against creatures infused with dead mana. But to annihilate so many of them at once," he shook his head. "That's not something that can be done at your level, and I'm sure you know that." Amira's throat tightened, but she nodded slowly. "Yes, I'm aware." Arzen leaned back slightly, his expression still kind, but now tinged with curiosity. "Then, if you're able, I'd like to understand what happened that day. And more importantly, you, Amira, I would like to know about you." She stiffened at the question, and he quickly raised a hand in reassurance. "Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't press. I'd never hold it against you. But with the times ahead, any information, even something small, might help us. Anything you can share could be a boon." For a moment, the room was silent save for the noise of activity beyond the walls. Amira's fingers clenched in her lap as she wrestled with the decision. Finally, she nodded. "I don't mind talking about it. I've been preparing myself to tell you since I walked here." She hesitated, her voice quiet but firm as she continued. "But I need your word, both of you. Swear to me that what I share will not leave this room." Arzen's eyes locked with hers, his expression solemn. "You have my word, Amira. Whatever you say here will stay between us." Killian, standing tall and silent beside the map, inclined his head. "I swear it as well." Amira let out a slow, measured breath, the weight of their assurances steadying her nerves. Silence stretched between them as she gathered her thoughts. When she finally spoke, her voice was low, tinged with a reluctance born of painful memories. "If I need to explain what I did back then," she began, "then I have to tell you about my clan." She paused, the words lodging in her throat for a moment before she forced them out. It started. Kai's gaze rested on Amira as she sat across from him. Since the day they met, she had been a puzzle and enigma wrapped in beauty and mystery. His mind often drifted to her, picking apart the pieces of what little he knew. Her appearance alone was enough to spark curiosity. She wasn't just beautiful in the way most would describe it, there was something otherworldly about her, something that seemed to transcend human standards. Her inhumanly perfect features, the soft glow of her skin, and those piercing eyes that seemed to hold a lifetime of wisdom. And yet her appearance was only the beginning. From the moment they entered the necromancer's lair, Amira had stood apart. Dead mana, a force that corrupted all life, had no effect on her. Where others struggled, she was untouched by its decay. And then there was her genius-level aptitude for magic, one he had never seen before in anyone else. He thought back to the battlefield, to the accounts of her unleashing her powers. Dozens of dead mana fiends had been obliterated, their wretched forms wiped out in an instant. It had all been swallowed by a bright golden light. It wasn't a spell he'd heard of, nor one that seemed possible for a mage of her supposed level. At every step of knowing her, his curiosity deepened. Who was she? Was she the daughter of a magus, perhaps even one of a grand magus? Or maybe a hybrid or rare mix of human mage and elf blood? Or was she something else entirely? The questions buzzed in his mind, tantalizingly close to an answer that always seemed just out of reach. Part of him suspected that the truth was already there, lurking in the edges of his thoughts, but he refused to reach for it. Not yet. He needed proof, something tangible to connect the dots. Now, as Amira began to speak, he felt his chest tight, a sense of anticipation mingling with tension. Whatever she was about to say, it would change everything. But outwardly, he kept his expression calm, listening intently. Amira's soft voice came. "I grew up in a place far from here," she began, "a place with no name. We just called it home." Kai leaned forward slightly, his curiosity mounting. "It was in the heart of a forest," she continued, "a vast stretch of tall, white woods that seemed to go on forever. That was where my clan lived, where we built our sanctuary. It was our home for 2 generations. She paused, her eyes distant, as if seeing the woods again in her mind. But what came out of her mouth next surprised Kai. "In my clan, everyone had access to magic." His eyes widened, and for a moment he couldn't hide his surprise. A clan where everyone was a mage, that was unheard of. Even among the famous mage lineages, not everyone possessed the gift. There were always exceptions, and yet here she was, claiming her entire clan had magic. He held his tongue, knowing there would be time for questions later. Amira's voice softened. I wasn't the daughter of the chief, nor was my family anything special. In the clan, we were simple mages, living and waiting for our purpose to reveal itself. Killian, who had been silent until now, frowned slightly. Your purpose? He asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Amira nodded at Killian's question, but the movement was slow and deliberate, as though her mind was piecing together the right words. After a moment's pause, she spoke again. In my clan, she began, her voice softer now, there was a long-standing prophecy. It was said that we had been gifted magic to prepare us for a time when the world would fall into darkness, a time when fiends would rise and threaten to consume everything. The story was passed down through generations, told every year during our gatherings. Without a beat, Kai and Killian listened intently, their faces impassive, but Kai's mind was racing. A prophecy tied to an entire clan of mages. The implications were enormous, and the tone of Amira's voice hinted at tragedy. She exhaled deeply, her golden eyes lost in memory. But where we lived, surrounded by towering white trees, shielded by nature's grace, who saw no fiends. There were beasts, yes, but they were nothing unusual. There were no signs of dead mana or darkness, so I always assumed it was just that, a story. A fairy tale meant to remind us of the importance of our gifts, to stand against these creatures. I believed that until reality slammed the truth in front of me. One day, without warning, fiends attacked our village. Her words hung in the air, and Kai tensed. When he looked to his side, he saw that Killian's expression had darkened as well, but they both stayed silent, giving her space to continue. There were hundreds of them, she said, her voice trembling slightly. The weakest of them were grade 3, and the strongest were of grade 7. Their strength, their savagery, was unlike anything we had ever encountered. My clan fought with everything they had. Every mage, every spell, every ounce of magic, and yet it wasn't enough. The fiends razed our village to the ground. Kai's jaw tightened. The weight of her words pressed down on him, but he didn't interrupt. Amira's gaze fell to her hands, her fingers trembling slightly. While my clan fought for survival, my uncle followed my mother's command. He took me to the edge of the forest. He was one of the few who had ventured beyond our sanctuary before, so he knew the way. I didn't want to leave, but he forced me to go. He told me someone needed to live Somion who could carry on the clan's magic, someone who hadn't yet gone through their awakening. Her voice cracked slightly, and she turned to look out the window. The tears in her eyes shimmered in the soft light, but she didn't let them fall. I ran, she said quietly. I ran because I had no choice. I wanted to go back to fight alongside my family, my clan, but I had no spells, I was powerless. And my uncle's last words to me were to keep running, so I did. Kai and Killian exchanged a glance, their expressions solemn. Neither spoke, knowing Amira needed this moment. I ran until I reached the human cities, she continued, her voice steadier now. I tried to blend in, but it was hard. I was just a child with no food, no strength, and no idea how to survive. I lived on the streets for a year, clinging to the hope that someone from my clan would come looking for me, that maybe the attack hadn't killed them all. Her voice faltered, and she shook her head slightly. But that hope died with each passing day, and eventually I decided to keep moving, to run not just from the fiends, but from my own thoughts, my own memories. She paused, her hands trembling once more. What I hadn't realized was how cruel the world could be. On the road, I was kidnapped by a slave trader. Killian stiffened at her words, and Kai's expression hardened, but Amira pressed on. He put me in a cage like an animal, she said. Kai noticed her tightened jaw and squared shoulders. He taught me how to serve, how to be the perfect product to sell. He wouldn't let anyone buy me unless they could pay his price. To him, I was precious property because of how I looked. Her hands curled into fists, but she forced herself to continue. For what felt like an eternity, I stayed with him, waiting for the day he would finally sell me. But that day never came. Amira lifted her gaze, her golden eyes meeting Kai's. One day the necromancer found him. The trader tried to bargain with him, but he refused to sell me. So the necromancer killed him and took me instead. As Amira's words trailed off, everything else fell into silence. She had shared the most painful parts of herself, the years of torment, the hopelessness, and the strength it took just to keep moving forward. Kai stood still, his heart heavy, his mind struggling to process everything she had said. So he did what he could. He stood up and hugged her. At that moment, Amira's tears began to fall, unnoticed by her at first. The painful memories came back crushing down on her. No matter how she tried to explain it, there weren't enough words to suffice how cruel it was. It was all too consuming, soul-shattering. Soon, she felt the warmth of an embrace wrap around her. Lord Arzen had moved to her side, his arms surrounding her in a gesture of comfort. She froze for a moment, surprised by the sudden closeness, before the floodgates of her emotions opened fully. She didn't pull away, she didn't know if she could. Instead, she let herself fall into his arms, finally allowing herself to feel the kindness and care she had long been denied. The words were soft, sincere, and something about them made Amira realize how much she needed them. She had tried to hold it all in for so long, and now it was as though the weight of her past had been partially lifted, shared with someone who didn't judge her for abandoning her clan. Lord Arzen didn't immediately release her. He kept holding her for a while, as if giving her the space to recover, to gather herself again. Eventually, she pulled back, wiping her eyes and looking up at him. Her face was still flushed from the tears, but she met his gaze with a quiet resolve. "You have questions, right?" She asked, her voice still trembling slightly, though she was trying to regain her composure. He nodded, his expression gentle but curious. "Yes, I have a lot of them," he admitted, "but I won't overwhelm you with them. I just want to ask one thing for now." Amira straightened slightly, her brow furrowing, bracing herself for another question that might bring up old pain. She had already said so much, but she owed him. This answer had been there, after all, saving her life and giving her a new place to call home. She could tell he had been waiting for this question. "I just want to know," he continued softly, "why didn't dead mana affect you?" Amira took a deep breath, her thoughts going back to the forest, the spells her clan had placed on her soul, the years of confusion about her own identity. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her thoughts before speaking. "It's because my whole clan is like that," she explained quietly. "I don't know why. It's not something we ever understood completely. But dead mana has never affected us. It's as if we were born with a natural resistance to it. That's why our purpose was always to stand against the threat of dead mana when it would finally arrive. Despite that, we fell against its overwhelming power when the fiends arrived. Even with our resistance, no one in my clan was strong enough to take on a grade 7 fiend." Her voice faltered slightly as the memories of her clan and their purpose washed over her again. "The spell I used during the beast wave," she paused, looking at Killian with a slight sadness in her eyes. "It wasn't a spell in the truest sense. It was something my clan inscribed on my soul long before I even understood what it was meant to be. It was a safeguard, designed in case of a fiend attack, a way to survive, to fight back when no other option remained." She took a deep breath, releasing it slowly as her gaze shifted to the ground. "All of us in the clan have something similar. A spell, a mark, an inscription on our souls that connects us to our purpose." Cal blinked in stunned silence, his mind racing to process everything Amira had shared. His thoughts whirled, trying to connect the dots between what he had suspected and what he now knew for certain. A mage who could withstand dead Manathas was unprecedented, a phenomenon that had eluded research for centuries. He had seen the proof of her resistance in the beast wave, and when he had retrieved her from the necromancer, but hearing it directly from Amira put everything into an entirely different perspective. He knew the theories, the years of research that had been undertaken, all the failed experiments and the countless lives lost in attempts to study dead mana and its effects. Mages had tried to infuse themselves with it, but those who succeeded were corrupted, twisted into something no longer human. They became weavers, horrific creatures that thrived on the very thing that destroyed so many others. The research had gone nowhere, stunted by the dangers, by the dead mana itself, and by the sacrifices made in its pursuit. But now, standing in front of him, was someone who was living proof that it was possible to survive it. Amira was a paradox, a mystery. How did it work? What made her different from all the others? And more importantly, could they replicate it? Could they somehow find a way to protect others, to harness this anomaly, and perhaps even use it to their advantage without giving away their humanity? His mind buzzed with questions, each one more pressing than the last. His thoughts flickered to the Elder's warnings, to what Elder Vialarith had said about his destiny as the Fatebreaker. The words echoed in his mind, that he'd change many lives as the Fatebreaker. Amira was proof of that. If he hadn't made the decisions he did, if he hadn't become Lord Arzen, she would have deed perhaps the last person alive who could resist the corruption of dead mana. The weight of that thought pressed down on him. He had been blind to the significance of his actions, to the magnitude of what had been set into motion. But now everything was different. With Amira alive, they had a chance. Cal looked down at Amira, a complex mix of gratitude and urgency in his gaze. He wanted to know more, to understand the full extent of her connection to the resistance against dead mana, to uncover the secrets of her clan and the mysteries of her body. But time wasn't on his side. There was a war brewing in his territory, a war that required his full attention. Every second spent here was a second closer to the chaos he had to manage. His territory, his people, needed him now more than ever. Amira nodded, her shoulders tense as if the trouble of her past and the revelation she had just shared had drained the strength from her. She was quiet for a long moment before looking up at him again. "With your brother?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "He's attacking my lands, trying to take over it. It's complicated, and there's no time to waste." He hesitated, his gaze softening. "But that's not something for you to worry about right now." Amira's brows furrowed and she leaned forward slightly. "Can I help?" Like last time, Cal's heart twisted at the thought of putting her back into harm's way. He knew she had already proven herself in the beast wave, but this was different. This wasn't just about surviving, it was about protecting something none of them could afford to lose. "No, I'm sorry," he said firmly, though his voice softened with regret. "You're too precious to be anywhere near a war. You'll stay here, and I'll assign an enforcer to guard you." Amira opened her mouth as if to protest, but Kai raised a hand to gently silence her. He took a step closer, looking at her. Please understand, he continued, his voice serious but gentle, your ability could change everything for the world. I can't risk losing you. I need you to stay here safe. As for the war, he added this time, I'm not as worried as I was during the Beast Wave. We've prepared well. We have the forces, the strategies, and the resources to handle this. It's not like before. There's no doubt we are going to win this. Drennan, one of the guards on duty, stood tall on the walls of Verdies, his boots steady on the stone battlements as he gazed out over the vast expanse of the grasslands. The winds whispered across the plains, rustling the tall grasses. Above him, the stars dotted the sky in a blanket of dots, the moon casting its silvery light over the land. It was late, but the city below was far from asleep. Even in the dead of night, half the city was awake, and the streets were alive with movement. Guards patrolled the walls, merchants hurried through alleys, and citizens lingered in the open spaces, their conversations coming in hushed whispers. Everyone was scared. News of the fief war had spread quickly, and tensions were high. Duke Lucian Kellius against his own brother, Lord Arzen, Count of Verdies. The rumors had spread like wildfire, each one more absurd than the last, but the guard didn't let himself get caught up in them. He had seen the Lord in person, how he stormed Verdies with his knights, how he had spared the enemy guards who had surrendered. The image of the man had been that of a god, a warrior leading his blessed followers with honor. Since then, under his leadership, the city had flourished. New construction projects, infrastructure improvements, and a sense of purpose in the air had filled the people with a reverence for their lord that hadn't been there before. Whispers might float through the streets, but the guard knew one thing for sure: those rumors weren't going to shake the truth of what he had witnessed firsthand. As he turned to check the perimeter once more, his gaze swept over the city's streets below. Guards were moving about, some pausing to exchange quick words while others made their rounds. The sound of a yawn broke his thoughts, and he glanced to his left where Torek, a young guard who had only been stationed in Verdies for a few months, stretched his arms lazily. I'm so sleepy," Torek muttered, rubbing his eyes. "I have to do this till morning. This is brutal." Drennan shot him a sharp look, his gaze flicking toward the horizon where the dark shapes of distant mountains loomed. "You should keep your eyes open," he said. "We don't know when the attack will come." Torek chuckled, slinging his spear over his shoulder as he leaned back against the wall. "Do you really think it'll start so soon?" He waved a hand dismissively. "I believe any noble would be dumb to start a war with these bad boys here," he said, gesturing proudly toward the newly installed mana cannons. Drennan followed Torek's gesture with a raised eyebrow, his gaze settling on the gleaming mana cannons positioned strategically on the walls. They were a formidable sight, missive, arcane weapons designed to tear through any enemy forces that dared approach, and the hum of magic that radiated from them was a reassuring reminder of the power that Verdies now held. "Yeah," Drennan muttered, though his tone held a certain edge, "but we're not just waiting on them to do all the work. We'll have to be ready for anything." Torek nodded, though the skepticism still lingered in his eyes. "I suppose. But still, it's not every day you see something like this." Count Arzen's got the city well defended. He didn't respond immediately, his gaze drifting back to the horizon. The stillness of the night was deceptive. The war, the tension, it was all an undercurrent, something that hadn't fully surfaced yet but was coming closer, like the storm before the rain. The guard glanced at the mana cannons once more, a quiet pride swelling in his chest. He and Torek had both heard of their power everyone in the city had. They had even witnessed a demonstration a few weeks ago, when a small group of bandits had attempted to raid the outskirts of Verdies. The cannons had obliterated the attackers within moments, their mana-infused bolts ripping through flesh and stone alike. It had been a display of raw power, one that cemented Lord Arzen's reputation as a ruler who would not be easily threatened. The sheer magnitude of the weapon was enough to instill a sense of confidence in even the most hardened soldier. Yet as Torek yawned and began to relax, the older guard's mind remained sharp. The war wasn't won yet. He needed to be vigilant, not lulled into a false sense of security by the impressive defenses around them. "Even then, we need to," Drennan began, but his words trailed off as his eyes caught something in the distance, something small but significant in the dark expanse of the night sky. A shadow flitted against the backdrop of stars, a silhouette that seemed too deliberate to be natural. He squinted, trying to focus to make out the shape more clearly. Was it a bird, a trick of the light? It was too high up, too fast. "Hey, what's wrong?" Torek asked, noticing his sudden stillness. "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing," Drennan muttered, shaking his head quickly. "I just saw something in the sky. Do you think we should inform the captain?" Before Torek could reply, a sudden flash of movement caught his attention so fast it was nearly a blur. It was too quick for the eye to track, and before he could even react, Torek dropped to the ground with a sickening thud. Blood sprayed in an arc, splattering across the stone walls as his eyes widened in horror. Torek's stomach had been ripped open, a hole so deep and gaping that the scent of iron immediately filled the air. "Shit," Drennan shouted, fumbling for his sword, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached for the healing potion, tearing open the vial with shaking hands as he scrambled to his fallen comrade. With desperation in his voice, he muttered, hold on, just hold on. But before he could apply the potion, a chilling sense of danger crawled up his spine. He froze, eyes widening as something moved atop the wall, silhouetted against the dark sky. He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end as a low, unsettling sound reverberated from the creature. There, perched with terrifying grace, was something he would never forget. It was a creature out of nightmare, its form sleek and sinewy, humanoid yet distorted, like something caught halfway between life and death. Its pale skin was nearly translucent, veins black and pulsing beneath, and its those bloody red eyes gleamed with an unnatural hunger, a cold malevolence that seemed to pierce through the darkness. It sat perched on the stone wall like a predator waiting to strike, claws curled into the stone beneath it, as if ready to leap at any moment. Drennan's breath caught in his throat. He had been informed about these creatures once the news of the war had broken out, nightmarish beasts capable of incredible speed and strength, able to drain a person's life force with their fangs. The bloodrinkers were as elusive as they were deadly, and he had never expected to meet one like this. Fuck. Just as the guard opened his mouth to shout, warning the city, something flashed through the iris glint of red that reflected the moonlight. Before he could react, a barrage of blood nivaselek and sharp as arrows came for him, cutting through the air. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the blades as they tore into the stone wall behind him. His heart raced in his chest as he grabbed the healing potion once more, yanking the cork off and tossing it toward his fallen comrade. The liquid splashed across the wound, but he barely had time to hope it would work before another flash of movement split the air. The attack wasn't aimed at him. It wasn't aimed at Torek either. It was aimed at the mana cannons. A moment later, the sound of a deafening explosion shook the air. The force of it rattled the walls, sending chunks of stone crumbling down as the powerful weapons were blasted apart, their mana-saturated cores erupting in a fiery display of destruction. Drennan felt the blast's shockwave ripple through him, knocking him back, but he clung to the ledge, his heart racing as he turned to see what the fuck just happened. The bloodrinker was still on top of the wall, its eyes flashing with cruel delight as the last of the mana cannons were silenced. And as the dust settled, the guard's chest tightened in realization. We're under attack. His shout rang through the night, cutting through the panic that had begun to spread. Enemies are here, he called, his voice hoarse as he struggled to his feet. Just like that, the Battle of Verdies started. Veraltt's urgent and hasty steps carried him through the streets, crunching against the cobblestones sharp in the tense silence of the night. His breath came in measured bursts as he pushed himself forward. 3 guards flanked him, their eyes darting from shadow to shadow as they moved through the deserted streets. The news of the attack on the walls had spread like a wildfire, and the fear in the atmosphere could be felt by everyone. The entire city had gone into curfew. Not a soul dared step out into the streets. Doors were slammed shut, windows sealed tight, and the quiet was broken only by the movements of the guards. The city felt suffocating, as if everyone was expecting something terrible to happen. The destruction of the mana cannons on the wall had only made things worse. Veraltt could feel it, the incoming doom. As he neared the outer walls, the scene unfolded before him in grim detail. Fuck, he muttered to himself as he saw a portion of the wall that had crumbled. Blood stained the grounds, mixing with the pieces of the destroyed cannons. Veraltt's heart clenched as he took in the scene. His pace quickened, and the guards following him did the same, their swords drawn, ready for whatever lay ahead. As he approached the area, he saw a group of guards standing around a bleeding man, tending to his wounds. Veraltt didn't pause for long. His gaze, however, lingered briefly on the body covered by a cloth beside the wounded man. He didn't let himself dwell on the body for long. There was no time for that. His focus shifted back to the guard who was still alive. He racked his brain trying to recall his name when it finally clicked and he knelt beside him. Can you talk, Drennan? The man's eyes fluttered open and he nodded weakly, his voice strained. Yes, Knight Fair, I can talk. He tried to lift himself, wincing in pain, but Veraltt placed a hand on his shoulder, gently but firmly urging him to stay down. No, don't try to move, Veraltt commanded. You're wounded, but we need to know what happened. Drennan took a sharp breath, grimacing as he lay back, his face pale but his lips tightened as he spoke. I was on the wall, doing my usual patrol, when I saw something, the guard began, his voice shaking. A creature, dark almost, like it was made of shadows and blood. I've never seen anything like it. It was fast. Before I could shout a warning, it killed Torek, just like that. One strike and he lay bloodied. Then it attacked again. I thought it wanted to kill me, so I dodged, but the attack moved past me to hit the mana cannons. They didn't stand a chance. I tried to reach for my horn to signal for help, but by the time I did, the creature had already run off. It was too late, Knight Veraltt. Veraltt placed his hand on the Drennan's shoulder, trying to ease some pain, but the man's expression didn't change. He sighed while his brain processed everything he had been told, particularly the part about the creature. Bloodrinker. Drennan nodded slowly, his eyes clouded with guilt. Yes, Knight Veraltt, it was dark, but The description fits the information we were given. I couldn't do anything. His voice broke as he glanced down at his fallen partner. I'm sorry, I failed. Ferry squeezed the man's shoulder. You don't need to apologize. No ordinary guard would have survived such an assault. You did, and that speaks to your skill. As for your partner, I will make sure his sacrifice isn't in vain. Ferry's eyes hardened as he gazed at the covered body. I'll make sure we honor his memory. As Ferry spoke, a distant sound caught his attention. The rhythmic clatter of wheels against stone echoed in the quiet night, growing louder as it approached. The guards around him stiffened, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Ferry turned toward the sound, his eyes narrowing as a carriage rolled to a stop at the base of the wall. The door opened, and out stepped a familiar face, Zorger. I heard about it, Zorger said, his voice cutting through the silence. The mana cannons were destroyed. He glanced over at the ruined wall and the bloodied ground. Ferry nodded sharply. Not just that, he said, his tone clipped. The walls were breached. We have to prepare for worse. Zorger nodded. We'll have earth mages here soon to help with the repairs. Lord Arzen sent a few yesterday, and they're raring to do something. I've already informed the enforcers and mages to be on guard. Our enemies should be on our doorstep any minute. At the mention of enemies, Drennan looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Enemies? Ferry's gaze hardened. Yes, our scouts reported that Baron Idren's army is moving to capture Verdies. They've likely been planning this for some time. We need to get the city's defenses ready. This is only the beginning. From what we know, Baron Idren has mustered around 1,000 men to storm the castle. A dozen mages, aided by these blood drinkers, those damnable creatures, will be leading the charge, Zorger said and huffed. Ferry's gaze remained focused, his mind calculating the next steps. But as Zorger finished speaking, Drennan turned to them with a look of deep regret. I'm so sorry about the mana cannons, Drennan said and shook his head regretfully. I was on the wall. I should have made sure they were safe. Because of me, we're going to lose more men trying to defend. We were counting on them, and now. Ferry cut him off with a raised hand. You don't need to apologize. It wasn't your fault. You did your duty, and that's all anyone could ask for. But Drennan's gaze flickered between Ferry and Zorger, confusion flickering in his eyes. The two men stood together, seemingly at ease, even as the enemy loomed at the city's gates. But the mana cannons, they were destroyed, and we have the enemy at the gates. More men are going to die to save the city, Knight Fair. How can you both be so calm? Ferry smiled faintly, his eyes narrowing in a focused, determined look. We anticipated this, he said simply. Well, I should say Lord Arzen did. He's always several steps ahead. It was only natural for the enemy to target the mana cannons. Everyone knows about them, and with the blood drinkers in their ranks, it was clear they'd try to take them out first, especially considering their ability to fly and attack under the cover of darkness. Drennan's eyes widened in realization. So what does that mean? Before Ferry could answer, Zorger stepped forward, his tone matter of fact. It means we were ready. 2 days ago, in the dead of night, we replaced the mana cannons with decoys. The ones that were destroyed, they were nothing but worthless fakes. Drennan blinked, his breath catching. What? But they were. On the wall is cover. You can't do anything with them. The only reason they exploded was because they had explosive potions inside of them, Ferry finished. And now the enemy has no idea. They think they've crippled us, but in reality, they've played right into our hands. It's only a matter of time before they realize their mistake. Drennan's shoulders sagged in relief. He let out a long breath, finally being able to release the tension he'd been holding in since he'd first realized the destruction that had happened. But before the relief could fully settle in, a sharp cry cut through the air, coming from one of the guards stationed on the walls above. I see an army on the horizon. They're on the move. Ferry's eyes sharpened, and he turned toward the direction of the call. He exchanged a brief glance with Zorger, who nodded in agreement. The time for hesitation had passed. The city was ready, and now it was up to them to teach their would-be invaders a lesson they would never forget. Prepare the men. We're not just defending Verdies, we are going to make sure they understand why they shouldn't have come here in the first place. With that, Ferry began to stride toward the gathering forces. Baron Idren had no idea what awaited him. Baron Idren stood in the shadow of his forces, his eyes locked on the faint silhouette of Verdies in the distance, a thin, wraith-like outline against the darkening sky. The city, once a thorn in his side, was now ripe for the taking. He had fought tooth and nail for control over one of its villages, desperate to claim its mines. But now the stakes were higher, and victory would mean so much more. Duke Kellius had promised him this, and assured him that Verdies would fall into his hands once Count Arzen was crushed under their combined power. Now he could almost taste the triumph in the air as his plans came to fruition. Sacrificing that small village had been a necessary cost, one he had been more than willing to make. The reward would be the entire city, its resources, its strategic value, and most importantly, its people. He smiled darkly at the thought of Arzen's downfall. The city's new count wouldn't stand a chance. The Duke had been right to trust in his abilities. Verdies would be his, and all of its secrets and riches would belong to him. His grin faltered slightly when a silhouette swooped down from the sky and landed beside him. The sudden motion in the stillness of the night sent a brief shiver down his spine, and for a split second, he nearly recoiled. But he quickly regained his composure, eyes narrowing in irritation as he turned to face the figure next to him. "I told you," Baron Idren growled. "Stop coming up on me like that. You're worse than a ghost." The blood drinker standing next to him ignored his irritation and spoke in a voice that carried both calm and menace. "The preparations are complete. The mana cannons have been destroyed. I was seen by a guard who barely avoided my attack, so they should be on alert now." Baron Idren's lips curled into a smug sneer. "I'm sure they must have gathered their forces already by now. But it doesn't matter," he muttered dismissively, waving a hand in the air. "Without their precious mana cannons, they won't be able to contest us. They have no strong mages, and even if they did, we have the numbers and strength. This will be an easy victory." He looked back to where his forces stood, a carefully orchestrated formation of soldiers, mercenaries, and mages. Their faces were steely with resolve, their weapons at the ready. Idren's eyes swept across the ranks, noting the hardened expressions of the men who followed him, the loyal soldiers eager for bloodshed and plunder, and the mercenaries who would do anything for the right price. And then there were the mages sent by the famed Archon Tower, mages whose power would give him a terrifying edge in this battle. But what really caught his eye were the blood drinkers standing at the front of the formation. There were two other than the one right beside him. The creatures were like living weapons, their mastery of the blood manipulation unparalleled. They were each as powerful as peak second circle mages, and they answered only to him. Idren's chest swelled with pride as he surveyed his forces. With his soldiers, mages, and the blood drinkers under his command, he was unbeatable. There was no way they could lose now. Baron Idren took one last sweeping glance across his assembled forces, his eyes gleaming with the fire of ambition. The hour of conquest was upon them, and he could feel the thrill of victory swelling within him. With his hand raised, he shouted into the crisp night air. "Listen well, all of you. Tonight we charge forward with all the fury we've known, all the strength we've built, and all the vengeance we've held back for too long. Tonight we seize Verdies, and we take it by the throat. No hesitation, no mercy. We will show Count Arzen and all who dare stand with him that his rule ends now." The soldiers around him straightened, their grips on their weapons tightening until knuckles turned white. Their eyes gleamed with a shared hunger, a thirst for victory that burned just as fiercely as the fire raging in his chest. He let their energy fuel him, spreading like wildfire through the crowd. By sunrise, he continued, his voice rising like the first strike of a war drum. "Verdies will belong to us. And when it does, we will stand ready for Duke Kellius to drag that bastard Arzen to the guillotine. His name will be forgotten, erased like the coward he is, and his city will kneel to us. The people of Verdies will finally see the truth that justice has come, that their torment ends here tonight. The rule of tyranny falls, and it falls by our hands." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in, watching the soldiers nod in fierce agreement. "Are you ready to fight to take what is ours?" "Yes." The chorus of their voices shook the air, and he could see the fire in their eyes, the unrelenting hunger for the coming battle. They were ready. They were united. Baron Idren grinned, his heart pounding with the excitement of impending victory. He swung himself onto his horse, his eyes locking on the distant city that would soon be his. "Then let's take Verdies," he shouted, his command a spark that set the forces into motion. The charge began. Idren urged his horse forward, propelling himself into the beat. The loud sound of hooves echoed in his ears as his army followed suit, the ground beneath them trembling. The distant silhouette of Verdies grew larger with every stride, its walls looking like an obstacle before him. The anticipation clawed at his chest. As they closed the distance, his thoughts raced. He could already picture it, Arzen's lifeless body at his feet, the city's defenses shattered, his name etched in history as the one who brought down the tyrant. His seat as count would be secure, granted by Duke Kellius, and with it all the power he'd ever dreamed of. No longer would he be a mere baron, far from the capital, struggling to make his mark. He would be one of the rulers, standing at the very heart of the kingdom. The air around him thickened with the promise of triumph. But more than the power, more than the title, what drove him was the legacy. He would become the image of Justice Somion, who destroyed a tyrant and given the people what they needed. The people would praise him, they would see him as their savior. In truth, Baron Idren didn't care what Arzen had done for the people of Verdies. He didn't care about the truth of the man's leadership. What mattered was the perception of him. The city would fall, Arzen would fall, and in the ashes he would rise. Without the mana cannons, there was no way Arzen could defend his city. Even if the man had some clever tricks up his sleeve, it didn't matter now. Baron Idren had planned for everything, and he would take Verdies without breaking a sweat. Soon enough, the forces slowed, their charge coming to a halt just outside the city gates. Baron Idren looked up to the towering walls of Verdies, his gaze scanning the figures standing atop. A few of them looked back down at him, and his eyes narrowed. There, standing at the forefront, was the one man he needed to kill First Knight Faerie. He had gathered all the intel on Faerie's movements, his rank, his influence. If they took him down, the rest of the city would crumble. Faerie's head would be the key that unlocked the gates to Verdi's surrender. Idren's heart thrummed in his ears. This was the moment everything would change. With Veraltt dead, the city would be theirs, and with it, the world would know that Baron Idren was a force to be reckoned with. He raised his hand, signaling one of his mages, and with a flick of the wrist, the mage muttered an incantation. The air shimmered as the voice modification spell took effect, amplifying Idren's voice to carry far and wide. He called out, his voice booming over the silent expanse, filled with a mix of menace and false compassion. "People of Verdies," he shouted, his eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. "I, Baron Idren, am here to take the just revenge for the slaughter of my village, carried out by Count Arzen's forces. I am sure by now you all know the truth. The men guarding this city are responsible for the deaths of countless innocent lives." He paused for a moment, savoring the weight of his words, watching as the shadows on the walls shifted. "But you still have a chance. If you open the gates and surrender now, I will spare you. I will not only spare you, but I will reward you for your compliance. Your survival is within your grasp." The Baron's gaze hardened as he turned to face Knight Pharaoh's silhouette on the wall. "And as for you, Knight Pharaoh," he sneered, "I advise you to surrender. There's nothing you can do. Your forces are pitiful compared to mine. You can try to fight, but I'll make your death quick. It's your choice." His words echoed in the still night, the silence that followed stretching longer than he anticipated. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for a sign, a response, anything, but there was nothing. No movement from the city below, no response from the soldiers atop the walls. His patience thinned as he glanced toward his forces, a frown pulling at his lips. "Well then," he muttered to himself, irritation creeping into his voice. "It seems Verdies isn't looking for the easy way out." His eyes glinted with dark amusement, the thrill of battle rising within him. "Very well, we take it by force." With a final wave of his hand, he gave the order, "Charge." His forces surged forward. The clang of weapons and the sound of boots pounding the earth filled the air as they moved towards the city gates. Ropes and ladders were hauled up, soldiers scaling the walls. The siege had begun. Baron Idren grunted, a twisted sense of satisfaction settling in his chest as he watched the chaos unfold. But then something caught his eye, a movement atop the wall, something that didn't quite fit. At first, it was just a flicker, a figure moving quickly, but then he saw it clearly. It wasn't an archer or a soldier. No, this was something much more unusual. A man, standing at the far edge of the wall, began fitting a large mechanical device into place. Idren's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine. It can't be. His mind raced as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, but the realization hit him like a slap right across his face. Mana cannon. His eyes widened. They couldn't have rebuilt it so quickly, could they? They couldn't. Before he could process the thought, the device was locked into place. The figure operating it adjusted a few levers, and Idren's stomach dropped as he understood what was about to happen. "No," he shouted, his voice a mixture of disbelief and rage, but it was already too late. A beam of deadly light shot out from the device. For a brief moment, the world was blinded, his soldiers, his mercenaries, and even himself, all of them lost in the blinding light. He could hear the screams and the chaos as the beam tore through his ranks, the loud boom with the cries of dying men. His forces were caught in the blast, the shockwave scattering them like insects underfoot. "What the fuck?" he screamed on top of his lungs. The explosion shook the ground as if the earth itself groaned in pain. The blast painted the air with a terrifying display of raw power, light and heat flashing like the anger of a god. Screams tore through the battlefield, brief and haunting, as whole groups of soldiers vanished in a blink, their bodies burned to nothing. Steel armor and weapons melted into molten pools, glowing faintly as the echoes of destruction lingered. The mana cannons fired again, their combined roar deafening as their blasts tore through the enemy ranks, wiping out over a quarter of their forces in seconds. Veraltt had seen the cannons before during the Beast Wave, when they leveled entire hordes, but watching them used against humans was different. The destruction wasn't just terrifying, it was unnatural. It felt as if the cannons themselves were forged by the death god, designed to remind mortals of their frailty. Steel, spells, or numberset didn't matter. In the face of this power, humans were little more than ash waiting to scatter. The enemy hesitated, their line broken and their confidence shattered. For a brief moment, silence hung over the chaos, then a sharp voice pierced through the noise. "Scatter, don't stay together, spread out." The disorganized soldiers obeyed, their panic turning into desperate action. They scattered across the battlefield like startled ants, dodging the deadly precision of the mana cannons. Veraltt's gaze flicked toward Baron Idren, whose face was pale and tense as he barked orders no one could hear. For a moment their eyes met, and Veraltt caught the unease in the Baron's expression before he turned back to the fight. "Archers and gunners, fire," Veraltt bellowed. A rain of arrows and mana blasts followed, arcing through the air with deadly accuracy. The scattered soldiers avoided the concentrated blasts of the cannons, but the storm of projectiles picked them off mercilessly. Those who thought themselves safe were struck down by the smaller mana guns Lord Arzen had developed, sleek, portable versions of the devastating cannons. Each shot hit its mark, tearing through armor and flesh with horrifying precision. The battlefield quickly became a sea of blood, the cries of the wounded and dying filling the air. To sow even more chaos, the gunners targeted the horses. Panicked neighs echoed as the beasts collapsed, their riders thrown to the ground or crushed beneath trampling hooves. The scene turned chaotic as men fell, some crushed under their own stampeding animals. Arrows and blasts tore through the enemy ranks, thinning their numbers with every passing second. But Ferry knew the fight wasn't close to ending. His sharp eyes caught movement among Baron Idren's mages. They stood in tight clusters, their hands weaving chaotic patterns in the air. In an instant, their chants bore fruit blades of wind sliced through the air, glowing spheres of flame arced toward the walls, and jagged spikes of earth erupted from the ground, throwing debris and bodies alike into the air. The battle raged on, chaos fueling chaos with no sign of stopping. Earth mages, Farah's voice thundered above the chaos. Defensive formations now. The defenders snapped into action, the ground responding to their commands as walls of stone and sturdy barriers rose to intercept the incoming magic. Jagged wind blades shattered against reinforced earth, and fireballs fizzled out, smothered by thick stone shields. Yet not all attacks could be stopped. Some broke through, slamming into the walls with deafening force. Archers collapsed, their arrows veering off course as they writhed in agony. Gunners dropped their weapons, succumbing to the searing heat of flame or the slicing fury of wind. Behind the lines, the recovery teams worked tirelessly. Priests clad in simple robes moved among the injured, their divine healing magic glowing softly as it mended flesh and sealed gaping wounds. Potion bearers hurried from one fallen defender to the next, pouring shimmering liquids into trembling hands. The defenders were able to hold on even though the chaos became relentless. The church healers from behind wove healing chants towards the injured and broken, healing them almost instantly, using the power of their goddess. Ferry stood firm amidst the storm, his voice cutting through the roar of battle as he issued commands to every unit under his charge. His eyes darted across the battlefield, taking in every detailed crumbling formations, the scattered enemies, and the flickering hope in his men's faces. The enemy's numbers were dwindling, but they still pressed forward with desperation. Fuck, this wouldn't be easy. Even so, Ferry felt a certainty in his bones. Victory was within reach, but the price would be steep. His eyes narrowed, catching a flicker of ominous light among the enemy ranks. One of their mages stood apart, hands glowing with a menacing aura. Fair watched in dread as the ground beneath a cluster of enemy soldiers trembled, shifting unnaturally. What is his thought was cut short as the earth beneath the enemy burst upward with a surge of magic, propelling the group high into the air. They landed heavily on the wall's walkways, sending shockwaves through the defenses. Chaos erupted instantly. The distance they had relied on to protect the walls was gone. Before the defenders could react, the enemy soldiers struck with ruthless precision. An archer's scream was silenced as a blade pierced his chest. A gunner was thrown from the wall, his weapon spinning uselessly to the ground below. Shouts and cries filled the air as the defenders struggled to regain control. Ferry's heart pounded as he assessed the breach. His gaze snapped to the enemy earth mages in the distance, their hands glowing as they prepared to launch another wave of soldiers onto the walls. He acted without hesitation, roaring to the cannon crews below, "Focus fire on the enemy mages. Stop them before they send more." Without hesitation, Fair sprang back into action, turning to confront the invaders who had breached the walls. 5 of them stood before him. The 5 tall men moved their weapons as if to show off, cutting and striking through the air. Their eyes burned with malicious intent as they charged him all at once. Fair spun his spear, intercepting their advance and driving them back a few steps, but the narrow confines of the wall walkways left little room to maneuver, forcing him to rely on precise movements and his enhanced reflexes. The attackers moved in unison, coordinating their strikes one after another. Ferry ducked under a scything blade, twisted to parry another, and pivoted to avoid a thrust aimed at his side. The press of their numbers made it increasingly difficult to hold his ground. He considered summoning his flames, the magic pulsing in his core, eager to be unleashed. But the risk was too great a misstep in these tight quarters, and he could harm his own defenders as much as the enemy. Just as one of the invaders raised his sword for a killing blow, a shout rang out behind Ferry. "Knight Ferry will handle it." A young man and woman rushed onto the walkway, their weapons flashing as they threw themselves into the fray. The man, wielding a longsword, charged headlong into the enemy formation. His companion followed close behind, her heavy axe carving through the air with killer force. The pair fought with practiced harmony, their movements perfectly synchronized. The man parried a blow meant for the woman, opening up an opportunity for her to swing her axe in a devastating arc. The men faltered under it, unable to keep up with the duo's coordinated attacks. When the woman's axe smashed through the defense of one attacker, the other struck the killing blow without hesitation, his longsword finding its mark. Ferry took the opportunity to turn his attention to the remaining 2 invaders. One lunged at him, a reckless attack that left the enemy's stance wide open. Ferry ducked under the swing and countered with a quick thrust to the man's thigh, sending him stumbling. With a flick of his wrist, Fairy's spear found its target again, ending the threat. The last invader hesitated, glancing at his fallen comrades. It was all the opening Fairy needed. He surged forward, delivering a precise, lethal strike that left the man crumpling to the ground. The immediate threat neutralized, Fairy turned to the young duo who had aided him. The young man, Arzen, stood tall and lean, his spiky brown hair disheveled from the fight. Sharp green eyes gleamed with confidence as he wiped his blade clean. His companion, Tiara, was shorter but sturdily built, her fiery red hair tied back in a braid that swung with every movement. Her blue eyes burned with the same fire that had fueled her strikes. Both had been found during Verdies' desperate search for enforcers, their raw talent quickly molded into capable fighters, but they hadn't unlocked their affinities yet. "Good work," Farah said with a curt nod, "but stay on high alert." "You're both still just grade 1. Arzen grinned, his confidence undimmed. "We'll be fine, Knight Fairy. These guys weren't much of a challenge." Tiara smirked, resting her axe on her shoulder. "Yeah, we've got this." Fairy frowned, his expression hardening. "Don't be overconfident. We haven't seen the bloodrinkers yet." At the mention of the bloodrinkers, the smirks faded from their faces. Arzen's grip on his sword tightened, and Tiara's fiery confidence dimmed, replaced by a cautious determination. "We'll be ready," Arzen said, his tone more measured. Fairy nodded. "Good. Get back to your positions and stay alert," Farah commanded, his eyes scanning the battlefield below. They scrambled quickly. A thunderous explosion shook the walls. Fairy tightened his grip on his spear and turned his gaze back to the chaos. The battlefield was alive with destruction. Mana cannons fired relentlessly, their blinding blasts carving through enemy ranks and leaving smoldering craters. Mages hurled fire and ice with abandon, their spells painting the field in flickering light. Defensive barriers shimmered and cracked under the onslaught, the air vibrating with raw energy. Near the command post, Baron Idren was a stark contrast to the chaos. His pale face was tight with fear, his posture rigid as he shouted orders no one could hear over the deafening cannons and clashing weapons. His eyes darted about, frantic and searching, his every movement betraying a man on the verge of fleeing. Fairy caught Ida's subtle shift of weight, a hesitant step back. Idren was already testing his escape. "Arzen, Tiara," Fairy's voice cut through the din like a blade. The duo, locked in combat with an enemy soldier, glanced up at once. He gestured toward the Baron. "Watch him. If he runs, stop him." They exchanged a glance, swiftly finished their foe, and nodded with confidence. With them watching the Baron, he could focus on more important parts of the battle. Before Fairy could take in more of the battlefield, a shiver ran down his spine. The air grew heavy, suffocating like the moment before a predator's strike. Instinct flared something was coming. He spun sharply, narrowly avoiding the crimson blade that sliced through the air where his neck had been. The weapon had appeared from nowhere, like it had been born from the shadows themselves. Fairy staggered back, spear in hand, ready. Before him stood a creature from a Nightmarea bloodrinker. The dark creature's pale face twisted into a smug grin, his glowing crimson eyes alight with cruel hunger. The air around him seemed to ripple with menace. "You can turn invisible," Fairy said, his voice low, testing the waters. The drinker hissed, his fangs gleaming in the dim light as he perched unnaturally on the wall's edge. "I didn't think you'd dodge that. Impressive." His voice wasn't very pleasant to listen to, grating and just annoying. Fairy's muscles tensed, every fiber of him prepared for the next attack. There was no time for words. In the blink of an eye, the blood drinker lunged, a blur of liquid shadow aimed straight at him. His speed was unnatural, almost impossible, but desperation sharpened Fairy's reflexes. He threw himself back, his spear snapping up just in time to meet the monster's advance. The spearhead gleamed in the moonlight, catching the creature's predatory gaze for a fraction of a second. Fairy held his ground, his weapon a barrier between him and the nightmare that sought to end him. The blood drinker halted, cocking his head a 90 degrees unnaturally, his grin stretching wider. "You aren't normal," he hissed. "No ordinary human should be able to keep up with me." Fairy ignored the taunt. Instead, he focused, channeling mana into his spear. Flames roared to life along the weapon's shaft, their heat distorting the air. With a quick step forward, he lashed out. The blood drinker's eyes widened for the briefest moment before his hands moved in a blur, conjuring blades of blood from thin air. They streaked toward the spear, colliding in a burst of sparks and crimson mist. Fairy didn't stop. He dashed along the wall, weaving through the projectiles as they exploded around him, his eyes locked on the nightmare. The creature sneered, parrying Fairy's strike with unnatural precision and countering with a slash of a blood blade. "I'd love to taste your blood," he growled. Fairy ducked beneath the strike, the heat of his flaming spear scorching the air between them. As he rose, he spotted movement behind the drinker Arzen and Tiara, weapons raised, preparing to attack. But then his instincts screamed. Another blood drinker materialized in the air, a dark blur coming toward them. "Behind you," Fairy barked. The duo spun just in time to meet the new threat. The clash of steel and claws rang out as they engaged the creature. Fairy's eyes darted to the far side of the wall, where yet another blood drinker wreaked havoc. This one tore through mages and gunners with brutal efficiency, his goal clear to destroy the mana cannons. A sharp pain stung Ferry's cheek. He flinched back, a blade of blood grazing him and snapping his focus back to his own opponent. Gritting his teeth, Ferry let the flames from his spear spill over, wrapping around his arms like molten chains. He pressed forward. There was no room for error or not against a monster like this. He fought with an almost artistic cruelty, manipulating blood into sharp blades, explosive blasts, and grotesque living constructs that lunged for Ferry. Each attack was met with fire. Ferry burned through every assault, his flames consuming the blood constructs before they could reach him. Finally, the blood drinker loomed close, his pale face inches from Ferry's. It darted his tongue out, as if to take a taste of fare. The latter dodged the disgusting organ by moving his head backwards. I've never seen someone like you. This is going to be fun. So your lord hides secrets. I never thought I'd see a mere human wield the power of a mage. When I'm done here, I'll tear you apart piece by piece. In an instant, the blood drinker disappeared, vanishing in the air. Veraltt twirled his spear, the flames dancing along its length, their light casting jagged shadows on the blood-soaked walls. He locked eyes with the creature who appeared in some distance, his smirk steady and cold. You talk too much. Before the blood drinker could respond, Ferry surged forward, his spear slicing through the air in a fiery arc aimed straight for the creature's heart. Flames roared around him, scorching the blood blades the creature conjured. Each swing of his spear sent sparks flying, lighting up his focused face. Then a shift came over hema-dizzying, feverish clarity. Noise of battle faded, distant cries and clashing steel becoming nothing more than a dull hum. The only thing that mattered was the drinker, sharp and clear before him. Ferry grinned, his body suddenly sharper, movements quicker, as his mind slipped into the battle fever Killian had warned him about. In this state, there was only the fight. He leaned into it until he could only see the blood drinker. The creature snarled, leaping into the air and summoning sharp blood blades to rain down like falling stars. He dodged them easily. His spear flowed with precision, always staying one step ahead, pushing the blood drinker back, his once confident sneer twisting into frustration as wounds began to mark his pale skin. Enough, the blood drinker hissed, pulling back slightly. You've wasted enough of my time. Now prepare to die. With a growl, the blood drinker slashed his wrist, dark blood pouring out and forming into a massive serpent. The beast's fanged mouth snapped, charging toward Ferry with deadly speed. His eyes widened as he sprang back, the serpent crashing into the ground where he'd been moments before. The walls offered no safety, so Ferry raced to the edge and leapt down into the courtyard below. His landing was brutal, pain shooting through his body as he hit the ground hard. Gasping for breath, he reached for a healing potion, but before he could drink it, he heard the faintest sound of movement behind him. He froze. A blood blade hovered just inches from his throat. Put it down, the drinker whispered venomously, stepping closer. You've been nothing but a thorn in my side, and your time has come. Ferry didn't move, keeping his spear tight in his grip, his glare unwavering. I haven't lost yet, he muttered, his voice dripping with defiance as he lowered the healing potion slowly. The blood drinker stepped forward with a mocking smirk, his victory close. You're going to die whether you like it or not, he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. I know death can be unpleasant, but don't worry of it in death, you'll serve me well. He tilted its head, crimson fangs gleaming as he stepped closer. I'll drain every last drop from you. But before it could strike, a loud cracking noise echoed beneath his feet. The drinker froze, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as it glanced down, then back up at Ferry. The corner of Ferry's lips curled into a sly grin. You talk about death too much, Ferry growled. Hope you like it. With those words, the ground beneath the blood drinker exploded in a thunderous blast. The hidden potion trap activated with devastating force, sending the drinker crashing into the stone wall with a sickening crunch. The sound of snapping bones filled the air, followed by the rattle of debris as it rained down on the battlefield. Ferry coughed, the shockwave making his ears ring. He quickly uncorked a healing potion and downed it, his body absorbing the bitter liquid. He pulled himself to his feet, gripping his spear tightly, and moved toward the crumpled form of the blood drinker. The creature was sprawled on the ground, his legs completely shattered, dark blood pooling beneath it. His eyes fluttered open, seething with rage and desperation. The creature was still alive, at least above the waist. Ferry's face hardened as he looked down at the blood drinker. I don't even feel bad about this, he muttered, raising his spear high. With a burst of flame igniting at the tip, he plunged the weapon forward. The fiery blade pierced the vampire's neck, severing its head cleanly from its body. The head rolled to the side, and the battlefield grew eerily quiet for a moment. Sweat trickled down Ferry's forehead as he wiped his face, glancing at the scorched earth where the blood drinker had once stood. Zorger was right, he murmured, recalling the precautions they'd taken, lining the ground with explosive potions inside the gates. Just in case we lost, Ferry's gaze shifted toward the wall where another blood drinker lay slain. His body was riddled with wounds from the gunners and mage's relentless fire. The two remaining enforcers were still locked in battle with the last blood drinker, their focus unwavering as they dodged and countered its vicious attacks. The chaos was starting to die down. Enemy mages lay scattered among fallen soldiers, their bodies lifeless. The tide had turned, and it was clear victory was theirs. Amidst the chaos, Pharaoh's eyes locked onto Baron Idren, who was struggling to control his panicked horse. His face was pale, the nobleman's grip faltering as he fought to regain control. The Baron's earlier ambition, the dream of a prosperous factory, was long gone, replaced by the instinct to flee in the face of crushing defeat. Not on my watch. No, you aren't fucking leaving. With a grunt, he vaulted down from the castle wall and surged forward, cutting through the battlefield with precision. The soldiers and warriors parted before him like the sea, no one daring to challenge him as he advanced. Baron Idren caught sight of the charging figure, his eyes widening in panic. He spurred his horse, urging the creature to run faster, but Pharaoh was already on him. He hurled his spear. It flew true, striking the horse square in the chest. The animal let out a pained whinny before collapsing to the ground, throwing Idren from its back. The Baron hit the dirt with a thud and scrambled to his feet, trying desperately to flee. But Pharaoh was faster, closing the distance with purpose. A sharp kick to the Baron's side sent him crashing back to the ground, gasping for air. Pharaoh grabbed him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground as he glared into his terrified eyes. "You picked the wrong enemy," Pharaoh growled. Idren sputtered, his voice shaking with panic. "Let me go, Duke Lucian will." Pharaoh silenced him with a deadly calm. "Lucian will have a fate much worse than you," he said, his words cutting through the Baron's rambling. "Nothing you say will save you, so shut up and act like a good prisoner." The Baron's lips trembled, and he opened his mouth again, but froze when Pharaoh raised a hand as if to slap him. Idren flinched, his anger dissipating into fear. Pharaoh's attention turned toward the battlefield, where the battle still raged. People were locked in vicious combat, some still fighting to the death, others attempting to escape the chaos. Pharaoh raised his voice, his tone carrying over the battlefield. "Everyone, I have captured Baron Idren. The battle is over. Surrender now and we will spare your lives." His commanding words echoed across the field, demanding attention. Every eye turned toward him, then to the Baron, and finally to the wreckage around them, fallen soldiers, the shattered walls. The message was clear. Baron Idren, defeated and broken, raised his arms in surrender, falling to his knees. His last shred of pride shattered. One by one, the remaining soldiers dropped their weapons, their resistance faltering. Slowly, they sank to their knees, raising their hands in submission. With that, the siege ended. Arzen's forces had secured their first major victory. Pre-order Archmage Reborn Volume 1 here. Extra 26. Some wars erupted suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Others simmered, giving you time to prepare weeks, months, even years. But Kai often wondered, could one truly prepare for war, no matter how much time they were given? It was a question he'd mulled over countless times in recent days. Now, as news of victory from Verdies arrived, his answer tilted toward yes. Pharaoh's detailed reports confirmed it. Not only had they subdued the enemy forces with minimal casualties, but they'd also captured Baron Idren, a man Kai was very eager to meet. But before that, there was much to do. Being the central figure in a war meant being everyone's go-to for answers, whether it was about weapons, supplies, the well-being of their soldiers, or calming the common folk to avoid an uproar. And those were just the major tasks. 1,000 other matters tugged at his attention, each one demanding resolution. Francis was a steady hand in all of this, yet even the seasoned administrator had no experience with war. For both of them, it was a constant learning process. Right now, they moved side by side toward the main meeting room, where the next set of plans would take shape. Kai walked with purpose, his boots in sync with Francis's quieter steps. The long hallway was lit with sconces. And at the end of the corridor, a pair of double doors stood. As Kai approached, one of the waiting servants stepped forward, bowing respectfully before pulling the heavy door open. Inside, familiar faces turned toward him: Killian, Gareth, Ansel, and a handful of others, including Francis's assistants. They all stood as Kai entered. He raised a hand, gesturing for them to sit. "Let's not waste time. Take your seats." The men complied, shuffling back into their chairs as Kai took his seat at the head of the table. Francis lowered himself into the chair beside him, smoothing out a piece of parchment before nodding at Kai, ready to assist. Kai began without a preamble. "I'm sure everyone here knows that the first major battle of this fief war ended yesterday in our victory, and that victory has confirmed a few things for us." He gestured toward Francis, who immediately picked up the thread. Murmurs began immediately, rippling across the room. Kai raised a hand, silencing the chatter with a sharp look. Francis, undeterred, continued. "Secondly, Baron Idren confirmed that 4 out of the other 5 major nobles barons and Viccount have sworn allegiance to Lucian. The exception is House Redmont," he said, tapping a finger on the parchment. "They've chosen to remain neutral for now. Their lands are on the eastern border, far from the heart of the conflict. It seems they're content to watch and wait." The room fell into a tense silence. Kai nodded thoughtfully. What else did he say? Francis adjusted his glasses, glancing at the report in front of him. According to Ferre's interrogation, not much beyond his own forces and territory. Baron Idren's knowledge about Lucian's larger plans is limited. He was too terrified of us killing him to lie. Francis offered a dry smile. As we all know, that didn't go well for him. He was a fool, which worked in our favor. But we can't assume all our enemies will be that stupid, Kai said as a matter of fact. His gaze shifted to the map sprawled across the table, every corner marked with the positions of noble houses, cities, villages, and fortresses. The Sylvan enclave was larger than he'd imagined. Seeing its vastness laid out before him, dotted with critical locations and choke points, reminded him of the immense challenge ahead. He straightened, raising his head to address Ansel. What do you have on House Redmont? Are they really going to stay neutral? We can't afford any wild cards right now. Ansel met his gaze. From what my men have gathered, Viccount Redmont is a cautious man, paranoid even. He hates taking risks unless he's forced to. For now, he seems content to stay on the sidelines. Kai nodded slowly. Keep an eye on him, though. Even if he doesn't join Lucian, we'll still have 4 noble houses to deal with. That's more than enough trouble as it is. The men around the table nodded, and Kai's brow furrowed in thought. Before he could say more, Killian leaned forward, gesturing toward 2 castles on the map. House Dorn, he said, pointing to a location midway between Verdies and Lucian's stronghold, Varen. This castle here sits right in the middle of a straight line between us and Lucian's territory. If they plan to make a stand, this would be the ideal location. It's defensible and provides a perfect staging ground for the other noble houses to converge before launching an assault on Verdisan then Veraltt. Killian's hand trailed west to another castle. If we move on Dorn quickly and take it, they'll likely regroup here at Cragfort. The distance would slow them down, forcing the other houses to take time gathering their forces. Kai stared at the map, Killian's words sparking an idea. Slowly, the outline of a plan began to take shape in his mind. We could use that delay, Kai said. Instead of waiting for them to unite, we hit the other noble houses separately, take them down piece by piece before they can combine their forces. Would it be wise to split our forces like that, Lord Arzen? Ansel asked. Kai shook his head. We wouldn't split the core of our army. The main force stays intact, but smaller units led by enforcers would move to harass the noble houses, disrupt their supply lines, and seize their territories before they could rally together. His confidence made the men pause, though their faces remained uncertain. Even with enforcers, a small unit against thousands of men, one of them finally asked, "How is that feasible?" It was Gareth. "I know not all of you know the latest innovations Balin and his men have been working on." Kai smiled faintly. "But trust me, there are many ways to achieve victory, even when we're outnumbered." He glanced briefly at Balin, who nodded in acknowledgement, a proud smile tugging at his lips. The blacksmith's workshop had been buzzing with activity nonstop as he created weapons, armor, and golems. Smaller forces would mean our enemies underestimate us, and when they do, he let the silence stretch, a knowing smile crossing his face. We strike. The air seemed to shift, the weight of his words sinking in. He continued, moreover, golems and drones will move alongside us. We've already started to make a good number of them, none as big as Sentinel, but they'll serve us well. Other than that, we now have access to druidic magic. I've already sent it to the mages under our command. Some have formed bonds with birds to keep an eye out on everything, reporting back to us, coupled with Ansel and his sources. Ansel, seated near the back, couldn't help but smile at that. His reputation as the head of Watchers was slowly spreading, and his eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of being acknowledged. Kai raised his hand, emphasizing his point. With Ansel's intel, we'll have as much information as we need. Intel is key in any war, and I haven't even mentioned our friends, the Lombards, yet. At that, a murmur of interest rippled through the room. Many of them here knew what they were up to and had a hint about their fighting prowess. I've heard quite a few of them have the potential to be enforcers, Kai added with a grin, and that will be a surprise for our enemies when they least expect it. With all of this on our side, we can't lose. He allowed a moment of silence to pass, watching as his men absorbed the information. They had seen his strategies work before, but this time it would be different. This time they were not just fighting for survival, they were fighting to subdue and capture their enemies. Any questions or better advice? Kai asked. None of them spoke. One thing was clear from their silence: he trusted him. Very well then, Kai said with a nod. Let's move on to the next topic. He leaned forward, spreading a new set of parchments across the table. The numbers we'll be fighting against. The War Council stretched on for hours, the kind of grueling meeting that weighed heavily on both mind and spirit. Kai found himself alternating between poring over maps, discussing logistics, and strategizing troop movements. Every aspect of their defense and offense had to be analyzed in painstaking detail, from supply chains to potential vulnerabilities in their own ranks. By the end, his men left with clearer directions, though Kai knew one truth: no amount of planning could account for every variable, and variables, he mused, were the bane of every tactician's existence. Of all the uncertainties, the blood drinkers were the most troubling. They were the only faction whose numbers remained a mystery. Ansel was still working on gathering intel, but Lucian him had hidden their existence well. Kai stepped out of the war room, the weight of the meeting lingering on his shoulders as he walked down the dimly lit hallway. The sound of his boots against the stone floor echoed faintly, and Kalian fell into step beside him, silent at first. Kai's thoughts remained elsewhere, circling back to the biggest threat, the one overseeing the bloodrinkers. Ferre's report had made it clear, the bloodrinkers weren't mere pawns. Their power put them at least on the level of knights, and the one leading them would undoubtedly be a lord. A creature like that wasn't just a strong opponent, it was a nightmare. Blood manipulation, enhanced strength, and a resilience that made even his most powerful spells feel insufficient. If their leader closed the distance, Kai wasn't sure his enchanted armor would hold against even a single blow. He needed a solution. Thankfully, he had one. The Elder Tree concoction he'd acquired from the elves was a game changer. A gift, it had the power to strengthen his body in ways that bordered on the mythical and pushed him towards getting the power of an enforcer. But its use came with a cost, one that would leave him vulnerable for hours. Kalian's voice broke his train of thought. Are you sure this is the right time to take it? Yes, I need to be as strong as possible against the blood drinker. I won't be able to reach another circle so soon, it'll take too much time. This is the only way. Kalian frowned, his concern evident. I'm just saying it'll leave your body vulnerable, right? You said it yourself. Is that a risk you can afford right now? Kai nodded. 12 hours, that's all. I'll be in meditation until morning. Once it's done, I'll be able to open the vaults within my body. I haven't experienced it before, but based on what I know, it will leave me in a strange state of pain as it remakes my body. He paused, but I believe I can handle it. And you know it's our best chance to lure in the rat. Yes, I know that. I will make the preparation, Kalian murmured, though his tone carried a hint of unease. As they approached Kai's room, Kalian glanced at the guards stationed by the door. Should I stay here and guard? He asked. Kai shook his head. No need. You should check out the items I brought back for you from Sylvestra. There are a few concoctions in there for you and the enforcers. Not as potent as the one I'll be using, Elder. Kalith wasn't exactly thrilled about parting with mine either. He chuckled at the memory of the elf elder's barely concealed irritation. I'll see if I can get more over time, though. Kalian nodded, though his eyes lingered on Kai for a moment longer. All right, just don't push yourself too hard, Lord Arzen. With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Kai alone. Kai stepped into his room, closing the door behind him. His gaze swept over the space, taking in the shelves lined with books, the table scattered with notes and maps, and the familiar bed. He moved to the center of the room and bent. He shifted slightly, his legs crossed beneath him as he settled into the exact same spot where he'd awakened as a mage in this life. It was strange to think about how far he'd come since that day. Back then, he'd just been desperate to get back his power of a mage. Now, he was about to take a step that would change him, forever giving him the power of an enforcer. The thought was both thrilling and unnerving. Every progression in power was accompanied by a mixture of anticipation and fear. But this was different. He wasn't simply advancing, he was reinventing himself. After tonight, he wouldn't just be the Kai of old, the man who had already lived one life and died. He would be reborn, stronger than he had ever imagined possible. A faint smile played on his lips at the thought. Reaching into his satchel, he pulled out the vial. The liquid inside shimmered, catching the light like molten green. It was unnervingly beautiful, an almost hypnotic shade of bright green that seemed alive. Tiny golden flecks swirled within, dancing in lazy spirals as though the concoction had a will of its own. Kai turned the vial in his hands, watching the liquid shift, the golden flecks glinting. A faint, sharp scent wafted from the uncorked vial, earthy and herbal, but with a strange metallic undertone. He didn't let himself hesitate. Whatever doubts lingered had no place here. Here goes nothing, he muttered, raising the vial to his lips. With one swift motion, he tilted it back and gulped the liquid down. For a second, nothing happened. The silence stretched as he sat there, almost wondering if he'd made a mistake. But then his vision began to blur. A strange, cloudy fog seemed to seep into his eyes, shrouding the world around him in a murky haze. It was subtle at first, but then he felt a deep, throbbing energy beginning to stir in his stomach. It wasn't the familiar warmth of mana flowing into his core. The energy spread slowly, creeping through his body, touching his mana organs first before branching outward into every limb, every muscle, every vein. And then the pain struck. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was as if his very bones were being shattered and reforged at the same time. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and his skin burned like it was being torn apart and stitched back together in an endless loop. The energy coursing through him wasn't gentle or forgiving, it was relentless, surging and roaring. Kai clenched his jaw, his hands digging into the floor as he tried to keep himself upright. The room around him disappeared. There was only the pain, consuming and overwhelming. He could feel his body breaking, reshaping itself in ways he didn't fully understand. Every cell felt like it was being remade, forced to adapt to something greater, something more. His vision flickered again, and this time, strange lights danced in the fog green and gold. Despite the agony, a part of him clung to one thought: this is what it takes. This is the price of power. He let the pain wash over him, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as his body continued to break and rebuild itself. Over the past week, Kai had replayed the procedure in his mind countless times. He'd gone through every detail, anticipating, planning every possible outcome, but nothing had prepared him for what was happening now. The fiery pain tore through him, hitting every nerve, every vein, every part of him. The concoction was inside him, coursing through his blood and organs like liquid fire. It wasn't just moving through his veins, but peeling away the very walls of his organs, burrowing deeper into his body like it was trying to reach the core of him. The pain became unbearable in a matter of minutes. He collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud, his body barely responding as he tried to find a breath, the sensation nearly choking him. Every fiber of his being screamed for relief. His mind screamed for him to cast a spelto call on his magic, to lessen the pain, even if just for a moment. But he forced his hands down to the floor, knowing that interfering now was the last thing he could afford. This wasn't like his awakening, where he had to wrestle with his mana heart, coaxing it to bloom. No, this time the task was simpler. He had to do nothing. The concoction was doing its work, tapping into his magic, reshaping his body, making it stronger, preparing it for the Enforcer's power. He didn't have to force it, he just had to endure. Mages and Enforcers both wielded mana, but their powers were different. Kai knew that well. To harness both was unnatural, and for that unnatural strength, he had to be prepared to bear pain that no one else could withstand. The time went by, and it felt like every second brought him closer to shattering. His insides seemed to burst apart and then reassemble, only for it to happen again, over and over. His mind conjured vivid, torturous image shans, invisible but relentless, tearing apart his organs before putting them back together. He knew they weren't real, but the hallucinations gnawed at him, wearing down his hardened resolve. The ancient texts had warned him of pain, but they hadn't mentioned this. This was beyond what he'd expected, beyond what he could have imagined. Yet as he lay there, the floor cold against his body, the thoughts in his mind were clear. If there was anyone who could survive this, it was him. He'd shattered every limit in his path in the pursuit of strength, and for more power he'd do it again. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how much it tore him apart. A question slipped through his haze of agony. Was it necessary? Could he survive it? Truthfully now, Kai wasn't sure. The concoction wasn't guaranteed to work, no one had ever said it was. But that was life. Nothing was guaranteed. It was all a risk he had to take. He'd come out of the last ordeal alive when he'd forced his mana circles to expand. He could do it again. He would do it again. And just as the thought solidified in his mind, he felt it, a trickle down his cheek. At first, he thought it was tears, but the instant he touched his skin, he knew better. His fingers came away slick with something darker than tears. Blood. Thick, dark blood like it was drawn from a creature of the night. His breath hitched, but the pain soon swallowed that too. There was no time to think, no time for fear. Only the endless flood of agony and the knowledge that he couldn't stop now. It felt as though the liquid Wyatt started at his iced blood, thick and dark, seeping from his tear ducts. A tingling sensation crept down his arms and legs, and soon he could feel his skin tightening as small pores opened, letting more blood trickle out. It wasn't just coming from his eyes anymore, it was everywhere. His skin, his limbs, all bleeding as though his body was purging itself. Kai understood what was happening. Every impurity, every weakness was being forced out. It was a painful process, but he knew it was necessary. The pain seemed to double, then triple, as the blood continued to pour, but Kai bit down hard on his teeth, determined to outlast it. He was close. He could feel it, the energy inside of him was dimming, the fiery sensation that had raged through him now slowing, becoming more bearable. The blood flowed faster, covering the floor, pooling around him, staining everything. The room was bathed in darkness and crimson. He hadn't realized how much blood he had until it covered the entire space. It was as though his body had held an ocean of it. Just as the pain seemed to reach its peak, the door to the room creaked open. A sliver of light sliced through the darkness. Clare, her worried eyes were the first thing Kai saw, and behind her stood guards, eye wide with shock at the sight of him, but Clare was focused entirely on him. She moved toward him, her footsteps quick, but Kai barely registered the sound as his body trembled. She said something, her lips moving urgently, but he couldn't hear her over the pounding in his ears. Blood bubbled up in his throat, and he coughed it out violently, his body jerking from the effort. His hand shot up instinctively, palm facing her as if to reassure her. "I'm fine," he wanted to say, but his voice failed him, drowning in blood and pain. He couldn't even make a sound. Clare didn't seem reassured by his gesture. Instead, she dropped to her knees in the blood, her face drawn in concern. Her eyes were wide, searching him for any sign of life, any sign that he was still in control. Kai wanted to tell her he was okay, but his vision was starting to fade, the world around him spinning. Everything blurred, the light from the door, Clare's face, the guard saw of it began to dissolve into a haze, leaving him with only the sound of his own ragged breathing and the beating of his heart, which was growing weaker by the second. Before he could form another thought, another word, his body gave in. His vision swam and everything went black. The last thing he saw was Clare, pulling a healing potion from her pouch, her hand trembling as she reached for him. Then the darkness swallowed him whole. Roran Brightholm moved through the street, his eyes scanning everything around him. The guards patrolled the streets, their faces stoic, their movements methodical, but none of them seemed to be in a rush. The civilians strolled along the cobblestone paths, chatting casually as though the war wasn't going to knock on their door soon. It was an odd sight, odd yet familiar. Roran knew the reason behind it. The Battle of Verdies had been won. The city had heard the news just yesterday, and it had spread like wildfire. People had celebrated, their spirits high, their confidence soaring. To them, the war was all but over. They believed victory was already within reach, that it would be a simple march through Veraltt to finish the job. He could almost hear their thoughts, the civilians basking in their fleeting sense of safety. But Roran knew better. Victory at Verdies was one battle won that had been easier than expected. The war was far from over, and he knew that in the coming days, things would turn darker. He needed to make sure of it. He needed to ensure that Arzen Kellius Lord Arzen, the rising count of Veraltt, didn't live to see the final march of the war. Roran's mind flickered with the task he had been given. It was his job to ensure Arzen lost. If Arzen survived the beast wave, Roran's mission would be to finish the job. But no orders had come yet. He had been keeping his distance, working as a spy for the Arkin Tower, gathering any scrap of information he could. But the Warthi's war was about to change everything. His heart tightened with that thought as he moved further through the city, blending into the crowd. There was a tension building in his chest. He could feel it in his bones. Something was coming, something that would mark a shift in the tides. Then he spotted it. A merchant's carriage that he had seen before, moving slowly through the bustling streets while mingling with the crowd. Without hesitation, Roran melted into the crowd, slipping through the gaps between people, moving silently until he was near the carriage. He quietly slipped into the back of the carriage like a shadow, unnoticed by those around him. Inside, a man sat, his robes simple, his face nondescript, blending in with the ordinary merchant. Roran shut the curtain behind him and locked eyes with the man, who immediately handed him a sealed envelope. Roran took the envelope and looked at it with suspicion. "What's this?" he asked. The man merely shrugged. "Your final mission." Read through it, he replied. Roran's eyebrows furrowed. "Final?" He frowned. "Just brief me about it." The merchant's smile faded, a frown replacing it. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. "Magus Viridia has deemed your work here unsatisfactory. You haven't provided the information she needs, so it's time to end your duty in Veraltt. Kill Arzen and get out of the city." Roran's eyes narrowed, suspicion flaring. "What do you mean I haven't provided good information?" His hand clenched around the envelope. "I've sent everything I could get my hands on. His power, she's strength in the battle, the forces he commands, their strange power like of a mage's, his bond with Beastie's friendship with them. I sent it all." The merchant's face darkened, his voice now colder. "I don't know what you sent, but she's unsatisfied. She wanted secrets, his inheritance, his long-term plans, and the way to create those mana cannons. But you couldn't provide that, could you? I wasn't in a position to get that kind of information. You can't just." The man held up a hand, silencing him. "She's given you time. And now your mission has changed. Kill Arzen. Don't waste time. This is your final task." Roran tightened his grip on the envelope, his words ringing in his ears. He opened his mouth to argue, but the merchant cut him off, his expression hardening. "Not my problem," he said flatly. "Finish the task and then get back to Vasper Forest. There's a map in the envelope, and once Arzen is dead, the war will be over. You can sneak out after that." Roran paused, his gaze flicking back to the envelope, then back to the man. "Arzen is powerful. He's also got too many powerful people around him." His voice lowered. "I can't even poison him. The maids taste everything he eats before it reaches him." The merchant's patience snapped, his face contorted with frustration as he leaned in. "There's a potion inside the envelope that should help you. But don't just stand there like an idiot. Use your brain. Now get out of here before they start a curfew." Reluctantly, Roran nodded, his mind racing with calculations and contingencies as he slipped the envelope into his robes. With one last glance at the merchant, he exited the carriage, the weight of the task pressing down on him. His pace quickened as he moved through the streets, the city's streets still lively, unaware of the storm that was about to hit. Roran couldn't afford to linger, and his mind kept wandering back to the impossible nature of the task. Arzen wasn't just a powerful lord, was an enigma, a force to be reckoned with, yet there was no room for hesitation. He had his orders. Roran made his way towards the estate, passing the workers and the occasional guard. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, and he quickened his steps as he neared the building. It wasn't his usual quarters he was headed for. No, today he wasn't going to his room. He had something more pressing to deal with. The estate was alive with active servants and maids moving up and down the halls in their usual rhythm. Their hushed whispers filled the air, but none of it was useful information. Roran slowed his pace, straining to catch anything that might reveal a weakness, a slip-up in the plan, but nothing. The whispers were just dainty sounds. Grimacing, he moved forward, turning left and right as he continued his search. And then, just as he was about to give up and retreat to his usual haunts, he spotted him. A guard stood nearby, his stance casual, official, but the gleam in his eyes told Roran that he had something to say. As he approached, the guard's face broke into a grin, and he whispered eagerly, "Big news. You won't believe it." Roran leaned in, his interest piqued. "What is it?" The guard's grin widened, and he leaned in closer. "Lord Arzen apparently got unconscious. They say he's in his room right now, being treated." I heard there was blood all around him in his room. Roran's blood ran cold, his heart skipping a beat. Arzen unconscious, blood all over the room. He felt the opportunity before him and also the growing realization that this might be the perfect moment. He didn't know the details, but this was the break he had been waiting for. Roran's eyes widened in surprise. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tight, betraying his excitement. The guard shrugged. "I don't know, man. I wasn't on duty, but yeah, I heard his situation is pretty terrible." He looked around nervously, as if aware that even the smallest detail might cost him. Immediately, different possibilities came to his mind. The timing was perfect. This was the best news he could have hoped for. Arzen, the man he had been ordered to eliminate, was in a vulnerable state. Roran's thoughts churned with possibilities. Why had Arzen gotten into such a condition? The most likely explanation was that he had tried to break through to the next circle of power, perhaps out of desperation over the war. Roran knew that Arzen's ambition was as large as his power. It made sense that, in his overconfidence, he might have pushed himself too far, but the exact reason didn't matter. What mattered was that Arzen was in a weakened state, and that was the opportunity Roran had been waiting for. A wounded lion was easier to kill than a healthy one. He moved quickly, heading to a quiet corner of the estate, his mind now focused entirely on the task ahead. Roran carefully opened the envelope, ignoring the parchment inside. The information it contained could wait. His eyes were locked on the vial inside a small glass container, filled with a viscous, black tar-like liquid. A dark smile spread across his face as he held it up to the light. Duke William Blackwood rubbed his hands together as he took in the man before him completely. Everything about Count Joran Whitecrest seemed to be swallowed by Whitehigh's beard, his hair, even the extremely elegant robes draped over his broad shoulders. But William knew better. The white wasn't just a matter of age. It was a symbol, the colors of House Whitecrest, a force that held dominion over lands stretching eastward to the sea. Years had left their mark on the man, but wisdom clung to him just as tightly as his reputation. Bringing the goblet to his lips, William took a slow sip. The moment the bitter liquid touched his tongue, he sighed, placing the cup back down with deliberate care. "Joran, my old friend," he said and sighed dramatically. "Your wine is still as bitter as ever." Across from him, Joran picked up his own glass, swirling the dark liquid before taking a sip. "The nobles would say it's simply not to your taste. Everyone else seems to like it." William let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. "They're just too scared to say anything but praises in front of you." His eyes glinted with knowing. "You do know what our positions mean to others. They're terrified to offend us even a little. And saying your wine tastes bitter, I don't think so." Joran exhaled a soft laugh, setting his cup aside. "I don't think you traveled all this way just to complain about people treating you too nicely, or to remind me that my wine tastes bitter." A rare smile tugged at the corner of William's lips. "No," William admitted. "I was out hunting and thought to visit you at the same time." Joran arched a brow. "You traveled for hours just to hunt?" "No, to meet you." That seemed to catch the Count's attention. His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden armrest of his chair. "The kingdom is changing," William continued, his tone dropping lower, "and there is much to discuss. And who better than you, especially since I know you are in the middle of selling your allegiance to the first prince." Joran didn't react immediately. Instead, he reached for his cup once more, taking a thoughtful sip before setting it down again. William could see the hesitation in his little action. Joran had been a man of quick and precise actions, but when he took a slow sip out of the wine glass and exhaled loudly while putting it back on the table, he knew that his old friend had already come to his own conclusion. "Are you here to stop me?" "In a way," William admitted, "but more exactly, I'm here to make you pause. To reconsider." "Reconsider toward whom?" "I made my choice based on who is most likely to end up as king among the three." William's smile didn't fade. If anything, it deepened. Joran's grabbed the glass again. There might be four soon. The Count's brow arched mid-sip, the wine stopping just short of his lips. "I know King Sullivan was lonely because he got crazy women as queens," he said slowly, lowering the glass. "But did he really father an illegitimate son? I've never heard of him." William shook his head. "No, it's not one with royal blood." The Count frowned, his fingers tightening slightly around the stem of his goblet. "Then what do you mean?" William leaned back, settling comfortably into his chair. His silver eyes locked onto the Count's, watching his old friend's confusion deepen before dropping the words like a blade. "Count Arzen came to meet me." The pause was brief but heavy. The Count blinked, then tilted his head, processing the name before scoffing. "The new hero of the kingdom." He gave a small shake of his head. "I never heard about this." "It was confidential," William said, picking up his wine again but not drinking. "He came and went without anyone knowing. He can be sneaky." "And what was this meeting about?" William's lips curled slightly. "Why don't you take a guess?" There was no immediate answer. The Count's eyes narrowed slightly, then widened just a fraction as a thought struck him. He's Valkyrie's son. A long silence stretched between them. Joran's expression shifted from confusion to deep thought, then to something dangerously close to realization. And then, bang, his arm slammed onto the table, rattling the table. He intends to run for the throne. Is he crazy? William laughed. I think so. He swirled his wine lazily before adding, we might need some crazy for the good of the kingdom. Joran didn't seem convinced. His fingers tapped against the table, his mind clearly still working through everything. He grunted before responding. So you're supporting him? Not exactly. At least not yet. But he gave me a lot to think about. A lot of things. He predicted the fief war that's raging right now. The Count's fingers paused mid-tap. He exhaled through his nose, lips pressing into a thin line. He knew it was coming. He leaned back slightly, rubbing his beard. Well, I suppose that's believable. He already seems to have made gains in the war, but I don't know if he'll win. His fingers drummed against the table once more. Apparently, almost all the nobles in the Sylvan Enclave are coming for him. William didn't answer immediately, watching as his friend continued to piece things together. Then, but I suppose, Joran muttered, if you're talking about him positively, that means the rumors about him having dark powers are wrong. Duke William nodded, setting his goblet down with a quiet clink. On the contrary, he said, he hates it. His fingers traced the rim of the cup as he continued. It's a conspiracy. I can tell because I met and talked with him. Is that why you're in favor of him? You do know it's unlikely he'll survive. I only get bits and pieces from that side since the whole place is locked down, but from what I hear, the forces against him are overwhelming. William exhaled slowly, nodding. I know, he admitted, but I have hope for one reason. The Count raised a brow but said nothing, waiting. You know, he didn't go straight to his territory after leaving the capital, William continued. My men tracked his movements. He headed toward the Silvara forest. That got a reaction, a deep frown, the one leading to Sylvastra. A long silence stretched between them. Even though William had known this piece of information, saying it out loud felt different. And by heart he knew the next question. You think he met the elves? He asked. Yes, it's just a theory, but I think so. He wasn't in my territory just to talk to me, and my men never saw him passing through on his way back home. And yet we both know he's in Veraltt now. I suspect he has connections with the elves and they helped him travel back. That changes a lot of things, Joran said while his eyes seemed distant. The man was clearly rethinking everything. No human has ever gained the elves' favor. But do you really think he can defeat his brother and win this war? William sighed. We'll wait and watch, because I have no idea. With that kid, nothing is predictable. I haven't made my decision yet for that very reason. But don't forget, if he actually does it, the waves it will send through the kingdom will be immense. He met Joran's gaze. We'll need to be prepared. William laughed, the sound lighter than before. I didn't warn you just because I see Arzen as a potential claimant. Then what else? When Arzen came to meet me, he said, he told me some things about Regina that you should know. Roran Brightholm moved through the estate like a shadow, his breath steady but his heart hammering against his ribs. It had finally come to this, an assassination, and then freedom. No more hiding in this wretched place, no more playing the part of a loyal vassal. He would return to the capital, to the safety of Magus Verdia, and claim what was rightfully his prestige and the respect he had bled for. But his fingers twitched at the thought, what if it went wrong? His mind raced through the possibilities, each one gnawing at his nerves. What if Arzen survived? What if the guards found him before he could escape? What if? Roran shook his head sharply, his grip tightening around the small glass vial hidden within his robes. The potion felt warm against his palm, as if reminding him of its purpose. No, think of the better outcome. Finishing the job, getting out, returning to the capital as the man who helped secure the future. He exhaled, slow and measured, then glanced at the window. The sky had darkened completely. Night, the perfect time to move. His steps were light as he ascended the stairsnot to the floor where Arzen's room was but one level above. The hallway stretched ahead of him, quiet and empty. He had planned for this. Finding an unoccupied room wasn't difficult, and once inside, he wasted no time. Crossing the chamber like he'd planned, he reached the window and peered down. A handful of guards lingered in the courtyard below, their eyes fixed on the perimeter. None of them looked up. Good. He placed a hand over his chest, feeling his own heartbeat beneath his palm. Steady. He had prepared for this. Muttering the incantation under his breath, he cast Featherfall, his body growing lighter as he stepped onto the ledge. Without hesitation, he pushed off, plummeting toward the window below. The night air rushed past him. At the last moment, his fingers caught the window hinges. For a breath, he dangled there, his muscles straining. Thanquietly, carefully pushed himself inside. His breath came out in a quiet sigh, and he quickly scanned the room. His eyes drifted to the bed where Arzen was, his figure barely rising and falling with each breath. The Lord hadn't stirred, hadn't even reacted to the shift in the air as a stranger slipped into his chambers. Good, this will be quick. Roran moved with careful precision, muttering a soundproofing ward under his breath. A faint shimmer pulsed across the walls, sealing them in silence. No one would hear, no one would interrupt. He He took another step forward, slipping the dagger from his robes. The cold steel gleamed in the low light, sharp enough to end this in one clean motion. Standing over Arzen, he let out a slow breath. You might be a good lord, he thought, tilting the knife downward, but you crossed the wrong people. His grip tightened. One string. You're early, Roran froze. Arzen's voice was calm, almost amused. I was expecting you to come a bit later. The man in the bed opened his eyes. Roran took an instinctive step back, his heart slamming against his ribs as Arzen sat up, a slow smile creeping onto his face. Was I seen? The thought raced through his mind like wildfire. Was this all a trap? He clenched his jaw, pushing the doubt away. It didn't matter. He couldn't hesitate now. With a snarl, he lunged, slashing the dagger toward Arzen's throat. A pulse of energy flared between them. The force sent Roran flying backward, slamming him into the wardrobe with a heavy thud. His head spun, his vision blurring for a split second, just long enough for the door to swing open. Fuck. Knight Killian stepped inside, his blade drawn, guards flanking him on either side. His gaze dropped to Roran, impassive yet sharp. Pinned, surrounded, Roran's breath came fast. His mind spun for an escape. You're done here, Arzen said, swinging his legs over the bed. His voice was almost casual, like he was discussing dinner plans. Just give up and we won't torture you during interrogation. Roran's fingers twitched. When? His mind demanded. When was my cover blown? How long have they known? It didn't matter. There was no time to think, no time to hesitate. His hand shot into his robes, gripping the vial. The only way to survive. Without another thought, he downed the potion. Just then a wind blade shot forward, but Roran was ready. His fingers flicked, summoning a wind barrier just in time. Arzen's attack should have been stopped but the magic tore right through, slipping past the defense. Roran lunged to the side, his body twisting unnaturally fast, dodging just as Killian surged forward. The knight's sword came down in a sharp arc, aimed straight for his shoulder. The blade stopped, not because Roran had dodged, not because he had blocked it, but because something had changed. Scales, dark, jagged scales rippled across Roran's arm, climbing up like living armor. His breath hitched as his body trembled, visibly something else waking inside of him. Power flooded his veins, chaotic, violent, uncontrollable. A force that roared like a storm, making his own magic feel small in comparison. Fourth circle, his mind reeled. He could feel the strength thrumming through him. The unmistakable strength, the mana flow, it was on a level he had never touched before. But none of it mattered, not now. His gaze flickered up, meeting Arzen's and Killian's. The knight's sword crackled with lightning, energy pulsing up the blade. Arzen's hands moved, gathering mana, his eyes unreadable but sharp. Can I take them out? For a moment, Roran considered it. He knew it was a matter of survival or doing his job. He had to choose one even with the power inside of him. But there was no moment to think, to come to a decision. Hence, he decided he wanted to live more. Without another thought, he snapped his fingers, channeling a spell. Not at them, at the floor. The dark mana surged, wind compressing into a single violent burst. Wind blast. Boom, the explosion rocked the room, tearing through wood, sending dust and splinters flying. It happened too quickly to process. He saw Arzen's hands covered with another spell, but Roran didn't wait to see what it would do. He moved. In one swift motion, he spun and launched himself out the window. The knight swallowed him whole. The soft hum of mana dissipated as Kai lowered his hands, undoing the protective barrier that had shielded both him and Killian from the blast. Dust still lingered in the air, swirling the air, filling his lungs. The wooden floor where the explosion had struck was shredded, deep cracks splintering outward like veins. A gaping hole yawned at the center of the destruction, the jagged edges still smoldering with traces of dark mana. When Roran brought the vial tip closer to his lips, there was a single thought that ran through his mind: not again. He had an immediate flashed back to Actra's twisted form, the monstrous strength, the raw chaos that had nearly torn through him. Kai exhaled, his fingers flexing as he took in the aftermath. It had worked. One of the major reasons he had gone through with the procedure was this momentous exact scenario. He knew the recovery would force him to rest for a day, that if someone wanted him dead, this was the best opportunity to strike. A perfect bait, and the rat had taken it, but he hadn't expected this. His gaze dropped to the blackened remnants of the floor, then toward the shattered window where Roran had fled. His mind turned, dissecting what he had just seen, what the man had become. The potion. The same kind that Actra had used. Was it so common? Were there more of these cursed vials in circulation? His jaw tightened. Or had Verdia given it to him specifically? If she had, then she saw him as a major threat, not just an inconvenience and obstacle. That thought settled heavily in his chest. Beside him, Killian stepped forward, his sword still in hand, though the crackling lightning had faded from the blade. I've already given orders, he said. The guards are on full alert. He won't get far. Every exit is sealed. Kai nodded. I hope we can catch him alive. His eyes flickered toward the ruined floor again. If not, we lose a good pawn against Verdia. Just hope he doesn't try to escape through Vasper Forest. If he does, Killian murmured, he won't have a good time. Roran Brightholm ran, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Every step sent a sharp jolt of pain through his body, like glass shattering inside him. His skin burned, deep cracks forming along his arms and legs, oozing dark, sluggish blood. The power inside him surged wildly, barely under control, making his muscles twitch and his head pound. If he stopped even for a moment, he feared his body would finally break apart. Knew his body would finally break apart, so he ran. He knew he had to go somewhere safe. Vasper Forest, that's where he should go. Arzen's forces might not be able to find him if he just. Suddenly his eyes widened. The walls of Veraltt were right in front of him, lined with guards. Oh goddess, he saw them pulling out their weapons and preparing to cut him down. Among them he recognized the knights. He wouldn't hesitate. His heart pounded harder. No time to think, he had only one way out. Grinding his teeth, he forced the power inside him outward. The air around him howled as blades of wind, thick with a dark, pulsing energy, wrapped around his body. The moment he leaped forward, the guards sprang into action. Swords swung, arrows cut through the air, and spears almost reached closer to him, but the wind around him pushed them aside, snapping the projectiles before they could reach him. He hit the ground on the other side of the wall, knees nearly buckling from the impact. A sharp, searing pain tore through his legs, but he didn't stop. He pushed forward, the wind carrying him as he blurred through the dusty roads and past the city's edge. The world became a streak of movement, boulders, trees, empty roads until the Vasper Forest finally appeared before him. The moment his foot touched the soft earth beneath the trees, he let the spell drop. The wind died, and with it his last bit of strength. His legs nearly collapsed under him, and fresh pain exploded through his body. He inhaled deeply, but a sharp pain shot through him. It spread until the very tips of his fingers. He looked down at him. Blood soaked his robes, dripping onto the fallen leaves. He sucked in a shaky breath, his entire body trembling. Still he moved, one step, another. He had to go deeper, far enough to be safe. The shadows thickened around him as the trees grew denser, their twisted branches blocking out the moonlight. Then the sound came, soft, a shift in the leaves. His body froze, his breath caught in his throat. He wasn't alone. Slowly, he lifted his head, scanning the darkness between the trees. At first, he saw nothingly the endless stretch of tangled roots and foliage. Then movement, a shadow too fluid, too purposeful to be just the wind. His fingers twitched, but when he tried to summon a spell, white-hot pain lanced through his arm. Blood dripped from his fingertips, the cracks on his skin deepening. He winced, biting back a cry as he forced his shaking hands into position. The rustling grew louder. The shadows shifted. Then from the trees, something stepped forward. A Frey. It's a fucking Frey. It was tall, so fucking tall, its limbs lean and stretched, moving with an unnatural smoothness. Its eyes, piercing violet, locking onto him with a silent, predatory intensity. Its skin, if it could even be called that, was white fur with red stripes. He swallowed hard, then more movement. Another figure slinked out from between the trees, then another. More and more emerged, melting out of the darkness like shadows peeling away from the night itself. Within moments the clearing was filled with them. A dozen, 2 dozen, he couldn't count. His breathing grew unsteady, his hands twitching as fear clawed at his throat. Then one stepped forward, different from the rest, taller, broader, and exuding an unmistakable aura of command. The Frey King. The creature snarled, its hollow eyes locked onto him. Then in a voice like wind cutting through stone it spoke. Human, put down. The Frey wasn't speaking fluidly, but Roran understood. We give you less pain. The Frey King moved, gliding forward without a sound. Roran flinched, his fingers curling as he took a staggering step back. His body ached, the power inside him flaring wildly, barely contained. But it wasn't just the Frey that filled him with dread. No, it was the thing he felt. His gaze flickered, and for the first time he truly saw it, the chaotic bubble of power that had settled over him. It pulsed, unstable, writhing like a living thing. The power he had been given, forced into his body to gain strength he didn't deserve, only to find it tearing him apart. His chest tightened. Was this it? Was this where it all ended? He felt tears pooling his eyes and his nose getting heavier. He sniffled. No, his eyes snapped back to the Frey, his expression hardening. I can't give up, he whispered. I won't give up. Then he let the power loose. The wind roared to life, a cyclone of dark energy bursting from his body. The trees groaned, leaves ripping free as the force spread. The ground cracked beneath him. The Frey didn't flinch. But then the pain burst forth. Agony unlike anything before. Roran gasped, choking on his own breath as something tore through him. His own power. The dark winds lashed wildly, not just striking the Frey, but slashing into him. He staggered, barely able to think as the spell spiraled out of control. His skin peeled away in ribbons, his body splitting apart with every surge of power. His scream tore through the forest, loud enough to wake every slumbering beast. The chaotic mana reached its peak, writhing, twisting. And then he collapsed. A deafening blast erupted, shaking the trees to their roots. The air distorted, the raw force tearing through everything in its path. The last remnants of Roran were swallowed by the explosion, his body reduced to nothing more than scattered fragments in an instant. The Frey stood still, watching. The wind settled. The forest grew quiet once more. The leader tilted its head, staring at the smoldering remains. Then, without a word, it turned. The rest of the phrase followed the king into the forest. Unlike what Kai had hoped for, Roran hadn't made it out alive. Reports from his men confirmed the gruesome Detailshe's body had detonated from the unstable, bubbling mana within him before the fray had even laid a hand on him. A tragic end, perhaps, but one Kai found little sympathy for. After all, the man did try to end his life. Moreover, Roran wasn't stupid, had known what would happen when he consumed the potion. Even if he hadn't fully understood the consequences, he had still chosen his path as a spy. One way or another, his fate had always led to death. Still, with his demise, the invisible knife hovering at Kai's throat was finally gone. No longer did he have to keep a constant eye on the man, waiting for the inevitable betrayal. Though there was always a possibility of more spies, therefore, his watchers had been monitoring everything closely, and for now, things remained under control. He did felt it was regrettable that he wasn't able to take him as a prisoner to be used against Magus Veridia, but he'd no doubt she would have discarded him just as Actra. In the larger game, people like Roran were just pawns. With that matter settled, Kai shifted his focus to the next pressing issue. While he had been recovering from the strain of strengthening his body, the fief war had started to move. Lucian had evidently caught wind of what had happened with Idren. In response, the noble forces had begun to mobilize, their armies moving to converge at Castle Dorn. Kai had no intention of letting them consolidate their strength. Not at all. After ensuring that Veraltt was adequately defended in case of a surprise attack, he took action. With his forces prepared, he led them toward the castle, cutting off the enemy before they could gather in full force. With both Verdies and Veraltt under his control and the steady recruitment that had been ongoing for weeks, his army had swelled to over 2,500 men. A staggering number. Many of them were fresh recruits, but they hadn't been thrown into battle unprepared. Those who had volunteered had undergone rigorous training, whipped into shape by his knights. They might not yet be seasoned veterans, but they were no longer the untrained civilians they had once been. Now it was time to put them to the test. Kai didn't know what to think as he led his forces toward the castle of House Dorn. The reality of war was never far from his mind. There would be deaths. It was unavoidable. He had already borne that weight in past battles, and had felt the crushing responsibility each time men under his command fell. Yet, no matter how much he steeled himself, it was never easy. Taking a deep breath, he pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the task ahead. The open field stretched endlessly before him. Behind him, his men were following in disciplined formation. It wasn't extremely far away, just a little to the east from Verdies. And as they rode, the silhouette of the castle finally emerged in the distance, a dark mass against the horizon. With a flick of his wrist, Kai cast a simple signal spell, a small firecracker-like explosion that burst in the air with a crackle of red sparks. At once, the marching force behind him came to a halt, their training evident in the way they stopped without disorder or confusion. Kai glanced back, pleased with how well Killian had drilled them. Then, shifting his gaze forward, he took in the fortress that loomed ahead. Castle Dorn was nothing like Veraltt. It was massive, far larger and more imposing, its walls thick and weathered by years of conflict. This castle had undergone several major battles according to history, but all were under different rules. It was still a sight to see. Towering stone bastions stood at its corners. The outer walls were reinforced with layers of black stone, basically designed to withstand sieges. Arrow slits lined its upper sections, giving defenders the perfect vantage point to rain death upon invaders. Behind the battlements, he could make out the edges of high towers, their spires reaching toward the sky. The entrance was sealed shut with a heavy iron gate, thick enough to hold against a battering ram for hours. This was not a castle built to fall easily. As Kai studied it, a figure moved toward him from the ranks. Killian moved on his horse beside him. The knight's sharp eyes were locked on the fortress ahead. "When should we march?" Killian asked. Kai exhaled slowly before replying, "In a couple of hours. According to tradition, we must offer them a chance to surrender first." He smirked slightly. "Though I doubt they will." Killian made a sound of disapproval. "I don't like it. Giving the enemy time to prepare is foolish." Kai turned to him, an amused glint in his eyes. "You don't like traditions. That's new, coming from such an uptight knight." Killian shook his head. "There's no tradition in war. Every second we give them is a second they'll use to fortify their defenses, and we both know they won't surrender." "That's true," Kai admitted, his smirk fading. His gaze returned to the castle, calculating. "But it won't change the outcome. No matter what, we will win." Before Killian could respond, a gruff voice cut through the conversation. "The lad is right. There isn't a way those pesky humans can defeat us." Kai turned toward the speaker, his brow raising slightly. Striding toward them with short but confident steps was a stout figure barely reaching his waist. Despite his small stature, the presence he exuded was anything but diminutive. A thick, unruly beard covered most of his face, streaked with gray and tangled in places. Deep-set eyes, sharp and shrewd, peered out from beneath bushy brows. His skin was weathered, and he wore sturdy armor reinforced with engravings. Needless to say, he carried himself with the air of someone who had lived long years. Kai met his gaze with a knowing look. Tharnak, he said, you do realize our forces are human too, don't you? Kai watched as the dwarf stroked his beard, a knowing glint in his eyes. Aye, but you're fightin' with weapons that I had a hand in craftin', Tharnak said with a proud grin. They've got the dwarven touch and am superior to any human weapons. Kai chuckled but didn't argue the point. He had already met the dwarf when he returned to Veraltt, a master smith who had been teaching Balin. The old craftsman had been more than enthusiastic about weapon designs, bombarding Kai with questions the moment they met. In exchange for the answers, he had eagerly thrown himself into helping with the production of lightwood armor and other weapons. His fascination hadn't stopped there. He had even tinkered with improving their golem designs. Now he followed them into war, accompanied by a group of apprentice blacksmiths ready for on-the-spot repairs and reinforcements. Kai let out a breath, shaking his head in amusement. Let's hope your weapons truly are superior, he said. Because in a few hours we'll be using them against those walls. The dwarf smirked. Aye, lad, it'll be a great demonstration. By morning, that castle will be ours. He then turned to Kai with a hopeful expression. And then you'll have time to answer more of my questions. I still can't wrap my head around how you think of such fancy designs, but I guess humans have their smart men too. Kai ignored that last part, suppressing the familiar pang of guilt. He wasn't some brilliant innovator, just a plagiarist, borrowing knowledge from another era. The thought weighed on him for a moment, but he pushed it aside, shaking his head. Everything else can wait, he said, turning to both Killian and the dwarf. First things first, we need to conquer a castle. Viccount Buck felt his hair rise and his chest tighten as the scout's words rang in his ears. A large army, my lord, moving straight toward the castle. Their banners bear the sigil of Count Arzen. Buck clenched his fists beneath the folds of his robes. He had known this was coming, had braced himself for it ever since the news of Idren's capture, but still it felt too soon. He had hoped, even prayed, that the infamous Count would remain cooped up in Veraltt, delaying his march until their own forces were fully assembled. Yet deep down, Buck had known that was nothing but wishful thinking. Arzen was a man of action. His past feats proved that much. Taking a slow breath, Buck forced himself to remain composed as he ascended the castle walls. When he reached the top, the sight below made his throat run dry. The scouts hadn't exaggerated. Their army was sprawled across the open grass fields, moving with unnerving discipline, banners fluttering in the wind. The sheer sight of them sent a dull throbbing through Buck's skull. He had been in his share of conflicts before, old enough to have seen and heard about battles and disputes over the land, but none of them compared to this. And worst of all, this wasn't even his war. He wanted no part in this madness. And even considering the dark rumors that surrounded him, Buck had little desire to clash forces with such a man, but he had no choice. For centuries, House Dorn had been subservient to the Kellius line, bound by blood and fealty. Betrayal was not an option, not if he wished to keep his head. So when the Count's forces inevitably sent a man forward, offering terms of surrender, Buck did the only thing he could. He stalled. Hours passed as he gathered his men, knights, warriors, battle-hardened veterans. The mages reinforced their formations, readying spells and enchantments while archers prepared for the first volley. The castle had been on alert since the Fief War began, but now with the enemy at their doorstep, every muscle in Buck's body tensed. Yet, as he stood on top of the walls, overlooking the battlefield, his confidence didn't come from his forces. It came from the walls themselves. Towering structures of black stone, they had been transported from the depths of the caves of Zaldris generation's Aguan underground labyrinth of minerals and enchantment-laced rock. Not even magic could breach these fortifications. Numbers might be on Arzen's side. His forces might be better trained, better equipped. But no army had ever broken through the black walls of Dorn Castle, and Buck intended to make sure that remained true. He gripped the cold stone of the battlements as a sharp gust of wind swept across the field. His hair fluttered behind him, his unease hidden beneath a hardened gaze. Below, the enemy camp stirred with movement, a disciplined shift in their ranks that made his throat tighten. My lord, one of his knights called out, voice taut with unease. There seems to be some metal contraptions among their forces. Buck narrowed his eyes, scanning the battlefield. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then, gleaming in the afternoon light, he spotted them, small metallic machines, hovering just slightly above the earth as they advanced. His brow furrowed. These were not golems. They were too small, too frail looking to be war constructs. Unlike the hulking, enchanted automatons of destruction, these contraptions seemed almost delicate, moving with an unnatural smoothness. They're no different from carts with floating enchantments, Buck thought. A few well-placed arrows or spells should shatter them. Archers. He commanded, raising his voice over the wind. Loose upon them. Mages, burn them to cinders. The air filled with the hum of spells and the hiss of arrows as volleys rained down upon the advancing machines, initiating an attack. Yet, to Buck's growing concern, the projectiles bounced harmlessly off their surfaces. Spells that should have melted steel fizzled against an unseen barrier, and arrows snapped uselessly upon impact. His fists clenched. These things were sturdier than they appeared, but even then what could they do? They were small, lacked visible weaponry, and had no soldiers escorting them. "Stay your fire," he ordered after a moment. "They are not golems of war. They can do little." His words died in his throat. The machines reached the foot of the wall. A split second later, their metallic bodies pulsed like a yellow heartbeat, once, twice. Then the world shattered. His ears rang and the force rattled Buck's bones. Soon, the castle's lower walls were engulfed in blinding light, and when the smoke cleared, horror gripped him. A section of the black stone fortifications, very walls that had stood unbroken for centuries, had crumbled. His breath came in shallow gasps as he stared at the destruction, dust still settling. Kai's eyes narrowed at the destructive massive hole that was made by the drones they'd created. Flames from the explosion still flickered even in the middle of the grass and rubble. For a moment, silence covered the entire battlefield. Even his own forces, despite knowing the drone's purpose, stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the raw destruction. The short-term offensive drones had worked exactly as planned, their enchanted cores detonating with devastating force. But Kai had no time to stand and celebrate the little success. He could already see movement on the enemy's side figures scrambling, regaining their bearings. He looked around at his own forces. "Don't just stand there. Charge, show the enemy our strength." His voice cut through the stillness. At that, a thunderous roar erupted from his troops. They finally snapped out of their stupor. The ground shook beneath the charging forces, cavalry leading the way with Killian at the front, his blade shining. The infantry surged forward behind them, moving in perfect coordination. Ahead of them, more drones hovered forward, ready to blast through additional sections of the wall. But this time, the enemy reacted faster. A flurry of spells and arrows rained down, targeting the incoming drones. Several exploded mid-air, bursts of flame and shattered metal lighting up the sky. But many still reached their mark, slamming into the castle's structure with earth-shaking force. Entire sections of the walls groaned and collapsed. From the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of archers plunging from the ramparts, dying on the spot, their screams lost in the chaos. Then the enemy mages retaliated. Earth mages moved fast, their hands glowing white as the ground rumbled beneath them. Stone and soil rose at their command, twisting into new barriers to block Kai's forces, but his mages were faster. A crackling roar filled the battlefield as lightning bolts shot through the air, striking the forming walls before they could harden. The explosions sent chunks of rock flying, the shockwaves rippling through the field. Fire followed in rolling waves, its heat distorting the air as it crashed against stone and mud defenses. Wind-enhanced blades sliced through enemy lines with deadly accuracy, carving deep into armor and flesh. Ice mages hurled jagged spikes, their sharp tips gleaming as they tore through the battlefield. Painful screams and furious shouts mixed with the clash of steel and the roar of magic. Through the chaos, Kai's sharp gaze scanned the battlefield, searching for the blood drinkers. He saw none, but when his eyes flicked upward to the castle walls, something made him pause. Two enemy mages stood atop the battlements, their robes billowing in the wind, their hands glowing with power. One wielded fire, the other water. The fire mage lifted his staff, his eyes gleaming with menace. A ball of molten energy formed above him, incendiary burst, a third circle spell. A heartbeat later, the sphere exploded, sending searing flames crashing into Kai's frontline. The impact hurled soldiers backward, their armor glowing red-hot before melting against their skin. Agonized screams filled the air. Beside him, the water mage moved, his fingers tracing symbols in the air. In an instant, dozens of water spears shimmered into existence-piercing torrent. Sharp, crystalline projectiles shot forward like arrows, slicing clean through armor and flesh. Soldiers gasped and fell, blood pooling beneath them as the spears punched through their bodies. Kai's jaw tightened. They were third-circle caster-strong, dangerous. Left unchecked, they could turn the battle against him. He exhaled slowly, steadying his thoughts. Even with enchanted weapons and armor, his soldiers were still mortal. They weren't meant to fight high-tier mages head-on. That was his job, time to test this new body. Wind gathered around his legs, swirling like a coiled storm. Then with a single push, he launched himself into the air. Gasps rang from the enemy as he soared above the battlefield. The archers on the battlements barely had time to react before he landed in a controlled burst of wind, standing tall on the wall. Behind him, fire and smoke curled into the sky, painting the battlefield in a hellish glow. The two-thirds circle mages stiffened. Years of battle had sharpened their instincts, and they recognized the danger immediately. The fire mage's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, Kai sensed danger coming towards him from his side. A barrage of arrows shrieked toward Kai, aimed to take him down before he could act. But his wind magic flared, twisting the air around him. The arrows veered off course, snapping mid-air like nothing. The few that remained on target dodged them with inhuman grace, his feet barely skimming the stone as he moved. Just then, fire and water surged to life in the mage's hands, twisting the air around them. The fire mage conjured a molten sphere in his palm, the heat distorting the space around it. Beside him, the water mage shaped swirling orbs of razor-thin liquid, their surfaces trembling with compressed force, ready to cut through flesh and steel alike. With a single breath, they attacked. Kai moved instantly. His left hand shot forward, fingers spread wide. Ice erupted from his palm, a thick crystalline wall forming in the blink of an eye. The fireball struck first, exploding on impact, sending cracks racing through the frozen barrier. A heartbeat later, the water spheres slammed against the ice, shattering with piercing shrieks. He rebuilt the ice wall from his left hand and prepared his next move. A deep crimson glow pulsed beneath his skin, searing through his veins. His right hand ignited. Anglo-Grandazakai, he muttered. Dark flames erupted from his palm in the form of a deadly dragon, a furious lash of searing heat. It devoured his own ice wall, melting through the structure in an instant and opening a hole just wide enough for his flames to break through. In an instant, the large dragon-shaped fiery spell caught the enemy mages off guard. The water mage lunged to the side, but not fast enough. The edges of his robes ignited, embers licking at the fabric. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a flood of water, drenching himself before the flames could spread. His ally wasn't so fortunate. The fire mage met Kai's attack head-on, summoning his own blaze in a desperate attempt to counter. For a moment, the two infernos clashed in midair, swirling together in a storm of burning light, but it didn't take long to see whose fire was stronger. Kai's flames surged forward, swallowing the weaker blaze. The mage barely had time to scream before the blast slammed into his chest, sending him flying. His body struck the stone wall with a bone-jarring thud before crumpling to the ground. Smoke curled from his scorched robes as he lay motionless. The water mage's eyes widened. His eyes slowly moved from Kai to his comrade and then back at Kai. A dual-casting mage, he muttered in a mix of disbelief and awe. Kai couldn't care less. Twin spells flared to life in his handzone, wrapped in crackling frost, the other wreathed in searing fire. He had learned something recently. His fire and ice weren't opposites, not in the way ordinary magic dictated. Instead, they fed into each other, a cycle of destruction and renewal, and Kai relished the power in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, an ice lance shot forward. Its sharp tip pointed at the water mage. The man reacted instantly, summoning a shimmering blue barrier of water in front of him. The ice slammed against it, spreading frost across the surface. But before the shield could solidify, a wave of fire followed, scorching the moisture and exploding the shield with a blast of scalding steam. The water mage coughed, covered in the mist, stumbling back as the heat clawed at his skin. He barely managed to form another layer of defense before Kai pressed forward with more attacks. Ice spears shot through the air. Fire bolts zipped toward the mage with a crackle. A slicing arc of wind-infused magic sliced through the battlefield. Spell after spell rained down in rapid succession, forcing the water mage into a constant retreat. He was good. Kai could feel it. His water shields held for a while, bending and reshaping with each strike. But every clash wore on him, draining his mana faster than he could replenish it, and Kai could see it. The mage scoffed in frustration, his gaze immediately darting towards the battlefield below, as if hoping for any reinforcement, any sort of help. But there were none, and that gave Kai the cue to finish this. He waved his hand in the air and launched another burst of fire towards the mage, who gritted his teeth and dodged, rolling to the side at the last moment. As he rose to his feet, he flickered his wrist. Thin, shiny daggers of water shot towards Kai, slicing through the air like blades. The wind whistled, but Kai didn't even flinch. A gust of wind spiraled around him, catching the daggers mid-flight and sending them spiraling off course. Before the water mage could even react to his failed attack, Kai struck. His hand shot forward, creating a fiery whip. It lashed forward, coiling around the mage's torso. Then he yanked. The water mage barely had time to gasp before he was yanked off his feet, crashing into the stone floor with a loud thud. His breath was knocked out of him, and his limbs twitched weakly as he struggled to rise. But Kai wasn't about to give him the chance. With a flick of his wrist, the whip tightened its grip, bringing him down and pinning him to the ground. Then, he yanked him off in the air with his newfound strength. A scream echoed out of him as he fell to his death, but soon it faded and Kai took the moment to relish in his victory. Not bad, but they were never going to win, he muttered, taking a breath to stabilize his heartbeat. Despite them being at the same rank, Kai knew the difference between him and any other third circle mage was major. He was almost at the peak of the third circle, and had experience alongside superior spells, and a lot of training to the point he was even confident in taking on a fourth circle mage. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle below. No more mages were left, and just as Kai exhaled, a sudden chill crawled up his spine. His instincts screamed at him to move. He twisted. A dagger flew past his shoulder, slicing through the air where his throat had been only moments before. His gaze snapped to the source, and standing there, wearing heavy silver armor, was a knight with a bloodied blade in hand. "I will kill you for my lord," the knight growled. Kai raised an eyebrow, unruffled by the threat. He didn't raise his hands to cast a spell. Instead, he reached behind him, pulling free the spear strapped to his back. The weapon hummed in his grip. "Let's see if you can," Kai said, lowering into a stance. "I won't even use magic." The knight's pupils dilated with surprise for a moment before his face tightened, devoid of emotions. He roared and charged with his sword raised high. Steel flashed as the knight swung in a vicious downward arc, aiming to cleave Kai in two. Kai intercepted the strike effortlessly, twisting his wrists just enough to deflect the blade to the side. The knight groaned at the movement, but soon he recovered, pulling the sword from Kai's grasp and lashing out rapidly, his sword moving in brutal slashes and thrusts. Kai danced around each strike, sidestepping the attacks as if they were nothing more than just wind. "You're slow," Kai said with an air of nonchalance, dodging yet another heavy swing. The knight's eyebrows knitted together and he snarled in frustration. His fury mounted as he pressed on, and every attack became more desperate and reckless than the previous. Kai moved in defense. Sparks flew as steel collided with steel, but no matter how fast or hard the knight struck, his sword never once grazed Kai, who doubted the man was ever going to be able to touch him. After all had opened the vaults in his legs, he felt the rush of power surging through his muscles, amplifying his speed to inhuman levels. It felt effortless to move, avoid strikes, dodge every hard thrust, like a shadow. So this is what it feels to be an enforcer. The thought barely had time to settle before Kai's instincts kicked in, pushing him onto the offensive. He could let this man slash and thrash until he got fed up and ran out of energy, but Kai had other matters to attend to, basically to overlook an entire field of chaos. He slipped past another wide swing, pivoted on his heel, and with a fluid motion, slammed his foot into the knight's chest. The force sent the man stumbling back, barely managing to keep his footing. Kai didn't give him a chance to recover. The shaft of his spear snapped forward, striking the knight's knee, splurging blood out of it. Armor groaned, and the knight dropped to one knee with a sharp gasp of pain. Kai's movements were swift and deadly. In a single motion, he twisted his spear and drove the sharp tip through the knight's shoulder, piercing deep into the armor. The knight's howl of agony echoed in the air, but Kai wasn't finished yet. He yanked the spear free and lunged again, stabbing into the knight's other arm, impaling it. Another cry of pain rang out, but the man couldn't muster the strength to fight back. "There you fucking go." Kai kicked the man sprawling onto his back, his body collapsing with a thud. Kai stepped back, his breath steady as he surveyed the scene. His legs buzzed with energy, and his body hummed in a way he had never felt before. Even as a magus, he had never experienced this kind of raw, untethered power. The enforcer's strength was something entirely different, far beyond what he had imagined. He felt alive very cell of him, but before Kai could dwell on the feeling, a sudden wave of shouts filled the air, some filled with pain, others with rage. The battle wasn't over, and he had to play his part. Killian's boots squelched against the bloody ground as he looked around. Steel against steel rang through the air. Men shouted with fury. Pain, he didn't know, nor did he want to know. The only thing he saw was the bodies that fell and the stench of blood, sweat, and iron. But they were winning. The enforcers carved through enemy lines like a well-oiled machine, their formations holding strong. Killian knew that his training for them had paid off. He could see that. Each swing of their blades was precise, each step measured and coordinated. Further back, mages rained destruction from behind the front lines. Bolts of fire streaked through the sky. Ice shards impaled enemies where they stood, bursts of wind sent men tumbling like ragdolls, and several earth mages were helping the fighters back to back by shifting their enemies' footing, throwing them off balance, and even attacking with large chunks of earth particles. Killian had his doubts about the mages before. They were from the Archon Tower originally, and he had never trusted them, but so far they hadn't failed. Still, the battle wouldn't end until they took the enemy Viccount. Lord Arzen had given the order before the fight had even begun, and now it was up to Killian to see it through. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his grip on his sword and charged toward the stone staircase leading up the wall. The sounds of battle faded behind him, drowned out by his own heartbeat. He focused on the top of the wall, where Lord Arzen fought against enemy mages and archers, the dark silhouette of his figure outlined by flickering flames and exchanging water attacks. Killian pressed forward. Out of nowhere, a spear shot toward him, aimed for the narrow slit in his visor. He barely saw it in time. Instinct kicked in and he dropped low, feeling the sharp rush of air as the weapon whistled past his helmet. It clanged against the stone behind him, sparks flying. His head snapped up. 6 enemy soldiers blocked the stairs ahead, their weapons drawn, their eyes fixed on him like wolves spotting fresh prey. But he knew who the predator was, yet he absorbed their figures. One of them smirked. Another twirled a short axe in his grip, as if eager to see blood spill. Killian exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. His fingers tightened around his sword hilt. If they wanted to stop him, they would have to try harder than that. He tightened his grip on his sword and set his stance. Sparks of lightning crackled along the blade's edge. He exhaled sharply and raised his weapon. "Come at me." The words barely left his lips before he struck. His sword cut through the air in a wide arc, and bolts of lightning flew from the blade, snapping toward the enemies like creeping vines. The crackling energy slammed into their armor, forcing some to stumble, but there were too many to be attacked with one strike. Moreover, the narrow stairway left little room to maneuver, and their sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm him. A spear lunged for his chest. He twisted, letting it scrape harmlessly past his side, then brought his sword up just in time to deflect a downward slash from another soldier. Sparks erupted as steel clashed against steel. The tall man pressed forward, trying to drive him down the steps. Killian's boots held firm. He ducked beneath a swinging axe, rolled his shoulder to avoid another spear thrust, then lashed out, grabbing the nearest soldier and smashing his head against the cold stone wall. The man groaned, stumbling back, and Killian wasted no time, his blade slicing cleanly through the second soldier's chest, lightning surging through the wound. The third and fourth came at him together, their swords flashing in unison. Killian gritted his teeth and met their assault, his blade a blur as he blocked and parried. He shoved them back, their balance wavering. Before they could recover, a fifth soldier barreled forward, boots crushing down on his fallen allies in his rush to strike. Killian sidestepped, letting the man's momentum carry him forward, then hooked his sword beneath his opponent's guard and sent him reeling down the stairs. The last soldier hesitated, his eyes darting between the injured men and Killian's crackling blade. Big fucking mistake. Killian raised his blade. A surge of lightning burst from it, striking the man square in the chest. The force lifted him off his feet and sent him crashing over the stair's edge with a strangled scream. Silence followed, save for the distant clash of battle. Killian didn't waste time catching his breath. He turned, sprinting up the remaining steps. As he reached the top of the wall, his gaze swept over the wide area. An arrow sliced through the air to come towards him, and he dodged, looking at the archer standing right next to the entrance, and grinned, dodging more arrows and closing the distance between them. Killian cut through him effortlessly and shoved him backwards. The man's screams fell into deaf ears as the force of Killian's fist threw him off the wall. Just then, a knight lunged at him, but Killian barely slowed. He took that opportunity and sidestepped the clumsy strike and drove his sword clean through the man's chest. He yanked it free in one fluid motion, flicking blood onto the stone beneath him, and then he saw him, the Viccount. In the middle of all the action and noises, the noble stood with his back straight, hands gripping the hilt of a longsword. His eyes swept over the battlefield, the crumbling walls, the slain soldiers, the flames licking at what was once his castle. There was no fear in his expression, only a grim acceptance. He turned as Killian approached, his gaze hardening as he took him in. "I'm not planning to go down without a fight," Viscount Buck said steadily despite the ruins surrounding him. Killian tilted his head, cracking his neck as he shifted his stance. Lightning curled around his fingers before settling back into his blade. "That's fine by me." Viscount Buck surged forward, steel flashing as their weapons clashed. Sparks flew from the impact, the force rattling up Killian's arms. For a mortal, the noble had impressive strength. High strikes came fast and relentless, fueled not by desperation but by something deeper. Pride. Even though his defeat was already decided, he fought with everything he had, refusing to fall without a struggle. And somewhere in that, Killian found a sliver of respect. But respect didn't change the outcome of a battle. Killian shifted his footing and pressed forward, his attacks coming sharper, faster. Buck faltered under the assault, his defenses cracking as Killian's blade carved through the air. A sudden slash cut toward the noble's shoulder. With a grunt, the Viscount raised his arm to block. Steel bit into flesh and blood splattered across the stone. He let out a pained snarl, staggering backhandly for Killian to channel lightning through the wound. Electricity crackled along Buck's body, forcing him to retreat even further. His breaths came ragged now, his grip weakening. Killian didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and drove his boot into the noble's chest, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Before he could even think about getting up, Killian dropped onto him, slamming a fist into his face. The impact echoed against the walls. The noble's helmet tumbled away, revealing his dazed expression before consciousness slipped from his grasp. Killian exhaled sharply, wiping his brow as he grabbed the unconscious noble by the collar and hauled him to his feet. His voice rang over the battlefield as he yelled, "Your lord is down. Put down your weapons." The fighting slowed. Warriors turned, bloodied and breathless, to see the fallen Viscount. One by one, swords clattered to the ground. Shields dropped, hands rose in surrender. Soldiers fell onto their knees, and just like that, it was over. Killian stood still, letting the moment sink in. His fingers twitched around his sword's hilt, and he realized how strange it felt. Victory, overpowering their enemy so completely. He had been so certain, so confident, but now with the battle won, the weight of it settled in his chest. Then he heard footsteps. He turned and saw Lord Arzen approaching. The man had blood on his hands and face, but Killian knew it wasn't his. Killian lowered the Viscount's limp form to the ground, stepping back as his lord knelt beside him. Lord Arzen glanced at the battered noble, then let out a quiet chuckle. He'll need help, but he's far from death. His gaze flicked to the man's bruised and bloodied face. Though I doubt he'll be showing that face in public anytime soon. Killian exhaled, adjusting his grip on his sword before turning to Lord Arzen. "What's the next order?" Lord Arzen didn't hesitate. "Seize the castle. Tend to the injured, both ours and theirs. Patch them up, then throw them in the dungeons. We'll interrogate them later." He gestured by his hand. "Get the common folk under control. Let them know we're not here to slaughter them, or they might do something foolish." and send the enforcers to deal with the other nobles before they cause trouble. Killian nodded, knowing the work wasn't over yet. But just as he turned to leave, Lord Arzen's gaze flicked to the sky, his expression shifting into something colder. He murmured almost to himself, "I don't think the battle is over yet." A chill slithered down Killian's spine. He frowned. "What do you mean?" Kai's jaw tight. "I saw no blood drinkers in this fight." The words hung heavy between them, sinking into Killian like a weight in his chest. It was true. He himself hadn't seen a single blood drinker, not when the entire castle was being reduced to shambles. "We need to question the Viscount about it," Kai continued, eyes scanning the ruined battlefield. "But I'm afraid they're just hiding, waiting for the right moment. Their stealth abilities are beyond what I expected." He let out a slow breath, then finally looked at Killian. "This is just the start." Killian's fingers curled around his hilt, his instincts sharpening. "Yes, Lord Arzen," he agreed. "The start of many battles. We are prepared." Lucian's gaze lingered on the dagger resting on the wooden table in his tent. The constantly flickering lantern light drew shadows across its smooth, dark surface. It was made of obsidian, its black blade swallowing the light rather than reflecting it. His eyes lingered a second longer on the hilt of it, the crest of House Kellius, a mighty Rayan eagle with its wings spread wide, its talons gripping nothing but air, ready to strike. A condescending smile drew on his face while his fingers traced the engraving, and a sigh slipped from his lips. The memory of his father's last moments crept into his mind unbidden. The old man had been frail, his voice barely audible when he pressed this very dagger into Lucian's hands. "Be a just ruler and take care of your brothers." Lucian's jaw tightened. The words tasted bitter now. He let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. "Sorry, father, but I don't like my brothers enough to take care of them." His grip on the dagger tightened, the edges of his mouth curling up into something that wasn't quite a smile. "But I would send them to you to do it. Take care of them for me, they do not belong here." The tent flap rustled, breaking the moment. His eyes flicked up, irritation flashing across his face. But then recognition settled in. Chakran stepped inside. More blood drinkers followed him blindly. Lucian exhaled through his nose. "Report," Chakran bit, his lips clearly disliking the tone of Lucian's words. Then without asking, he dropped onto the wooden stool across from Lucian. Lucian's expression darkened. His fingers twitched as if he might rise, his glare sharp enough to cut. "Stay seated," Chakran said flatly, as if he was already bored by Lucian's presence. "The news my pawns have brought won't make you happy." Lucian narrowed his eyes. "What happened?" "Heavy losses," he shrugged, "at the hands of your brother." Lucian's fingers drummed against the table. "Go on. You already know how that fool of a human surrendered. You know how I lost my servants in the battle at Verdies." Chakran's lip curled slightly. "But now we've received more troubling news. Your spy, dead, killed." He let that sink in before continuing, "And House Dorn, gone. Your brother wasted no time. He attacked it, took it for himself." Lucian's fingers stilled. By the way, Chakran leaned forward, his smirk returning. "Your brother, aggressive leader. A really powerful mage, too, far better than my expectations. My pawns saw it all." Lucian's grip on the dagger tightened, his knuckles paling. His mind reeled, thoughts clashing like swords in a chaotic battle. House Dorn gone. That wretched brother of mine took it. His breath came sharp and slow as he fought to keep his composure. His heartbeat pounded against his ribs, demanding action, demanding blood. "Describe the battle," he said. "Your brother is a third circle mage." "You know that, but he's at the peak of it, a foot already in the next circle going by his power," he said. "And judging by how fast he moved, he doesn't just rely on magic. He trains his body too." He rolled his eyes in frustration. "By human standards, he's good. By magic standards, he's a worthy opponent." Lucian's jaw tensed. That wasn't unexpected. Arzen's newfound strength was something he was well aware of, but talent alone couldn't take down House Dorn so quickly. But Chakran continued, "Your brother isn't the problem. The forces he led are." He leaned forward, resting an elbow on his knee. "My pawns saw some interesting things." Lucian remained silent, watching him carefully. Contraptions that blasted through entire walls, knights wielding the power of mages. And Chakran paused, letting the next word hang between them, knowing it would sting. "A dwarf." Lucian's brow rose slightly. "A dwarf," his fingers tapped against the obsidian blade. "I already know about his magical knights, but a dwarf." Chakran nodded. "Your brother seems to have enough charm to bring one into his service." He gave a dry chuckle, and that would explain the contraptions. Lucian exhaled through his nose, his mind already piecing things together. In addition to leading an army, Arzen seemed to be also building something way more dangerous. "Now, what will you do, O great noble man?" The mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Chakran raised a brow. "Eager to reveal yourself to the other nobles, are we?" His smirk widened. "I thought Idren was already giving you away, but was under you. A slave who would lick your cock if you told him to." His eyes glinted with amusement. "But these other nobles, won't they run to the crown the moment they see what you really are?" Lucian met his gaze unimpressed. "I will deal with it," he said simply. "You do as you're ordered." Chakran chuckled, shaking his head. "And while we wait for the nobles to arrive." "You won't just sit here, I take it." Lucian scoffed. "Of course not. Shakran leaned back. Then what are you planning? He waved a hand. Even with us, your mages and your mercenaries, attacking your brother now would be unwise. We have no idea what else he has hidden up his sleeves. Lucian lifted the dagger and trailed along the edge with his finger. So now you're taking him seriously, huh? Shakran let out a short chuckle, shaking his head. He's turning out to be a good opponent. Not quite worthy yet, but if we ever cross blades, I might actually enjoy the fight. He tapped his fingers against his thigh. But this isn't about just one man, is it? His entire force is alarming, that's the problem. Lucian nodded slowly. I know. His fingers traced the crest on the dagger's hilt absent-mindedly. But every force needs certain things. His grip loosened as his mind worked through the details. Air, food, and he trailed off, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then, as if a puzzle piece had clicked into place, he exhaled sharply. Water. A beat of silence passed before he continued. Dorn Castle's main water source is the nearby river. I know that Castle Wellett's wells aren't deep enough to sustain a force for long. They'll need that river. A force as large as his drinks more than it eats. They might be able to find food, but water. A slow, knowing smile crept onto his lips. That's something we can control. He turned his head slightly, eyes settling on one of the blood drinkers standing at the back of the tent. Tell them to go. Poison the river. Make sure it's done discreetly. If they drink, they die. If they don't drink, he shrugged nonchalantly. They still die. Shakran looked back and nodded, giving them the command. The blood drinker bowed his head and slipped out without a word, moving smoothly and out of sight. Lucian leaned back, a satisfied smirk still on his face. Shakran watched him for a moment before stretching, rolling his shoulders lazily. Looks like it's time for me to go as well, he said. Since your brother's shaping up to be such fun, I should make sure I'm well prepared for the battle. Lucian gave a curt nod, but as Shakran turned to leave, he lifted a hand, stopping him. And if you manage to kill him, Lucian said, his body is yours. Shakran stilled for a moment before glancing over his shoulder, a sharp grin spreading across his face. No proper burial, I just want to see him dead, I don't care anymore. Shakran nodded slowly, amusement flashing in his crimson eyes. Then you'll get your wish, Duke. With that, he disappeared into the night. Lord Vensar swept his gaze across the villagers kneeling before him, their wrists bound tightly with rope. The villagers were battered. Their faces were filled with dirt, some tear-stained and others blank with silent resignation. He stood before his warhorse, his domineering size and sharp eyes enough to make even the most challenging among them lower their heads. More villagers were dragged forward, those who had cowered in their homes, those foolish enough to attempt escape. His soldiers moved efficiently, yanking them out one by one, throwing them to their knees alongside the others. The village of Hallowmere had been an easy conquest. Located on the very edge of Arzen's territory, it was little more than a collection of wooden huts surrounded by a feeble palisade, which had splintered under his men's assault in mere minutes. After that, the fight had been nothing more than a formality. With their defenses shattered and morale non-existent, the villagers had surrendered without spilling a drop of his soldiers' blood, a small gift for Duke Kellius. Lord Vensar allowed himself a satisfied smirk. The Duke had called for the noble houses loyal to him to converge on House Dorn's castle for the coming war. But along the way, Vensar had decided to capture this village as a show of goodwill. A small yet strategic offering gun he was sure the Duke would appreciate. We'll rest here for the night, he declared, his voice moving over the restless murmurs of his men. Come dawn, we march for the castle. A crunch of hurried footsteps pulled his attention. A scout dripping with sweat stumbled toward him. The man barely slowed before dropping from his horse and kneeling, his face pale with horror. My lord, he gasped, breathless, my lord. A large army is moving toward us from the west. Vensar stiffened, eyes narrowing. What? It's true, my lord, the scout insisted. I was circling the village, checking for any stragglers, when I heard a thundering sound. The earth itself trembled beneath me. He swallowed, his throat dry, before continuing. When I crept closer, I saw a Theman army of beasts. Vensar's grip on his reins tightened. Beasts, yes, my lord. Large men rode atop them, moving fast like horse shedding straight for the village. They weren't horses, my lord. What the fuck? This couldn't be Arzen's forces. They couldn't travel so fast to be here, and by the latest news he had gotten, they seemed to be preparing for a confrontation at Dorn Cattle. And yet, beasts, large men riding them. His mind whirred through possibilities before snapping to one conclusion. Barbarians, his jaw clenched. They had a known encampment near this region, and he had left untouched, knowing that without proper forces, an extermination attempt would have been costly. House Kellius had been meant to deal with them, but the Fief War had delayed that effort. So why now? Why were they suddenly charging toward this village? His eyes flicked back to the terrified scout. Rally the men, he ordered sharply. Now, Lord Vensar swallowed the unease bubbling in his chest, forcing his shoulders to remain squared as he strode toward the palisade. His heavy boots crunched against the dirt, his soldiers parting before him as he climbed the wooden steps to get a better view. He reached the top and his breath hitched. The scout had not been lying. Beyond the palisade, hundreds of barbarians loomed in the distance, their massive mounts shifting restlessly beneath them. Their approach had been slow, like a noose tightening around the village. The moonlight caught the gleam of their weapon-swicked axes and brutal swords, each one sharp enough to carve through steel. Vensar had read the reports. He had heard the stories of their brute strength, of their impossible resilience in battle. Even the kingdom's forces, armed with Arkan Tower mages, had struggled to deal with them. But knowing of their ferocity was one thing, staring it in the face was another. His pulse quickened. Some of the barbarians met his gaze from a distance. Their eyes burned with something primal: determination, bloodlust, and unshakable will to fight. It was like looking into the abyss itself. Still, he was a noble of the kingdom, a man versed in war. He would not let them see his fear. Squaring his shoulders once again, he raised his voice. "Barbarians," his words rang out over the silent field. "You are surrounding a village that I, Lord Vensar, have taken in the name of Duke Kellius during this fief war. You have no stake in this battle. I advise you to turn back now, lest you face the wrath of my army." A few chuckles rumbled from the mass of warriors. Then one of them spurred his mount forward. Vensar's stomach clenched as the largest barbarian of them all emerged from their ranks. A behemoth of a man, his muscles coiled with raw power, his skin marked with war tattoos. Even on top of his beast, he towered over everyone present. "I am Chieftain Yafgar of the Great Lombards." His words echoed like rolling thunder. "And running away is not in our nature." A chorus of cheers erupted from the warriors behind him, their laughter carrying over the wind. Some threw their weapons in the air. Yafgar's lips curled into a sharp grin. "The wrath of your army. I would love to see it for myself." The barbarians roared in approval, their voices a jagged symphony of bloodlust and anticipation. The night air vibrated with their cries, a primal sound that sent a shiver crawling up Vensar's spine. Their mount-skulking, tusked beasts with glowing eyes and bull-like creatures, probably strength to stomp the earth, nostrils flaring as they picked up the scent of imminent battle. Vensar's hands curled into fists, his mind racing. He needed to think. Fast. Could he negotiate? Stall for time? The Lombards were a savage people, but they weren't mindless beasts, if he could just. A sudden roar split the air, raw and guttural, like the earth itself was howling in fury. Vensar's thoughts shattered as flames erupted from Yafgar's body as he jumped right in front of his beast. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a mere battle aura. Fire, real and all-consuming, coiled around the chieftain's arms and legs. The heat rolled off him in waves, warping the air, turning his silhouette into a godlike figure. His weapons, 12 massive battle axes, wickedly curved and crusted with old blood, caught the firelight, their edges gleaming like fangs bared in a snarl. For a brief, foolish moment, Vensar thought that he was simply seeing things. But then the ground around him seemed to blacken, grass burning in an instant. No trick, no illusion. Yafgar was wreathed in flame, and the battlefield itself was about to burn. Then he charged. The ground trembled, not metaphorically, literally. The sheer weight of the barbarian's charge sent vibrations racing through the earth, rattling bones and knocking dust loose from the wooden barricade. "Shields up," Vensar bellowed, though his heart was pounding in his ears. His brain was telling him to run, but he couldn't. He wouldn't. "Mages, fire now." The air shifted as bolts of searing fire lanced forward, streaking toward the chieftain like falling stars. Light flared, blinding, scorching. Spells detonated against Yafgar's body with the force of miniature explosions, sending shockwaves rippling outward. For a heartbeat, Vensar dared to hope. Then through the smoke and flashing light, he saw him still coming. Yafgar didn't stop, didn't falter, didn't even slow down. The spells had struck him, but the flames around his body devoured the fire like kindling, reducing the attacks to mere sparks. And then impact, the world split apart. Yafgar crashed into the wooden wall like a meteor, his sheer force ripping through the palisade as if it were parchment. The structure didn't just break, it exploded. Wood splintered into little pieces. The very force of the collision sent Vensar flying backward, his body weightless for a terrifying second before slamming into the ground, heard his bones break. For a moment the world spun, his ears rang, his vision blurred, pain, dirt, smoke. He groaned, pushing himself up, his muscles protesting every movement. His head throbbed as he forced his eyes open, and then his blood ran cold. A massive hole gaped in the palisade. Smoke curled from the edges, twisting into the night sky like phantom fingers, and standing in its center bathed in flames, unscathed, unstoppable, was Yafgar. How? His burning gaze locked onto Vensar, the heat radiating off of him in waves. He lifted his axe high, its edges glowing red-hot from the heat. "You will fall before the might of the Lombards. Right, now." Then the ground shook again. Beyond the burning wreckage, more barbarians surged forward. They didn't hesitate, didn't pause. They stepped through the broken wall as if it were nothing more than a doorway. It might as well have been just a doorway. Vensar's breath hitched. His heart pounded like a war drum, his mind clawing for a way out. But the realization slammed into him like a tight slap across his face. He wasn't going to make it to Duke Kellius. Hell, he wasn't going to make it out of here at all. Yafgar stood in the middle of the carnage, his broad chest rising and falling in slow breaths. Around him, bodies lay sprawled across the dirt, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, their blood soaking into the earth like a final offering to the battlefield. Some had died cleanly on precise cut, one swift strike, but others had been less fortunate, their bodies bearing the brutal evidence of the Lombard's fury. Pride swelled his chest, but his mind was occupied. He lifted his battle axe and ran a calloused hand along its edge, wiping away the thick crimson coating that still clung to the blade. The weapon groaned under his grip, still warm from the slaughter. He exhaled through his nose, watching as the blood dripped onto the broken ground beneath him, mixing with the ashes of burning homes. Too easy. The noble's forces had barely put up a fight. Yafker had expected resistance, had hoped for warriors worthy of his steel, but what he had found instead were men too soft, too unprepared for true battle. A disappointing display. They had been caught off guard. Yessi's warriors had struck swiftly, tearing through their defenses before they had a chance to react, but a true soldier, a true leader, was always prepared for war. This noble had been weak, complacent, too reliant on his title to shield him from the blade, and so he had been defeated. Another stain wiped clean from the land. Yafker tightened his grip around his axe and glanced toward the burning remains of the village. Their attack had sent the villagers scattering, their terrified cries piercing through the battle before vanishing into the shadows. Some had fled beyond the fields, others had barricaded themselves inside their homes, praying for mercy. He wondered how many of them had ever lifted a blade before, taught how many had spent their lives under the noble's rule, blind to the harsh truths of the world. Fools, a lot of them, but no matter what he thought of them, Yafker had promised to keep them safe. A faint sound reached his ears, footsteps cutting through the crackle of fire and the distant groans of the dying. Yafker turned his head, his gaze falling upon a familiar figure approaching him, Ragnar. His son strode forward with purpose, his eyes narrowed in determination, though there was an edge of something else beneath it, fatigue perhaps. A part of his armor had been burned, the darkened metal scorched from fire. It did not slow him. The boy was strong, resilient, and he had done everything to prove himself back to Lombards. Another pang of pride swelled his chest, but he remained neutral. Yafker did not speak immediately, waiting as Ragnar came to a stop before him. His son's voice was steady when he finally spoke. "We were able to deal with all the enemies, chieftain," Ragnar reported. "Those who surrendered have been taken as captives. The rest, those who refused, have been sent to the cycle of reincarnation." A clean way of saying they had been cut down where they stood. Ragnar hesitated only briefly before continuing. "What are your orders regarding the villagers? Many ran when the attack began, but there are others still hiding in their homes, afraid of us." Yafker did not answer at once. Instead, his sharp gaze trailed over Ragnar's form, settling on the burn marks marring his armor. The edges of the plate were still blackened, the metal warped in places. His lips pressed into a thin line. "Are you hurt?" The question seemed to catch Ragnar off guard. He blinked once, his lips pressing together as if to keep himself from showing any weakness. Then, after a brief pause, he bit his lip and shook his head. "No," he said firmly. "Potions Lord Arzen's men provided healed my burns." Yafker studied him for a moment longer, searching for any sign of falsehood, but found none. Ragnar would not lie about such a thing. If he said he was fine, then he was fine. Still, the fact that he had needed healing at all left a sour taste in Yafker's mouth. Arzen's men had provided them with potions, yes, but that did not mean his warriors should grow reliant on them. A true Lombard fought through the pain, embraced it, let it fuel them. If Ragnar had suffered burns, he should have worn them as a mark of honor, not erased them with alchemy. But Yafker held his tongue. This was not the time for such lessons. He looked at the sky where dark flames still scorched. "They had a nasty blessed one among them," Ragnar said, groaning with frustration. "A fire wielder. Me and my men took him on, but he didn't fall easily. It took time, kept slinging flames at us, setting the ground ablaze, forcing us to split up. His magic made the battlefield a living inferno, but we cut him down in the end." Yafker's eyes darkened slightly. He turned his gaze back to Ragnar. "Any casualties?" Ragnar exhaled sharply. "Not many, only 3. His fingers curled into fists before he forced them to relax. "Most of us survived Evan while taking on a blessed one, and not just survived, father. We fought like never before." He hesitated, his expression troubled. "I haven't seen our men like this ever." They had no restraint, like something inside them had been unshackled. Yafker studied his son, the faint flicker of unease in his voice. He understood what Ragnar meant. The Lombards had always been fierce, but what they displayed tonight was beyond raw battle lust. "They have unlocked a new depth of power," Yafker said, nodding. "Something potent, something that was always inside them, but buried beneath doubt and chains they didn't even know existed. Now that restraint is gone." He glanced toward the remnants of the battlefield, the bodies of the nobles' warriors littering the ground. "Though they have not unlocked the elements as I have, they possess a reservoir of strength, a raw, untapped force that will only grow as this fief war continues." Ragnar remained silent, his lips pressing into a thin line. Yafker narrowed his eyes slightly before continuing. "But power without control is a blade without a handle, a weapon that cuts its own master." He leveled a steady gaze at his son. "You must ensure they do not go out of bounds. Strength means nothing if it turns into arrogance, and there are always stronger men out there. Ragnar's eyes hardened, understanding dawning in his eyes. He inclined his head. I understand. Yafkar nodded once, satisfied. Then his gaze flickered toward the ruined village, toward the homes where frightened eyes watched from behind cracked shutters and trembling fingers clutched at rusted knives. Speak with the villagers, he commanded. Make it clear we are not here to plunder or slaughter them. If they resist, just slap them up. But if they submit, they will be left unharmed. He turned back to Ragnar. We will be moving at dawn to join Lord Arzen. Let them know that by morning they will no longer have to fear us. Ragnar gave a firm nod, stepping back, ready to carry out the order. But before he could turn away, Yafkar's voice cut through the space between them once more. Also, the chieftain added, making Ragnar turn around, fetch the noble we captured. Have him brought by a horse. Ragnar frowned slightly but did not question. You want him alive. We are soon to meet the man under whom the Lombards will march, Yafkar said, a knowing glint in his eyes, and it would be rude to arrive empty-handed. A gift is in order. For a brief moment, Ragnar said nothing. Then his lips curled into the ghost of a smirk. I understand, he said simply. With that, he turned, his steps carrying him into the darkness, leaving Yafkar alone amidst the wreckage. The chieftain exhaled, looking one last time at the bodies around him. Weak men, but they had served their purpose. They had tested the Lombards, and the Lombards had passed. Ferry rode at the head of his column, the constant thrum of hooves against the earth echoing behind him. 300 warriors followed in disciplined formation, their ranks unbroken as they went through fields, rocky outcrops, and dense patches of woodland. They moved like a tide rolling across the land, sweeping toward their destination house Xantir. Out of the 4 houses that sworn their loyalty to Lucian since the very beginning, his orders were clear. After the decisive Battle of Verdies, he had been tasked with leading a formidable force to crush the noble house before it could merge with Lucian's army. A tall order by any means, but Ferry did not feel even the slightest twinge of doubt. If anything, anticipation thrummed in his veins. Adrenaline rushed to every part of his body. Victory was only a matter of time. It wasn't just his own certainty that fueled him. His men, too, carried themselves with the same confidence of warriors who knew they would not break. This was not arrogance. They had all been briefed on the strategy, they knew their roles, and they bore the latest innovation of Balin's genius lightwood armor. The finely crafted set, enchanted and reinforced, was lighter than steel yet offered the same protection. It moved with them, rather than against them. Ferry had no doubt that their preparation, their strength, and their equipment would see them through. As they crossed a wide stretch of plains, the wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of churned earth. Ferry narrowed his eyes as a dust cloud swirled into the sky ahead. Instinct clenched his gut. An army. Only an army could raise such a vast plume of dust. He reined in his horse sharply, the beast skidding slightly before coming to a halt. Behind him, his men obeyed immediately, the entire column slowing in perfect unison. Silence stretched for a heartbeat as Ferry's gaze sharpened, his enhanced senses locking onto the figures emerging from the dust. His eyes traced the gleaming armor, the banners fluttering against the wind, and then there it was crest emblazoned on their tabards, standing bold against the steel. House Xantir, a sigil of a roaring wyvern, its wings outstretched as if poised to strike, surrounded by a wreath of golden laurels. The noble house's pride was evident in the embroidery, the deep crimson of the banner standing bold against the pale backdrop of dust and sky. Ferry felt a grin tug at his lips. He turned his horse, facing his men. The moment we've been waiting for has arrived, he declared. The enemy stands before us. His gaze swept over the warriors' faces set, hands gripping weapons, bodies thrumming with restrained energy. You all know what must be done. He unsheathed his blade, the steel catching the fading light. Now let's remind them why House Xantir made the wrong choice. Ferry's grin widened as he raised his voice once more. We need to show them that we are the best cavalry in the entire kingdom. Do you understand? A thunderous roar of affirmation rang out. Yes, Knight Ferry. The energy was palpable as it was contagious, a wave of fervor rippling through the ranks. Ferry's gaze flickered to Bord, his second in command, standing ready at his side. Get everyone in formation, Ferry commanded. We'll be clashing soon. Bord nodded sharply, spurring his horse into motion as he rode down the line, barking orders. The cavalry shifted seamlessly into position, lances and blades at the ready. Ferry turned his attention back to the approaching army. The dust had settled enough to see them more clearly rows upon rows of cavalry standing beneath House Xantir's crimson banners. As their forces ground to a halt, he nudged his horse forward, bridging the distance between them. State your allegiance and your purpose here. The man who was at the front yelled loud enough for even the people at the back to hear. Ferry smiled at that. I'm Knight Ferry Daron, serving Count Arzen of Veraltt. I have come here with my forces to annihilate House Xantir if they don't surrender right now. This shall be considered as the final warning. As he gave them the warning, he stood and waited for their response. A chuckle rippled through the enemy ranks. Then came outright laughter, some soldiers exchanging amused glances as if they had just heard the most ridiculous joke. Ferry showed no surprise, watching as a lone figure broke from their formation and rode forward. The man had a gleaming crimson plate. He could say that it was a deadly set of armor. The elegant craftsmanship was undeniable, the embellishments hinting at both wealth and power. His presence alone commanded respect, his bearing that of a noble warrior, just a noble, he couldn't say yet. The man raised a gauntleted hand, silencing his troops with nothing but the gesture. Then he turned his gaze upon Faerie, a sneer twisting his lips. I had not expected Count Arzen to be so foolish, he said, his voice rich with condescension, to send his men to their death so carelessly. What a waste. He tilted his head slightly, as if studying a child playing at war. Do you truly believe your meager forces can survive a clash against my thousands? He let the words hang for a moment, letting them sink in before continuing. I will give you one opportunity to surrender now, and I shall only take your head. Your men I will spare. His sneer deepened. I swear it on my name, Viccount Malor II of House Xandir. Silence stretched for a moment, the only sound the rustling of banners in the wind. The Viscount sat there expectantly, as if fully expecting Faerie to dismount, bend the knee, and accept his fate. Instead, Faerie let out a short, sharp scoff. Very well, Viccount Malor II, he said. You've chosen death for yourself and your men. He turned his horse slightly, just enough to glance over his shoulder at his warriors. Their gazes burned with anticipation, waiting for the signal. Are you ready? Yes. The response came like a hammer striking an anvil, their voices roaring in unison. Faerie smirked. Good. As he turned back to face the enemy, he caught sight of the Viscount issuing commands of his own, his men shifting into formation for an inevitable charge. Unfortunately for him, he had no idea what was coming. Faerie tightened his grip on the reins, feeling the weight of his enchanted lightwood armor with sturdy craftsmanship, the perfectly balanced blend of mobility and protection, a marvel of Balin's genius. He exhaled, a quiet promise slipping from his lips. I'll get you another victory, Lord Arzen. A sudden gust of wind swept across the battlefield, rustling the banners and carrying a sharp chill through the air. Viccount Malor shuddered just for a moment before shaking his head. His green eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the sorry excuse of a force that stood a good pace away from his own. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, he couldn't understand why Count Arzen had sent these men here to die. More importantly, why hadn't they fled? They had eyes, didn't they? They could see his army 1,000 strong, a force that could crush them underfoot like insects. Yet despite the sheer difference in numbers, they stood their ground. No sign of hesitation, no fear of death in their eyes. It didn't make sense. Was it a trap? Were they simply suicidal? The Viscount's fingers twitched against the reins of his horse as he mulled over the possibilities, but no answer came. A familiar presence rode up beside him. His trusted knight Syrian, lined in slightly, voice low. Lord Malor, do you think we're falling into a trap? The Viscount glanced at him, frowning. The same thought had crossed his mind, but... I don't know, he admitted, his upper lip curling into a sneer. I see no way this could be a trap. He gestured toward the landscape with a sweeping motion. Look around you. We're on open ground. There's nowhere for additional forces to hide, and I see no mages among their ranks. His voice hardened. Even if they had one or two, they'd need someone on Magus Verdia's level to pose a real threat to us. Knight Syrian nodded, but his unease didn't fade. His gaze lowered to the earth beneath them. What about the ground? He muttered. Could there be a trap beneath us? Viccount Malor cast a wary glance at the ground before shaking his head. I don't think so. We saw them moving towards us the entire way. None of them got close enough to dig any trenches or lay traps. No matter how much I think about it, this just seems like pure stupidity. His knight exhaled loudly before responding. Yes, but Count Arzen is the opposite of that. Maybe, Malor admitted with a slight scowl. But not long ago, he was just known as the shadow of his brother. His troops have been racking up victories lately, so perhaps they've grown arrogant, convinced they can handle us. You've heard the rumors, haven't you? Mortal men fighting like mages, wielding enchanted weapons and armor. Maybe they're just too confident in that. Syrian hesitated before nodding. Maybe. Either way, we're not retreating. Malor straightened in his saddle. Our numbers are overwhelming. Even if there is a trap, we'll face it head on. With a sharp nod, the knight turned, barking orders to the men. Soldiers adjusted their grips on weapons, tightened their formations, and prepared to charge. Malor swept his gaze over his ranks before raising his sword high. Men, we're going to tear through their ranks, he bellowed. Get ready. Yes. A thunderous, earth-shattering roar erupted from his army as hooves pounded against the earth. Shields locked into place, and spears gleamed in the sunlight. Both the armies moved with the intention to destroy. For a brief moment, he met Faerie's gaze across the battlefield. The knight's helmet obscured most of his face, but his eyes gleamed with something unnatural, something sinister. The Viscount's grip on his reins tightened as an inexplicable sense of dread clawed at his chest. Something wasn't right. Then Faerie's voice rang across the battlefield. Now, the Viscount barely had time to react before it happened. Suddenly, a brilliant, massive glow erupted from the enemy's armor. The seals carved into their enchanted plating came to life, pulsing with some otherworldly energy. A wave of light spread like wildfire, jumping from one soldier to the next, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding white radiance. The Viscount's breath hitched as the world became nothing but light. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, and then a sharp, searing pain tore through his body. Fuck, his mouth opened in a soundless gasp as something pierced him. Cold, deep, fatal. He barely had time to comprehend it before the darkness consumed everything. Veraltt felt a rush of power spread through him and his men. It was too bright and powerful. The etham core in his chestplate hummed violently as the blinding seals activated. A bright white light exploded across the battlefield, covering everything in its glow. In the next second, panic shouts filled the air. Not just that, triggered horses neighed wildly, rearing up as their riders cried out in confusion. Blinded by the sudden light, many soldiers covered their eyes or waved their weapons uselessly. On the other hand, Veraltt and his forces were prepared. Their helmets had special visors, dusk shields that let them see through the blinding glow. Balin even had managed to create a similar kind for each and every horse to avoid any sort of unnecessary trouble. Veraltt immediately took the chance of the enemy being blinded. "Charge," he shouted. His men stormed forward, cutting down enemies who couldn't even see them coming. Spears pierced through armor, swords slashed through flesh, and the battlefield turned into chaos. "I can't see," an enemy soldier screamed. "Help me," another shouted before being struck down. Veraltt tore through the carnage, his spear a blur of death. Each strike hammered into flesh, cutting men down ruthlessly. Nothing held him back. His men were no different. There was no mercy in their eyes. Spears, shields, swords, arrows, and daggers all joined in the bloodbath, painting the ground red. Everywhere Veraltt looked, men were falling, horses crashing, and the desperate screams of those begging for their lives filled the air. It happened too fast, too violently. In the span of moments, a force of 2,000 men and horses had been driven back, and the slaughter began. His men didn't hesitate. They ripped through the enemy with a savagery that could only be born from the certainty of victory. After all, a blinded enemy was nothing more than a corpse waiting to happen. Veraltt didn't even need his powers as an enforcer. His spear sliced through blood-soaked air, carving through bone, flesh, and beating hearts, leaving a trail of mangled bodies right after. His fingers gripped the reins of his horse, pulling it around as he watched the chaos unfold, men screaming, dying, blood splattering against the earth. Then he caught sight of some enemy soldiers who'd managed to escape the worst of it. They were turning, fleeing. Veraltt's eyes locked onto Bord, his sword sinking deep into a man's throat, earning a loud scream. Blood splurged from the fallen guy's mouth and even eyes. "Bord, hunt them down." Bord's eyes flicked up, his eyes hard and wild. With a loud grunt, he gathered a few men and shot off after the retreating cowards. Veraltt didn't slow down. He pressed on, cutting down the men who begged for mercy or a quick death, their pleas lost in the beautiful sound of the battle. One after another, they crumpled to the earth, lifeless. "Is that?" His gaze snapped to the ground, catching sight of someone through the blood-soaked chaos. A man sprawled beneath fallen horses, crushed by their weight and the bodies of the wounded. Blood stained his armor, dark and thick, and a spear jutted from his stomach, the point glistening with crimson. The Viccount. Veraltt hadn't even seen him during the battle. He must have fallen early. From the way his eyes were closed with his body sprawled like that, Veraltt wondered if he was dead. But Lord Arzen had ordered him to be captured, not killed. Even though every cell of his body would have liked to leave him to die, orders were orders. Urging his horse forward, he dodged past swinging blades and rearing horses until he reached the fallen man. With a single motion, he pulled the Viccount up onto his saddle. The man groaned weakly, still alive but badly hurt. Veraltt grabbed a small vial from his belt, uncorked it, and forced a few drops into the Viscount's mouth. The potion would keep him alive long enough to be tied up. Glancing back at the battlefield, Veraltt saw that the enemy was slowly recovering, but it was too late for them. Less than a quarter of their army remained, and Veraltt's forces hadn't lost a single man. Victory was already theirs. As Veraltt sat on his horse, surveying the battlefield, two men suddenly charged at him. Their eyes burned with fury as they shouted, "Give us back our lord." Veraltt barely spared them a glance. With a swift movement, he blocked their attack with his spear, then shoved them back with enough force to unseat them. Their horses reared in panic, but before they could recover, Veraltt struck their mounts down, sending both men crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, he urged his own horse forward, its heavy hooves stomping down on the fallen enemies. The battlefield was almost silent now, save for the groans of the wounded and the ones who still fought with all their might. Veraltt scanned the field and then raised his voice for all to hear. "Anyone who surrenders now will be spared. You will be taken as political prisoners until the fief war is over. Any resistance will lead to your death just like your comrades." That earned more silence than before as the enemy soldiers clad in crimson plates hesitated, looking back and forth between the men who were still alive. Veraltt saw how their hands tightened around their weapons. A silent conversation passed between them, wondering whether to give up or continue, but they soon came to the right decision. The last 300 of them dropped their weapons to the ground in unison and raised their hands in surrender. Veraltt smirked and lifted his spear high. "We have won." A loud triumphant cheer erupted from his men. They had fought without losing a single soldier, and their victory was absolute. We did it. It was fucking easy. Look at them bow now. Long live Lord Arzen. The men shouted one after another. Just then, Ferry spotted Bord riding back with a few of his men. Their weapons dripped with fresh blood. Even before Bord spoke, Ferry knew his task had been completed. Bord stopped beside him and grinned. I killed all the fleeing men. His grin expanded as he showed around. I have to say, I've never seen or heard a battle end this quickly. The bards will have a good year with their stories after this fief war. Fair nodded, for sure. But it's not over yet. Bord tilted his head. What's next? Fair paused for a moment, then smiled. We move to raid House Zandhir. The Viccount and his forces are done, but they might still have reinforcements left. Lord Arzen doesn't want any loose ends. We'll make sure the whole Sylvan enclave is under our lord's control. Bord smirked. Sounds like a plan to me. A small army of men rode swiftly across the open plains, heading toward the fortified city at the edge of the Sylvan enclave. Their horses galloped hard, kicking up clouds of dust that trailed behind them like a storm. The soldiers wore battered green armor, its once proud metal now cracked and broken. The crest of House Dyrich was barely visible through the dirt and blood that stained their plates. They were in a hurry. Their horses' hooves thundered against the earth as they raced toward the city's towering walls. But as they neared the entrance, the archers stationed above quickly took aim. Halt, or you will be shot down, one of the guards shouted. The riders pulled on their reins, their horses slowing to a stop just outside the gates. One man stepped forward, his voice urgent and shaky as he called out, "We need to meet Baron Kynso immediately." The archers exchanged wary glances before the same guard called back, "Why? State your business." The soldier took a deep breath and shouted, "We were ambushed on our way to join Duke Lucian's forces. Count Arzen's men attacked us. We barely escaped with our lives." Immediately murmurs spread among the men on the wall. The tension in the air grew thick, the archers gripping their bows tighter. Finally, the guard at the front narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where is Knight Syrian? He was leading your force." The soldier's expression darkened. "He's dead," he said grimly and wiped his nose from the back of his hand. He marched forward. He fell in battle along with the rest of our men. We weren't even able to recover their bodies. "Please, let us in." The guard hesitated, glancing at his fellow soldiers. A heavy silence filled the space between them. Then after a long pause, he nodded. "Wait here." A moment later, the heavy wooden gates groaned open, allowing the weary riders to pass through. As they entered the city, the archers climbed down from their posts, their eyes scanning the wounded men. Blood stained their armor, and some of them looked pale, barely able to stay upright on their horses. The soldier at the front turned to the guard. "Please, my men need healing. They won't last much longer." The guard took in the sight of their injuries and gave a short nod. "We'll call for the healers. My men will take care of them." He then gestured toward the castle in the distance. "But first, you need to go with me. Baron Kynso must hear about this immediately." The soldier nodded, "Of course." Without wasting another second, the guard led him through the city streets, past rows of stone buildings and bustling city folks who paused to watch the bloodied warrior pass. They made their way toward a small castle at the city's center, its stone walls sturdy and imposing. The guard exchanged a few words with a butler at the entrance, who then guided them through a series of barely lit-up corridors. The castle smelled of burning candles and parchment, the faint scent of wine lingering in the air. Finally, they reached a heavy wooden door, and the butler knocked twice before pushing it open. Inside, Baron Kynso sat at a polished table, his pudgy fingers wrapped around a goblet of wine. His face twisted into an annoyed scowl as he looked up. "What is it now?" His gaze shifted from the butler to the guard and finally to the bloodied soldier standing before him. He frowned. "Are you one of the men I sent to aid Duke Lucian?" The soldier stepped forward and bowed. "Yes, my lord." Knight Syrian led us, but he clenched his fists, his voice lowering. "We were attacked. Count Arzen's forces ambushed us on the way. Our men were annihilated." Baron Kynso's frown deepened. His fingers tightened around the goblet as he leaned forward. "What exactly happened?" The soldier took a slow, shuddering breath, his face pale with exhaustion. He kneeled on the floor, unable to keep up his body. "We were on our way to join Duke Lucian's forces when we spotted a cavalry unit approaching Count Arzen's men. There weren't many of them, so we engaged, thinking we had a chance." He hesitated, eyes shadowed with something close to fear. "But just before we clashed, they started burning." Baron Kynso's brows shot up. "Burning," the soldier gave a stiff nod, as if they were demons from hell itself. Flames erupted over them, swallowing their armor, their horses, but they didn't scream. They didn't fall. They just kept charging at us, wreathed in fire, untouched by their own flames. A shiver ran through the room. The guard and the butler standing nearby exchanged uneasy glances. The scent of burnt leather and flesh still clung to the scorched soldier's armor, the metal blackened and warped from the heat. Baron Kynso slammed his goblet onto the table. "What do you mean, a burning cavalry? Didn't they burn themselves?" The soldier shook his head, his jaw tightening. "No, my lord." They seemed unaffected. Their armor didn't even seem to get heated. Baron Kynso cursed under his breath, his face twisting with frustration, and he stood up. "What the fuck is going on here?" He ran a hand through his thinning hair, pacing across the room. Then turning sharply, he fixed the soldier with a hard stare. Are you sure they didn't chase you? The soldier shook his head again. No, my lord. We took a different route, curved around the main roads, and hid in caves to avoid them. They didn't fall. Kyenso nodded, but the worry on his face did not fade. He started pacing again, his boots clicking against the stone floor. He felt the tension of the room increase by a few degrees. The guard finally spoke. What are we going to do now, my lord? Do we still prepare the reinforcements we were sending after Knight Syrian? Kyenso stopped mid-step, exhaling sharply. Then with a sudden snap, he turned on the man. Hell if I know. The room fell silent. His scowl deepened as he gestured sharply, his frustration spilling out. Do your insignificant peasant brain even realize what's happening here? A duke and a count are fighting using their ancestral forces. Their magical power stow crush each other. And in the middle of it all, I'm getting ground into dust like a damn pebble. His words echoed through the chamber. The air was heavy with an unspoken truth none of them wanted to face. Then from the other side of the room, the scorched soldier spoke up, his voice hoarse but steady. Then why did you agree to join the fief war, Baron Kyenso? Kyenso scoffed, a dry, humorless laugh escaping him. Do you think I had a choice? He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Do you fucking think I had a choice? He repeated himself as if no one heard him before. House Kellius has ruled the Sylvan Enclave for centuries. The soldier hesitated before speaking again. But House Redmont chose to stay neutral. The tension in the air was palpable as Kyenso sneered at the scorched man, his voice dripping with disdain. What do you know? I choose the best possible way, and I don't need to hear anything from a soldier who ran away from battle. Arzen's forces might not have killed you, but I will if you use that tongue too much. The scorched man's lips twitched, his face twisted in amusement. Without a word, he threw his head back and let out a low, eerie chuckle. Baron Kyenso froze on the spot, furrowing his brow in confusion, wondering why the man was laughing. As he did, the scorched man suddenly removed his helmet with one swift motion. Kyenso's eyes widened as a sharp, handsome face with a scar running down his neck came into view, framed by dark hair, blue eyes, and a bright, unsettling smile. The tremor that was before gone. This man looked borderline crazy with a grin on his face. Kyenso instinctively took a step back, his instincts telling him that something was wrong. Are you really one of my soldiers? He asked, voice trembling. The man caught Kyenso's confused expression and chuckled again. I'm sorry. I forgot. A nobleman like you would never be able to remember the faces of his own soldiers. I guess it was easier to get in here due to that. The words hit Kyenso like a dagger to the chest, draining the color from his face as his jaw went slack. His mind raced as he struggled to process the implications of the man's words. Who are you? Kyenso stammered, his heart hammering in his chest. The scorched man's grin widened, and with a flourish he replied, Knight Talon, serving Count Arzen. It's nice to meet you, Baron Kyenso. Kyenso's face looked like he had eaten shit. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he stumbled backward, his eyes darting toward the guard and butler, who were now both visibly tense. Before Kyenso could make another sound, Talon moved. In an instant, two short swords whistled through the air. One struck the guard in the neck, the other embedding itself in the butler's chest. He dragged the short sword from the guard and held it in his hands as the two men fell lifeless to the ground, blood splattering across Talon and Kyenso. Talon wiped the blood that was on his forehead, and it smudged all over his face. He didn't care. Kyenso, now utterly paralyzed by fear, found himself on the floor, the window looming just behind him. His mouth moved in vain, no words escaping as he gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. Talon took slow steps toward him, his boots silent on the cold stone floor. You're much more of a coward than what Ansel reported. Kyenso, now frantic, scooted back across the floor, wanting to put as much distance as he could from the lunatic man, his hands bracing himself against the cold stone as he scrambled. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body trembling with panic. You won't get away with this, he spat. I'll have you killed. My men will tear you apart and save me. You'll never make it out of the city. Talon's laughter was low and mocking, the sound of it echoing in Kyenso's ears. He stepped closer. I really don't think so, Talon replied smoothly. You know why? Kyenso's eyes narrowed, defiance flickering in them, but he said nothing. His mind raced, struggling to piece together what Talon was saying, but the words didn't make sense. Talon didn't seem worried in the slightest. Because I didn't come here alone, Talon continued, his voice almost playful. And those who I came here with, led by a woman named Lyra. She's icy cold, silver Hera, scary to look at when she's in the mood for blood. And she is someone who will complete her job no matter what. And do you know what job I gave her? Before Kyenso could respond, a faint glow caught his eye through the window. His eyes widened as he turned to look outside, his heart dropping into his stomach. Cold icy mist was rising high into the sky, a terrifying icy inferno consuming the city he had once controlled. His breath caught in his throat, a mixture of disbelief and horror flooding through him. What the? Talon's smile deepened, the satisfaction in his eyes unmistakable. It seems like you've already lost before you even began properly. His voice was a chilling whisper as he crouched down to Kyenso's level. The Baron opened his mouth, about to beg or curse, but before any words could escape, Talon's fist landed squarely on his face, cutting off the sound as Kyanso crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Talon straightened, wiping his bloodied knuckles with a casual gesture as he looked down at the fallen Baron. "My job's over," he murmured to himself with a satisfied smile, then turned on his heel and walked toward the door, leaving the chaos of the frozen city in the distance. Chakran looked down at the man crouching on the floor, his eyes wide with terror as he stared up at him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling with each trembling exhale. The blood drinker tilted his head, curious. What are you thinking right now? Was he afraid for himself, regretful of something he had done? Perhaps thoughts of his family crossed his mind, the realization that he would never see them again, or had he not yet grasped the gravity of the situation? That death was right in front of him, not as a soldier on the battlefield, but as a meal. Slowly, Chakran crouched, his hollow, hungry gaze locking onto the man's. The mortal flinched, his pupils shaking, and Chakran found himself enjoying that look of despair. His voice was smooth when he finally spoke. "Are you wondering why you were sent here to my camp?" The man's head bobbed in a shaky nod, his lips pressed tight as though holding back a plea. Chakran chuckled. "Well, it's because you are an unlucky human." His fingers tapped against his knee as he continued. "You look good, perhaps even fight well by mortal standards, but you have ruffled some feathers. Someone above you doesn't like you, so they sent you to me as my dinner." The man's breathing quickened. "You know," Chakran mused, "when I asked for living men to feast upon each day, your lord didn't even hesitate before agreeing. He didn't flinch, not even once. Do you understand what that means?" His lips curled into a smirk. "He doesn't care about you, not your life, not your service, not your loyalty. He doesn't care. He sent you here without a second thought. But me," Chakran tapped his chest, "I'm just a creature having his dinner. You eat goats and chickens, don't you? It's the same here." His voice softened, though his eyes glowed with hunger. "The real evil is your lord." The man trembled violently now. His lips parted, barely able to form words before a desperate whisper escaped. "Please spare." Chakran was already moving. His hand clamped around the man's neck, his fangs sinking deep into the soft flesh. A choked whimper left the man's throat, his fingers twitching before the strength bled out of them. Chakran drank, savoring every drop of the rich, warm taste as it flowed over his tongue. The man's body convulsed once, twice, and then his skin grew pallid, his veins drained of every last drop. The body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, hollow. Chakran wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, exhaling in satisfaction. That wasn't a bad meal. Footsteps echoed outside the tent. He turned his head just as one of his servants entered, dropping to one knee in practiced submission. "I greet Lord Chakran," the blood drinker intoned. Chakran studied him for a moment before leaning back, his hunger sated. "What news do you bring?" The servant remained on one knee, his head bowed as he spoke. Chakran leaned back after sitting in a chair, tapping a claw against his knee. "So what came of it?" The servant's voice was steady. "Annihilation." Chakran raised a brow. "All three noble houses lost their major forces," the servant continued. "Their armies were slaughtered and their lords taken prisoner." For the first time in a long while, genuine surprise flickered through Chakran's mind. He ran his tongue over his teeth, tasting the lingering remnants of his last meal. He studied his servant's composure, searching for any sign of exaggeration, but there was none. His voice came out as a single word. "How?" The servant lowered his head slightly. "They used tricks, my lord. It was all a trap. The noble armies expected an easy victory, believing Arzen's forces too few to pose a threat. But their knights had unique armor that blinded the enemy with bursts of light, that burned with fire and crackled with lightning." He paused. "When they charged, they could not be stopped. The noble forces were overwhelmed before they even had the chance to retreat." Chakran narrowed his eyes. "A special enchanted armor, then. Ordinary ones won't be able to take enchantments such as the ones you are describing without breaking down." "We believe so," the servant confirmed. Not just that, while the noble armies were distracted, those small forces led by knights also moved to capture their cities. Chakran exhaled slowly, watching his servant with growing interest. For the second time, he wondered if the man was bluffing, but no. The weight in his words spoke of something witnessed firsthand. Just how strong are these knights they call enforcers? He voiced the question aloud. The servant hesitated before answering. "I do not know, my lord. This battle was won through trickery and deception. But if we take the battle of Verdies into account, they are at least as strong as us, especially if they are prepared." Chakran chuckled, his sharp nails tapping against the armrest of his seat. "This is turning out to be far more interesting than I initially expected." His eyes sharpened. "Keep an eye on their armor and weapons. We need to bring samples to Queen Regina. She would be very pleased to see them." The servant nodded. "Yes, my lord. There is one more thing." Chakran lifted a brow. "Oh, it's a small matter, but we noticed something unusual." Chakran's lips curled into a smirk. "And what is that?" The servant met his gaze. "Birds, my lord." Chakran tilted his head slightly, urging him to continue. "Normally, when we fly, birds scatter away from us. They recognize a stronger creature and flee." The The servant's voice grew thoughtful. But during the entire watch, my lord, we saw the same birds circling above the battlefield. They did not move away, not once. Chakran's smirk widened, understanding dawning in his eyes. And you suspect Arzen is controlling them? The servant nodded. Yes, my lord. Chakran leaned forward, amusement glinting in his eyes. Druidic magic. Now that is interesting. I never thought I would see it in the hands of a human when even the Maleficia have no knowledge of it. He exhaled. This had certainly taken a very interesting turn. We need to find the source of this power. If Arzen has access to it, then we must take it from him. He leaned back, his fingers tapping once more against the wood. Deliver this information to Queen Regina. She will want to know. The servant hesitated for a moment before speaking again. So should I inform Duke Lucian about this, my lord? Chakran looked at him, then let out a slow, amused chuckle. His fangs gleamed as he grinned. No, he said smoothly. Lucian doesn't need to know anything. He leaned forward slightly, his crimson eyes glinting. I initially thought this war would be an easy victory for him. But no, he's going to lose. And even if, by some miracle, he wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory at best. The servant gave a slow nod. Then what are your next orders, my lord? Chakran's smile remained, but it sharpened at the edges. Don't tell Lucian anything. He can't do anything about it at this point. With no reinforcements coming, he's done for. We will hold the end of the bargain by helping him in the battle, but not more than that. The servant bowed his head. Understood, my lord. Chakran stood from his seat, his gaze flickering toward the dead, pale corpse at his feet. What we need to do, he continued, is follow Mistress Regina's orders. His voice deepened. She wants Arzen's head. His fingers twitched as if already imagining them closing around his target's throat, and I will make sure to get it. He turned his gaze back to his servant. While I battle him, your job will be to move into Veraltt and find me this knowledge. The armor, the drones, and his lips curled slightly, the druidic magic. The servant gave an affirmative nod. Yes, my lord. Chakran's smirk widened in approval. Good. His gaze drifted once more to the lifeless human at his feet, and he tilted his head, amusement dancing in his blood-red eyes. Oh, Arzen, he murmured. His foot nudged the corpse slightly, watching as it lay still, lifeless, empty. I can't wait to make you exactly that. In the dead of night, two figures soared through the sky, their forms blending seamlessly into the darkness. The night was their ally, cloaking them in its shadowy embrace as they glided silently toward the great river that bordered House Dorn's lands. Each carried a large sack under their arm, their burden heavy, yet their flight unhindered. Below them, the land stretched vast and quiet, unaware of the destruction about to unfold. They had heard of this placid great river that wound through much of the Sylvan Enclave, one of the largest sources of water in the region. A lifeline to the humans. What they were about to do would corrupt that lifeline, poisoning it for years to come. But to the two blood drinkers it meant nothing. Orders had been given and they would be carried out. The lives of humans were no more valuable to them than those of livestock. If this act would cripple Count Arzen and his forces, then it was necessary. One of them touched down on the riverbank, boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. He glanced around before nodding. I believe this spot should be good, he murmured. Let's do it and get back. Lord Chakran seems to be growing impatient, and new orders could come at any time. The other blood drinker grinned, baring fangs that gleamed in the moonlight. Yes, I can't wait for those humans in the castle to come fetch their precious water only to drink their deaths. His eyes gleamed with wicked amusement. Do you think they'll be tasty? His companion gave a slight shrug. I wouldn't know. I've long since lost my taste for mortal blood. He paused, then smirked. Now mage blood, that's a different story. His gaze shifted downward, watching the river rush past them, oblivious to its fate. Anyway, he said, shaking the bag loose, let's get this poison in the water and fly off. With that, they knelt. The other blood drinker nodded, adjusting his grip as they prepared to empty their sacks into the river. They moved in unison, lifting the heavy bags, ready to dump the poison into the flowing water. One of them suddenly froze. The other noticed immediately, frowning. What is it? I saw something move, the first one murmured, his red eyes narrowing as he scanned the dark waters. The second scoffed. A lowly fish, no doubt. It'll meet its end the moment we dissolve this into the river. Don't let it distract you. The first hesitated for only a moment before nodding, shifting the bag again. This time the river trembled. A deep vibration rippled through the ground beneath them. Both blood drinkers stiffened. Their instincts sharpened, their bodies tensing as they instinctively stepped back, ready to flee if necessary. Then, the water erupted. Something massive surged from beneath, sending a wave crashing over the shore. One of them cursed and instantly shot into the air, abandoning the bag entirely. But before he could get far, a thick, glistening tentacle lashed out and seized his leg. A startled snarl tore from his throat as he struggled, clawing at the appendage, but the grip was like iron. His companion's eyes widened in horror as he watched, and then more tentacles rose from the depths. His breath hitched as a monstrous form emerged from the river. An enormous creature loomed over them, its slick, chitinous skin reflecting the moonlight, its many eyes glinting with an unnatural intelligence. A kraken. Damn it, the second bloodrinker snarled, hands flashing as he unleashed a flurry of crimson attacks. Blades of condensed blood, sharp as razors, sliced through the air, striking the writhing limbs and did nothing. Whatever wounds his attacks inflicted vanished in an instant, healing almost instantly. His stomach dropped. Meanwhile, his companion was hauled violently downward. A sickening crack echoed through the night as the kraken smashed him into the riverbank, sending dirt and debris flying. Shurin. The second one shouted, lunging forward. But more tentacles lashed out, too many to count. They wrapped around his arms, legs, and torso, pulling him toward the beast's gaping maw. For the first time in centuries, a cold, primal fear slithered through him. He had become prey out of nowhere. The kraken's countless eyes bore into him, unblinking, and then it fucking smiled, a slow, creeping grin that stretched wide, exposing rows upon rows of jagged fangs. The blood drinker thrashed, trying to summon more power, but the grip around him tightened. And then, with horrifying ease, the kraken's mouth opened, and the darkness of its throat engulfed him. The last thing he saw was his companion's mangled body being lifted toward the same fate. The kraken bit down. The night was silent once more. Only the river remained, flowing undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. Even on the cusp of victory, things felt too quiet for Kai as he remained within Dorne Castle, preparing for the final battle that would mark the end of this fief war. Everything was moving as he had planned in the War Council. Dorne Castle had fallen with minimal casualties, and according to the reports he'd received, the enforcers had done their job well. They had hunted down the remnants of noble forces, crushing them with carefully planned tactics and the new Lightwood Armorsa game changer in battle. The Lightwood's enchantment friendly properties had allowed him to outfit his troops with defensive and offensive enhancements, making them a formidable force capable of turning the tide of battle. What had begun as a desperate uphill battle, where he was astronomically outnumbered, had now narrowed to just Kai versus Lucian's remaining forces. But that didn't mean victory would come easily, because in war, nothing was ever truly simple. From an outside perspective, it might seem as if each battle had been won decisively, but victory wasn't just about winning the fight, it was about what came after. Seizing a castle, defeating armies, and capturing nobles was one thing. Dealing with the aftermath was another. There were complications, what to do with the local population, how to make them understand that his forces weren't there to loot, pillage, or slaughter them. It was always a delicate situation, one that could spiral into rebellion if mismanaged. It was the last thing he wanted, especially when so many things could go wrong in the heat of a moment. At least here in Dorne, they had the bulk of their forces. Control was easier. But in the noble territories where his enforcers had seized power, things were far more complicated. They didn't have the numbers to maintain order, so once the nobles were captured, the only choice was to withdraw and return to Dorne Castle with the captured nobles, letting the locals deal with the governance. It wasn't a perfect solution, but in war there were no perfect solutions, only calculated risks. And now, with the final battle approaching, Kai knew one thing for certain: the hardest part was yet to come. In all honesty, Kai just wanted to get it over with, since feeding a large army and taking care of a population that wasn't his weren't easy. Keeping up morale every day was another problem. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. He needed to end it fast, but for some reason everything had stalled. According to the Watchers, Lucian's forces had reached Castle Cragfort, just as expected, preparing to merge with the other noble forces. By now his brother should have received word of what had happened to them, and yet there was no movement. But aside from that, nothing. Lucian's forces were simply waiting inside the castle, refusing to venture out. Maybe he was banking on Kai attacking first, confident in his ability to defend a siege. Kai didn't want to drag this war out longer than necessary, but storming Cragfort wasn't an easy option either. By now, they would have countermeasures against his drones. If he launched an attack, the fortifications would hold long enough to make it a grueling battle. The waiting made him uneasy. Something was coming. He just didn't know what. But he knew for certain that something was coming. But worrying about it wouldn't solve anything. Kai knew better than to let anxiety rule his decisions. Right now, he needed to keep his forces ready. He gave Killian orders to keep morale high, reminding the men that only one battle remained. He had Balin's team of apprentice blacksmiths repairing equipment, the craftsmen building more golems, and most importantly, he waited for the enforcers to return to Dorne Castle. Fortunately, he had capable subordinates. Everything was being handled, and that left Kai with one task of his own. That night, after yet another strategy meeting, he moved through the former Viscount's manor. Dorne Castle was larger than the one in Veraltt, and now it was fully under his control. The Viscount was locked in a cell, his family quarantined in their chambers. The halls were quiet. Kai walked up the stone staircase leading to the rooftop, passing the guards who were on duty. Once he reached the top, he felt the night wind on his face, took a deep breath, and sat down. It was time to clear his mind. He let go of all his thoughts regarding Lucian and his forces in an instant, and he exhaled slowly and began to circulate mana through his body, drawing it in from the surroundings. Soon, mana flowed into him in waves. He felt the difference. Ever since he unlocked the vault in his legs, his control had grown sharper, could sense it effortlessly now. But his focus wasn't on that. Instead, he worked on his fourth circle. After being healed, he had devoted every night to it, refining his control. He had even used materials from Sylvastra to brew potions, hastening his progress. Part of him wondered if he was rushing, if he should be more patient with his foundation, but the final battle was looming. Breaking through before then would be a massive advantage. His first 3 circles were stable, their foundations strong, but the fourth, it was trickier. He had to expand the space inside his mana heart while constructing the circle at the same time. He had to balance both the processes so that his internal organs wouldn't get harmed by the excess mana he was drawing into store. He exhaled, letting go of all the air in his lungs, and paused 3-2 when he inhaled deeply again. His focus sharpened, guiding his mana toward his heart, enveloping it in his power and slowly pushing outward. The sensation was strange, like pulling an invisible rubber band, stretching it further and further. It wasn't something tangible. He couldn't see it, couldn't touch it, only feel it. At the core of his being, he sensed the fourth circle taking shape. The structure of it was almost complete, pressing against the expanding boundaries of his mana heart, but it still lacked the final surge of power to solidify. Right now, it was just a half-formed ring. Kai continued. He drew more mana from the air, feeding it into his body, channeling it relentlessly into the forming circle. Suddenly, Kai's eyes snapped open as a sound passed by his ears. His body moved before thought could catch up, smooth, instinctive, silent. His feet found the cold stone of the rooftop as he straightened, his breath steady despite the sudden jolt of awareness flooding his system, and his eyes looked around. Only the whisper of the night breeze greeted him, the slow rustling of banners far below, and the silence in the distance that had no idea about predators who waited to attack. But he knew better. Silence never meant comfort or safety, and his instincts trusted them. There had been movement, calculated, precise. Too subtle for an accident, too measured for a mistake. Whoever was out there wanted him to hear it. Kai remained still, his heartbeat slow, his senses expanding as his mana looked around everywhere. He waited. His eyes swept the rooftop. His ears strained for the shift in the wind, the faintest of breaths, the misplaced weight of a footstep. A full minute passed. Nothing. Whoever it was had even concealed mana. His frown deepened. A quiet exhale left his lips. Reveal yourself. Silence. Thena ripple. Not of sound, but of something else. A presence. A weight pressed against his senses, creeping into the air like mist, thick and cloying. The very shadows twisted, writhing like something alive, something breathing. Then it took shape. A figure stepped forward from the darkness, emerging as if the night itself had birthed him. Tall, incredibly tall. Lean, yet the way he moved, the sheer, predatory grace of it spoke of something inhuman. His body, though lightly dressed, carried the promise of unrestrained power. A simple black vest clung to his form, tailored like a noble's, yet without the pretension of armor. And then there were the fangs, gleaming, sharp, made for tearing and sucking blood out of whatever that passed it. His ice-lidded crimson did not just look at Kai. They smiled. Kai's expression remained unreadable, but his mind sharpened, turning like a well-oiled machine. Bloodrinker, and not just any. This one was not hiding his presence. Kai felt its sheer weight of his aura, thick as a thunderstorm waiting to break. It pushed against him, not with brute force, but with an oppressive certainty, a presence that had no doubt of its own superiority. A lord, one of the highest ranked in the blood-drinker hierarchy. Kai had read of them. Few lived to speak of meeting one. The blood-drinker studied him with unhurried amusement, as if indulging a lesser being. Then at last he spoke, Kai's voice a smooth drawl, rich with something dangerous. "It's nice to meet you, Arzen Kellius." He took a step forward. The way he moved was wrong, too fluid, too silent, like his feet had never needed the ground to walk. His head tilted just slightly. "Let me introduce myself." He gave off a predator's smile, fangs glinting under the moonlight. "I am Chakran, rank lord among the mighty blood drinkers, and I'm here to take your life." Kai didn't react at first. Then he smiled. "So Lucian sent you to kill me," he said. "I suppose he isn't confident in defeating my forces after all." Chakran chuckled, shaking his head. "No, your brother has no command over me." Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's someone else who wants you dead." Kai immediately pieced it together. His voice was certain as he said the name. "Regina." Chakran's grin widened. "Right answer." He studied Kai, eyes gleaming with amusement. "So you're already aware of Mistress Regina and the legions she commands." Kai let out a short scoff. "Mistress," his tone was mocking. "Never thought a blood drinker would swear fealty to a human, especially when you lot consider us beneath you." Chakran laughed maniacally out loud. "You humans are so blind." His voice dripped with haughtiness. His eyes looked down on Kai as if he was just another prey. But Kai didn't falter. He maintained his eye contact with the blood drinker, so pitifully tied to your fleeting existence. "Mistress Regina is nothing like your kind. She transcends your feeble mortality, guided by the same faith that I serve. She swears by it, and so do I, and soon the world will bow to the fate that awaits it." Kai didn't react to the speech. He let the words wash over him, a meaningless tide of devotion and zealotry. It wasn't the first time he'd heard self-righteous declarations from fanatics, and it wouldn't be the last. Instead, his fingers twitched subtly inside his robe pocket, weaving an unseen spell. A thread of mana pulsed at his fingertips, thin as a whisper, as he shaped it into a message spell. Killian. Intruder on the rooftop. Prepare the soldiers on the wall. Enemy forces may be moving. The magic flickered away, silent and swift, vanishing into the air to find its recipient. Kai exhaled slowly, his gaze remaining locked onto Chakran. If the bloodrinker was here, then Lucian's forces were already mobilizing. They couldn't afford to be caught off guard. Yet, for all his caution, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he tilted his head slightly. "I'd love to hear more about Regina from you," Kai said, unbothered, "but I have a feeling you didn't come all this way just to lecture me on your mistress's grand ideals." "No," he narrowed his eyes. "You're here to kill me, to drain me dry." Chakran chuckled. "Ah, you understand so quickly." He spread his arms, a mockery of hospitality. "You're strong for a human, I'll grant you that. But against superior strength like mine, you'll be a corpse before you even realize it." The air thickened suddenly. A low hum resonated from the blood drinker's body, and the shadows beneath him trembled. Dark crimson droplets lifted into the air around him, swirling and twisting unnaturally, forming jagged edges and wickedly sharp points. The liquid molded itself into weapons blades, spears, tendrils of slicing death, all hovering in anticipation, waiting for his command. At the same time, mana surged around Kai, responding to his will. He didn't need theatrics to show his power. The air crackled, the temperature around him shifting ever so slightly. His body remained still, but his presence grew heavier, a storm coiling beneath the surface. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing steady. Finally, the battle he had been waiting for was about to begin. The drumming of hooves echoed through the valley, a relentless rhythm that matched the hammering in Lucian's chest. His breath came slow, but his fingers clenched tighter around the reins. His black warhorse, sensing the tension in its rider, snorted and tossed its head, but Lucian barely noticed. The march to Dorne Castle had been swift. He had forced it so if he gave his soldiers too much time to think, to wonder, they might see the same cracks in their fate that he did. His gaze swept over the ranks. Rows upon rows of men moved in unison, their armor catching the dim light of the moon, their banners fluttering in the breeze. From a distance, it was an impressive sight, a tide of steel and blood, rolling toward war. But Lucian knew better. He could see the tension in their shoulders, the stiffness in their strides. Soldiers who should have marched with confidence instead gripped their weapons a little too tightly. Their silence was suffocating. No songs, no idle chatter, just the relentless clank of armor, the rustle of worn banners, the uneasy shifting of warhorses. They were thinking about it too. The reports had come in like knives to his pride. The noble forces under him annihilated, not scattered, not defeated, wiped out. The blood drinkers had spoken of Arzen's knights like monsters, claiming no formation, no battle-hardened troops could hold against them. It had been absurd, impossible, and yet it had happened, just like the kraken. His jaw tightened at the thought. His poison plan should have worked. It should have crippled the enemy's supply lines, left them starving, desperate, easy prey. But then, from the depths of the very river he meant to poison, the kraken had risen. Not only it had gotten the blood drinkers he had sent, even the ordinary men he had sent after that were devoured, with only one of them surviving to tell the tale of what had happened. It was as if the gods themselves were laughing at him. Lucian sucked in a slow breath, exhaling through his nose. There had been no strategy against it, no counter. He had lost soldiers, resources, and time. He had sent for reinforcements, mages from Arkan Tower, noble battalions from outside the Sylvan Enclave, but they were still too far. Time was something he didn't have. His gaze flickered toward the distant stone walls of Dorne Castle, now rising into view over the horizon. He could not stall any longer. His army would not last. Rations were running low. Morale was thinner than parchment. Arzen could attack at any moment. Lucian pressed his lips into a thin line. He had gambled. Chakran had proposed a cleaner and take Arzen's head himself, and then Arzen's forces would fall on its own. Lucian hadn't trusted it. Things always went wrong, and if they doubt what would happen. Chakran and his kind were beasts, not men, creatures of hunger and darkness that followed their own whims. The blood drinkers did not fight for loyalty or honor or even wealth. They fought for the thrill of the hunt, for the taste of war and blood, but he needed them. He had agreed, even as unease slithered through his gut. Now, as Dorne Castle stood before him, the weight of his choice settled on his shoulders. The old fortress loomed, its walls jagged and unyielding, banners snapping against the wind. The moonlight bathed the stone in a silver hue, but Lucian felt no warmth from it. His horse slowed and his army followed suit. He turned his head slightly, his gaze settling on Garrick. The old knight sat straight in the saddle, a deep scar carved down his left cheek. Near his jaw, the burned skin twisted, giving his already fearsome face an even harsher edge. The first time most men saw him, they flinched. Garrick did not fear battle. That was why Lucian had kept him close. "This is the end, Garrick." The old knight did not hesitate. "Don't worry, my lord." His voice was rough, firm, the voice of a man who had seen battlefields drenched in blood and still stood. "The victory will be ours soon." Lucian turned to him fully now, his eyes cold, sharp. I hope your words are correct. His gaze swept over the soldiers behind him. Because you and the troops can either die in battle, he let the words settle, his grip tightening on the reins, or die by my hands if we lose. Even the wind seemed to still at those words. Garrick met his gaze. Then, after a beat, he gave a single nod. Lucian exhaled, turning back to the castle. The siege would begin soon. Killian, intruder on the rooftop. Prepare the soldiers on the wall. Enemy forces may be moving. Killian's pulse pounded in his ears. He felt his heartbeat thrumming against his ribs like war drums as he froze. Had he imagined it? Because the sooner the voice came, the sooner it went. Boutique couldn't be an imagination. The voice had been clear, almost as if Lord Arzen was right next to him. He exhaled loudly, his fingers curling into a fist. No time to hesitate. Especially not when intruders managed to move past their tight formation. The warning of incoming enemies made him turn on his heel, his boots grinding against the stone overseeing an inspection. The men around Himseldeers stationed at their posts glanced at him with confusion as he stood still, caught in his own thoughts for that brief, dangerous second. Knight Killian. Killian snapped his gaze to the man, his jaw tight. Get the troops ready. Now, I want every single soldier on the walls. Protect the mana cannons. Position the golems accordingly. We are going to see the end of the Fief War tonight. His voice didn't betray the urgency he felt. The knowledge of the incoming enemies brought a chill to his spine but spiked his adrenaline almost instantly. But regardless of his immediate command, a beat of silence followed. Not what he envisioned. The men exchanged uneasy glances. An older man from the line walked forward. What do you mean, Knight Killian? Killian's eyebrows knitted together. I meant exactly what I said. He looked between confused soldiers. Lord Arzen just informed me Lucian's army is moving. The Watchers should return with confirmation any moment now. We prepare now or we die unprepared. The man stiffened, the weight of Killian's words sinking in. Killian pressed on. Send word to every enforcer still within the city. Have them reinforce the eastern wall. I'll be heading to the castle. Lord Arzen is probably fighting a bloodrinker on the rooftop. For the first time, true understanding flickered in their eyes. The frontline soldier who asked the question nodded stiffly, turned and ran, barking orders as he went. Killian didn't wait to see the men fall into motion, trusted them to do their duty. Instead, he moved, fast. Taking long strides, he sprinted down the battlements and into the city streets towards the castle. Every soldier he passed received the same command: spread the news, prepare the defense. The enemies are incoming. The word started spreading almost instantly, but before he could move closer, his ears rang. The world shook. The ground beneath him trembled violently as an explosion ripped through the air. The sky flashed red. Killian skidded to a halt, his breath catching as his head snapped toward the castle. He saw a large chunk of the grand structure collapse inward, flames licking the edges of it as smoke curled into the night sky. His stomach dropped. The streets around him erupted into panic. People screamed, running in every direction. The guards, trained but startled, clutched their weapons tighter. Killian barely registered them. His gaze was locked onto the two figures, one monstrous and one familiar, silhouettes flying through the smoke. They were clashing in midair. His fingers twitched at his side, instinctively wishing he could leap into the fray. The sight that was in front of them made him stop dead in his tracks. Whips of wind curled around Lord Arzen's legs, keeping him in the air. And it was quite the difference from his opponent. The damned monster was cloaked in a river of writhing crimson. He could smell the blood and iron from yards away. The creature was lashing out at Lord Arzen, sending waves of blood slicing through the sky in bladed crescents, but Lord Arzen dodged every time. The attacks missed him by a hair's breadth. Killian's jaw tightened. He had fought monsters, had cut down men twice his size, but this was something else. Every exchange between the two combatants sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The impact shook the very foundation of the city. Then, for a brief moment, Lord Arzen's gaze flickered toward him before he veered left. Killian understood immediately. The Count was leading the battle away from the heart of the city, minimizing casualties, trusting Killian to do his part. He turned on his heel, sprinting back toward the walls. If Lord Arzen was handling the bloodrinker, that meant Killian had a different battlefield to manage. The city's defenses, the soldiers, the enforcers he needed to be ready. By the time he reached the fortifications, the troops were already in position. Lines of armored men stood at the ready, gripping their weapons with white-knuckled hands. The mana cannons were being wheeled into place, their arcane cores pulsing with restrained power. Enforcers stood among them, their presence a steadying force. At the center of it all was Gareth, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. The moment he spotted Killian, he strode forward. Knight Killian, Duke Lucian's army is here. Killian exhaled sharply, so it begins. The blood drinkers seem to have learned of the druidic bonds, Gareth continued. They've been hunting them down. It slowed our intelligence gathering. But we finally confirmed their movements. They're advancing. How many? 3,000 with the mercenaries involved. We don't have exact numbers on the blood drinkers, but at least 2 to 3 dozen of them. They won't be easy opponents. No, they wouldn't be. He looked over the men, some gripping their weapons too tightly, and others standing straight with their shoulders squared despite the fear curling at the edges of their expressions. They were outnumbered, and their enemy wasn't just human. Neither are we. He met Gareth's eyes. We need to prove that we aren't easy opponents either. Gareth gave a firm nod, and Killian turned, his eyes sweeping toward the horizon as if willing the army to reveal itself. The wind howled against the stone, carrying the distant sound of marching boots. A moment passed before Gareth spoke again. "Knight Killian, I saw Lord Arzen fighting something. Will he be okay?" Killian hesitated, but only for a breath. "Yes, he will be." He didn't need to say more, but he did. "Lord Arzen is the strongest of us all," Killian said. "He'll take down that foul creature for sure." His statement reached the ears of the remaining enforcers, the ones who hadn't gone to capture castles, and were ordered to stay back with Lord Arzen. The enforcers around him visibly steadied, their grips tightening not out of fear but resolve. Lord Arzen wasn't just their leader, was their hope. Then a shout came from the watchtower. "I see movement." Every head snapped toward the horizon. Dust rose in thick, curling waves, swallowing the sky in a murky haze, and through it an army marched. Killian's eyes locked onto the front lines, and his stomach twisted. Duke Lucian rode at the head, his armor glinting beneath the dying light. There were no blood drinkers in sight, but Killian wasn't naive. They were there, watching, waiting. One command, and they'd come rushing like trained hounds. He inhaled deeply, pressing the weight of his responsibility down into his core. He had done this before, stood before an army knowing that by dawn, some of these Menhai's men would not be standing beside him. The reality of war was cruel. He knew that, and he couldn't linger and wallow in regret or the deaths he knew would happen, because he knew one thing, that tonight it was his battlefield. Killian tightened his grip on his sword. The leather of the hilt pressed against his palm, grounding him. His responsibility in this battle was greater, but he didn't let it bow his back. He would lead from the front. Lord Arzen was locked in his own battle above, fighting a monster that should not exist, leaving the battlefield below in Killian's hands, and that meant one thing could not afford hesitation. 100 eyes were on him. He hadn't noticed at first, too caught up in his own thoughts, but now he felt it. The expectation, the silent demand for his words. The men needed direction. They needed belief, so he stepped forward, raising his sword high, and he gave them both. "Everyone, the battle we have waited for is here." His voice rang out, steady, unyielding. "This fief war wasn't started by us, but Tadu ended, and we ended in blood." A roar erupted from the ranks, boots shifting, weapons raised. Killian let the fire spread before continuing, his voice cutting through the night. "We don't face common men alone. We stand against mages, against monsters, against the blood drinkers, creatures of blood and death." A murmur rippled through them, the weight of those words settling in. Fear clawed at the edges of their resolve. He couldn't allow that, but Killian's voice was a blade, slicing through doubt. "Lord Arzen has armed us with weapons that can strike them down. He has given us armor that will not yield, forces that make us more than men." He turned, meeting the gaze of his soldiers, each one waiting for his final command. "Today we prove that his faith in us is not misplaced. Are you ready? Ready to tear through their lines, to fight for Veraltt and Verdies, for your homes, for your families, for your kids who are waiting behind? Are you ready to fight for glory?" The walls shook with their roar. Killian felt the fire burning inside him, feeding on their energy. He turned back toward the horizon, toward the army surging forward in a storm of steel and dust. His jaw clenched, his grip tightened. "I will win this battle for you, Lord Arzen." Kai soared through the night sky, wind swirling around his legs as he dodged another crimson blade. The sheer force of the attack sliced through the air where he had been a moment before, leaving behind a faint trace of blood-red mist. This fight was different. Since his reincarnation, he had fought his fair share of battles, but none had come close to this. It reminded him of his first life, back when he had battled fiends every week, when every fight had been a dance with death. Back then he was a magus, a true force of destruction. Now he was merely a peak third circle mage, and for the first time since his return, he wasn't sure if that would be enough. Chakran was fast. His control over blood was like an extension of his body, sending out blade after blade in a relentless barrage. Kai's wind shield flickered to life, blocking the attacks before they could reach him. In return, he trailed his fingers through the air, conjuring flames that shot toward the blood drinker like falling stars. Chakran sneered, his monstrous face twisted as if mocking the attempt. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson wall rose to meet the fire, dissolving it before it could reach him, and then he retaliated. The sky became their battlefield as they ascended, each one twisting through the air, searching for an opening. Kai's spells clashed against waves of blood, neither gaining the upper hand. Then Chakran chuckled, his voice carrying through the night. "I thought you were an honorable man," he taunted, launching another barrage of blood spikes. "Why do you run?" Kai twisted his body, dodging each strike with precision. His expression remained cold as he shot back, "Shut up." And then he breathed in. The air around him shimmered with heat. Mana surged through his veins, igniting his core. With a sharp exhale, a roaring inferno burst from his hand, a dragon's breath, pure and searing. The flames chased Chakran, winding through the air like a serpent seeking prey. The blood-drinker darted away, weaving through the night in a desperate attempt to outrun the fire. At the last second, he conjured a knight of blood to shield himself, the figure stepping forward to meet the flames. But Kai wasn't finished. Even as the dragon's breath dissipated, embers remained. They hung in the air for a brief moment before raining down like a fiery storm. Chakran hissed. He recoiled as the flames licked his flesh, the stench of burning blood filling the air. "You'll pay for that," he snarled, his crimson eyes flashing with rage. Kai ignored him. His gaze was already locked onto the wounds forming on Chakran's body. They were healing, slowly but too fast for his liking. A lord's regeneration. He clenched his fists. That was going to be a problem. He exhaled sharply. He couldn't delay this any longer. His fingers twitched as mana surged through his body, weaving together two spell structures, fire and ice, two third-circle spells at once. It was already pushing his limits, but with the wind spell still active around his legs, this was triple casting. The sheer strain sent needles of pain through his mind, his control faltering for a fraction of a second. Chakran noticed, "As if I'd let you throw more spells at me," he snarled, surging forward. A massive axe formed in his grip, its blade dark with condensed blood magic. He swung with brutal force, aiming to cleave through Kai before he could complete his spell. The latter reacted instantly. With a final push, he released his ice spell. A thick mist exploded outward, frost creeping through the air as the temperature plummeted. Chakran's charge slowed as ice began to crawl up his limbs, his movement sluggish. He didn't stop. With a guttural growl, Chakran forced himself forward, breaking through the freezing mist and swinging the axe down. Pain erupted as the blade bit into Kai's shoulder. The force of the impact sent him hurtling toward the ground, blood splattering in the air as he struggled to keep himself upright. The world spun. Gritting his teeth, Kai forced his mana into his wind spell, stabilizing himself in midair. The moment his body steadied, he unleashed his second spell, a Strum Phoenix. A roaring fire erupted from his outstretched palm, a phoenix of pure flames, its wings spread wide as it dove toward Chakran. The blood drinker scowled, his frozen hand barely moving as ice crawled up his arm. His axe shattered into crimson shards, dissipating. But before the phoenix could consume him, he snarled and formed another blade of blood, hacking through the fire construct. It didn't work. The moment his attack connected, the phoenix split into two. Two flaming beasts now surged toward him, their hungry flames flickering in the night. Chakran's eyes widened. What kind of spell? Before he could finish, the phoenixes slammed into him. A scream tore from his throat as he raised his hands, summoning a swirling river of blood around himself. The liquid surged upward, swallowing the fire, suffocating the burning creatures in its depths. Kai didn't waste the moment. Panting, he pulled a potion from his belt, tossing it back in one swift motion. The pain dulled, his wound slowly beginning to mend. His gaze snapped back to Chakran. The blood drinker had managed to douse the flames, his form barely visible through the dissipating mist. His expression was dark, his breathing heavier than before, but he was still standing. Kai barely had time to breathe before a furious scream tore through the air. Chakran launched himself forward, his body a crimson blur as he closed the distance. Kai didn't hesitate, his hand shot into his coat, fingers wrapping around a glass vial. He flung the explosive potion, its contents igniting midair. The resulting blast expanded in a rush of heat and smoke, engulfing Chakran in its fiery embrace. For a brief moment, Kai felt a flicker of relief. Then Chakran vanished. Kai's eyes widened, where a sudden bone-chilling sensation crawled up his spine. He whirled around, instinct screaming, just in time to see a crimson sword slicing toward his throat. An ice shield materialized between them at the last second. The blood blade bit into the frozen wall, cracking its surface, but the defense held. Chakran's lips curled into a smirk, and then disappeared again. Kai hovered midair, heart hammering in his chest. His mind raced. The sensation was too familiar, like the battle with the necromancer in Vasper Forest when he had to fight through the thick fog, unable to see his enemy. But Chakran was no weak necromancer. He was stronger, faster, more terrifying, and definitely had the brains to kill him right then and there. Kai clenched his jaw, keeping his ice shield up, anticipating the next strike. It came instantly. A sudden impact harder than before shattered another layer of the shield, then another, and another. The incoming strike was more ferocious, more forceful than the previous one, breaking through his defenses piece by piece. He was losing ground. Kai braced himself as the next blow struck, and this time Chakran didn't stop. The blood blade dissolved mid-strike. A fist slammed through the ice, shattering it completely, and crashed into Kai's chest. He barely had time to react before the force sent him hurtling toward the ground. His wind magic flared instinctively, slowing his descent, but not enough. Through the rushing wind, his gaze locked onto a figure waiting below. A blood knight. The armored figure raised its sword, perfectly positioned to cut him in half on impact. Damn it. With a sharp twist, Kai yanked another explosive potion from his belt and hurled it downward. The explosion sent him careening off course, blasting him back toward the ground. The impact rattled his bones, pain lancing through his body. He coughed, blood staining his lips, but forced himself upright. The wind had softened the fall, but he wasn't unharmed. Standing now in the open grasslands exposed beneath the night sky, he looked around. Nothing, no movement, no sign of chagrin. Only the eerie silence and the voices that came from far, far away. Where would he strike from next? The uncertainty gnawed at him. The next hit could be fatal. Maybe I should. His thoughts came to an end when a manic laughter came. You are dead, an annoying voice followed as another attack came towards him. Kai's spell repertoire was vast. Fire and Windhigh's primary elements were his domain, and he had mastered most spells up to the 5th circle, with knowledge that stretched even beyond that. He prided himself on being an all-around mage, capable of adapting to any situation, but raw power wasn't everything. Most spells at his level required a certain level of precision. They demanded either direct contact or careful aim, both of which were nearly impossible against an opponent like chagrin. The bloodrinker flickered in and out of existence, vanishing mid-motion and reappearing from unpredictable angles. It wasn't as if Kai lacked counters, but the ones he had were costly. Spells layered with countermeasures drained mana at an alarming rate, and he couldn't afford to waste resources on something that might not work. Not that he had time to consider his options. A whisper of displaced air, a shift in the ambient mana. Kai turned too late. Chagrin materialized inches from him, his crimson-stained blade arcing toward Kai's throat, aiming for a decisive end. But this time he was ready. The moment Chagrin reappeared, the spell structure that he already made flared to life. A swirling maelstrom of fire erupted all around him, roaring into existence with a force that warped the air. Not just a simple flame spellthize was fire given form, an inferno crafted into a storm, equal parts shield and weapon. Chagrin's blade never met flesh. Instead, his robes caught fire instantly, blackened and curling from the heat. He let out a sharp, unearthly scream as the flames devoured fabric and flesh alike. But in that same instant, Kai saw it. Blood, moving like a living thing, slithered from Chagrin's body, stretching out to shield him. A defensive instinct, not unlike Kai's own countermeasure, but darker, almost parasitic in nature. It was disgusting, to say the least. The blood pulsed unnaturally, forming a protective shell that smothered the flames before they could do more damage. Even so, Kai didn't escape unscathed. Pain lanced through his shoulder as Chagrin's blade, undeterred, slashed into him before the blood drinker vanished again. Kai gritted his teeth, glancing down at the wound. A deep gash, but not enough to cripple him. He looked up, his gaze locking onto his opponent as Chagrin reappeared several paces away. The blood drinker's cloak was in tatters, burned down to rags. Angry, blistered burns marred his arm and torso, the raw flesh beneath glistening in the firelight. But the bastard was still smiling. Hovering over his twin blood-forged blades, he chuckled under his breath. Next time, he murmured, voice like a promise, it'll be your neck. Then he moved. The floating droplets of blood around him trembled before twisting into a new shape. The crimson liquid elongated, shifting with unnatural grace until it took the form of a massive, jagged-mouthed beast-shark, its eyes glowing with hunger. With a silent command, Chagrin sent the creature surging forward, its maw opening wide to devour Kai whole. Kai reacted instantly, ice coiling around his fingers as he launched a barrage of frost-laced spears. They struck at his aim, freezing sections of the blood construct mid-motion, but the shark wasn't like Chagrin's previous attacks. It resisted, its form shifting and reforming almost instantly. This wasn't a mere distraction. This was a true third circle spell, bordering on the fourth, and it wasn't just an attack, it was a hunt. He braced himself, knowing that while he battled the shark, Chagrin would be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Still, he couldn't give up. He moved slowly, channeling a surge of mana into an ice barrier that rapidly encased the shark. The cold, crystalline wall shimmered into existence, a temporary prison meant to slow his foe. Before the barrier could fully form, Kai unleashed a gust of wind, aiming to shatter the construct and scatter the fragments of blood that clung to Chagrin's essence. But then, a subtle movement like a hush in the wind alerted him. Spinning around, Kai barely intercepted an attack aimed at his back. He sidestepped, the near miss sending sparks of adrenaline through him, and retaliated with a blazing fire spell. The searing magic struck Chagrin squarely in the face, igniting his features. A shriek erupted from him as he staggered backward, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and disbelief. In that moment of vulnerability, his form wavered and then dissolved into thin air. Kai's instincts told him that the next assault would come with even greater ferocity. He paused only for a heartbeat to gather his strength, casting spells in both hands as he stood poised. Suddenly, a ripple of movement below him signaled Chagrin's return. Before Kai could fully react, Chagrin materialized mere inches away, his blade aimed at Kai's exposed stomach. Reacting on instinct, Kai unleashed a massive circle of fire, a strum langatra. The cascade of fire engulfed Chagrin like a warm hug, maybe a little too warm. The heat seared through flesh and blood, forcing him to recoil as the inferno consumed his very essence. Seizing the moment, Kai darted backward, putting enough distance between them. Yet the battle was far from over. These burnt, sizzling pain meant nothing. He knew his opponent would just recover with time. With a swift motion, Kai modified the spell structure in his left hand, expanding its reach before unleashing it. A freezing beam of light burst forth, striking Chakran's chest right on the left side. The impact was immediate. Chakran's form stiffened as layers of ice coalesced around him. Locked in a frigid prison from neck to legs, he struggled futilely, his movements growing ever more labored as the ice held him captive. Aware that such a hold could not last indefinitely, Kai began to cast another spell, a risky fourth circle incantation that would leave him just enough mana to retreat if the gambit faltered. As the threads of mana wove into an intricate pattern around his outstretched hand, Chakran's voice cut through the tense air. "How do you know where I was going to attack from?" "You didn't know it before," Chakran taunted, his voice filled with incredulity even as he strained against his icy bonds. Kai's lips curled into a wry smile as he replied coolly, "I don't have to tell you." With that, he murmured the incantation. Infernal Astrum Veins Pyros. In the split second that followed, Chakran shattered free of the ice constructively to be met by Kai's next assault. From the palm of his other hand, a single orb of flame materialized. It pulsed with an inner fire as it hurtled toward Chakran, a burning promise of retribution aimed to end the bloodrinker's relentless, annoying onslaught. Chakran twisted midair, trying to retreat, but the orb of flame grazed his arm. The fire clung to him, licking up his sleeve and charring his skin. He gritted his teeth, then exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "That was your ultimate spell." His voice carried the slightest hint of disappointment, a smirk tugging at his burnt lips. "I didn't even feel anything by this point, especially with such a weak attack." Kai smiled, a slow, knowing grin. "You're an idiot." The moment the words left his mouth, Chakran's expression flickered, a shift, almost imperceptible at first, like a disturbance in still water. Then he inhaled sharply, his body stiffening. His hands twitched. His breathing turned ragged, and then in front of Kai's eyes the impossible happened. His blood began to boil, not metaphorically, not in rage or exertion. Physically, steam curled from his skin. His veins pulsed and bulged unnaturally as if something inside him fought to escape. His eyes, wide with realization, filled with red, not just bloodshot but literally bleeding. Crimson streaks leaked from the corners, rolling down his cheeks like molten tears. He staggered. "What did you do?" His voice was hoarse, raw with something more than pain-dread. Kai looked at him emotionlessly. "It's a banned spell, a taboo in the fire spell directory, just because of how gruesomely it kills." He exhaled, watching. "It's called Infernal Veins." Chakran's body convulsed. His hands trembled as he tried to grip something, anything, but his fingers no longer obeyed him. His arms ignited from the inside out, burning like paper catching fire at the edges. His flesh darkened and cracked, glowing ember red beneath the surface. "Your blood will burn from within," Kai continued, looking at him carefully, "breaking you down until there's nothing left but a puddle of molten blood." Chakran screamed. It wasn't the sound of a warrior in pain. It wasn't the cry of someone resisting death, a horrifying sound to ears. His body twisted in agony as the spell took full effect. His legs buckled, the flesh melting and sloughing off his bones. Blood dripped in thick, bubbling globs, eating away at what remained of him. Kai stood still, watching. He had seen death in many forms, but this was something different, even for him. Then a jolt ran through him, a warning bell note, an entire chorus of them screamed in his mind. His instincts, honed through countless battles, flared to life, screaming at him. Something was wrong. This should have been over. He should have won, but he hadn't. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the remnants of Chakran's disintegrating form, and then saw it. In the mess of melted flesh and searing blood, something moved, a squirming, writhing mass. It pulsed, nestled where Chakran's heart should have been, covered by layers of half-melted tissue. Recognition struck Kai like a bolt of ice. A parasite, just like the one that had turned Vermorga. His stomach turned. Was it the same one or another? He didn't know. He didn't care, because the battle wasn't over. The parasite twitched, then sprang to life, latching onto the melting remnants of Chakran's body. And in that instant, Kai understood. This wasn't just a man he had been fighting. It was something far, far worse, and it was still alive. Kai gasped as he propelled himself through the air, the wind whipping against his face. Below him, Chakran's form had completely transformed. Patches of dead mana spread across his body like a creeping disease, turning his skin a sickly, charred black. Even the blood that had coated him shifted, morphing into something darker, something unnatural. If Chakran had been terrifying before, now he looked like something pulled from a nightmarish legend. A beast spoken once and never again, just because how terrifying it looked, the kind that children were warned about but no one truly believed existed. Then a gust of unnatural wind erupted from his back. "I will kill you," Chakran yelled, his voice guttural and inhuman. His maw twisted into a grotesque sneer, fangs bared. "I will eat every single bit of your flesh." Kai had no time to react. The bloodrinker charged, his movements blurring into a streak of black and crimson. Too fast, Kai forced his body to move, barely escaping Chakran's grasp. Clawed hand grazed his side, close enough that he felt the unnatural chill of dead mana seeping from his opponent's skin. "I need to get higher." He He gritted his teeth, twisting mid-air. A burst of wind magic surged around his legs, propelling him skyward just in time. The momentum sent him soaring, his body cutting through the night air like an arrow. His mana heart throbbed painfully. He had barely enough mana left to keep flying for a few minutes, and that was if he didn't waste any more on attacks. A bone-chilling screech shattered the air. Kai glanced down. Chakran stood below, his monstrous form quivering with raw, unstable energy. The parasite had latched onto him completely now, pumping so much dead mana into him that it was a miracle his body hadn't already collapsed under the strain. But unlike Actra, who had lost himself to corruption, Chakran was different. His body could handle it, which meant Kai couldn't wait for him to rot from the inside out. Chakran moved. Blood erupted from his fingertips, turning into jagged tendrils that shot toward Kai like a volley of lances. Kai dodged, twisting in the air, his mana straining to keep him aloft. The crimson spikes barely missed him, but as they struck the ground below, explosions rocked the battlefield. Craters formed on impact. Kai's heart pounded. If even one of those hits me, I'm dead. Gritting his teeth, he forced more mana into his wind spells, squeezing every last drop from his mana heart. His speed increased just barely, but it still wasn't enough. No matter how fast he moved, Chakran kept up. Kai knew something had changed. Chakran's movements felt sharper now. The parasite, whatever it was, had enhanced his instincts along with his strength. Kai swore under his breath. He was running out of options. He looked around. A gorge loomed ahead, a yawning maw carved into the mountainside. Kai surged forward, his breath ragged, mana flickering weakly in his core. Behind him, Chakran's voice echoed like a curse on the wind. You won't escape. I'll tear this place apart. A crimson arrow shrieked past Kai's ear, embedding itself into the rock face with an explosive burst. Stone splintered, debris raining down as the gorge trembled from the impact. He twisted midair, dodging another projectile, the scent of corrupted mana thick in his lungs. The narrow canyon walls shielded him, giving him cover as he weaved through the tight space. But Chakran followed. More arrows streaked toward him. Kai gritted his teeth, body sluggish, every wing beat of wind magic costing him more than he could afford. Then pain erupted as one of the arrows grazed him by. The sharp, searing burn of flesh filled him. A sickening crunch. His body lurched mid-flight, his left shoulder jerking back as something tore through it. Blood spattered against the rock. His control wavered. Fuck, he barely caught himself and forced his body forward, deeper into a cave in the gorge. As soon as his feet hit the floor, his breath came shallow, barely making it out of his lungs. His body screamed in protest as he pressed his back against the cool stone wall of the cave. His shoulder throbbed where the blood arrow had struck him, dark mana seeping into his wound like poison. With shaky fingers, he fumbled for a potion, biting back a wince as he forced the bitter liquid down his throat. Soon, he felt the pain dull, but only slightly. He knew that his body was still on the verge of collapse. And then, a suffocating wave of power crashed against his senses, making the very air in the cave feel heavy. Chakran landed at the entrance, his monstrous form fully lit up by the moonlight filtering in from outside. Up close, he looked even worse. His flesh was peeling away in places, revealing something grotesque underneath. His veins pulsed with an eerie, dark glow, patches of dead mana crawling across his skin like a living infection. But what caught Kai's attention the most was the thing embedded in his chest, the pulsating mass of writhing tendrils, thick with pitch-black ichor, the parasite. Chakran's lips twisted into a bloodthirsty grin as he took slow steps toward Kai. He darted his tongue out in amusement. You were a hard prey to catch, I'll give you that. His eyes gleamed with something wicked. You even managed to destroy my body. If not for a precious gift I hid in my heart, you would have won. Kai's jaw clenched, fingers twitching as he considered his next move. Chakran chuckled darkly. Fortunately, Mistress Regina made sure I always have ways to come back from death. Kai scoffed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Gifts from people like Regina don't come without burden. You are just a servant of Maleficia. His voice dripped with mockery. Chakran's eyes flickered with something surprise, then amusement. He inclined his head. I'm impressed, you know the name. He took a slow step forward, his presence pressing like a storm front. Then you should understand the honor of dying by the hands of a follower of the great Malefic. Perhaps in your next life you will serve him as well. His grin widened, revealing the dripping blood. Consider yourself lucky. I won't make this painful. I have no time to waste. I must return to Mistress Regina. Kai let out a breathy chuckle. I don't think you'll be doing that. Chakran stilled. His gaze narrowed, scanning Kai's exhausted frame. Bold words, and who exactly is going to stop me? You. He tilted his head, mockery lacing his tone. You can barely stand. Your mana is gone. You. Kai's smile didn't waver. I know. His fingers curled at his side, hidden in the dim light. That's why I made preparations. Chakran's smirk faltered just for a moment. His eyes flicked to Kai's hands too late. With a sharp flick, Kai swung his arm forward, sending a spray of his own blood splattering against the ground between them. A golden flare erupted beneath Chakran's feet, the blood-soaked earth igniting in a burst of golden light. Arcane symbols spiraled outward, carving themselves into the stone with an eerie hum. The ritual circle snapped to life, its glow searing against the darkness. Kai soon started chanting the incantation for the ritual to activate. Chakran lunged back, instincts flaring too late. From the burning sigils, golden ropes shot upward like striking vipers. They coiled around his legs, his arms, his torso, yanking him down with a force that cracked the stone beneath him. He snarled, struggling, but the bindings only tightened, shimmering with divine energy. A low chuckle echoed through the cave. "You thought well, kid." Chakran's head snapped to the side just as a figure stepped from the shadows, a squat, broad-shouldered dwarf with his arms crossed, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Tharnok. Then another voice, this one a tone deeper, came out as a minotaur revealed himself, Balin. Lord Arzen always has his plans. Chakran's eyes widened, but not at them. His gaze locked onto what they held, massive, gleaming contraptions humming with raw power. Mana cannons, 2 of them. Kai exhaled weakly. Fire. The world exploded into white. The corridors of the royal palace stretched before King Sullivan. He absent-mindedly stared at the golden glow that was illuminated by the torches that lined the walls while walking. His attendants walked briskly at his side. Behind him, ever watchful, strode his knight Roderick. Today, Sullivan's destination was neither his throne room nor his private chambers. Not even his beloved garden, the one place where he could steal moments of peace, away from judgmental eyes and untouched by politics and the burdens of rule. No, his steps carried him toward the council chambers, a place he had deliberately avoided for years. He had lost track of time again. The scent of blooming roses, the rustle of leaves, the fleeting illusion that he was simply a man rather than a king had lulled him into lingering longer than he should have in the garden. But reality had called him back, as it always did, though he was still late today. The matters being discussed were important enough for him to break his 3-year absence from these meetings. It had been because he had gotten fed up with the same topics: power struggles, territorial concerns, and the ever-looming question of stability. But today something else was there, and as he reached the grand doors of the chamber, an attendant moved swiftly, pulling them open with a deep bow. Sullivan halted and turned to his knight. "Walk with me inside." Roderick gave a slight nod before hesitating. "Your Majesty, the nobles may find my presence unsettling." Sullivan smirked, the corner of his lips curling with amusement. "Oh, I have no doubt they will, but you are here for my protection. Those old nobles have spent years waiting for me to falter, eager to carve out more pieces of the kingdom for themselves. Who's to say one of them hasn't brought a dagger for me today?" Roderick didn't question it further. He simply nodded and fell into step beside his king as they crossed the threshold. The moment they entered, the chamber fell into stunned silence. Parchments were lowered, whispered conversations ceased, and every noble and minister in the room hurriedly scrambled to their feet. They were shocked and uneasy before they dipped into deep bows. King Sullivan chuckled, the sound rich with amusement. "Judging by your faces, I suppose you all thought I wouldn't attend this meeting either." The nobles and ministers exchanged glances, clearly unsure of how to respond. Finally, one of them stepped forward, a man of middle age, draped in fine robes. Count Pius, a seasoned politician and the Minister of Trade, cleared his throat before speaking. "We were merely preparing for the discussion before your arrival, Your Majesty. After all, we had been informed about it." "Sure you were." Sullivan gave a slow nod, letting the matter drop. He moved to his seat at the head of the long oak table and settled in. "The matter at hand was important enough for me to be here today." With that, the nobles finally allowed themselves to relax, if only slightly. They followed the king, taking their seats, though the tension in their shoulders remained. Roderick remained standing beside the king, hands resting lightly on the pommel of his sword. Sullivan exhaled, gaze sweeping over the assembled men. "Why don't we start the discussion then?" Lord Belmont, who sat a few paces away and was handling the Ministry of Internal Affairs, gave a slight nod and picked up a parchment. "Yes, Your Majesty. We were just about to discuss the plague that has overtaken 70% of Vardenfall's territory and how we are at risk of." Sullivan raised a hand, silencing him with a single motion. "Let's discuss that later." His tone was firm, brooking no argument. "I'm here for something else, the fief war." At his words, the chamber seemed to grow colder. Expressions shifted, postures stiffened. Sullivan leaned back slightly, his gaze sharp as he surveyed them. "I'm certain all of you know the results." No one spoke, but their expressions spoke volumes. Their unease was palpable, but more than that, none of them had truly processed what had happened. "Until now, you hadn't been able to accept it, have you?" Sullivan added, his words cutting through the air like a blade. Count Pius, the first to speak earlier, cleared his throat. "Your Majesty, we had intended to discuss the matter at the end of the meeting due to its complexity." Sullivan raised an eyebrow, his smirk returning. "If it's so complex, then we should address it first and get it over with." He gestured with a flick of his fingers. "Why don't you explain to everyone exactly what happened?" Count Pius hesitated, but after a brief moment he nodded, steeling himself. The nobles exchanged glances, some nodding along, others looking grim. What followed was Pius hesitated, pressing his lips together before continuing, unexpected. From the reports gathered, Count Arzen won a series of victories, systematically dismantling his opponents. One after another, noble houses in the Sylvan Enclave fell before him and he captured them. And ultimately he emerged as the undisputed victor of the Fief War. A heavy silence followed. King Sullivan watched the nobles' faces shift from discomfort to reluctant acknowledgement. They were still grappling with what this meant. And he mused, "None of you expected that outcome, did you?" Silence remained, but Sullivan already knew the answer, because neither had he. Count Pius faltered for the briefest of moments, his composure slipping just enough for the other nobles to notice. He hesitated but ultimately continued, voice steady. "Even if Count Arzen won the war, it has been confirmed that Duke Lucian Kellius is dead. We have already received word of a funeral being held in his name, and as it stands, all of Duke Lucian's former territory is now under Count Arzen's control." He paused. "Your Majesty, we have not seen a fief war this bloody in decades. And since one of the key parties involved is now deceased, we cannot hold a royal arbitration. We require your judgment on the appropriate punishment for Count Arzen." Sullivan tilted his head. "Punishment? Why?" At once all eyes turned toward Count Pius, waiting for his answer. The tension in the room thickened, but the Count did not waver beneath the scrutiny. "As you know, your Majesty," Pius pressed on, "Duke Lucian was killed by his own brother. Even in a fief war, noble conduct dictates that one should capture their opponent, not execute them outright. We are all part of the same kingdom. That makes Count Arzen both a kinslayer and a criminal." A murmur of agreement swept through a handful of nobles, emboldened by pious words. More voices joined in, but before the discussion could spiral, Sullivan raised a single hand. The chamber fell into silence. His gaze lingered on Count Pius before he finally spoke. "When you explained the details of the fief war earlier, you mentioned that Count Arzen captured the nobles who stood against him. There are no reports of him executing them, correct?" Pius hesitated. "No, your Majesty." Sullivan leaned forward slightly. "Then tell me, how can we be so certain that Arzen killed his brother? If he had the restraint to capture the others, why would he kill only Lucian? Given everything he has accomplished, he is clearly well versed in the law and understands the expectations of nobility. I find it highly suspicious that you are so eager to brand him a criminal without a proper investigation." That made some nobles shift in their seats uncomfortably. Lord Gaius, a noble from the Eastern Territories, finally spoke up, but couldn't it be because of rivalry? By all accounts, Duke Lucian and Count Arzen were not close. None of the Kellius brothers seemed to get along, and Duke Lucian was the strongest voice opposing Count Arzen. It stands to reason that he would have wanted him dead. Sullivan exhaled, fingers tapping lightly against the table. That could be the case, he admitted, but I am inclined to give Count Arzen the benefit of the doubt. Count Pius frowned. "Why is that, your Majesty?" Sullivan smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Because Count Arzen has been one of the most promising individuals to emerge in the last year. Heat stones, the blocking of a beast wave, mana cannons, there are even whispers that his knights have the capabilities of mages. He has proven time and time again that he is an asset to this kingdom, not a liability." The chamber was silent, the nobles absorbing his words. More importantly, Sullivan continued, his voice dropping slightly, "This fief war is far more complex than it appears at first glance." He let that statement linger before turning his piercing gaze back to Pius. "I am certain you have received reports of strange creatures known as bloodrinkers appearing during the fief war. They were fighting against Arzen's forces, were they not?" He leaned back, tone almost amused. "At least, that is what my reports tell me. So tell me, Count Piausui, did you conveniently leave out that little detail in your earlier statement?" The Count paled. He opened his mouth, then closed it. His lips pressed together as if struggling to find the right words. He did this once, twice. The silence stretched uncomfortably, and King Sullivan, watching him closely, internally smirked. Of course, he thought, you don't want to say it outright, do you? The Count was part of the First Prince's alliance. Admitting that Duke Lucian of their own had possibly collaborated with dark creatures would taint their faction's image beyond repair. It was a delicate situation, too delicate. Finally, Pius spoke once the silence stretched too far. "Because, your Majesty, there is a higher chance that these so-called sightings are merely rumors. After all, how do we even know that these creatures were truly present? Would it not be reckless to base accusations on unverified claims? We should investigate further before branding anyone." Sullivan's smile was apparent, knowing he got him right where he wanted to. Exactly. "Just as we need to investigate the existence of these blood drinkers, we must also look deeper into the entire fief wargather testimonies, weigh the facts before deciding on any course of action." He let his gaze rake around the room. "Moreover, I'm sure all of you are well aware of the kingdom's laws regarding fief wars, particularly when one of the involved lords is slain." A few nobles nodded, though some seemed hesitant. Fief wars had been common in the kingdom's history, and laws were established to handle their outcomes. The most frequently used method has always been royal arbitration. The king would summon both lords, hear their arguments, and decide the resolution, often before bloodshed escalated too far. It was the fastest and most effective way to settle disputes. But that option is no longer available, because Duke Lucian was dead. Without both parties present, royal arbitration is impossible. That left them with two choices. The first, punish Count Arzen immediately and brand him a criminal from the start, or to give him a chance to speak for himself in the Assembly of Judgment. King Sullivan closed his eyes for a while, thinking, "So I believe we will be going for the Assembly of Judgment." The chamber stilled. A few sharp intakes of breath echoed through the hall. The murmurs from before turned to hushed, urgent whispers. Finally, Minister Percival, in charge of public order, raised his query. "Your Majesty, the Assembly of Judgment has not been called for centuries. Are you certain?" Another noble quickly added, "It would take too long. Gathering every noble of the kingdom to weigh in on a single count. Surely, Your Majesty, that is excessive." Sullivan's expression did not change. Time is irrelevant in matters of justice. "We will allow Count Arzen the opportunity to defend himself, present his case, and provide testimonies. In turn, every noble of the kingdom will decide his fate." Count Pius frowned. "But Your Majesty, the resource calling every noble to the capital for one minute." Sullivan cut him off with a wave of his hand. "It does not matter, not until we uncover the full truth and reach a solution." He clutched his hands in front of him and looked around. They all looked like they could be raising 1,000 questions, but he just asked one thing: "Does anyone object?" Silence. None dared to speak. "Then send the royal heralds. Make it quick. The matter will stay at hold until the assembly." And then he stood up to leave. Before he could take a step, Count Pius's voice cut through the air. "But Your Majesty, what about the other matters? The plague, the resources needed to deal with it?" Sullivan turned slowly, his eyes narrowing, his voice a low drawl. "You are all capable enough to begin the meeting without me," he said, "so you are more than capable of dealing with a plague on your own. If not," he added, a flicker of a smile barely curving his lips, "send one of my sons. They're just itching to get more merits after all." Suddenly, everything fell into an extremely awkward silence, the weight of his words lingering longer than necessary. He could feel their eyes on him, could hear the faint rustling of robes and shifting weight as the nobles shifted uncomfortably. But he didn't wait for them to respond. Without a glance back, he turned and made his way toward the door, the soft tap of his boots echoing in the quiet hall. His knight fell into step behind him, a quiet presence in the midst of the bustling attendants that trailed behind, their footsteps a background hum to his thoughts. As they walked, the cool air of the corridor brushed against his face, but it did little to ease the heat building in his chest. His mind raced, fatigue pulling at him with each step. The meeting was too much. The longer he had sat there, the more suffocating it felt, like he was drowning in the sea of their expectations, their demands, their false respect. They didn't care about the kingdom. They only cared about their own agendas. Sullivan's brows furrowed as his steps slowed, a fleeting sense of helplessness creeping in. He couldn't breathe, couldn't think straight after all that pressure. He could hear the murmur of voices behind him, the attendants' whispers, but they were all just noise-white noise that only added to the growing hum in his mind. Gods, I need a moment away from this, from them. But there was no moment, not for him, not anymore. He clenched his jaw, moving faster now, his eyes fixed ahead, trying to push away the overwhelming exhaustion creeping into his bones. The corridor stretched out before him, yet it felt like it was closing in, like the walls were pressing down with the weight of the kingdom itself. As he neared the end of the hallway, he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just the room that was suffocating him. It was the crown, the throne, the weight of everything pressing down on his chest. But he had no choice but to carry it. "Your Majesty," Roderic's voice broke through his thoughts. Sullivan didn't answer immediately, merely continuing forward, lost in the rhythm of his own footsteps, and his thoughts ran back to what he left behind. The nobles, those faces so familiar, no longer felt like his allies. They were not the ministers or subjects he had worked with for years. Instead, they were distant figures, staring at him with a quiet resentment, as though enduring his presence rather than respecting his authority. When you are at the end, he mused bitterly, people just want you gone. They want the throne without the burden of the crown. His thoughts darkened, his shoulders heavy with the weight of a kingdom that no longer felt like his own. And none of my sons are capable enough. They aren't. The thought gnawed at him, the truth sinking deeper as he walked, but there was nothing to be done. Just as the thought threatened to consume him, Sullivan caught sight of a figure emerging from the corner of the corridor. His pace faltered, his steps slowed as the silhouette of a woman appeared. His breath hitched. Regina. Her pale skin seemed to shimmer in the dim light, her white hair flowing around her. Her piercing blue eyes locked onto his, unblinking. Though her appearance had withered with age, there was a sharpness to her presence that made it impossible to ignore. The aura she exuded pulled every gaze in the hallway toward her. She walked slowly, her long woolen coat trailing behind her, the dark fabric sweeping against the stone floor. A small entourage of maids followed in her wake. As Regina drew closer, Sullivan felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the draft of the corridor. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to freeze between them. He could feel the tension in his muscles as he fought to remain impassive. "Have you lost your way?" Sullivan said as irritation twisted his features. "You aren't allowed to come to this part of the castle." Regina's lips curled into a cold smile. He could read amusement all over her features. Oh dear, she said you are barring your wife from entering a castle that's ours. Sullivan's jaw tightened. The last thing he wanted was a confrontation, but there was no mistaking the challenge in her gaze. It's not yours, and you ceased being my wife in anything but name long ago. His gaze was cold, betraying no hint of the hurt that had once been buried beneath his resentment. Regina narrowed her eyes for a brief moment, and then she slowly shook her head. Why so much hate? She asked, her voice soft but laced with a condescension that made Sullivan's blood boil. He didn't hesitate, the words tumbling out. You killed my wives. My sister lost her life. My brother hung himself. I don't think anything like that was my fault. One of your wives fell down the stairs and another drowned due to a beast suddenly appearing in the castle lake. Your sister lost her life because she married the wrong man, a psychopath who tortured her to death. Your brother was too incompetent and lost his whole territory in a beast wave. He chose to end his life. I wasn't at fault. Sullivan's chest tightened with fury, his grip on his emotions barely contained. Keep saying that to yourself, he muttered under his breath, turning away. But before he could walk off, something in Regina's presence anchored him. He paused. I know you were behind the fief war. Regina's eyes flashed, but she bit back whatever words had come to her lips. Sullivan didn't give her the chance to respond. I sent my men to stop it. They were killed before they even reached the Sylvan enclave. But you lost. Your pawn lost his life. And no matter how much your nobles try to pressure me into punishing Arzen, I will make sure he gets to face a fair trial. And I have a feeling he might be able to succeed in it too. Her composure faltered, a slight twitch at the corner of her lips betraying a moment of unease. Her icy demeanor cracked for the briefest second before she quickly smoothed it over, a frustrated sigh escaping her. You are insufferable. She took a step back as though ready to walk away, but Sullivan's voice stopped her. I know you're worried. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he leveled his gaze on her. The man might get enough reputation and a good name to stand against you. You hated what I gifted Valkyrie, but now, looking at you, I feel like that was the best thing I did as king. Regina turned sharply. If you're planning something with that Arzen, she said, know that he needs to be alive for any of your plans. With a final, lingering glance, she turned on her heel and walked away, her entourage following in her wake. Sullivan stood motionless. As she disappeared from view, a wave of emotions rushed through him: regret, anger, frustration, but he pushed them aside, focusing on the task at hand. He turned to Roderick, who had remained quietly observing the exchange. Send a personal letter to Arzen. I might not be a good king anymore, but I won't let my kingdom fall to her. Killian, knight of Veraltt, moved along the roads leading to the city, taking in the crisp morning air. His sword, the one Lord Arzen himself had gifted after the beast wave, rested securely on his back, a familiar thing he barely noticed anymore. It was rare for him to forego morning training, but today he had chosen to jog the perimeter of the city instead. By now, his subordinates had likely already started speculating about his absence, spinning all sorts of rumors. He had long since stopped caring. He was beyond such trivialities, but he knew he needed to get away, to have space to think, especially after what Lord Arzen had revealed 2 weeks ago. No, should he call him Kai now? He wasn't sure. The revelation that his lord wasn't from this era, that he was a man from the future, had been shocking. But in hindsight, it explained everything: his decisions, his knowledge, his unnerving foresight. Strangely, it hadn't changed how Killian perceived him. Yes, the deception stung. He had always regarded Lord Arzen as more than just his liege. He was a friend. Learning that the person he thought he knew was someone entirely different was unsettling, but he understood why the secret had been kept. Regardless, his loyalty remained unchanged. The gravity of that revelation had been difficult to process, but Francis had helped him through it. The old man had ultimately chosen to remain in Lucian's territory, fixing what needed to be fixed now that it was under their control, with the butler assisting him. Before Killian had departed for Veraltt with Lord Arzen and a few others, he and Francis had spoken at length about their lord, everything he'd done to everything who he was. They had both come to the same conclusion: Thea would serve him to the end. Not just because Arzen Kai had proven himself a just and capable ruler, not just because he had been magnanimous to his people, but because if what he had revealed was true, then a mere beast wave or a fief war was the least of their concerns. Lost in thought, Killian soon found himself at the city gates. Over the past 2 weeks, following the war's end, the gates had been expanded and reinforced. Additional smaller doors had been built into the massive main gate to allow easier passage for pedestrians, while a separate, larger entrance was designated for carriages. And in front of those gates, a long line of people stretched out, people seeking entry, hoping to start a new life in Veraltt. Refugees were nothing new to Veraltt or even Verdies, but ever since Lord Arzen had taken control of the nobles who had sided with Lucian, the cities under their rule had fallen into disarray. Struggling to keep themselves running, rumors had spread like wildfire that Lord Arzen would seize their food and wealth to feed his own territory. Fearful of starvation and ruin, many had chosen to flee, seeking refuge in Veraltt, hoping to assimilate with the victor. Of course, that wasn't the only reason for the influx. Veraltt had quickly become the most prosperous city in the Sylvan Enclave, and merchants passing through had made sure tales of its growth reached every corner. It was a sight to see, especially after years of abandonment. As Killian approached the gate, cutting through the long line of travelers, he caught snippets of conversation from a family sitting in a carriage. "Why is it taking so long to get in?" a man grumbled. A woman beside him sighed. "I saw them writing down everyone's names on a parchment. That's probably why." Annoying, the man muttered. "What's the point of it anyway? And those creepy Golmsthi are unsettling. I hope they don't attack us." Killian passed them by with a slight smile, unfazed by their complaints, because they wouldn't be the first or the last to find the queue annoying. As he neared the front of the line, he looked ahead to where the guards were stationed, recording the names, backgrounds, and purposes of every entrant. Next to them, several drones hovered in the air-silent sentinels. These weren't the explosive ones. From what he had heard from Balin, they were still prototypes, a work in progress meant to integrate into Veraltt's security system soon. For now, their only function was to float above the gates, acting as an eerie deterrent to anyone who thought about forcing their way inside. He moved further down the line without giving a glance behind. He felt the streets beyond the gate hum with the usual bustle of Veraltt, but today there was something different in the air, a quiet anticipation, like the city itself was holding its breath. He could feel it, and even see it in some of the faces. He inhaled sharply and continued his steady pace. The guards who were flanking the queue acknowledged his presence with a sharp bow. He gave a subtle nod back. He glanced to the side and caught sight of a few mercenaries, adventurers patrolling alongside the guards. His eyes lingered on Kellen, the red-haired one, and a memory of the beast wave stirred. The adventurer guild led by Gorak had come together quickly. It wasn't something Killian had expected, the way the guild had settled into the city's rhythm so seamlessly. But Gorak's steady hand had made all the difference. His leadership had paved the path. As Killian stepped forward, the path ahead cleared effortlessly, the guards instinctively making room for him. He was used to it now, the subtle shift in the crowd, the way people gave him space not out of fear but respect. But as he moved past the gates, the murmur of a voice reached his ears. "Why are you letting him through? I'll pay you extra to let me in faster." A fat merchant in the front grumbled, his voice thick with annoyance. A guard snapped back. "He's no mercenary. He's Knight Killian. Show some respect." Killian didn't pause to hear the merchant's reply. He had no time for them today. The city was bigger than petty squabbles, and so was he. With his head held high, he continued down the street. His steps carried him towards the left side of the city, away from the estates and the training grounds. This was the part of Veraltt that had been changing rapidly, where Lord Arzen's plans were taking root. Schools, libraries, projects in the macking buildings that spoke of a future beyond just surviving and getting the people to be educated. Around him, others began to move in the same direction, their pace quickening as they neared the educational district, and soon he found lots of gazes on him. He returned their nods and smiles, but inside it felt like too much too fast. Their eyes were filled with admiration, hope, and unspoken expectation. It was a heavy burden, yet one he wore willingly. After all, he hadn't fought and bled for nothing, not for himself, but for them, the city, the people. But he continued his walk. He slowly neared an open ground which was quiet, save for the distant murmur of voices. He had arrived at his destination. He walked closer to the center. His boots crunched on the gravel, and the air felt thick with the weight of history that was going to take place today. Towering before him, large square stone pillars erupted from the ground, their surfaces covered in carvings and faded diagrams. One pillar in particular drew his attention. The scene it depicted was familiar, the final battle of the Fiefworth Day that had defined so many lives. A brave gunner stood at the heart of the scene, facing down a bloodrinker in a desperate, last-ditch fight. The details of the struggle were frozen in time, a single moment where survival meant everything. Beside the image were names, neatly etched into the stone with lines of achievements, detailing the sacrifices of those who had fallen in the war and the beast wave that was before it. The names weren't just words on a monument, they were memories, lives lived, and lives lost. Each one represented someone who had given everything for the city. Lord Arzen's first decree after victory had been to honor them proper compensation for the families, and a memorial to ensure their legacies endured. As Killian studied the stone, he felt his heart grow heavy, a constant feeling that was in him these past few days. This was why he fought, why he stood by Lord Arzen. No matter who he was, Killian knew that this was a man who believed in justice, in remembering those who had been forgotten by time, and Killian had no doubt that he was serving the right cause. As his fingers brushed the surface of the pillar, he felt the familiar stir of footsteps approaching. He turned to see Rhea Valen, Lord Arzen's apprentice, and beside her was Francis's apprentice, a young man named Satona Slenderboy who helped manage the administration in his absence. The trio exchanged greetings. Soon, Killian asked the question that came to his mind. "Where's Lord Arzen?" His eyes scanned the ground, expecting to see the familiar figure. Rhea shrugged slightly, a flicker of something in her expression, something between frustration and resignation. I saw him talking to Amira during breakfast. He's probably busy teaching her something. Killian caught the subtle sulking in her tone but didn't mention it. It wasn't the time. Instead, his gaze shifted to the apprentice who had been quiet until now. I think he'll be here soon, Sitten said. He's not the type to miss something like this. Today's the official founding of the memorial. Killian chuckled softly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I don't think he'll miss it either. But if he's with Amira, it's gonna take some time. In the magical arts, there were always problems. It was a truth that had echoed throughout history, one that every mage, from the simplest to the most advanced, had to contend with. The growth and advancement of magic had always been a matter of breaking through different sets of problems. Some of these challenges had taken centuries to overcome, while others remained stubbornly unsolved despite the tireless efforts of countless generations. Spells, techniques of mana manipulation, and even the mysteries of what lay at the peak of magic thieves were problems that tested the limits of imagination and perseverance. Kai, the last magus of the Sorcerer's Tower, had taken on many such projects in his time. There had been a time when he had pored over ways to surgically alter his veins, striving to improve the flow of mana within him. Another time, he had dedicated himself to experimenting with mana hearts, trying to amplify the innate affinities of individuals. All of these projects had ended in failure, though not without yielding a few breakthrough insights that had pushed the boundaries of what he understood, but nothing concrete enough to bring lasting results. The experimentation had never brought him the definitive answer he had sought. Still, those were problems he knew how to approach. Problems he could see through the lens of logic, technique, and incremental advancement. He had an inkling of an idea on how to move forward with them, a framework to follow. But as he looked down at Amira lying on the bed before him, her eyes full of hope and trust, he could only try his best to ease the deep frown that tugged his face. He had checked her before, casually assessing her body's quality, evaluating her innate talent, which had been off the chart's genius level. But now, as he channeled his mana again, sending it deep into her body, he found himself in uncharted territory. His mana slid through her veins, gentle but taking everything into detail. He focused, pushing past her organs, feeling the rhythm of her pulse, but that wasn't enough. This time, his mana dug deeper, searching her bones, her muscles, her mind. Every part of her was under his scrutiny, and with each subtle shift of his power, he delved further into the unknown. Her mana stirred inside her instinctively, a subtle defense mechanism, trying to push his away, mistaking his probing as a potential threat. But Kai didn't pull back. He allowed her mana to fight back against his, a necessary part of the process. It would adjust, react, and settle. He had seen this before. His focus sharpened, and as he continued his exploration, he pushed further, deeper into her mana heart. His senses sharpened as he searched for something specific, something hidden beneath the surface. What was it? The source of her unique power. There was something in her, something that didn't belong to the ordinary world of magic, a force that was both familiar and entirely foreign. Every corner of his mind buzzed as he focused, determined to understand it, to unravel the mystery of her extraordinary abilities. Kai's mana flowed through Amira's body like a slow river, tracing every vein, every fiber, every pulse. But no matter how deeply he probed, nothing stood out. Her organs were perfect crafted for magic, each one designed to make her a mage of incredible power, and her mana seemed to pulse with an unnatural, smooth flow. But there was no sign, no anomaly that could explain why she was so immune to the dead mana. He focused again, a third time, even deeper, trying to find anything he might have missed. His mind flickered through various theories, but each time they crumbled beneath his scrutiny. Everything in her body screamed potential, nothing more. There was no secret, no hidden power beyond what any other talented mage might have. Finally, with a sigh, he withdrew his mana from her, sitting back on his heels. I can't find anything different in your body, he admitted. Your mana organs are in excellent condition, but there's nothing that stands out enough to explain why you're resistant to dead mana. Amira nodded and simply sat up from the bed, a subtle grace to her movement as though the disappointment didn't fully reach her heart. I understand, she said softly. I wish I could help. But my clan only knew we had a special constitution. They never tried to find the reason behind it. Kai furrowed his brow, studying her. His eyes locked on her goldens. There was something about her calmness that made him press further. Were there any myths or folktales passed down in your clan? Anything about why you were tasked to stand against dead mana, or how it might be possible? Amira paused, her mind clearly wandering to the memories of her home. There were bits of stories, she murmured. They said that a man gave us this duty, that he helped us settle our home. But there wasn't much beyond that. More than the past, though, they talked about a future where we would be fighting against the fiends. Kai's lips thinned together as he listened, sensing the sorrow that lined her words. Did they know when that future would come? Amira's eyes grew distant. My clan leader wasn't as bullish on combat training, she continued. We've lived in peace for a century, and according to him, the prophecy wasn't going to come for thousands of years. So the younger generation of mages, like me, never got the necessary training, if only we had. Her words faltered, Kai's hand gently pressed to her shoulder, grounding her in the moment. His touch was firm and acted as a silent reminder to focus on the here and now. I know it's painful, he said, his voice sounded understanding. And your mind likes to replay every possible scenario to wish for a different outcome, but we need to stay in the present. Right now, what matters is what we can do. She looked at him, eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she gave a slow nod. She understood. His mind was already spinning with possibilities, but he needed to voice his plan clearly to give her some sense of direction. I believe I'll be able to run more experiments to see if I can find the anomaly inside you, he said. Amira raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in her eyes. What kind of experiments? Kai leaned back slightly, hands resting on his knees as he considered. Well, there's the soul inscription you mentioned. If I can get into your astral realm, perhaps I'll find more. There's a good chance that I won't, but I need to try, and I'm curious about the inscription itself. Soul inscriptions like that are extremely rare. I'd be willing to bet that someone in your clan has extraordinary skill and theme enough to be sought after by every mage in the world. He paused. Other than that, we might have to run some physical experiments, too. Do we have to go out for that? Kai nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Yes, I want to see how exactly you interact with dead mana. Whether it's just resistance or something more, that's important for us to understand the full extent of your abilities, but we won't be doing it now. Her brow furrowed. Why not? Kai straightened, letting out a soft sigh as he stood up. I have somewhere I need to be. The memorial. It's today, and after that, I have a lot of work ahead of me. The new territories I've inherited need attention, and there are also some noble troublesome ones who have been causing issues with the maids. I need to have a good talk with them. Amira nodded, understanding the gravity in his tone. All right, she said softly, her eyes briefly meeting his before she lay back down. I'll go out in a while. Kai understood that she needed space and nodded. Okay, pre-order Magus Reborn Volume 1 here. Kai stood before the gathered crowd, their eyes locked onto him. Hundreds of gazes bore into him, heavy with emotions he couldn't fully decipher. But if he had to name them, reverence and authority would be at the top. A sea of faces stretched before him, each marked by loss, by hardship, by survival. Some clutched at the hands of loved ones, others held themselves stiff, shoulders squared in forced composure. Children peered up at him from the safety of their parents' arms, too young to understand the meaning behind the gathering. Yet in all those faces he found no open hatred. He had expected it, deserved it even. The burden of the dead pressed against his spine like an iron yoke. He had braced himself for resentment when he had handed out the compensation, waiting for a grieving widow to curse his name, for a father to spit at his feet. A few had hesitated before accepting the coin, fingers curling tightly around the pouches as if struggling against the finality of it. And yet none had refused, none had openly blamed him. Was it because they had faith in him, or had they simply learned to swallow their grief as he had? Either way, their silence didn't ease the guilt that sat heavy in his chest. A deep breath, his hands clenched behind his back. The stone slabs before him gleamed under the sun, engraved with names that would never be spoken again by the men who bore them. Names that had once shouted in the heat of battle, names that had called for loved ones in their final moments. Now they were nothing but etchings on cold stone. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the hush. People of Veraltt, the past months have been a trial for us all, a beast wave at our gates, a war fueled by my brother's greed, threatening to tear our home apart. And yet we still stand. A murmur rippled through the crowd, barely more than a shift in posture, a tightening of fists. But we do not stand here alone. The peace we have now, the very ground we walk up on, was won by those who gave their lives for it. His gaze swept over the rows of names. Each name on these stones belongs to a warrior who stood when others could not, who fought when retreat was the easier choice, who struck down enemies by the dozens, knowing full well they might not live to see another sunrise. A pause. He swallowed the tightness in his throat. As their lord, I am proud. As a man, I grieve. We were not strong enough to save them, but I promise you this Veraltt will never forget them. Kai yelled over the crowd, weighty with conviction. He could have used a voice amplification spell, but he didn't want to. He wanted this moment to be intimate, from him to the crowd, the fallen men and their families. The names carved into these stones belonged to warriorsmen who stood when others would have fallen. Men like Liam and Rylan, who faced a bloodrinker, one of the deadliest creatures to walk these lands, and not only survived but wounded it before falling. A shift happened in the crowd. A woman who had stood stiffly moments ago now bowed her head, fingers curling tightly around the fabric of her dress. There was Miss Han, who helped to take down 3 stalker hawks in the beast wave, his arrows never missing their mark. And Regan, who alone cut down 12 enemies in the Fief War, ensuring gates of Verdies held even as blood soaked the ground beneath him. And even one of the men from the Lombards, Wolfgar. One by one he spoke their names. One by one their families straightened, their grief momentarily tempered by the pride that came with remembrance. Fathers clutched their sons' shoulders a little tighter. Mothers wiped their tears but held their heads high. Kai exhaled slowly. I know that no compensation, no memorial will bring them back, and I will not insult you by pretending that it will. His gaze swept over the gathered families. But I swear this so long as I live, Veraltt will remember. We will remember what we lost for this peace. A hush settled over the crowd, deep and solemn. And then Clare stepped forward, silent as she pressed a bundle of small flowers into his hands. Kai took them without a word, turning toward the first name on the stone slabs. He knelt, placing the flowers beneath the engraving. One by one he moved, honoring each fallen warrior as the people watched, some joining him in quiet reverence, others whispering their own prayers. It took him some time to get through all of them, but he did. And in return he gave the grieving families the time to mourn, to speak, to share stories that would keep the memories alive. Then when the moment felt right, he stepped away, moving toward the carriage where Clare and Killian waited. Just before climbing in, he turned to Rhea, who he had noticed in the crowd. "Meet me in the evening for your lesson." She nodded, her usual sharpness softened by the aftermath of the ceremony. Kai understood because even he felt heavy. He nodded back and climbed. Inside the carriage, the door shut with a quiet thud. The stillness wrapped around him, but the heaviness in his chest remained. His fingers tapped once against his knee before he stilled them. Clare watched him carefully. "Lord Arzen, are you all right?" "I am," he said, his jaw tightening slightly. "I just feel bad for the families of the fallen. No matter what we do, they will always feel that absence." Killian exhaled, leaning back against the seat. "You did what you could." The men knew what they were getting into. Kai didn't respond immediately, his gaze lingering on the city outside the window. Did that make it any easier? He wasn't sure. "I know that," he murmured, answering Killian's words. "I know they chose this. I know the risks were clear. But that doesn't mean I can't take a moment to think about it. About the fact that now people fight and die for a cause that I led." A pause stretched between them. His voice was quieter when he spoke again. "I need to be strong enough for them." Neither Clare nor Killian interrupted the moment of reflection. Kai leaned back inside again. His mind was now moving in circles, back and forth on his memories. "When I was in the Sorcerer's Tower, I wasn't someone who led others. I was strong enough for it, but I worked better alone." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Clare shift, watching him with an intensity he had come to recognize. That look. The same one she always wore when he spoke of the era he came from, a truth he had revealed only to his most trusted subordinates weeks ago. Killian hadn't dwelled much on the personal details of Kai's past, but he had been relentless in questioning him about the enforcers of the future, their tactics, their weapons, the kind of beasts they had to contend with. Clare, on the other hand, had always wanted to know more. She wanted to know Kai more on a personal level. Before she could press further, Kai steered the conversation away. "Anyway, what's the latest news on the locked birds?" Clare blinked at the abrupt change but answered without hesitation. "Still insufferable, Lord Arzen. They constantly demand meetings with you. Baron Kyanso and Vensar are the worst, harassing the maids assigned to them, even attempting to break out." Kai's fingers twitched slightly at that. He would deal with them soon. Clare continued. "Viscount Buck and Viscount Malor are better behaved, but they've requested an audience with you almost every hour for the past 2 weeks. Kai nodded, lips curling slightly. "Good. Desperation makes men pliable. Right now, all they want is their freedom, or at the very least, better conditions. That means we can squeeze them dry." Killian smirked. "It's good that we aren't treating them with honor. They don't deserve it." Kai let out a quiet chuckle. "Honor won't refill our coffers," and that was another mess entirely. After the Fief War, Kai had expected to replenish some of the resources he had poured into war preparations by digging into Lucian's treasury. Yet when he examined the ledgers, the reality had been far worse than anticipated. Lucian hadn't just mismanaged, the city's finances had barely maintained them at all. Large sums had been funneled into mercenaries, hired during the Beast Wave but kept idling in his territory, waiting for the inevitable conflict. What little wealth remained had already been drained by the time Kai took over, a bitter inheritance. His gaze flickered toward the carriage ceiling. That bastard didn't just lose, the war was already losing before it even began. Kai had gone over the numbers again and again, and the truth remained the same: if he took the rest of the money for himself, the people of Varen would suffer for it. He had seen how they lived. The war had drained more than just their spirit, it had hollowed out their livelihoods. Fortunately, he had nobles in his grasp. Unlike Lucian, their territories weren't in complete ruin. That meant they had wealth to spare, and he fully intended to squeeze it from them. Killian leaned back, arms crossed. "They'll want their freedom in exchange for whatever we ask of them. We can't let that happen, of course not, but I've thought of ways around that. We just have to keep them contained until we move to the capital." Clare tilted her head. "So you plan to drag them along like caged animals?" "If necessary." Kai allowed a hint of amusement to creep into his voice. "From what Ansel reported last night, the Fief War is still the main gossip in the capital. King Sullivan has already sent heralds to deal with its aftermath. That was where things became more interesting. The Watchers had grown since the war, taking in a handful of mages and expanding their influence. They had even begun incorporating druidic magic, allowing them to scout far ahead. Their presence in the capital was no longer just whispers in the dark. They had set up a base, and now Kai had a steady flow of information reaching him every week. Killian frowned. "And what do you think will come of that?" Kai exhaled. Francis and I already discussed it, but the outcome is obvious. The king will have no choice but to regard us as the victors. They weren't the aggressors. That played in their favor. And as for the matter of the blood drinkers, Kai knew how to handle that. Lucian and Idren had been careless. They hadn't even bothered to properly hide the drinkers' involvement in the village massacre. No doubt they had assumed that once he was dead, no one reputable enough would be left to accuse them of anything. That arrogance would cost them. Kai's lips curled slightly. The blood drinker's existence will be a massive advantage. Lucian thought he could control the flow of information, but he made one mistake. Clare raised a brow. And what's that? He didn't kill me. If I'm killed, Kai murmured, his voice quiet, there won't be anyone reputable enough to accuse him of anything. Killian shifted, his jaw tightening. Regina would still likely try to pin Lucian's death on you, even if he took the poison himself. She won't stop at that either. There could be other schemes, and hiding the existence of the enforcers is getting harder. A lot of information from Veraltt is reaching other territories slowly after all. Kai stared ahead, his mind running over the possibilities as he nodded. If weapon enchantments and armor were enough to achieve what the enforcers do, he said, other nobles would have already copied it. We could only stretch that lie for so long. Killian nodded sharply. That's the key, he said, his voice colder now. Our main weapon against any enemies. We can't let the secret of it leak. Not to anyone. Kai leaned back in his seat, the pressure of it all weighing on him, but he remained composed. I know, he replied. We're already distributing mana cannons, but we've made sure they can't be used against us. The demand is rising for them. And the golems too, but we won't sell them either. He paused, his lips pressing into a thin line. But with them we've implemented failsafes. The enforcers, though, if they get their hands on them, it would be catastrophic. The room fell into a heavy silence. They all understood the gravity of the situation. Kai exhaled a long breath, shaking his head. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, he muttered. For now, I need to meet with these spoiled nobles. When he got over to where the captives were, Baron Kyenso was the first to speak. So you finally showed your face, he said, his tone dripping with a mixture of disdain and curiosity, as if Kai's presence was both an irritation and a surprise. Lord Vensar continued where Kyenso left off, his words sharp with barely veiled accusation. I thought you would have forgotten about us once this damned war ended. The norm was to visit us once the war was over. He gave a dismissive wave, as if the matter was as trivial as a social call. But it seems you've forgotten all the norms and standards of a noble. Kai's gaze remained fixed on the two men. His silence spoke volumes as he studied their expression zones that seemed to be oblivious to the gravity of their situation. They acted as though they were still in control, still operating under the belief that they could talk their way out of anything. But Kai could see it now, they hadn't yet grasped the reality of their predicament. He understood why, of course. By law, nobles were given certain privileges. Prisoners of noble blood couldn't be harmed. They were entitled to basic living conditions, no matter their crimes. That was why Kai had provided rooms for the nobles under his custody, rooms guarded by his men. But then there was Baron Idren, sitting to the left of the others. Idren had once been a proud man, but now he looked like a shadow of his former self. His cheeks were sunken, his once lustrous hair thinned out, leaving him a far cry from the man he had been. The pride and arrogance that had once defined him were gone, replaced by the gaunt features of a man who had been broken, and Kai hadn't treated him with the same leniency. Idren was kept in the cells, far removed from the comfort afforded to the other nobles. There were no basic living conditions for him. His crimes, massacre of an entire village, his collusion with Lucian, he had no right to the normalities of noble life. He had been brought here, not out of necessity, but because Kai wanted to see him face to face. Beside Idren were two other nobles, Viccount Buck and Viccount Malor. Neither of them spoke, but their discomfort was evident. Their eyes darted around, avoiding Kai's gaze, knowing that their companions' words would only dig them deeper into the hole they were already in. They wore the expression of men who understood the stakes but were too fearful to challenge the situation they found themselves in. Buck's hands were clenched at his sides, as though the very act of being present was too much for him to bear. Viccount Malor, a bit more composed but equally uneasy, shifted in his seat, his discomfort palpable in every twitch of his shoulders. The moment Kyenso and Vensar finished speaking, Kai's eyes locked with Killian, standing just beside him, ever watchful and ready for whatever might unfold. Killian's gaze was steady, giving him a subtle nod. I've not forgotten the norms, Kai said, but as you said, the war is over, and now I have different priorities. He looked each of them over, his eyes lingering on Idren before continuing, and you should be worried about what those priorities mean for you. Kai's gaze swept over the room, lingering on Kyenso. His lips curled into something akin to a smile, though it lacked any warmth. You should be glad I've been too busy to deal with you all, he said. You've had time to heal from any injuries my men might have given you. Trust me, though, you won't like this meeting. He turned next to Vensar, whose scowl deepened as Kai spoke. As for forgetting the standards of nobility, I believe it was you all who had forgotten them, Kai continued. You rushed into a war that wasn't yours and you lost, pathetically. Not befitting of a noble, is it? Vensar's jaw clenched, his lips parting to retort, but Kai cut him off with a decisive wave of his hand. Moreover, you don't even have the basic decency to act like proper war prisoners. His eyes narrowed. You need to understand something. You aren't in your territories right now. Here, I'm in charge, and I won't be giving you that warning again. Buck shifted uneasily, his discomfort growing under the weight of Kai's words. He cleared his throat, glancing between the other nobles before speaking up, his voice tight. I understand. We will cooperate. Kaienso's defiance flared. No, we won't, he snapped, his voice dripping with arrogance. You might be a count, but we have rights too. And once the king hears how you're treating us, he won't be happy. Kai's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he studied Kaienso. Where's this confidence coming from? His mind ticked through possibilities. Perhaps Kaienso thought he could escape his fate, believing the king would intervene. Or maybe he thought that as neighbors there would be some level of mercy. But Kai was done with the attitude. He straightened in his seat, his voice steady but final. Okay, that's enough. I told you that was my last warning. Without another word, he made a subtle gesture towards Killian. In an instant, Killian moved, faster than Kaienso could react. The Baron tried to stand, eyes wide with shock, but Killian was already there, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him back into his seat. The sharp tip of his sword gleamed in the dim light, now pressed right against Kaienso's eye. He froze, his breath catching in his throat as he realized, and Kai could see the man's body visibly tremble, his face paling as the sword tip dug just a bit deeper. His eyes darted to his fellow nobles, all of them wide-eyed, visibly shaken. Vensar, on the other hand, looked downright ashen, the color drained from his face as he watched Kaienso struggle. He had clearly underestimated the situation and now, it was too late to back out. I am a noble, Kaienso stammered, his voice quivering as he wriggled in Killian's unyielding grip. You can't do this to me. It's a sin. Let me go. I'll complain to the king. Kai's gaze sharpened as he leaned forward, cutting off his desperate words. You can do whatever you want in the future, he said, his voice low and chilling. But right now you're under me. You'd do better than to talk like we're equals. His eyes flicked toward Killian, whose sword remained steady. We are not equals, and if you don't know, I'm already accused of killing my brother. I don't think it will matter if any of you lose your heads here. Kaienso stilled for a moment, his earlier bravado faltering. The room was heavy with tension as Kai's words sank in. He could feel the tension of his words pressing down on him, on all of them. Nobles not being able to take defeat and killing themselves in their prisons isn't so rare of an occurrence, Kai continued. So you need to decide now. Do you want to act like prisoners and talk to me about what happens next, or are you going to lose your heads? Like Kai thought, a little show of power was enough for Kaienso and Vensar to fall in line. They still seemed displeased, their pride wounded, but it was clear to them now their lives were in Kai's hands, and there was nothing they could do but hope whatever fate he had planned would be merciful. It was almost satisfying to watch the prideful lords fall into an awkward silence. With a slow breath, Kai straightened in his chair. The wooden chair creaked under his weight. He could feel their eyes on him, waiting, uncertain, but too afraid to speak out of turn. Kai looked at each noble. At the mention of defeat, he could see how their eyes faltered for a brief moment, and the bitterness of being on the wrong side of history reeked through them. But that would be their reality now. No one spoke a single word. I can understand wanting to prove yourself to a duke, especially ones who have ruled these lands for centuries, he said, knowing that his words came out as mocking. But the truth of the matter is you all lost, and now you're here as my prisoners. Vensar shifted uncomfortably in his seat, and Buck looked at Kai with a combination of suspicion and resignation. But no one dared to speak, not with the tension thick in the room. Noble conduct tells me that although I can't just ask for your entire territories, like I did with my brother since you were only supporting him, I can still ask for reparations from you all. Viscount Buck, who had been silent until now, furrowed his brows. And what do you want in exchange for our freedom, Count Arzen? Kai saw how the man knitted his fingers together in nervousness. He smiled. 100,000 gold coins, he said, as if it's the simplest thing he could ask for, but he wasn't done. 25% of your territory's taxes, in the form of both gold and grain, for the next 5 years. And I won't ask you to swear fealty to me. However, you will sign a non-aggression pact, one that lasts for the next century. Kaienso was the first to react. That is asking too much. Just giving 100,000 gold coins alone would drain our coffers, and a portion of our taxes for 5 years that's going to ruin our territories. Even Buck, who'd been much more cordial compared to others, shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His eyes darted to the other nobles, and for a moment they were all silent, contemplating the consequences. But before anyone could speak, Malor, who'd remained quiet until now, cleared his throat. Count Arzen, I know we're at your mercy here, but that's too much. You can't possibly think we'll survive such demands. My territories, my treasury, they won't hold out. Even if we are at fault, think of all the peasants. Kai tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. If you think I'm going to change my mind, then you are wrong. My demands will stay the same. Do you think I don't know that, if I'd lost, you would get a piece of my territory? If I had lost, the treasures I possess would be yours. Hell, Lucian might have promised you even more. He waited, seeing their response. When he saw the slightest tremor in their eyes, he continued. I've even found letters in his study letters that say he planned to give you the contract to make and sell my mana cannons once the war was won, Kyanso. He also promised to give Verdies to Idren here, and I'm pretty sure you all got similar promises. At that, Kyanso visibly shuddered, his eyes widening in shock as the truth of the situation settled on him. Kai continued. If you were going to be richer with a win, you'll have to struggle for the next 5 years to make up for it, he said. My mind is made up, and it's not changing. The deal is set. Suddenly, everything seemed tense as the silence spread. Kai could feel the uncertainty vibrating in the air as the nobles processed the reality of the situation. Their heads dropped, and their faces were a mixture of frustration and dread, no doubt considering how this would affect their territories, how they would manage their diminishing resources. Kai could already imagine them calculating the tax hikes they would impose to meet the demands, wondering what sacrifices they would have to make just to survive this. In that silence, he allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. He could feel their powerlessness in the air, their resistance fading as they accepted the terms. They had no choice but to agree, even if they hated it. Their defeat was complete, and there was nothing left for them but submission. He could almost feel the pressure of the nobles' strained thoughts, their minds racing with how they would meet the terms he had set. This was exactly what he wanted. He knew that with the growing trade in the region, more people would be needed, more workers, more guards, more strength for the city. And now, with his victory solidifying control over the Sylvan Enclave, he had the perfect opportunity to pull in the displaced, the discontented, the ones pushed to the edges by their own leader's failure. He had already gotten Francis to lay the groundwork for his new forces distinct both for magical potential and physical strength. If his calculations were right, he'd have an army twice the size it was now, enough to make any future conflicts more manageable. The nobles, all now subdued, would only hasten the influx of the population he needed. If they raised taxes or worsened conditions for their people, Kai knew they'd have no choice but to migrate to the cities he controlled. He'd be waiting with open arms, ready to integrate them into his ranks. His musings were broken when Viccount Buck spoke, in a resigned tone. I accept the offer. Malor, who had been quiet until now, nodded. I don't think prisoners can negotiate. He was reluctant, but Kai could sense that he valued his life more than money. Kyanso, Idren, and Vensar followed suit, their earlier resistance melting away into reluctant compliance. Kai pushed the documents forward, the inked promises of reparations and agreements laid bare for them to see. He made no effort to hide the finality in his movements. This is only a first step, he said. King Sullivan's mark is needed to make this official, but for now I need you all to agree. After that, we will proceed. The nobles, still processing, began to sign an agreement, but as they did, Buck's voice broke through. So after this, we can return to our territories, right? Kai looked over to him, the question a sharp note in the otherwise still room. It was almost as if he spoke everyone else's minds. His lips twitched into a small, knowing smile. Actually, no, you can't go back just yet. The sound of pens freezing mid-air echoed through the room. Idren, who was already in the process of signing, let out a grunt. His eyes snapped up to Kai, confusion flickering in them. Kyanso, too, stared right at him, his fingers trembling slightly around the pen. What? Idren's voice came right after. Why, well, even though the fief war has ended, the king hasn't announced his verdict yet, and I need to wait for that to legitimize my win before letting you all go, Kai said. When he added his next words, the silence in the room deepened. Letting you all go right now wouldn't be good. We're all moving to the capital, and you'd be giving a good account of what transpired in the fief war, especially you, Baron Idren. Idren's face drained of color instantly, his eyes flicking nervously between Kai and the others. The weight of the situation hit him hard, and he likely realized that if the truth about his involvement came out in front of King Sullivan, his days were numbered. That was exactly why Kai had no intention of letting any of them go, especially not Idren. He needed them to remain under his control until the capital had its say. More importantly, releasing them now could easily turn them into targets for Regina's assassination attempts. She would certainly won't like the truth of the fief war coming out in the open. Kai's thoughts lingered on this threat, knowing that keeping them here under his watch was the only way to ensure they wouldn't be cut down before they could testify. Viscount Vensar then spoke up, breaking the silence. But we don't know how long it's going to take. Are we just going to let our territories fall to chaos? My second in command was killed in the battle already, and my territory is probably in a mess. Kai studied him for a moment, considering his words. He understood the pressure of leadership, the responsibility that weighed on these men's shoulders. But the situation wasn't simple. Still, he had a solution prepared. I already have an idea for it, Kai said. I will allow you to send letters to your heirs or anyone you trust enough to handle your territories. They'll be able to take charge as your regents, he continued, meeting each of their gazes. You won't have to worry about your territories, and I'll even allow you to send letters to them, keeping track of how they're handling things. But beyond that, I can't do anything. You'll have to rely on them to manage the situation in your absence. Viscount Buck was the first to nod eagerly. I don't mind that. My son needed some experience anyway. His relief was palpable. At least there was something he could do to keep an eye on his territory, even if it was through his heir. Malor also nodded. That seems fine by me, but I would ask for a better arrangement for us living here. Then Vensar spoke up, his voice a little less sure than before. My sons are in the capital. I need to think about who to regent. Kai nodded, not offering advice on the matter. That was his problem, not his. Kaienso, on the other hand, seemed less eager to let go of control. I don't have any heirs, my brother is useless, and I don't trust anyone, he grumbled, his voice laced with contempt. Kai looked at him. You'll need someone, or you could let a commoner govern it. His words were dry, almost dismissive. He scowled, clearly offended, as if I'd let a commoner handle things. His pride was evident in the way he spoke, a true haughty noble to the core. Kai almost let out a chuckle, but he held it back, biting his tongue. He could only imagine the look on his face if he knew that commoners had been running his city while he'd been absent. Worse yet, his own household had been ransacked, his power was slipping away, and he was too ignorant to see it. The irony was thick in the air. His gaze shifted to Baron Idren, who was reading through the parchment again. Out of all of them, Idren would be the one who wasn't just walking away from this with a simple loss. His dealings with Lucian were enough to have him executed in any other court. Yet here he was, meekly signing the documents in front of him, his posture small, his face drawn. Idren knew exactly what he had done, knew the blood on his hands, the blood of an entire village, innocent men, women, and children who had been slaughtered for political gain. The drinkers who had been part of that massacre were already dead. Soon enough, it would be Idren's turn. If not for the need to have Idren testify in front of the king, Kai would have had the man executed already. But for now, he would remain a prisoner, waiting for the king's judgment. Kai didn't feel an ounce of sympathy for him. As the nobles finished signing, he stepped forward, taking the documents from them. Everything looks in order, he said, and confirmed them. They had agreed for now. But the real challenges were still to come. How long do you think we would have to stay in your estate? Viscount Buck questioned, bringing everyone's gaze to him. Kai's fingers unconsciously stacked the papers and looked at him, directly into his eyes. I honestly don't know, he said with a shrug. The royal stuff always takes time, and it depends on what the Majesty has decided for the aftermath of the Fief War. Royal heralds are already on the way, and will know soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, cutting through the quiet tension in the room. Kai turned his head, watching as the door opened slightly. A maid stood there. Lord Arzen, she said, bowing her head. There's a herald from the capital waiting for you. There it is. Kai glanced at the nobles, his lips curving into a brief smile. Looks like you'll know the answer to your question soon, he said, before standing up and making his way toward the door. With Killian by his side, they exited the room, and as they stepped into the corridor, Kai turned to the guard who stood by the door. Get Idren back to the cell, he instructed. Make sure the nobles get what they want, as long as they're well behaved. The guard nodded, acknowledging the command with a crisp nod before moving to carry out the order. Then, Kai and Killian moved down the long corridors, the stone walls echoing their footsteps as they passed through the estate. Soon, a maid appeared ahead of them, leading them toward the room where the herald awaited. As they entered, Kai's eyes immediately fell on the woman seated inside. She was nothing like the herald he had dealt with previously. This one was young, perhaps too young for the position. She had brown hair, framing a face that looked almost too innocent for someone in her line of work. Her black eyes, though sharp, carried an air of quiet uncertainty, and her features were so smooth that Kai found himself wondering if she was still new to the job. Her baby face made her appear younger than she likely was, and it made him question just how much experience she had in dealing with nobles and their affairs. When she saw him enter, she immediately rose from her seat, her movements quick and respectful, but there was a nervousness in the way she held herself. She bowed low, her voice carrying a touch of formality, but there was an edge of inexperience there as well. Count Arzen, she greeted. Kai took a seat at the large table, gesturing for the herald to do the same. Killian remained standing in the back. I believe the king has sent you here to tell me what the kingdom has decided to do with the Fief War, Kai said, getting to the core of the topic in an instant. She nodded, her nerves apparent despite the formal setting. Yes, my name is Isolde, and I've been traveling nonstop for the past 2 weeks to deliver this. She handed him the parchment, her hands trembling slightly as she did so. Kai raised an eyebrow at the long, unbroken sheet of text. What's in it? I'm pretty sure you know, he said, not hiding the curiosity in his tone. Isolde flushed slightly, her eyes darting down. I haven't read it, she admitted, almost bashfully. I was told only to deliver it. Kai nodded, not particularly surprised, before pulling the parchment open. As he scanned the document, his brow furrowed. Long, convoluted lines of text filled the paper, but Kai's eyes moved quickly over them, picking out key details. He was expecting some confirmation of his victory, a grant of Lucian's territory, but instead, he found something that made his heart skip a beat. An assembly of judgment. It was scheduled to happen 3 months from now. The details were vague, but one thing was clear: this wasn't just some administrative formality. All the nobles were to be invited, and their fate's fate would be decided there. His mind whirred. He had never heard of such an assembly, and nothing in his books on the kingdom had mentioned anything quite like it. From what he could gather, it seemed as if it was a gathering meant to sort out disputes on a larger scale, perhaps involving much more than just his little corner of the fief war. His initial assumption was wrong. It wasn't just a hearing where he could present Idren's misdeeds and gain Lucian's territory in a simple ceremony. His eyes widened slightly as he kept reading. The implications were immense. This wasn't just about his victoriths would change things for everyone involved. Before Kai could dwell further on the meaning of the Assembly of Judgment, Isolde's voice broke through his thoughts. "Count Arzen," she called. "There's one more thing that was told to be given to you." Kai lifted his gaze to her, intrigued. "What is it?" Isolde reached into her bag and withdrew a sealed envelope, handing it over to him. "King Sullivan personally wrote a letter for you and sent it with me." Kai blinked, his surprise evident. The king, personally. He hadn't talked a lot with him during their meeting, and while the king had granted him the county seat by being impressed by his defense of his territory, a personal letter was something he hadn't expected. With a quiet nod, he accepted the envelope, his fingers brushing the wax seal as he held it. There was something about it, the seal, the king's personal touch, that made it seem far more important than any of the other correspondence he had received. He leaned back, his mind racing with questions, but he didn't allow his curiosity to overpower his composure. Slowly, he broke the seal, pulling out the letter. His eyes scanned the writing, and as he read, his expression shifted. His brow furrowed, and his lips parted in surprise as he took in the contents. Kai talked to Isolde for a while longer, but apparently she had other places to be and soon left after ensuring that he had received the royal message and getting Kai's seal over a document. Once he was alone, he moved to his office on the upper floors, leaving Killian to fetch one of Francis' apprentices who was well versed in kingdom law. As Kai sat waiting in his office, he flipped open the letter, not the one regarding the Assembly of Judgment but the one personally sent by King Sullivan. The letter was short and to the point, a brief note with a request from the king. It stated that he wanted a meeting with Kai once he arrived in the capital and insisted that he bring Valkyrie's gift with him. It also mentioned that Kai should contact the king privately when he arrived in the capital and in no uncertain terms warned him to be sharp. There were plenty of opportunities for an attack, and the king made it clear that the situation was far from safe. Though it was short, the letter left Kai with far more questions than answers. Why did the king want to meet him? Why bring up the medallion now, after all this time? The mention of an attack didn't sit well with him. Suspected it was likely Regina who was planning something, but the question lingered. Was the king truly opposed to her, or was there more at play here? Did King Sullivan know of her involvement in darker dealings? The letter only deepened the web of confusion in Kai's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more complicated everything seemed. But one thing was clear, the medallion was becoming more and more crucial for him. Kai would have liked it if the letter had at least mentioned where to find the medallion, but he guessed that King Sullivan himself wouldn't have the faintest clue on its location. Only his mother, Arzen's mother, would know, but finding it would require him to dive deeper into the soul fragment. Up until now, Kai had focused on increasing his power, hoping that the fragment of Arzen's mother would give him a clue as to where the inheritance in the medallion was hidden. But with the stakes rising, he might have no choice but to enter his astral realm, where the silhouette was likely residing. However, that was a whole new level of complication, one that could be risky and difficult to navigate. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Killian entered, followed by Francis' apprentice Mina, who was holding 2 books in her hands. Kai glanced up. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "We did," Killian replied, stepping aside as Mina approached the desk. According to Mina, the books detail the assembly, but it's an old customone that hasn't been used in a long time. Kai's brow furrowed, intrigued. He turned his attention to the young apprentice, who placed the books on the table and opened one of them. She flipped through the pages, finally stopping at a particular illustration. There, etched on the page, was a drawing of a grand parliamentary structure, with people standing on platforms, addressing the assembly. Mina spoke as she pointed to the illustration. "It's mostly used for matters that the king alone cannot judge." Kai studied the drawing and read the information written down about it, his mind racing. An assembly of that scale, with nobles on platforms and the king unable to make a judgment alone, was more serious than he had first thought. The implications were much deeper, and it only raised more questions. As he examined the page, Mina continued. "So it's like war crimes or extremely complicated criminal cases," she said, looking at the illustration and his face. "It was used once during a fief war, when a group of nobles waged war against each other, and only one survived. The surviving noble's family got the territory as per the rules of the fief war, but the survivor was punished for war crimes, burning entire towns, massacring over 1,000 people, and he was executed." Killian's gaze sharpened, and he glanced at her. "Who decides this punishment?" Mina responded without hesitation. "Votes. It's called the Assembly of Judgment for a reason. Every noble is required to be there and cast a vote after everything witnesses, testimonies, all the details are presented. The vote decides what should happen. Kai's frown deepened. Vote's a decision made by the collective. Nobles never remain neutral in such matters, and their votes were swayed by their alliances, rivalries, and politics. If this assembly was going to be like that, his chances of staying on top hinged on something crucial: his reputation. He turned toward Killian, a thoughtful look crossing his face. If this is truly how it's going to be, then the most important thing for us is to build my reputation out among the commoners. With my feats, I know I've built a reputation among them. Malden has even told me about it in our last meeting, how he's been spreading good rumors about me and countering any bad ones. He let out a quiet sigh, thinking of how much of a web of influence he'd need to weave. No, we need to make sure the nobles see me as someone they can't afford to dismiss. My reputation among them, that's what'll matter here. How are we going to do that? Killian asked, lines forming on his forehead. That's what we need to figure out. Kai leaned back in his chair and started stroking his growing stubble unconsciously. His mind churned with the complexities of the situation. His reputation among the nobles was fragile at best. He had made some connections, but nothing substantial enough to rely on in such a pivotal moment. Most of the nobles were already divided into factions, each with their own agendas. A part of him wanted to give up on the entire kingdom, to cast aside his ambitions and stop caring about the petty politics that governed it, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He wasn't strong enough yet to walk away, not with an established kingdom standing in his way. The reality was clear: without strength, allies, and more power, he would never stand a chance in this game. He needed to keep pushing forward, and after some deliberation, he realized there was only one person he could truly rely on now: Duke Blackwood. If the Duke had any sense of loyalty after the results of the Fief War, he would be the one to stand with him. But that wasn't a guarantee. It seemed like it was time to reach out and make sure the Duke had made up his mind. Writing him a letter would be the next step. He nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, the king really shoved me into a bad situation, he muttered, as if confirming the reality of his predicament. But as he sat there, lost in his thoughts, he started piecing together a new plan. One of the major advantages he had was the time, 3 months before the assembly began. It was likely due to the need to gather all the nobles to the capital. He guessed that it was also the reason why the herald had looked to be in such a hurry, having to deliver summons to more noble houses. Either way, time was on his side. The question was, what could he do with it? What could he do to ensure he emerged unscathed? As his thoughts reached there, he planned parts of a plan coming to him. I believe this is the best thing that could have happened to us, he said. Killian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What do you mean, Lord Arzen? The young apprentice Mina glanced between them, her confusion mirrored on her face. I don't understand. What is your lordship thinking? Kai smiled, confidence slowly returning to him. We had to make contacts with the other noble houses anyway if we wanted our future plans to come true, and the assembly, it will be the perfect excuse to get close to them. It's a formal event, a time for everyone to gather and discuss matters. There's no better opportunity to make a lasting impression. If we play this right, we can start forming alliances, solidifying our position, and maybe even turning a few of the other nobles into potential allies. Kai fell into contemplation, his mind working through the possibilities. The pieces were falling into place, slowly but surely. He glanced at Killian and Mina, both of them waiting for his next words. We have a lot of time, Kai continued. And if we can slowly break away some noble houses from the 3 factions, we might just put ourselves in a safe position. In the assembly, every noble's vote is counted the same. Your standing doesn't increase your influence there, not like how some would expect. Right, Mina? Mina nodded. Yes, Lord Arzen. Each noble gets only 1 vote, regardless of their rank. Kai's lips curled into a small, thoughtful smile. Exactly. So the key is to target those nobles who are in the factions, but who don't truly belong there. The ones who might be stuck, either by obligation or by fear of moving against their faction. Killian raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. How are we going to do that? Kai smirked. That's the question, isn't it? What? Well, when you want to target a section of society, you should always target the youth. They're weak, gullible, and they want opportunity, but they seldom get it. They're ripe for the picking. Youth. Mina's eyes lit up as she understood. You're talking about barons and viscounts, Lord Arzen, right? The younger generation, the ones just starting out, eager for a chance to prove themselves. Kai nodded. Yes, even though many of them are part of the factions, they didn't always choose to be. A lot of them simply joined because the count or marquis they serve underwent into a faction, and they had no choice but to follow. We can use that. I'm sure there are many who are reluctant to be tied to a faction, but they've got no power to change their circumstances. They're desperate for a chance. Mina's eyes twinkled with understanding. And the ones who aren't getting the opportunity they need. Not only that, there's more. The kingdom isn't in the best shape right now, especially when it comes to food. The harvest this year was poor, and from what we've gathered from the south, the rains have eluded them. They've had to rely on mages to keep the crops from failing completely. Killian frowned, looking uneasy. That's not good. No, and on top of that, we've lost a major trade partner. Vanderfall's been decimated by a plague. The Watchers reported it, though they haven't gotten close enough to confirm the exact nature of the outbreak. But the result is Clare's plague has crippled Vanderfall. The royal family and most of the nobility are holed up in one city at the edge of the kingdom, leaving their lands and trade routes in ruins. And Lancefield's trade relations have been severely damaged as a result. We've effectively lost a critical partner. Kai's mind raced with the potential that lay before him. The trade ties with Vanderfall were a gaping hole in the kingdom's economy, and with the loss of such an important partner, many nobles would feel the strain. He knew how to exploit that weakness. The discontent among the ranks of the nobility was palpable, and this assembly might just be the perfect opportunity to capitalize on it. Killian nodded thoughtfully. So how do we proceed, Lord Arzen? Understood. I'll make sure to contact him immediately. Kai continued. Next, Ansel, I want you to tell him to gather information on every baron and viscount in the kingdom. Their alliances, their weaknesses, any piece of dirt we can use. We need to know everything about them, what motivates them, and what we can use to sway them to our side. When we go to the capital, we're not going alone. We need a large force of our own. Killian gave a firm, final nod. After learning about the Assembly of Judgment, Kai took a full day to gather everyone important enough for his plan. He explained what each of them needed to do and assigned tasks, ensuring every detail was covered. Once everything was set into motion, he sent a trusted messenger to inform Francis of the situation and ask for any advice or insight he might have, and got to move with Talon, one of the enforcers he seldom had any talks with. They set off on a journey through his newly acquired territory, heading towards a spot on a small hill nestled between the border of his lands and the former Lucian territory. The area was an untamed stretch of land, dotted with various types of trees, and the scent of the wild hung in the air. He knew that wild beasts often roamed around here. Distant howls were proof of that. It was a place that had once been home to a thriving village before the attacks from a dangerous nest of creatures had forced the inhabitants to relocate. The leader of these beasts was a grade 3 beast, a terror that had been too much for the villagers to handle. Now, however, Kai had seen potential in this spot, and he had a plan to make it useful once again. This would be the perfect location for the barbarians, he had thought. The tribe had proven invaluable during the Fief War, with their strength and tenacity helping turn the tide of battle. Afterward, Kai had offered them a settlement within his territory, granting them a prime piece of land to rebuild their village, one that was both arable and had nearby beasts for them to hunt. As he and Talon ascended the hill towards the site, the loud noise of construction greeted them. The barbarians had wasted no time in getting to work. Wooden walls were rising up, and even from a distance, Kai could see a watchtower under construction. The industriousness of the people was evident, and it made Kai feel a sense of pride in his decision to offer them a new home. As they neared the walls, one of the Lombards standing guard up top must have spotted them. There was a brief movement, a rustle in the watchtower, and Kai knew that there would be someone to greet him when they reached the gate. As they traveled, Talon, who had been right beside him, finally turned to him. Lord Arzen, he asked, why are we visiting the Lombards? Is there a particular reason you're making the trip out here personally? Yes, there's a reason, he replied, his tone leaving little room for further questions. And it's really important. Can I ask what that reason is, Lord Arzen? Talon persisted. Basically, he began, since the Lombards are now with us, I've been meaning to talk to them about their tribe's techniques. They're a martial tribe and have developed a lot of unique techniques over the years. In fact, even the kingdom has shown interest in them for their own knights and soldiers. He paused. But now that many of them have become enforcers, I thought it would be worth discussing whether they could evolve their techniques into proper enforcer martial arts. Kai moved through the new lands of the Lombards, taking in the sight of the growing settlement. He had to admit, everything felt meticulously planned out. When he'd told Francis to lend a hand in designing the territory, he hadn't expected the Lombards to follow the guidance so well. After all, they had no reason to follow the structure that nobles provided, but surprisingly they had. Of course, they were integrating their own architectural style into the designs, but that was a good thing. It gave the place character, made it distinct, and if the settlement expanded enough in the coming years, maybe it could become a tourist destination. That idea wouldn't take shape for at least a decade, but it was an interesting possibility. As he walked, Brugnar, the barbarian escorting him, finally spoke. The man was second in command to the chieftain and the warrior who had accompanied Ragnar to assist in the beast wave. I apologize, Lord Arzen, Brugnar said. The chieftain didn't come to personally greet you at the gate. We weren't aware of your arrival today, and he's been occupied with something important. Kai gave a slight nod. It's no big deal. I had some time and figured I'd stop by to discuss a few things with him. He paused, glancing toward Brugnar. What exactly is he observing? Brugnar let out a low chuckle. Ragnar is taking on a group in the new sparring grounds. His expression shifted, as if he was weighing his words. It's not finalized yet, but soon, Ragnar is expected to be named the heir officially. Before that happens, the chieftain wants him to learn to control his anger. Kai raised an eyebrow, not at the part of Ragnar becoming the heir. That was something set in stone already, but he didn't know that the man had trouble controlling his anger. He had always been an aggressive warrior, but other than their initial meeting, he had only seen him be more in control. I didn't know Ragnar had anger problems. Other than our first meeting, he's always been amiable. Ragnar shook his head. He doesn't, but things have changed since Wolfgar's death. His emotions aren't in check, and he's not even able to sleep properly. It's affecting him and could possibly affect him if he were to be put into a position of power. We Lombards have to be very careful about everything, if you know what I mean. And the chieftain made it clear that we can't have him as heir if he's like this, so the way to fix it is to fight. Kai asked, glancing at Brugnar. It's not to fix. Brugnar exhaled through his nose. He has a lot of anger in him right now, and this is a good way for him to release it all. As they walked, the sounds of shouting and cheers grew louder. Kai's gaze finally landed on the sparring grounds, a large clearing where a crowd had gathered in a wide circle. Brugnar led Kai and Talon through the throng, parting the gathered warriors with ease until they reached the front. Standing there watching the fight with sharp, small eyes was the chieftain, Yafkar. Yafkar turned at their approach, his gaze landing on Kai. For a moment he was still, then he inclined his head slightly just enough to acknowledge Kai's authority without seeming fully subservient. Lord Arzen, Yafkar said, I did not expect you today. Kai gave a small nod. I wanted to see how you were assimilating here and discuss something with you. Yafkar gestured to the growing settlement. As you can see, we are adapting well. Tell me, what is it that you wish to discuss? Kai glanced toward the center of the clearing. We'll talk after the fight. His attention shifted to the battle taking place. In the middle of the clearing, Ragnar was locked in combat with 3 men at once, his movements precise yet brutal. 2 others lay on the edge of the clearing, injured, indicating that the match had originally started as 5 against 1. Kai observed closely. This wasn't just a spar, it was a test, but it hardly seemed fair. Why are there so many against 1 man? Are they all enforcers? Yafkar nodded towards 2 of the opponents of Ragnar. Those 2 are, the rest didn't make the cut. His eyes were unreadable. To be the next chieftain of the Lombards, Ragnar must be stronger than anyone else. Being blessed has given him power beyond what he would have originally possessed, but the world is changing, I can feel it. That power alone won't be enough. He will need more. If he cannot stand against 5 of his own tribe, then he cannot rule above them. Kai nodded, understanding the logic behind it. The Lombards were a strength-based tribe, wild and untamed, with a culture built on survival and dominance. It made sense that only the strongest could lead. Still, he believed ruling took more than just brute force. Yet, in a world where creatures could forge weapons from their own blood and mages wielded devastating affinities, having overwhelming strength was a necessity. His thoughts drifted back to the fight just in time to see a large man charging straight at Ragnar. He was one of the 2 enforcers still standing and hefted a large battle axe. Ragnar met the strike head-on, their weapons clashing in a thunderous impact. Before he could recover, the other enforcer lunged at him, a spear thrusting forward. Ragnar barely managed to twist out of the way, but that left him open. An arrow sliced through the air, fast and well aimed. Ragnar tried to shift, but it grazed his shoulder, drawing a sharp cry from him. He clenched his teeth, eyes flashing with pain and frustration. Fuck, Ragnar clenched his fist and his other hand curled around his mace. Kai analyzed the situation quickly. The logical move would be to take out the archer, first remove the long-range threat before dealing with the melee fighters. But before Ragnar could move, the axe-wielding warrior let out a sharp, loud laugh. You're slow, boy. What kind of man takes a hit like that? You're not made for it. Chieftain Yafkar would think twice before letting you lead after seeing such a weak display of strength. No wonder you can't protect your men. Ragnar's body tensed at the jab. His grip on his weapon tightened. Instead of charging at the archer, he reached into his belt and with a quick flick of his wrist sent 2 knives flying towards him. The archer barely had time to react. Ragnar's breath came in ragged gasps, his fury burning hot as he locked eyes with the archer. One of the blade he'd thrown cut deep into the man's leg, sending him stumbling back but not down. The archer's grimace only sharpened his focus, and he sent another arrow in quick succession, one that narrowly missed Ragnar's side. The pain in his leg barely slowed the archer's rhythm, but Ragnar's eyes were already darting to the larger threat, the axe-wielding warrior charging toward him. Rage seemed to bubble up inside him, and he surged forward with a newfound aggression, his mace crackling with intent to finish this. The axe came down with a crash, its sheer weight aimed to split Ragnar in 2, but Ragnar was quick to quick. He pivoted and parried the blow, feeling the shudder of metal on metal, and without losing momentum, swung his mace low, aiming for the spear-wielding man who was right there, looking to attack him. But Ragnar's speed was unmatched. The spear's haft cracked as his mace cleaved it in 2, the sharp tip falling to the ground with a dull thud. The spear-bearer staggered backward, eyes wide in realization. He moved back, retreating to the edge of the clearing, out of the fight for good. But Ragnar's eyes had no time for mercy. He turned to the axe-wielder, who was already swinging his weapon again at him. He dodged the axe's edge by backtracking, and just then his eyes flickered downward in a brief moment of distraction. He groaned loudly. The arrow struck right before his leg, a sharp, violent thunk. His muscles tensed, his eyes narrowing in pain, but only for a split second. That second was enough. The axe wielder took his chance, crashing forward and hitting Ragnar squarely in the chest with the flat side of his axe. Ragnar's eyes widened as he was flung back, crashing into the dirt with bone-jarring force. He gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, but his legs betrayed him. Arrows pierced deep into his flesh, one after another, pinning him to the ground. His fingers twitched, but he couldn't push himself up. The pain was clearly unbearable, but his pride made him fight it. "I can still fight," Ragnar roared, but his voice cracked with desperation. He looked to the archer, still knocking another arrow, ready to finish him off. But Yafkar's voice cut it off. "The duel is over." Ragnar froze, his chest heaving with each agonized breath. His gaze snapped to his father, disbelief flashing across his face. He clearly didn't want it to be over, not by a long shot. Kai knew it by how the man was ready to fight again and again if necessary. His eyes said it all. "You lost." The chieftain's voice was firm, unwavering. "In a real fight, you'd be dead by now." Ragnar's eyes blazed with a fight and he tried to stand up, but his body refused to cooperate. He had lost. His fury slowly drained away and his shoulders slumped. The archer lowered his bow and the axe wielder stood silently. Yafkar nodded at them as he turned away from his son and motioned with his hand, signaling the end of the spar. As the gathered Lombards began to disperse, their movements were respectful, each bowing their head toward the chieftain in acknowledgement before retreating to their own corners. Even the two remaining fighters, their muscles taut with the thrill of combat, gave a quick bow to the chieftain and Kai before heading off. The murmurs of the crowd slowly died down, and a few of them glanced at Kai with curiosity in their eyes, finally noticing him, some bowing his way before they turned back. The clearing, now quieter, allowed Kai to move closer to Ragnar, who had been slumped on the ground, his body weighed down by both injury and the humiliation of his defeat. Ragnar's gaze didn't lift immediately, but when he finally noticed Kai approaching, the harsh, ragged breath he had been taking seemed to pause in his throat. Before he could utter a single word, his father's voice, sharp and full of disappointment, cut through the air. "You've lost yourself in your anger," the chieftain said. "There were so many moments in that duel where you would have been dead. You've lost your way, my son." His words hung in the air, a solemn reminder of all that Ragnar had once shown promise of becoming. "After seeing a flicker of maturity and brightness in you after all those reckless years, I had hoped, but now you've started to disappoint me again." Like before, Ragnar's head lowered immediately as if the weight of his father's words had struck him harder than any blow he had taken in the fight. The silence between them stretched on, thick and oppressive. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of silence, Ragnar spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "Sorry, father. Anger got me. I wasn't able to follow your principles." Yafkar huffed, his breath escaping in a frustrated exhale. He didn't respond immediately, but instead crouched down, inspecting the arrows lodged in Ragnar's legs, the sight of the blood seeping from the wounds sending a faint grimace across his face. "We need to get you healed," he muttered, almost to himself. "I'm pretty sure Helga will have some of the herbs we need for this." Kai, still standing at the side, reached into his cloak and pulled out a small phial of potion, the liquid inside a bright shade of green. He stepped forward, offering it to Chieftain with a firm gesture. "Remove the arrows," Kai said calmly. "Make sure nothing stays inside, then drink this. It'll heal you." The chieftain looked at the potion for a long moment, his brow furrowing, but he nodded, silently taking the vial. He began to remove the arrowheads from Ragnar's legs, who groaned with each pull. "You're stubborn, boy," Yafkar muttered, his voice more exasperated than angry. "The pain you're feeling now wouldn't have been there if you had controlled your anger. Instead of rushing forward, instead of fighting with a blind fury, you let it consume you." Ragnar's face twisted in pain, but his eyes glinted with something more understanding, perhaps, or something close to Ida's. He finally took the potion, drinking it down quickly. A small sigh of relief escaped him. He lowered the phial, his voice thick with something deeper than just anger. "How could I?" he asked quietly. Kai noticed how he avoided Yafkar's eyes for the briefest moment, looking far away. "How could I control it when I feel so angry all the time? Not at others, but at myself. I can process it, but it just leaves me haphazard, like a storm I can't stop. It's bubbling inside me, father. I lose it all in a matter of seconds." The chieftain, still crouched beside him, exhaled deeply, his weathered eyes softening. He placed a steady hand on Ragnar's shoulder, his voice low and steady, like a grounding force. "It wasn't your fault Wolfgar died. In war, people die. Friends die. Even I will die one day. I've told you this since you were old enough to understand the world. It's something you have to learn to accept." Ragnar's jaw clenched, the frustration mounting. His fists tightened around the empty vial, his fingers white-knuckled. "But I don't want to be weak enough to just let you die, or anyone else. When I became blessed, I thought it would open new paths of strength for me, but I didn't realize that I would still feel so weak." His voice cracked slightly, a bitter edge creeping in. "I have so much anger inside me because of my weakness. No matter how much I train, no matter how hard I push myself, I don't feel like I'm improving. I should have defeated them all easily, but I made a fool of myself. His chest heaved. I feel weak, father. Yafker studied him for a long moment and gave a short, almost amused huff, as though Ragnar's struggles were familiar to him but still worthy of attention. At that, Kai finally decided to speak. You aren't weak. You're pushing yourself too hard. Things don't work out when you're going beyond what your body can take. You're going to break yourself like this. You've gained newfound strength, but you're not using it properly. I understand the anger, but you're not utilizing it the right way. Ragnar's brow furrowed as he looked up at the Kai, confusion clouding his gaze. What do you mean? Kai, who had played the role of a quiet observer till now, took a slow step forward. I actually came here to talk to you about it. His eyes met Ragnar's, then the chieftain's. Originally, your martial techniques were well renowned, especially for anyone who uses heavy weapons like axes. Yafker nodded in acknowledgement, his pride evident. Yes, so, Kai continued. Is there a role for fury in those techniques? Yafker's gaze became sharper as he considered the question, then he nodded. There are 7 techniques, each requiring more and more strength. Fury is a tool and one mentioned in the techniques, a good way to temporarily enhance strength, but it comes with a price. It can cloud judgment, make you reckless. The stronger you get, the more your emotions will play into your power. Fury is a good way to unlock a surge of strength, but it won't solve everything. Not if it's the only thing you rely on. Kai nodded again. Actually, I've been thinking. You can enhance those techniques in a way that even enforcers can use them. I know these techniques were originally designed for your warriors, but looking ahead, I think a lot of your tribe's men are going to become enforcers. Optimizing these techniques could turn you all undefeatable. Moreover, what I have in mind is mixing in anger when optimizing them, to help you use it to its full potential. Ragnar blinked. How do we do that? He asked, his voice almost eager, as if waiting for something to make sense of his endless frustrations. Mana moves on emotions, Kai said. A lot of the time, a mage's mana can act differently, more destructively if their emotions are triggered. Let's say, for example, they're angry. Their spells will hit harder, but they'll also drain their mana reserves faster. It's a temporary boost in strength, but it has consequences. The same goes for enforcers, since you also use mana. I've heard of techniques that temporarily grant a huge surge of strength in a fury-induced state. Of course, it's temporary, and you'll be exhausted soon after, but while the effect lasts, you'll be a war god. Ragnar's eyes gleamed, the hunger for that power evident in his posture. He straightened up, gripping his mace tightly as though imagining the raw power in his hands. But the chieftain stood up from his crouched position, his brow furrowed as he considered what Kai had said. I think, Yafker mused slowly, you'd want something in exchange for helping us with the optimization, Lord Arzen. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile, and he didn't even try to hide it. Yes, I won't lie about that. I was hoping a part of the enforcers, and even some of my ordinary men would train with the Lombards. Yafker raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he crossed his arms over his chest. You won't ask me to teach them our martial techniques, though. He had hoped that his men could learn the techniques of the Lombards, but he wasn't about to push too hard. His relationship with them was too important to risk, and forcing the issue would only cause resentment. Besides, the help he was offering was merely a starting point, a few basic notes, nothing too intricate or deep. The real optimization would be done by the Lombards themselves, as they were the true experts in their own martial techniques. He wasn't well versed in enforcer techniques. After all, he only knew a few key aspects, not enough to teach them properly. His role, he knew, was to provide the foundation. It would be up to the Lombards to perfect it, because my help will be basic, just enough to get things started. The rest is up to you and your warriors to figure out. After all, you're the ones who truly understand your techniques. The chieftain nodded, his expression inscrutable, but there was a hint of approval in his eyes. Very well. I will ensure your men are treated well during their training. When they return to your cities, they'll be much more than they were when they came here. Kai smiled. That would be great. I believe in their potential, and this will only help them grow stronger. And as for the technique I mentioned earlier, it came into being by being used by a group of enforcers called Berserkers. Let me tell you more about it. The city of Dirich was almost dead. Veraltt moved through it, his boots clicking softly against the stone streets as his retinue followed behind him. Everywhere he looked, he was rewarded with thick silence, but despite the stillness, the tension was there. He felt it, and he was sure that others did too. Knight Fairy, I've told you, you aren't going to find any slaves here, and you have brought too many men into the city. Look around, it will scare the citizens, especially because the fief war just ended. Fairy looked at the source of the voice. Kailak, Baron Kyanso's brother, the current regent of the city who'd been appointed by his brother just recently. Knight Fair, his voice was annoying, louder than necessary, cutting through the calm. Fairy's eyes briefly went to the 2 young men that flanked him. They looked more nervous than the man they were here to protect, and he could tell that they were hastily conscripted, no doubt, a response to the increasing tension in the wake of the recent conflict. They were far too green to be of much use, but Kailak had insisted they accompany him for protection. He turned his sharp gaze back to the regent. Kylak flinched under the weight of Ferre's stare. I told you to clean them up yourself if you don't want us here, Ferre replied. Lord Arzen has given orders to clean his cities of these vermin. They ran away from Varen once the Fief War ended, but we found enough clues that they have a base here. Kylak frowned at the words, the muscles in his jaw tightening. Are you accusing me of letting slavers infest the city? His voice grew sharper, his eyes narrowing with defensive pride. Slavery has been banned since the act of abolishing. 40 years, Knight Ferre. It had been 40 years since then. That's no small amount of time. Ferre paused, letting the silence stretch between them for a moment. When he spoke again, it was with a careful calm. I'm not accusing you, Regent. His eyes bore into Kylak's with a touch of disdain. But your brother wasn't exactly the most just man. Even you should know that, so let me just act with my men. The Regent's face darkened, but Ferre didn't relent. You're doing enough good by giving us permission to search, Ferre continued. You don't have to make it hard for you. Kylak's lips pressed into a thin line. I gave you permission to search, he said in a tight voice, but I didn't expect you to bring so many men. Kylak gritted his teeth but didn't argue. Ferre knew why. It was the only reason they had got permission so easily. Dirich simply had nothing to defend itself with. The city couldn't afford to offend the man who now ruled most of the Sylvan Enclave. Even if the king had remained silent on the Fief War, and rumors of the Assembly of Judgment swirled in the shadows, for now, Lord Arzen was indisputable in the region. As they moved deeper into the city, one of Ferre's men finally broke the silence. We're here. Ferre turned his gaze forward. The building stood at the very edge of the city's poor district, a two-story structure crammed between crumbling brickwork and narrow alleys. The lower half was built from dark stone. He could tell that the stained surface was due to years of neglect. The upper floor leaned slightly over the street, wooden beams jutting out to hold its frame. The windows were small, thickly shuttered, and the only sign of recent use was the worn path that led to the door. As he had requested, most of the common people had already been cleared from the area, and according to the Watcher's scout assigned to this mission, people had spotted figures slipping in and out of the building in the last few days, but none had escaped since last night. Ferre let his gaze sweep over the structure one last time before giving his orders. 3 will move through the back entrance, he said. 2 stay outside. Keep an eye on everything. The rest are with me through the front. Got it? And nodded in unison. Ferre turned to Kylak and his guards. Do you want to come with me? Kylak's lips curled upwards. Sure, I'd like to see your face when you don't find anything. Sure, Ferre said, motioning for his men to move forward. And I'd like to see your face when we do, he thought to himself and focused on the task at hand. One of the shorter men stepped up first, a man with nimble fingers and a quiet presence. He reached for the door, drawing a small set of lockpicks from his belt. A soft click echoed in the silence as it unlocked. He pushed the door open just enough for them to slip inside. The air within was stale, thick with the scent of damp wood and unwashed stone, and there was another murky smell, one that he couldn't point out. Light, Ferre muttered. At his command, a mage named Iskil lifted a hand, summoning a soft, glowing orb of light that floated above them. The yellow light illuminated the space as the group spread out, moving carefully. Kylak walked a few paces behind, his guards flanking him. More than once, Ferre caught the regent's expression tightening, his mouth parting as if to speakingly for him to snap it shut again. And for his luck, Ferre wasn't interested in knowing whatever was on his mind. He was here for a mission, and he didn't need any more distractions. The search continued. Ferre tried to look through every nook and cranny, desperate to find something that would lead to the slaves. Weapons were strewn about haphazardly, daggers, rusted swords, even a crossbow left resting against a crate. A plate of half-eaten jerky sat abandoned on a table as if someone had left in a hurry. But for all the signs of occupation, there were no men to be found. It was all empty of life. He walked closer to take a good look at one of the crates when a voice called out from deeper inside. Knight Ferre, I found something. He moved quickly with a few others, stepping into a side room that had remained shrouded in the darkness until now. Iskil's light showed what was inside, and the sight before them was damning. Cages. Fuck, what a fucking inhumane thing. May hell bestow upon all of them. Ferre cursed under his breath over and over. No one should go through a living misery like this. Lining the walls were row upon row of iron cages, their bars caked in filth, the floor beneath them littered with straw and dried stains that needed no explanation. Shackles dangled from the bars, some still locked shut, others hanging loose as if their occupants had only recently been freed. Torn scraps of fabric lay scattered across the ground, in particular catching Ferre's eye. He crouched, looking at the strip of cloth that had once belonged to a dress, a woman's dress. It was disgusting to say the least, and his heart clenched for the poor girls. Slowly he stood, turning and looked at Kylak. Are you still going to say slavers aren't here? His jaw ticked at the mention. These cages are made for humans, more specifically. They're too fucking small for most men, so for women. Whoever was here was selling sex slaves. He cursed again. Bastards. Kylak's face had gone pale. His mouth opened, but the words barely came, a weak murmur escaping him instead. I didn't know about this. Ferre let out a breath, shaking his head. I believe you, but your brother did. I don't see anyone here, one of the men muttered, scanning the empty cages and scattered remnants of occupation. Did they escape? Keep looking. We've been watching them. Thigh haven't left the building. There must be a hidden entrance somewhere. At his order, the search continued, boots shuffling against the grimy floor as men overturned crates, tapped against walls, and checked beneath tables and furniture for anything out of place. He turned the tables and threw them at the walls, desperate to find any secret entrance to where they were. Nothing's in here, someone from behind said. No, they couldn't give up, not when he knew they were close enough to find the girls. Search farther. Iskil, provide light till. I think I found something. A shout came from the basement. At once they all descended the creaking wooden steps 2 at a time. The air grew heavier with every step down, thick with the scent of damp rot and something far fouler. As they reached the bottom, the man who had called out was standing near the center of the room, pointing downward. There, hidden beneath a ragged carpet, was a hole in the ground. The edges of the stone had been roughly carved, leading down into utter darkness. So that was where the smell was coming from. They ran through the sewers, Fair muttered, feeling like a long search was ahead of them. The man nodded. Should we go in? Fair exhaled, considering. Yes, but not everyone. He turned to Kylak. I'll send some of my men with you. Do you know every sewer exit in the city, particularly the ones that lead outside? Kylak hesitated, then gave a small nod. Yes, we have records of them. Good. A few of my men will go with you and your guards to check those exits, Fair instructed. Meanwhile, I'll head down and see if any of them are still hiding below. He expected Kylak to argue, to snap back at his casual commands, but instead the regent simply nodded. Okay, maybe he truly hadn't known about the slavers and felt guilty, or maybe he was simply trying to stay on good terms with Lord Arzen. Either way, Pharaoh wasn't going to question it not when it worked in his favor. As Kylak left with his assigned men, Pharaoh turned to the others. I'll take the lead. Iskil and the rest of you follow after me. They nodded. Without hesitation, Pharaoh stepped forward and leapt down into the darkness. As Pharaoh landed, the stench hit him like a solid wall. The foul mix of rot, filth, and stagnant water was nearly unbearable, clawing at his throat and making his stomach churn. Without hesitation, he reached for his sleeve, tearing off a strip of fabric and pressing it to his mouth and nose. Behind him, the others descended one by one, each immediately recoiling as the same putrid assault struck them. A few muttered curses, others coughed sharply, but none faltered for long. They were soldiers, hardened by war and battle, and they had learned to endure far worse. Iskil raised a hand, murmuring a quick incantation. A soft, glowing orb of light formed in the air, illuminating the damp, narrow tunnel ahead. They saw their shadows dancing on the moss-ridden walls. Let's go, Pharaoh ordered, his voice muffled by the cloth over his mouth. They might have left some clues behind. Soon they pushed forward. Slippery patches of grime made footing risky, and the narrow stream of sludge running along the center of the tunnel only made things worse. Despite the filth, they kept to the walls, their eyes scanning every inch of their surroundings. Are there gonna be beasts down here? One of the men muttered, warily glancing around. Some overgrown rats, maybe, but nothing else. If there were, the slavers wouldn't have chosen this route. They're cowards. They only know how to run. The group nodded in agreement and pressed on, their movements quick but careful. Time dragged on as they walked, the tunnel stretching longer than Pharaoh had expected. Just how far did these sewers extend? Then he saw it. Stop, Pharaoh ordered sharply, raising a hand. At an intersection ahead, right within the damp stone walls, was a door. Heavy, wooden, and reinforced with iron bands, it looked old but sturdy, far too wanton to be a simple maintenance entry. Iskil stepped forward, studying it under the glow of his spell. Do you think it's some kind of emergency room? Pharaoh exhaled through his nose, gaze unwavering on the door. Probably built to hide during attacks, sieges, and the like. Knight Killian mentioned they're making something similar in Veraltt as an emergency measure for civilians. He took a step forward, resting a hand on the hilt of his spear. I'll take charge, and with that he moved toward the door. Pharaoh gripped the shaft and gave the door a firm push, only to find it locked from the inside. His eyes narrowed as he turned back to his men. There's a good chance they're inside, he muttered. Then louder, get ready. Without hesitation, he channeled power into his spear, its edges glowing faintly with a burning aura. With a single mighty slash, the weapon cleaved through the wooden gate. The door shattered instantly, sending splinters and debris flying. What lay inside confirmed everything. A dozen men stood, weapons already drawn, their faces rough and unkempt with thick beards and sharp, animalistic eyes. They had expected trouble, and Pharaoh would give enough of that, because what was behind them boiled his blood. Behind them, bound in heavy chains, were women, girls filthy, bruised, and huddled together in fear. The air in the room was thick with sweat, damp wood, and something darker, something vile. Pharaoh's eyes flared with fury. Get ready for a fight. A throaty yell escaped his lips. Then, glancing at the mage behind him, he added sharply, Iskil, no wide spells. We can't risk hurting the innocents. Without another word, he surged forward. Fire erupted around his spear, a searing heat that crackled in the air. The slavers froze for a split second, their eyes widening in shock at the sudden blaze. Pharaoh didn't give them time to recover. He lunged, his spear a blur. From the back of the room, 2 arrows whistled toward him. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he deflected them midair, the metal tips glancing harmlessly off his weapon. His momentum never faltered, his spear arced downward in a savage strike, cleaving through the first man in his path. Blood sprayed across the room as the slaver's head rolled to the floor. The next man managed to block. Pharaoh's eyes flickered to the enemy's blade just in time to catch the glint of something green along its edge. Poison, he shouted to his men. Watch their weapons. He shifted immediately, his strikes turning precise, avoiding attacks. No reckless movements, no unnecessary risks. He let his fire do the work. Every swing of his spear forced the slavers back, the searing heat making them falter, their grips loosening as flames licked at their weapons. One by one, they stumbled, their flesh burning just enough for pain to override their will to fight. Meanwhile, behind him, Iskil unleashed elemental attacks. Small bursts of wind sent slavers tumbling, warm gusts swirled around them, knocking them off balance and making them hesitate in fear. The strategy was working, pushing them back, keeping them off balance, ensuring they never regained control. All the while, Pharaoh was going full offensive with his spear. He continued to attack, bleeding them to death. He slashed and thrashed, finding any joint possible, digging deeper until he knew they could no longer stand. Like that, only one was left, and he surged forward and pierced his spear through the man's throat. It happened too quickly for the slaver to defend, and he fell with a gurgled cry. He barely spared the body a glance before casting his gaze around the blood-stained room. The scent of sweat, rust, and death still clung to the air, but the fight was over. Pharaoh finally turned toward the captives. Huddled together in chains, the young women trembled. Some cried and some flinched at every movement, their wide, fearful eyes darting between the bodies and the armed men standing before them. He couldn't even properly identify their facial features with all the dirt that they were covered in. Their cries filled his ears, and he waited for a second, and another until his adrenaline calmed. He couldn't scare the women more than they already were, but seeing the state they were in, barely any clothes left on their bodies, soot covering their bodish, wished he could bring the bastards back to life just to kill them all over again, slower. He exhaled loudly through his nose, forcing his breath to calm down and voice into something gentler. "It's over," he said. He took a step towards them. He felt his breath caught in his throat at the tremor of his own voice. "You're safe now. We will get you back to your families soon." The words did little to ease their terror, but at least some of the shaking stopped. A girl who was in the corner couldn't stop her hiccups, and Pharaoh knew she needed time. He turned back to his men. "Is anyone injured?" 2 raised their hands. One had taken a deep gash to the leg, while the other clutched his hand, blood seeping through his fingers where a poisoned blade had cut through. Pharaoh's eyes narrowed. "Get them potions and take them out of the sewers first," he ordered. "They'll need proper treatment for the poison. Have them keep drinking the potion every 5 minutes until we're sure it's flushed out." A few of his men nodded and quickly moved to help the injured, supporting them as they began the slow trek back up. With that handled, Pharaoh turned back to the girls. He knelt, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a handful of healing potions. He uncorked one and extended it toward them. "Drink this," he said. "It'll help with your injuries. Soon you'll be out of here." The girls hesitated. Fear still lingered in their eyes, their hands twitching as though expecting another cruel trick. But after a long, uncertain moment, one girl with dirt-covered blonde hair slowly reached out, taking the potion from him. She hesitated only a second before drinking. Then, voice hoarse, she asked, "Who are you?" Pharaoh gave her a small, reassuring nod. "Knight Pharaoh," he said, "I came to save you all by the order of my lord, Count Arzen." Kai stayed with the Lombards for another day, sharing everything he knew about the different types of enforcers and more into the lost art of the berserkers. By the time he was born, berserkers had already become legends of the past, their peak etched into history during the second golden era of magic. Back then, they had built an empire fueled by fury and unmatched might. Although much of their knowledge had faded into obscurity, Kai still recalled fragments of their skills and fighting styles from a book he had read on them, techniques that turned unbridled rage into a weapon of mass devastation. His plan for the Lombards was clear: transform them into a small, furious battle regiment. It was a vision that seemed to resonate deeply with the tribe. Both Yafgar and Ragnar, in particular, were electrified by the idea. Ragnar, being extremely burdened by anger since the loss of his friend, appeared especially eager to channel his fury into something less self-destructive. But again, grief was different from person to person. Kai was one of the people who direct grief into something purposeful, and only wished Ragnar would see the whole berserker theory from his point of view. During one of their discussions, Yafgar pressed Kai about the source of his knowledge. Was there truly a surviving tribe of berserkers, hidden away somewhere? How had he come to get the knowledge of their martial arts? Kai had no answers for such questions, and had simply dismissed it as nothing more than folk tales that he'd heard in his youth. Making excuses for his extensive knowledge had now become second nature, and thankfully, both Yafgar and Ragnar seemed far more invested in the practical application of fury than knowing where the knowledge came from. And when he finally departed, he carried hope in his heart, leaving behind a tribe ready to rise like a storm. His journey back to Veraltt was brief, but once he arrived, he quickly realized that he had little time to settle. Another venture called to him not as a lord, but as a mage seeking to unravel new mysteries of magic. He barely paused before setting out again, this time accompanied by Amira. Their destination was the gorge where he had faced Chakran, west of Castle Dorn. Passing the castle, they noted the ongoing repairs that the place was going through. He felt no obligation to oversee the reconstruction had returned Castle Dorn to Viccount Buck already. Still, he had sent a contingent of men to assist with the repairs. Buck, one of the more reasonable nobles, seemed like a good noble to be acquainted with, and creating a solid relationship with him seemed a prudent move. After all, alliances often started with small gestures of goodwill. They guided their horse along the slightly rocky path, the uneven terrain making the ride just bumpy enough to force them into light conversation. They spoke briefly about the terrain and the monsters that roamed these parts, their voices blending with the steady clopping of hooves. It was Amira who finally changed the topic to their purpose here, her curiosity bubbling over. She leaned slightly forward from her seat behind Kai, her arms loosely gripping his waist. So, what exactly are we here to do? Kai glanced back at her over his shoulder, raising a brow. What do you think we're here for? She tilted her head, chewing on the question for a moment. To train, she guessed first, her lips quivering in thought. Or maybe, sightsee for a change. If it was the first, I'd have brought Rhea along, he said. And sadly, I don't think I have the luxury to take a sightseeing trip right now. No, we're here for something else. You'll see when we get there, it's close by. Amira nodded as she knew that it was all the explanation she'd get for now, and kept her mouth shut as Kai urged the horse to pick up speed. The wind tousled his hair as they rode faster, and soon the horizon opened up before them. The first thing Amira noticed as they approached was the land. All around the wide field ahead, the ground had turned barren and lifeless, riddled with blackened patches that looked as if something had drained the very essence from beneath the soil. As they drew closer, a rancid, gut-wrenching smell hit them like a wall, making Amira gag from behind. The smell of dead mana, she muttered, scrunching up her nose in disgust. They smell worse than the spiders. Yeah, Kai said. With the spiders, their natural odor masked some of the dead mana's scent, but here there's nothing to cover it. They slowed to a halt at the edge of the corrupted land, dismounting carefully. Amira stepped forward, taking in the devastation up close. He looked at how she scanned the ground, noting how lifeless and eerie it looked, as though nothing had thrived here in years. How did it end up like this? She asked. She was rubbing her hands constantly, as if trying to wipe off any trace of the disturbing scene from her body. Kai rested a hand on his horse's neck, staring out at the desolate landscape. During my battle with Chakran, bloodrinker lord, remember. I told you about it over breakfast a couple of weeks ago. Fought right here, he explained. He used dead mana to power himself up, channeling it through some kind of parasite. He hesitated for a moment since recalling the details was unpleasant. I won't go into the full story, but the aftermath, the dead mana that spilled into the land, left it like this. Fortunately, I warned the nearby villagers to stay far away from this place. If they hadn't, we'd have had to deal with a whole mess of mana weavers by now. Even most beasts avoid it. For now, the dead mana is contained to the land. Amira nodded. It's worse than I imagined. We're going to begin a few experiments here. Ones I've been meaning to do for a while to better gauge your powers. Are you comfortable with that? Amira blinked at him, then turned to look at the barren, corrupted ground ahead. Yes. Together, they began walking toward the desolate patch of land. The reason I chose this place is that, even though it's tainted, the concentration of dead mana here is still low. It hasn't reached the point where I wouldn't be able to heal you if something went wrong. But if your innate powers work the way we think it do, it shouldn't. Amira gave him another small nod. What do you want me to do? Let's start with something simple. A basic interaction with the dead mana. She understood immediately. Without another word, she stepped closer to the edge of one of the blackened spots on the ground, her focus sharpening. Taking a deep breath, she crouched slightly and extended her hands toward the tainted earth. Kai tensed, ready to act if anything went wrong. His mana surged within him, prepared to pull her away and purify her if needed. He watched closely as her fingers hovered just above the blackened soil before lightly brushing against it. At first, nothing happened. Then slowly, Kai noticed subtle changes. The dead manadark, twisting strands invisible to most ice, began to react to her presence. It seeped upward like oily smoke and latched onto her fingers. Dark spots started to bloom across her hands, spreading slowly up her arms as the corrupted energy traveled through her veins. Kai's jaw tightened. He could feel the dead mana creeping through her body, invading her system. Amira, though, on the other hand, stayed still, her breathing steady despite the visible corruption. She kept her hand on the tainted ground for a full minute, even as the dark veins spread further up her arms. Kai's instinct screamed at him to intervene, and he was just about to pull her away when something unexpected happened. The dark spots began to fade. At first, he couldn't notice it, but then the corruption started retreating, shrinking back as if it was being pulled inward and dissolved. Amira stepped back from the dead mana zone, brushing her hands off as though nothing had happened. Kai was already at her side, his hand reaching out to gently take hers. He inspected her fingers carefully, his brows furrowed. "Are you okay?" Amira nodded. Kai noticed the subtle changes in her golden pupils dilated, her cheeks flushed, but there were no signs of tiredness, almost as if she hadn't absorbed dead mana seconds ago. "I told you I'm resistant to it. Let me see." Kai didn't believe her right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and sent a pulse of his own mana through her hand, letting it flow through her veins as he searched for any lingering traces of the dead mana. He expected to find at least some residue, something to indicate that it had been there. But there was nothing. Not even a hint of corruption remained in her system. It was as if the dead mana had simply vanished. Kai frowned, delving deeper with his mana, searching for any clue about what had happened. But the more he searched, the clearer it became. There was no trace of dead mana left in her body. It hadn't just been suppressed or expelled. It was gone, completely. That shouldn't be possible. He opened his eyes and studied her. Either the dead mana had been broken down and purified by her own mana feat that was already incredibly, or it had gone somewhere he couldn't detect. Both possibilities left him with more questions than answers. "You shouldn't be able to do that," he said quietly, almost to himself. Amira raised a brow. "But I did." Kai shook his head slightly. "Yeah, you did. Can you do it again?" She blinked at him. "Again. This time I'm going to add a stream of my own mana to yours. I want to see where the dead mana is going." Okay." Once more, she stepped toward the edge of the corrupted patch of ground, crouching slightly and extending her hand. Kai moved closer, gently taking her other hand in his and focusing as he slowly began pushing a stream of his mana into her. He closed his eyes, letting his senses expand as he observed what happened inside her body. At first, everything seemed normal until the dead mana began moving again. He saw it clearly this time. Like dark parasitic strands, the dead mana snaked through her veins, attempting to spread throughout her body. It moved like a living thing, insidious and relentless, trying to corrupt her mana and taint her body from the inside out. His grip on her hand tightened slightly, but he didn't pull back. He kept watching, following the path of the dead mana as it slithered closer to her mana heart. And that's when it happened. The dead mana disappeared. It wasn't expelled or neutralized, it simply vanished the moment it neared her mana heart. His eyes widened, but before he could even process what he'd seen, he felt a sudden burst of mana surging from her core. The burst wasn't chaotic or uncontrolled. It was strong, steady, and purposeful. It flowed through Amira's body, reinforcing her strength and slowly purging the remaining traces of dead mana. The dark spots on her skin faded once more, and within moments there was no sign that she had ever been corrupted. Kai exhaled slowly. What just happened? The entire process had confirmed several of his theories. Her resistance wasn't just a passive ability, it was tied to something far deeper. The way her mana heart had absorbed and purified the dead mana wasn't natural. Since he couldn't see which part of it had done the purification, he was sure that it was connected to her astral realm. There was no other explanation, and yet, despite his understanding, there were still so many unanswered questions. Kai looked at Amira, who was examining her hands. "Are you okay?" he asked. She glanced at him and nodded. "I'm fine." It felt easier this time. Kai studied her for a moment before deciding to push things further. "Amira, can you try something else for me?" "What is it?" "Can you absorb the dead mana from the ground? Not just let it corrupt you, but try to pull it out all from the ground." "Absorb it? I've never tried that before." "Just give it a shot," Kai said, nodding toward a small patch of dead mana to their left. "Try sending out strands of your own mana and see if you can absorb the dead mana inside that patch." Amira hesitated again, biting her lip as she considered his request. "All right," she said softly. He watched as she extended her hand again, releasing multiple strands of mana that shimmered faintly before lodging themselves deep into the corrupted ground. For a moment she seemed hesitant, her brows furrowing slightly in concentration as she tried to pull the dead mana upward. At first, nothing happened. Then their washer mana strands began to darken within seconds, like ink spreading through water. The dead mana clung to them, climbing up her arm in slow, sinister tendrils. He tensed, ready to intervene the moment it seemed like she was losing control. But as he watched, something remarkable happened. The dark spots on Amira's skin began fading just as quickly as they had appeared, vanishing as if they had been burned away from the inside. He could feel it. Dead mana wasn't dissipating. It was being purified. Again, but she didn't stop there. Amira sent out more strands of mana, drawing in more dead mana from the ground in steady pulses. Each time, the process repeated. The corruption climbed up her body, only to be purified and expelled near her mana heart. Kai's gaze flickered back to the ground, and that's when he noticed something strange. The blackened, corrupted soil beneath her hand was starting to change. The dark patches were shrinking, and the earth beneath them was left cracked and dry like parched desert ground. It looked barren, almost lifeless. When Kai focused his mana senses, he confirmed what he suspected. There was no dead mana left in that patch of land. But there was something else too. There wasn't much mana left in the soil either. It was almost depleted, as though the dead mana had taken all the energy with it when it was sucked away. He'd never seen anything like this before. In his time, no land had ever been cured of dead mana, not fully, not like this. No one even knew what happened to land after it was purged. Would it eventually recover, or will it stay barren forever? The possibilities swirled in his head, each more incredible than the last. Experiments, research. If Amira could do this on a larger scale. He turned back toward her just as she dropped her hand, breathing heavily. Sweat glistened on her brow and her chest rose and fell as she struggled to catch her breath. It was clear that purifying so much dead mana at once had taken a toll on her. It must have taken a lot from her to purify it. There's a limit, Kai murmured to himself, noting the signs of fatigue. You can't purify endlessly. Still, he had to admit it was more than he ever could have imagined. Should we stop here for today? Asked, stepping closer. Amira looked up at him, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. She was tired, but there was a fire in her eyes. No, she said, shaking her head. It's okay. I can still go on. I just need a few minutes. Kai considered her for a moment before nodding. All right, because I have a few more things I want to check, and if I'm right, we're going to be seeing miraculous things in the future. What kind of miraculous things? Kai smiled faintly, a glint of excitement in his eyes. You'll see, he said, because you're going to be at the center of it all. But for now, we have more experiments to run. A man raced down the forested road at breakneck speed, his crimson hair whipping wildly in the wind, strands flying across his face as though urging him to stop, but he didn't. His eyes remained fixed ahead, unwavering, his jaw clenched. Behind him, a retinue of armored knights followed, struggling to keep pace with his galloping steed. Hooves pounded against the dirt, kicking up clouds of dust as trees blurred past them in a dizzying rush. The air was thick with urgency, every second a race against something unseen but undeniably perilous. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the man caught sight of his destination, a towering fortress carved into the side of a hill. It loomed over the landscape like a silent guardian, its stone walls weathered by time and battle. More than just a stronghold, it marked the boundary of the Sylvan enclave, far away from the center. As he drew closer, soldiers on the wall caught sight of him, their eyes widening in recognition. By the time he reached the fortress gates, a group of men was already there to meet him. Viccount Reborn. They bowed as he dismounted, but he barely acknowledged them. Take me to the walls, he ordered. Yes, my lord, they responded in unison, straightening at once. Without hesitation, they led him toward the winding stairway that climbed the fortress wall. He followed them swiftly, nearly running. His knights were still catching up, their armor clanking as they ascended behind him, but he didn't slow down. He had to see it for himself. At the top of the wall, a small group of officers and soldiers awaited him, everyone so stiff, he knew why. Among them was a tall, broad-shouldered knight clad in dark plate armor, man entrusted with overseeing the fortress's defenses, Knight Kais. What's the situation? Reborn demanded. Kais exchanged a troubled glance with the others before answering. You should see for yourself, my lord. Wordlessly, Kais gestured for him to follow, leading him toward the center of the wall. From there, they had an unobstructed view of the other side of the hill and what lay beyond it. When Viccount Reborn reached the edge and looked out, his breath caught in his throat. Goddess Lumaris, help me. An unnatural darkness stretched before him, swallowing the land. Trees, grass, stones, everything was cloaked in black, as though the earth itself had been infected by some vile curse. He couldn't see anything beyond the tallest tree branches. It was a sea of darkness, endless and consuming. For several long moments, he stared, unable to tear his eyes away from the sight. His heart pounded in his chest, cold fear creeping through his veins. And he could feel the goosebumps all over his body. When did this start? He asked at last, his voice quieter now, almost hoarse. 2 weeks ago, my lord, Kais replied. It was small at first, just a patch near the edge of the forest, but it's been spreading ever since. It's already reached the lower slopes of the hill. If it keeps advancing at this rate, it will overrun the fortress and breach the border. Redmont's hands curled into fists, his knuckles turning white. Fear flickered in his eyes, but he forced himself to remain composed. He couldn't afford to panic, not now. Though his entire body wanted him to run away from this disaster. We need to send word to the king, he said, and to every noble in the surrounding region. Anyone who can lend us aid. If we don't stop this, the Lancefil kingdom will face its worst ordeal since its founding. Kais nodded. I'll see to it at once, my lord. But Reborn wasn't listening anymore. His gaze had drifted back to the spreading darkness, his mind racing with possibilities and none of them good. The plague could consume everything on its way, and that was scary. He wiped the sweat from his face, though his eyes couldn't tear away from the Stygian he was staring. What Kai discovered in his experiments with Amira wasn't just groundbreaking. It was the kind of breakthrough that every mage in his era, and countless ones before it, had spent lifetimes chasing. The ability resisted, absorbed, and purified dead mana. It should have been impossible, unprecedented, that even ancient archives of the Sorcerer's Tower held only vague theories about it. Yet here it was, and Amira was at the center of it. Today's test confirmed what he'd started to suspect. She wasn't just a promising mage. she might very well be the key to saving the world. Maybe even more than him, and that meant there were so many other things he had to consider when it came to her. Her control wasn't perfect, not yet, but what she accomplished in the last few hours was more than enough to leave Kai in awe. She had managed to absorb and purify the dead mana from 2.5 meters of the land, a small patch by most standards, but when it came to dead mana, any progress was monumental. In the grander scheme of things, it was just a fraction of what was needed, but Kai could already see the potential brimming beneath the surface. He had no doubt her ability would grow stronger as she advanced in her circles, though it didn't feel like a simple mana-based skill. If he had to guess, it was more akin to a mental discipline, like a spell that sharpened with practice. The purified mana she absorbed seemed to replenish her reserves, but it was the act of processing it, the mental strain of bending dead mana to her will, that seemed to take the real toll on her. There were ways to help with that. Minor spells to ease mental fatigue, potions that could soothe her frayed focus, but none of those were his real goal. His true focus remained on unlocking the deeper mechanisms behind her ability, understanding what made it work, and if possible, finding a way to replicate it. Because if Amira could master this power, God's willing, teach it to others, they might just stand a chance against the creeping tide of death that threatened to swallow their world whole. With Amira being just one person, he knew the risks were immense. The moment Maleficia discovered her existence, they would focus on her with unrelenting ferocity, and that wasn't just paranoia, it was calculated certainty. He had his suspicions that Maleficia might have been behind the massacre of her clan. It was too convenient to think such a large, powerful bloodline had fallen by chance, but he still lacked hard evidence, just fragmented clues that pointed in too many directions. Until he had more, all he could do was protect Amira with everything he had. To that end, he'd already assigned Clement to shadow her, along with additional watchers keeping her under constant, albeit subtle, surveillance. He knew Clement wouldn't fail him, and it was a consolence. It helped, but it didn't ease his mind completely. He'd be much more at peace if he could discover a way to replicate her abilities, or at least gather more mages like her. It would share the burden, take some of the danger off her shoulders. But again, danger was inevitable. That much was certain. And once again, he was left with the feeling that he should grow stronger, especially now that there were so many depending on him. With his daily duties as Lord finally winding down, he made his way toward his quarters. It was still early evening, which meant he had a few hours before his body would demand rest. A perfect window for cultivating his mana, especially now that he could feel the next breakthrough, the elusive fourth circle, hovering just out of reach. Tonight, perhaps, he'd finally cracked the barrier. With that single hope in mind, he walked. He moved through the castle corridors that were shadowy but still alive with quiet activity. Maids moved here and there, carrying linen and trays. Guards patrolled the halls, and as he moved, they bowed in respect, but he barely acknowledged them, his mind already drifting to the familiar pull of mana refinement. He was used to this routine by now. But just as he reached the hall outside his room, he noticed someone lingering near the door. Anya, Amira's maid. The young woman straightened the moment she spotted him and dipped into a deep bow, her hands neatly folded in front of her. Lord Arzen, she greeted softly. Kai slowed his steps, raising an eyebrow. Anya, what are you doing here? She straightened. Her Highness, Princess Amira, wished me to deliver a message. Kai's expression didn't change, though he could already guess where this was going. And what message would that be? The princess was wondering if you might join her for dinner this evening. Kai hesitated, unsure how to respond. After the Fief War, he hadn't had much time for Amir or for anyone, really. His responsibilities as someone who had conquered a large territory had consumed him entirely, and any free moments he could have spent with her were swallowed by paperwork, strategies, and inspections. Even his meals were taken in his office, often in the middle of signing documents or reviewing supply chain reports. The few times they'd crossed paths in the hallways, Amira had tried to strike up conversations, every time being cheerful about it, but he'd always been too preoccupied to properly engage. His answers had been clipped, his mind elsewhere, and after a while she'd stopped trying. He knew that she had waited, but it seemed that patience had finally run out. Kai glanced at Anya, whose steady, neutral expression betrayed none of her own thoughts. He sighed internally, realizing that as much as he might want to, he couldn't give Amira the time she deserved tonight, not with everything weighing on him. I'm sorry, he said, but I have to work on my mana circles tonight. Disappointment flickered in Anya's eyes, but before she could reply, he added, tell her I'd love to join her for breakfast tomorrow morning instead. At that, Anya's face brightened just a little, and she nodded. I'll let her know, my lord. Without wasting any more time, she dipped into another bow and quietly left, her footsteps fading down the hallway. Kai stood there for a moment, watching her leave, before exhaling softly and turning toward his door. He'd deal with the rest later. For now, he needed to focus. The door closed behind him with a soft click as he entered his room. Striding across the familiar space, he shrugged off his outer cloak and let it fall onto the nearby chair before lowering himself onto the floor in a familiar cross-legged position. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes, and let his body relax as he prepared to cultivate. But before that, he needed to ground himself. With all the thoughts that occupied his mind like restless shadows vying for attention, he had to get his focus straight. His responsibilities as Lord. The endless reports were still waiting on his desk. The need to test more people for mana organs. Amira, Maleficia, the Elder Tree. Each thought surfaced and lingered for a moment before slipping away, replaced by the next. But as he slowly began to swirl his mana within his core, each worry faded, one by one, until his mind was silent, empty of everything except the steady flow of energy coursing through him. His focus narrowed, sharpening as he directed his attention inward, toward the mana heart at the center of his core. 3 glowing circles spun within it, bright and steady, each one representing the culmination of countless hours of cultivation. Now, his goal was clear: to forge the 4th circle. He concentrated, guiding the swirling mana into the familiar channels within his body. It flowed through his veins like familiar liquid fire. Slowly, steadily, he began to push it toward the edges of his core, where the barrier to the next circle lay, waiting to be broken. It wasn't just about power, it never had been. This was about control, refinement, a delicate balance between pushing the limits and holding steady. One wrong move and the entire process could backfire, destabilizing his mana heart. But he didn't rush. He knew better. He could lose all the abilities to wield his powers if he rushed, if something broke. He took it easy. As the mana surged and swirled, he lost track of time, his breathing slowing to a deep, rhythmic cadence. The room around him faded, and the only thing that remained was the mana, the circles, and the silent, unyielding barrier standing between him and his next breakthrough. He knew he was close. He had been for a while now, but that invisible wall, that maddening barrier, refused to budge. It mocked him like a silent challenge, daring him to break through. It wasn't the first time he had felt this frustration. In his previous life, reaching the 4th circle had been a grueling, torturous process. It had taken him 3 times longer to achieve than the first 3 circles combined. He'd spent years clawing his way past it, frustrated at every failed attempt, every wasted night of cultivation. Now, he was in an era where mana was abundant, so thick in the air that you could practically taste it. And unlike before, his techniques were refined, sharpened by experience, and vastly more efficient. His progress had been extraordinary so far. Even so, he knew that none of it mattered unless he could cross this threshold, because the real power of a mage didn't begin until the 4th circle. This was the gateway to true strength, the step right before earning the title of magus. It was also the point where a mage began to transform, refining their body to be something far more than just humana, being of mana and flesh, with both working in tandem. But to reach that stage, he first had to surmount this wall, and right now, it felt like a mountain. He gritted his teeth and kept swirling his mana inside his core, drawing in more of the ambient mana around him. Slowly, he guided it toward the walls of his astral core, the intangible space within him where his mana circles spun like glowing rings of energy. Each circle burned bright, marking his progress, and the 4th one hovered at the edge of formation, flickering like an incomplete rune waiting to be etched. To create more circles, his astral core needed to expand. And expanding it wasn't as simple as just adding more mana. It was pressure, unrelenting pressure that pushed against the boundaries of his core, forcing it to stretch, to grow, to make room for more. It wasn't a physical core, it wasn't something you could see or touch, but the process felt real enough. The burning ached deep inside him. The tight, almost suffocating sensation as his astral core expanded bit by bit was excruciating. Not as bad as becoming an enforcer, perhaps, but still painful enough that it threatened to shatter his concentration with every breath. He didn't let it, he focused. Bit by bit, he targeted specific areas of his core, gently expanding them with each pulse of mana. It wasn't a process that could be rushed. If he pushed too hard, the entire core could destabilize, undoing everything. So he moved carefully, almost surgically. Slowly, he expanded the boundaries while simultaneously guiding the swirling mana to form the 4th circle. The mana crackled within him like a storm waiting to be unleashed, but he held it in check, guiding it, shaping it, forcing it into submission. And all the while, the pressure mounted, pressing down on him like the weight of the world, threatening to crush him beneath it. Both tasks, expanding the core and forming the 4th circle, demanded intense focus, but Kai had long mastered the art of multitasking under pressure. Every half hour, he allowed himself a brief respite, just 5 minutes. He didn't open his eyes, didn't shift from his position, but he loosened the tight hold on his mana and let his body relax. The tension in his shoulders, the slight ache in his back from sitting upright, the strain in his core eased during those moments. Getting back on track after each break was difficult, like forcing himself to jump into icy water after warming up, but he knew better than to push through nonstop. This wasn't a battle where brute force would win the day. One wrong move could cripple him permanently, but that wasn't why he was taking it so seriously. No, there was much more at stake. Advancing to the 4th circle would change everything. Once he broke through, his mana heart would expand, granting him a vastly larger mana pool and the ability to control it with greater finesse. His body would also undergo subtle but profound changes. Mana resistance was one of the most critical ones. Right now, lower circle spells could still affect him. Not easily had training, enchanted gear, a tougher enforcer body, and sheer combat experience, but they could. Once he reached the fourth circle, that would change. His body would be so saturated with mana that first circle spells would barely scratch him. Even second circle magic would have a hard time breaking through his defenses unless it was cast by someone powerful, and that was just the beginning. Higher circle mages weren't just stronger because they had more mana. They were stronger because they lived on a different level. Their spells hit harder, yes, but more importantly, they became almost immune to lower circle attacks. It was why in a duel between a fourth circle mage and a second circle one, the outcome was almost always predetermined. Power level wasn't the only issue, there was an inherent, almost biological gap that magic couldn't easily bridge, and that gap widened with each circle. Kai knew that reaching the fourth circle would give him a much-needed edge, against Maleficia, against rival nobles, and against the inevitable dangers that would come his way. It would also extend his lifespan significantly. That was one of the most understated but critical benefits of advancing in mana circles. His body would age slower, his cells sustained by the constant flow of magic. That, too, was why so many powerful mages seemed to remain at their prime for decades longer than normal people, and why Kai was giving this everything he had. His path to the third circle had been relatively easy by comparison. The first three circles mostly involved increasing one's mana capacity and control challenging, but straightforward. The fourth circle, however, was a different beast entirely. Here, it was about transformation and not just accumulating more mana, expanding his astral core, weaving the new circle, and pushing his body to adapt to the higher concentration of energy flowing through it, and it hurts. The pressure kept building, like an invisible weight pressing down on him as more and more ambient mana gathered around his body, drawn in by his cultivation technique. He could feel it like a gentle but persistent current brushing against his skin, soaking into his pores, filling him from the inside out. He breathed through his nose, slow and steady, guiding the flow. One breath in, one breath out, again, one breath in, one breath out, and again, one breath in, one breath out. Bit by bit, the fourth circle was forming, and the boundaries of his astral core were slowly, painstakingly stretching to make room for it. It wasn't fast, it wasn't easy, but it was progress. The circle inside Kai's body was a swirling vortex of condensed mana, chaotic spiral that was supposed to smooth into perfection, but it wasn't there yet. Frowning internally, he shifted his focus, channeling more mana into those missing sections to fill the gaps. He knew that under normal circumstances, he should have been done by now, yet something felt off. The circle wasn't stabilizing. Instead, it kept devouring more and more mana. By now, he had poured more energy into this one formation than he'd needed for his fourth circle in his previous life, and it still wasn't enough. He clenched his jaw, frustration simmering beneath the surface, but there was no time to dwell on it. The increasing density of mana meant that his astral boundaries already stretched beyond what he'd anticipate would have to expand even more, and that was a serious problem. His breathing grew ragged as exhaustion crept in. The constant push and pull of mana left him drained, and despite his best efforts, the boundaries kept stretching without a sign of stopping. It was like trying to fill an endless void. A low groan escaped his lips as the pressure built to unbearable levels. His chest tightened, his limbs trembled, and sweat trickled down his face in rivulets. He was at his limit, and he knew it. If he kept this up any longer, he'd risk collapsing his entire core. With a reluctant sigh, Kai let go of the flow, cutting off the mana supply to the circle and slowing the stretching process. He needed to stop immediately. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The sudden rush of light and sensation hit him like a wave, and before he could steady himself, his body gave out. He slumped forward, collapsing onto the cool stone floor with a dull thud. His breath came in harsh gasps as he lay there, chest heaving, sweat pooling beneath him. Every muscle ached, and his head throbbed with the dull pain of overexertion. That was too close, too fucking close. After a few moments, he forced his shaky hand to rise and cast refresh on himself. For a moment, he felt like even that small spell took so much of him. But it died when a rush of cool energy washed over his body, dulling the worst of his fatigue. It was still there, but just not as bad. With a groan, he shifted onto his back, staring up at the ceiling as he summoned a sliver of mana to inspect his mana heart. His astral core flickered into view, and he scanned it carefully, bracing for the worst. To his immense relief, there was no damage, no cracks, no signs of instability. Just the swirling, incomplete fourth circle sitting at the center, waiting to be finished. Good. Still, something about the whole process didn't sit right with him. He'd poured far more mana into this circle than he should have needed. Why had he miscalculated? Was there something different about his current body or his astral realm? Questions after questions hit him. He sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sat up slowly. His limbs still felt like lead, but his mind was already working, running through the calculations again, trying to make sense of what had happened. How much mana do I actually need to complete the fourth circle? That was the question, and until he had an answer, he wouldn't be attempting another breakthrough anytime soon. Knock, knock. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair before staggering to his feet. His limbs still felt heavy, as though they were tied down by iron chains, but the knock at the door forced him to push through the exhaustion. He shuffled to the entrance, his steps uneven, and pulled the door open. Standing before him was Princess Amira. She was wearing a bright smile, happier than ever just to see him. Or was there something else? Lord Arzen, she said, I'm glad you're still awake. Kai blinked, momentarily thrown off, but before he could respond, Amara's eyes flicked downward, taking in his disheveled, statted, damp shirt clinging to his chest, his tousled hair, and the tired lines etched into his face. Are you all right? She asked, her brows furrowing with concern. Kai managed a small, weary smile. I am just a bit of training, he said lightly, though the understatement didn't quite hide the exhaustion in his voice. Did you have some work for me, Princess? Amara shook her head, a small, almost shy smile tugging at her lips. No, it's been a while since we talked. She paused, hesitating for a brief moment. I know you said we could talk over breakfast tomorrow, but I couldn't sleep. And I thought you might be free by now. Kai didn't know what to say to that. He stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, because even if he was free, he knew exactly what it would look like for a princess to visit him in the middle of the night. There might not be any scandal, given that they were within his estate, but Amara wasn't ignorant of such things. She knew what she was doing. Clearing his throat, Kai looked at her. Princess, I don't think us meeting like this at this huri's appropriate. Amara lifted an eyebrow and tilted her head. Then, to his surprise, she smiled. Do we have to worry about that? She asked. I believe we're both capable of thinking for ourselves. We don't need to concern ourselves with the social implications of every little thing. Amara took a step closer, closing some of the distance between them. And if nothing else, she added, we can talk about magic. I've been meaning to ask you some questions. Kai exhaled quietly, wondering if he was really about to have this conversation at this hour. He could feel the intensity of her gaze, the quiet challenge in her words to reject her now. He was about to reply, words forming on his lips, but he suddenly stopped, his mouth closing with a quiet click. His eyes shifted past her, narrowing slightly as he glanced back toward the window behind him. I don't think I'd be able to do that, he said quietly. Amara frowned, tilting her head. Why not? She asked, her brows drawing together. Her lips parted in a low gasp. Do you really not like? It's not that, Kai interrupted. He held up a hand, cutting her off mid-sentence. Listen closely. Amara blinked, confused, but she obeyed. At first there was nothing but the soft rustle of the night breeze brushing against the window pane, but then faintly shouts rang out. Men, women didn't know, but there were shouts. Her eyes widened as she looked back at him. What is that? I believe we're under attack. The words had barely left his mouth when an earth-shaking explosion rocked the entire estate. The walls shook hard and the floor lurched like it had been hit by a giant hammer. More and more shouts echoed through the estate. A thin trail of smoke drifted in through the window, curling ominously. Without wasting a second, Kai flicked his hand, summoning a wind barrier that pushed the smoke away and sealed the room in a protective bubble. Amara's eyes widened and clutched Kai's hand, shaken by the sudden chaos outside. Princess. She looked up, bewildered. It's going to be okay. This isn't an attack on us. Though he felt the tremor in her hand relieve, she still looked up with unease but managed a nod. What's going on? Kai frowned. We have invaders. That was the most basic explanation he could give, but they aren't near this part of the estate yet. They're probably after the captured nobles. If they kill them, it could destroy crucial testimonies and my case will get worse. He grimaced. We had a feeling something like this might happen. That's why we moved every noble, even Idren, to the western wing where we could concentrate more guards. Amara clenched her fists on his arm. But how? With all the security checks in place before anyone can even enter the city, Kai sighed. No system is foolproof, and there's always the chance of hidden ways in. Besides, I'd bet good gold we're dealing with a mix of mages among the intruders. His eyes sharpened as he looked at her. We'll have to put our conversation on hold until I deal with this. Amara hesitated, then took a breath. Can I come with you? Kai shook his head firmly. Please don't. I won't be able to focus if you're with me. Stay here and hide for now. You know how to cast waterbed, he asked, referring to a second circle water affinity spell that created a bed of water which would transform into a cushion when something with weight fell on it. Amara nodded. I do. Good. If anyone makes it to this room, use it to jump out of the window. It's unlikely he'd have to bypass the wards I've set, but be careful. She swallowed hard and nodded again. Kai gave her a brief, reassuring look before removing her hands from his gently and turned around, walking towards the window ledge. He knew if he stayed more to cease Amara's worries, the situation outside might escalate. Without looking behind, he jumped as a sharp gust of wind propelled him forward. He launched himself into the night, dropping in with control before using flight to soar toward where all the noise came from. Smoke curled ominously into the sky, and his eyes narrowed as he glided through the air. Below, guards scrambled toward the source of the disturbance, and distant screams echoed through the estate, adding to the chaos. He knew those screams belonged to his own people, and felt every single one of them like a jab to his back. Under his nose, there'd been an attack. He couldn't let it be. He rose higher, flying swiftly toward the western wing. As he approached, he spotted the battle raging in the courtyard. The smoke wasn't coming from any building, thankfully, but from the trees, which had been partially set ablaze. The reason became immediately clear. In the middle of the courtyard, a dozen intruders were locked in combat with the guards. Several of the intruders wielded spells, particularly fire. By the amount of first circle and second circle flaming spells they launched indiscriminately, they looked like they wanted to burn everything down. And since over half of them were mages, their relentless spell flinging kept the guards on the defensive. Leading the defense were Killian, Gareth, Bord, and 2 mages from the newly established Sorcerer's Tower. Kai's mana sense flared, analyzing the attackers. Most of them were second circle mages, but unlike the ones he had seen in the Archon Tower, these mages looked to be battle-hardened. Their spells were precise, their coordination tight, and 3 of them focused solely on maintaining layered defensive barriers. The barriers shimmered with different elemental hues, a translucent blue shield of water magic that rippled with each impact, a sturdy earthen wall reinforced with jagged stone protrusions, and a flickering dome of air that deflected incoming projectiles. Kai didn't waste any more time. He raised a hand and channeled his mana, summoning a blazing fireball. With a swift motion, he hurled it toward the barriers. The fireball struck, giving out a deafening sound, colliding with the layered defenses and causing a violent explosion that rocked the entire courtyard. Dust and smoke filled the air as cracks spiderwebbed across the barriers, and 2 large holes appeared in the shimmering dome. There you go. The enemy mages looked up, startled, finally realizing that Kai had joined the fray. But before they could regroup, Kai followed up with an ice beam, a concentrated blast of freezing energy that shot straight toward the defense mages. The icy attack hit its mark, freezing 2 of the mages in place. Their barriers flickered and collapsed as frost spread rapidly across their bodies. Killian and Bord seized the opportunity, shortening the distance between them and cutting down the frozen mages with swift, lethal strikes. Just then, a crackling bolt of lightning hurtled toward Kai from the left. His reflexes kicked in and he raised a hand, casting a wind barrier just in time to absorb the strike. The lightning fizzled harmlessly against the swirling wall of air. Kai turned toward the mage, a middle-aged bald man who had attacked him, and smirked. Without hesitation or mercy, he retaliated. Flames roared to life around him. He drew the spell structure in a heartbeat for Flaming Knight and unleashed, aiming directly at the bald mage. A Flaming Knight materialized. It was twice as big as the mage and wielded a flaming sword. Faceless, the humanoid figure made out of fire was blazing with heat as it charged toward the enemy mages, aiming to cut him clean in half. But the mage dodged at the last second, rolling out of the way as 2 more intruders stepped forward to intercept. Just then, the Flaming Knight disappeared, surprising the mages. Taking the momentary distraction, Kai casted wind blades that sliced through the air with deadly speed. The attackers scrambled to dodge, but the blades still found their mark, cutting deep gashes into their shoulders and legs. Cries of pain filled the courtyard as they staggered back, their formation crumbling. Taking the chance, guards who were on the defensive before charged right at them, killing them right away. It was clear that with Kai's intervention, the tide was shifting in their favor, because for every other spell that broke the opponent's formation, the guards pressed forward. Killian had rightfully trained all those men to fight under pressure, even if their opponents were mages. Kai's hand flew forward, sending a gust, taking a mage out of balance. But before he could do any more, a shout took his attention. Lord Arzen, Killian's voice came from his right. Another group of mages has already moved inside. Bran and Lyra stationed with the nobles are probably holding them off, but they might need your help. Kai's eyes narrowed, and he nodded without argument. Killian was right. If the attackers had split their forces, it could mean only one thing. These mages here were just grunts, meant to distract them while the real threat went after the captured nobles. And if he was right, there was a good chance that whoever was leading the attack was a third circle mage or worse. None of the enforcers stationed in the western wing would be able to handle that. As that thought crossed his mind, Kai unleashed a powerful gust, knocking down a few more mages to give the enforcers some breathing room. The next second he rose higher in the air. Killian and the rest can handle it, He thought to himself as the enemy numbers dwindled, but his eyes strayed to the massive fire next to them that seemed to be growing more. Without wasting a moment, he imagined a massive block of ice forming just above the burning trees. The spell structure took shape on his palm as he briefly closed his eyes. Inhaling mana from the air, he felt the surge of power rushing through him, leashing forward as the ice block descended, covering the entire section of trees. The enemy mages had somehow managed to cause considerable damage. If it continued, every tree in the western wing would be engulfed in flames. Kai extended his hand, casting a second circle-controlled flame blast. The ice block melted under the blast, releasing a torrential downpour that doused the flames and filled the air with thick smoke. The ice should hold for at least 30 more minutes enough time to get the fire under control. Giving it one last look, he turned and moved away from the courtyard, heading upward toward the second floor. Unfortunately, the windows on the building up to the third floor had been sealed to prevent the captured nobles from escaping, and he had even removed the windows from the fourth floor completely, sealing it with cement of precaution Kai had personally ordered. And he also couldn't blast a wall of the fourth floor to enter in case he injured the nobles or his enforcers. Hence, he decided to move up from the third floor. The wind from his hand shattered the sealed wooden window, and he slipped inside the castle. As he landed on the floor, his mind moved to think of the attack. Though he'd anticipated an attack, he hadn't expected such a large force of mages to come after the prisoners. Regina must have wanted to deal with the nobles as quickly as possible, but the scale of the assault raised troubling questions. How had such a large group managed to infiltrate the city undetected? A hidden location, flight magic, teleportation. Any of those options would require a serious investigation, but that could only come after dealing with the current threat and, if possible, capturing their leader for interrogation. Pushing those thoughts aside, Kai moved swiftly down the corridor, his senses sharp. As he approached the staircase leading to the top floors, where the nobles were being held, he could hear the faint clash of steel and the crackling of spells evidence that the fighting had already reached that area. But before he could climb the stairs, a blast of force struck his air shield, making it flare with blue light as it absorbed the impact. Kai skidded back a step and snapped his gaze to his right, where two mages stood waiting. One was as tall as Kai and glared with gray eyes in the same shade as his hair. He had a massive scar on his nose that flared with every breath he took. The other one was taller and much leaner. He wore thick, serrated stone armor. Kai also noticed the blue, shimmery necklace around his neck. The gray-eyed one had launched the opening attack, a surge of water magic that still dripped from his hands. Kai recognized the stone armor on the other mage immediately, stone body, a second circle earth aspected spell designed for defense. A quick scan with his mana sense told him all he needed to know. Both were second circle mages. Although the spell structures looked a bit rough around the edges, something he was used to by now in the mages of this era, they both seemed to be battle-hardened and had enough time to plan a strategy for him. Two arrogant assholes, thinking that they could take him down. Before Kai could launch a counterattack, the Earth Mage charged toward him, chunks of stone breaking off his armor and flying toward Kai, sharp enough to tear through blood and flesh alike. Kai twisted his hand, summoning a gust to deflect the stones, but the Earth Mage was already closing the distance, slamming a stone-clad fist against Kai's shimmering barrier. Kai's shield wavered under the impact, small punctures forming in the shimmering surface, but it held firm. Judging by the wide-eyed look on the Earth Mage's face, he hadn't expected that. He did what any sane mage would do, seize the opportunity. With the Earth Mage already at close range, he unleashed an infernal bolt straight toward him. In the narrow confines of the corridor, there was no room to dodge. The third circle spell struck the rock armor directly, exploding in a burst of heat and force. The impact sent the mage hurtling backward, slamming him into the wall and cracking his stone defenses. The gray-eyed mage sidestepped his flying comrade, his hands already moving to form a new spell structure. Kai's mana flared as he recognized the spell, Flood, a third circle spell. As the name suggested, it was designed to flood any area. If he didn't do anything soon, the whole corridor was going to be turned into a death trap. He didn't let the latter finish. With a sharp twist of his fingers, he cast Blizzard, a third circle spell. It unleashed a strong, freezing wind force that raced down the corridor, freezing everything in its wake. The frost ate the walls and floor at an alarming speed, and before the water mage could complete his spell, it engulfed him, freezing his legs, torso, and moving upwards. His expression froze literally into one of wide-eyed shock as it trapped him. The mage struggled, hastily canceling his spell to cast a water blast to free himself while the ice spread through his fingers, but it was too late. Kai watched as the water that formed from his spell immediately froze over again, locking him in place. With the man already wasting a lot of mana with the third circle spell that didn't even make it out of his palm, he didn't have any mana to do anything now. So Kai moved to land his final attack. The ice began to melt rapidly, and thick swirling vapors filled the corridor, turning the air hot and humid in seconds. The water mage blinked in confusion, realizing too late what was happening. Kai's voice cut through the mist, calm and deadly. "Let's finish this." Bran frowned as he carefully placed Lyra down on the bed, his heart heavy as he took in the gravity of her wound. Her entire chest was a mess of torn flesh, as though the enemy's spell had ripped through her like a beast's claws. He'd fed her every potion he had, but the gash stubbornly refused to close. It wasn't bleeding anymore, that was the only mercy, but it wasn't healing either. It was red, opened, and a part of her ribcage was visible. His jaw tightened. He could only hope she'd pull through until reinforcements arrived. not that he was holding his breath. Judging by the chaos ringing through the estate, the reinforcements were going to be a long time coming. The number of enemy mages that had infiltrated the grounds was far beyond anything they'd expected. Bran figured even Lord Arzen, who was a strong third circle mage, would need time to deal with them all. Until then, it was up to him to stall for as long as possible. He cast one last glance at Lyra's pale face, then turned around. His gaze shifted to the cluster of nobles huddled in the corner of the room. They were too scared for their lives. Malor was even hammering at a wall with a small hammer he had found God knows where, trying to break it open with trembling hands. "Stop," Bran said, already done with this entire thing. But Malor ignored him, his fingers driven with pure desperation, scratching at the unyielding glass. Bran sighed. Even if by some miracle he was able to break the well, he would plummet to his death, and even if he survived, there were a lot of mages outside, ready with their spells to incinerate him. Bran gave a final glance at Lyra, her eyes now closed, but he knew she was breathing. "Don't worry," he said quietly, "and don't dare die on me. I don't need that on my conscience." Without waiting for a reply, he stepped out of the room and shut the door behind him. He turned and immediately took in the mage standing at the end of the corridor. The man exuded danger. His dark robes were embroidered with unfamiliar symbols that seemed to pulse faintly with mana, and there was a predatory gleam in his eyes as he toyed with the 3 guard golems that were failing to subdue him. Balin's golems had been crafted to protect the castle and its inhabitants, each one standing over 7 feet tall, forged with glowing cores embedded in their chests. But right now they were losing. One of the golems already had a gaping hole in its chest where its core had been shattered, and it was barely standing, its movements jerky and sluggish as though its legs might give out at any moment. Pieces of its armor were scattered across the floor, along with one of its arms, which had been ripped clean off. The other 2 were faring slightly better, but not by much. They were trying to close in on the enemy mage, their massive fists swinging with enough force to crack stone. But the mage was fast, too fast. Bran narrowed his eyes, focusing on the swirling black energy that coated the mage's hands like a liquid fog. It wasn't an element he recognized. Every time the golems moved in to strike, the mage unleashed tendrils of something dark that slithered through the air like living whips, slicing through golems with ease and keeping the constructs at bay. Bran clenched his fists. He had a bad feeling about this. The mage fought like a shadow came to life, his dark robes flowing unnaturally as if caught in a breeze no one else could feel. Bran could make out pale, angular features, long dark hair tied to his back, pointed nose, and a scar on his forehead. And the symbols glowed faintly along his sleeves again, pulsing in time with the eerie black fog that drifted around his hands like coiling serpents. As the mage's spell structure flared to life in front of him, his eyes caught the formation of several spears made entirely of darkness. The golems moved to dodge, but the spears changed trajectory midair, curving like hunting beasts. One spear slammed into the already damaged golem, severing its remaining arm and sending it stumbling backward with a groan of stressed metal. Bran tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward, knowing there would be no better time to join the fight, his mana flaring to life as thick plates of stone began forming over his body. They spread across his arms, chest, and legs, creating a heavy rock-like armor that weighed him down, but after months of hardcore training, he barely noticed the added burden. When he'd first gained his affinity, it had been a struggle just to cover a single limb with stone. Now he could coat his entire body in it easily. As Bran charged, the mage finally seemed to take notice. He turned his head slightly, a smirk curling his lips. "You'll die just like that little ice girl," he said. "You wish." Bran's anger flared. He launched forward. He was almost upon the mage when the man raised his hand and conjured another spear of darkness directly in front of him. Bran swung his sword in a wide arc, aiming to deflect the spear, but before he could land a hit, the remaining golem, still mostly intact, lunged at the mage from the side, its massive sword slicing through the air with enough force to cleave a man in 2. The mage reacted without hesitation. He lifted his other arm, and a second spell structure flared to life around his hand. In an instant, he conjured a swirling sphere of shadows and thrust it forward, slamming it into the golem's chest before the construct's blade could connect. The effect was immediate and devastating. The sphere seemed to pulse once, then explode outward in a shockwave of dark energy. The golem shattered into pieces, its metal limbs and core flying apart as if it had been torn from within. Bran barely had time to throw up his arms as several chunks of debris slammed into his rock armor, causing him to stagger back. His eyes widened in shock. The golem had been obliterated in an instant. The mage turned toward Bran, his smirk deepening. "It was a fun little fight," he said casually, as though they were sparring and not fighting for their lives. "But as you can see, our strength levels are entirely different, even if you can use a bit of magic." His eyes glinted darkly. "Now let's end this." With a flick of his wrist, the mage summoned more spell structures around him, and Bran's heart sank as he saw what was coming. Tens of spears materialized in the air, hovering around the mage like a deadly storm of black missiles. Then, with a sharp motion, he sent them hurtling toward Bran. There was no way he could dodge them all. He raised his sword desperately, blocking the first spear as it streaked toward him, the impact jarring his entire arm. More spears followed, slamming into his rock armor with brutal force. Cracks began to spider web across the stone, and Bran gritted his teeth, forcing more mana into the armor to reinforce it, but it wasn't enough. The spears kept coming, and he could feel the stone starting to give way. If he stayed where he was, he'd be punctured all over, left bleeding out on the cold stone floor. Realizing he had no other choice, Bran gritted his teeth, adjusted his grip on his sword, and did the only thing he could think of. He charged. If he was going down fighting. He ducked and weaved as the spears of darkness hurtled toward him, each one barely missing him by a hair's breadth. His breathing was ragged, and his rock armor cracked further with every close call, but he kept moving, refusing to stop. He wasn't going to die here, not yet. Mage watched him with an irritated expression, clicking his tongue in annoyance. "You're suicidal," he sneered, raising his hand to form that terrifying sphere of darkness once more. It swirled ominously in his palm as he stepped forward and launched it straight at Bran. Bran dodged to the side, grunting as the sphere grazed his arm, only slightly burning his skin. His sword came down to slice the mage in his arm, and he expected to feel the tearing, burning pain of his flesh cutting, but instead there was nothing. He looked down in confusion and noticed something faintly shimmering around the mage's body, a transparent, almost invisible layer of protection. He hadn't even realized it was there. The mage narrowed his eyes, noticing Bran's surprise. "Rookie mistake," he said with a mocking chuckle. Before Bran could recover, the mage surged forward, aiming to slam the sphere directly into his chest. Bran saw it coming, but there was no time to dodge. He braced himself, closing his eyes and waiting for the impact that would end him. This was it. This was how he would die. He didn't even get time to have his final moment. He waited and waited, but it never came. A sharp crack echoed through the corridor, and he opened his eyes, and suddenly the mage's arm jerked backward as something wrapped tightly around Ida whip, shimmering with energy. The mage hissed in surprise, yanking at his arm, but the whip held fast. And then Bran heard the voice he had desperately been waiting to hear. "It took longer than I expected to deal with your minions. Lord Arzen." A wave of relief washed over Bran. He wouldn't die, not when his lord was right there. Lord Arzen stepped into the corridor calmly, his robes fluttering around him. "But it seems like I arrived just in time." Lord Arzen cocked his head sideways, studying the mage as Bran took the opportunity to step back, knowing his fight was over. Kai knew from the sheer strength of the mages attacking the estate that their leader had to be someone in the same circle as him. But what he hadn't expected was for the man to have a shadow affinity. That revelation, however, explained a lot. Shadow spells weren't just destructive, they were notoriously good for sneaking around unnoticed, and getting so many mages inside the city undetected would have drained the man's mana reserves. He must have been lying low here for days, slowly replenishing his energy before launching the attack. Not that it would matter for long. Kai would confirm that once he captured him. Seeing him appear, the shadow mage paused, momentarily distracted, giving Bran just enough time to back off. "I was hoping to finish off the nobles before you arrived," the man said with a sigh. "My men are really trash." "They are," Kai agreed without hesitation. "They've got battle training, but not much experience." "I really wonder if you're any different." The man tilted his head, a smirk forming on his lips. "You'll find out soon enough." He stepped forward. "My name is Erling, remember it. I want you to know the name of the man who kills you." Confidence was practically oozing out of him. Kai shrugged, meeting Erling's dark gaze with a calm that bordered on disinterest. "Lots of people have said the same thing, a lot." Without any more words, the battle began. He felt the surge of mana from Erling instantly huge, overwhelming, and far more dangerous than the other mages. His mind raced as he quickly summarized his next move. Unlike before, this wasn't just about defeating the enemy. It was about location. If he fought Erling here within the estate walls, their battle could easily destroy everything and everyone who was trying to protect. He needed to get the man out of the estate, fast. As spears of void shot out of the mage's palm, Kai countered swiftly, containing them with his wind spells. The sharp crackle of dissipating mana filled the air as the spears broke apart, unable to pierce through his barrier. The mage smiled at the display, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Not bad," he said, launching another volley of attacks, this time with more force and speed, holding nothing back. Kai moved fluidly, dodging each attack with precision while using mana chains. Bands of shimmering mana shot toward the mage, binding him in place with chains made up of pure mana. Erling gritted his teeth, struggling to break free as Kai poured more power into the restraints. Without wasting a moment, he propelled himself forward, slamming into the mage with enough force to smash him through the nearest wall. The crash was deafening. Erling's body hit the ground hard, sliding through the wreckage before coming to a stop. For a brief moment, Kai caught a glimpse of terrified nobles peeking from behind the furniture, their faces pale with fear. But there was no time to linger. He needed to get the battle away from Themen fast. Before Erling could fully recover, Kai flew in and smashed him through another wall, driving him farther and farther until they finally burst outside, into the left side of the estate. Gasping for breath, Erling finally wrenched himself free of the restraints, shaking off his hands and sent more spears to distract Kai, who dodged. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes darkening. Half of his mana shield seemed to have broken in the assault, but parts of it were still standing, giving a faint glow around him. "I see what you're trying to do," he said coldly, dusting himself off. "But it won't matter. Once I deal with you, I'll kill them all anyway." Kai narrowed his eyes. "You talk too much." Without waiting for a reply, they launched into battle again. Kai immediately noticed something. Erling wasn't just strong, he was a dual caster, weaving two spells at once with impressive speed as he launched attacks while keeping himself up in the air. But Kai also knew that maintaining flight with void spells burned through mana far faster than his own wind-based flight, putting the mage at a disadvantage. And Kai had another edge, could triple cast. Mage seemed to realize this as Kai relentlessly flung alternating flame arrows and ice shards at him, forcing him on the defensive. Void magic burst around them in short, unpredictable teleportations as the mage tried to disorient Kai, sending attacks from different angles in rapid succession. But Kai spread his mana perception outward, sharpening his senses until he could track the mage's every move. No matter how fast or erratic the teleportations, he wasn't letting him out of his sight. With a flick of his wrist, Kai summoned a flaming tornado right above Erling. The spiraling inferno roared to life, taking a massive amount of debris particles with it, and Erling teleported away just in time, but the tornado wasn't done. It twisted and surged after him, homing in on his location like a predator hunting its prey. Seeing the opening, Kai unleashed another wave of attacks. Jagged spikes of ice hurtled toward Erling, who was now struggling to avoid both the flaming tornado and the incoming ice while simultaneously trying to keep himself in the air. Kai drove him toward a trap, creating multiple freezing 9-feet-tall walls in Erling's path, narrowing the space he could teleport to. The mage was running out of options, and Kai knew it. In the end, Erling couldn't avoid it. Trapped by the ice walls, the flaming tornado engulfed him, roaring like a beast as it tore through the air. Kai watched as the man's body was hurled downward, crashing hard into the ground below. A thick mist spread across the tornado, its fiery heat clashing with the remnants of his ice wall. Kai wasted no time. He shot toward the crater, a spell crackling in his palm, ready to strike if the man was still alive and capable of launching another attack. As he flew through the swirling mist, his gaze darted around the impact zone, but the void mage's body wasn't there. A sudden shift in mana happened around him. Kai's instinct screamed at him, and he spun around just in time to see Erling reappear behind him, his hand glowing with dangerous, pulsing energy, a burst attack aimed straight at Kai's chest. Without hesitation, Kai unleashed his prepared spell, a fourth circle tempest blade, draining most of the reserves of his mana. The spell cut clean through the man's arm before he could land the blow, too fast for him to counter. Blood sprayed through the air as the severed limb dropped to the ground, and Erling let out a howl of pain, staggering backward. Kai didn't give him a chance to recover. He shot forward, binding the injured mage with infernal chains. Dark flaming chains erupted out of the ground, snapping tightly around him, locking him in place. Even then, Erling didn't seem like he was done. Gritting his teeth, he tried to lift his other hand, gathering mana for another spell. Kai's eyes darkened. He raised his hand and a wind blade tore through the air, severing the mage's remaining arm. Erling screamed again, collapsing to his knees. Blood poured from his wounds, and his defenses, already weakened, had crumbled entirely. Kai hovered above him. "You aren't bad. Double casting, decent skill, and enough power to cause real damage." He tilted his head slightly. "But you're too slow. You take too much time to cast your spells, and you're too proud of your techniques. You thought no one could counter you." He crouched slightly, leveling a cold gaze at the defeated mage. "Now why don't you tell me who sent you? Was it Verdies or Regina? I know it was her, but I want confirmation." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I'll make your death swift if you give me the answers I need." The man didn't answer. He just growled low, his teeth bared in defiance despite the agony racking his body. Blood dripped from his severed arms, pooling beneath him, but it didn't dim the hatred in his eyes as he glared up at Kai with pure malice. Kai's gaze sharpened as he suddenly felt a surge of mana gathering deep within the man's chest, dangerously close to his heart. His breath hitched. A parasite. Was it possible Erling had been infected with the same insidious spell that had plagued others before? But before he could investigate further, the man's growl twisted into a scream, a high-pitched, agonized wail that grew louder and louder until it curdled the air around them. Kai's eyes widened as realization slammed into him. He knew this sound. He knew exactly what was happening. "Damn it," he hissed, leaping backward into the air. Mana flared wildly around him as he cast twin shields, a barrier of roaring flames and another of slicing winds. He barely had time to brace himself before. Bam! A massive explosion erupted from where Erling had knelt, sending shockwaves ripping through the clearing. The force of it blasted Kai backward, slamming him into the trees with enough power to crack their trunks. Leaves rained down around him as a roar echoed through the forest. His shields held. Barely. They absorbed the worst of the blast, sparing him from serious injury, but he still felt the impact deep in his bones as he was thrown several feet away, skidding across the scorched ground. When the shockwave finally subsided, Kai groaned and pushed himself to his feet, wincing as he rolled his stiff shoulders. His ears were ringing, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt earth and charred flesh. He wiped some dust off his face and slowly moved toward the site of the explosion. The ground had been obliterated, leaving a deep, blackened crater where Erling had just been. Trees had been ripped apart, their splintered remains scattered like broken matchsticks. Everything, plants, rocks, even the very soil had been blasted away. As he approached the center of the blast, he saw what little remained of the void mage. Pieces of flesh and streaks of blood were splattered across the ground, but there was no sign of the man's body. He'd been completely obliterated. Kai's jaw tightened, and he grit his teeth in frustration. "Regina," he muttered darkly, "you're really meticulous, aren't you?" He knew exactly what spell the mage had used. It was a rare and brutal Techniquia self-destruction spell cast on one's own body before a battle. Once activated, it only needed a tiny trickle of mana to trigger, and when it did, it would detonate the caster's body in a violent explosion, taking anyone nearby along with them. It was the kind of spell used by desperate soldiers or fanatics determined to drag their enemies into the afterlife, but seeing it here on a high-circle mage was unexpected. Even if he'd suspected it, stopping it would have been next to impossible without far greater skill, without killing Erling before he had a chance to activate it. Kai sighed, running a hand through his hair as he surveyed the destruction. "No body, no answers," he muttered. He could only hope that one of his subordinates had survived his enforcers and gotten captured, though if their leader had been prepared with such a deadly escape mechanism, he doubted the others wouldn't have similar fail-safes. How far was Regina willing to go to achieve her goal? A third circle mage was no ordinary combatant. Even among those with significant mana pools, it was rare to see someone reach that level of strength. Awakening a mana heart wasn't something that could be done by anyone in this era. It required wealth, resources, and most often noble blood. To throw away someone like that in an assassination attempt just to kill a few nobles was extreme, even for her. Kai's musings were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the forest. He turned toward the noise and soon spotted a group of enforcers and guards, led by none other than Killian. He seemed to be largely injured by his stride, though his armor was stained with blood. Killian's stoic face brightened when he saw Kai, visibly relieved to see him standing there, battered but still in one piece. "Lord Arzen, are you all right? What happened here?" "I'm fine." "The mage I was fighting didn't see any way to win, so he used a self-destruction spell," he explained, gesturing toward the smoldering crater. "Tried to take me with him." Killian grimaced, his eyes narrowing as he took in the devastation. "Bastard," he muttered under his breath. "And on our side, is anyone still alive?" Kai's lips pressed into a thin line as he watched Killian shake his head grimly. "We tried," Killian said, his voice low with regret. "We really did. We aimed to capture at least a few alive, but they weren't easy opponents. Most of them fought to the death. One of them we almost had him, but he had poison hidden in his mouth, bit down on it before we could stop him." Kai sighed, his expression turning dispirited as he processed the report. "I suspected as much," he murmured. "It's likely they weren't ordinary mages from Arkan Tower after all. More likely they were trained assassins." Killian's brow furrowed. "Why do you think that?" Kai rubbed the dust off of his sleeves. "First of all," he began, 2 weeks ago, "Jack sent us a list of all known Third Circle mages associated with Arkan Tower. There was no mention of a Shadow Affinity mage on that list. Jax, who had taken up the offer to become a spy in the Arkan Tower, had been sending continuous information. They weren't anything serious to act on, simply names of mages, their specializations, and rumors about them. But they were helpful." Kai read through every single piece of information Jax sent and identified the strength of the organization he was bound to go against. Unfortunately, the mages he'd fought tonight weren't on that list. That meant either Jax had missed them, or the mages were not registered in the tower. At the moment, he had all the more reasons to lean toward the latter. "So you think they were trained outside the tower?" "It's possible. It's easy to erase records or never officially enroll them in the tower at all. Train them in some hidden facility instead, or they might just be from some other kingdom." Killian scratched his jaw. "They did speak common, though, sounded like a Lancefil accent." "That doesn't rule it out," Kai replied. "Accent is easy to change. Even magic can do it. We'll know more once we examine the bodies. Mages usually carry something that can help us identify thema, talisman, insignia, or notes, something." Kai's sharp gaze shifted toward the guards and enforcers standing nearby. Straightening, he addressed them with quiet authority. The guards nodded in unison, immediately splitting off to organize the small medical team. They headed toward the estate where Bran and the nobles were. As they left, Kai glanced at Killian, who gave him a silent nod, already understanding what needed to be done next. Together, they walked toward the area where the bodies of the mages lay sprawled across the ground, remnants of the fierce battle between them, Killian and his enforcers. The smell of blood and burned mana hung thick in the air, and the ground was littered with broken weapons and scorched earth. Kai knelt by the first body, carefully examining it. The man was clad in leather armor that looked surprisingly durable, thicker and sturdier than most standard mage gear. As Kai ran his fingers along the material, he realized it wasn't something he recognized. Beast hide, maybe, he murmured to himself, but from what creature? He pushed the thought aside for now and continued searching the body. He found a wand tucked inside the assassin's belt, along with a couple of mana potions and a short, curved blade. Nothing unusual so far. Moving systematically, Kai removed the assassin's leather armor, exposing his bare arms, and that's when he noticed it, a mark carved directly into the man's flesh. It was shaped like a wolf, its fangs bared, with uneven lines etched around it. The carving wasn't decorative, it looked deliberate, almost ritualistic. Killian, Kai called, his tone sharp. Killian, who had been examining another body, quickly walked over. What is it? Look at this. Kai pointed to the mark on the assassin's arm. See if the others have it too. Killian's eyes narrowed as he crouched to get a better look. Without a word, he moved to the nearest body and began checking. One by one, he and Kai inspected the fallen assassin's hand. Just as Kai had suspected, every single one of them had the same mark. Killian leaned back on his heels, frowning deeply. You recognize it? Kai asked. Killian shook his head. No, I've seen wolf marks before. Some smaller factions use them, but this design is different, more vicious. We'll need to send it to Ansel. He might be able to dig up more information on it. Killian grimaced. You think it confirms what we thought? Yes. These mages don't belong to Arkin Tower. They're part of another organization. And if that's the case, it means Regina's reach goes deeper than we thought. Maybe from Maleficia directly, but they didn't use dead mana. Killian cursed under his breath. Hidden assassins, secret training, what the hell is she planning? Kai didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on the wolf mark, unease coiling in his chest. Whatever this organization was, it wasn't one he had prepared for, and that made it all the more dangerous. He briefly recalled Chakran's wordshow. Regina had entire legions under her control, stretching far beyond the influence she had in the Arkin Tower. It made sense now why things had been escalating so quickly. Kai's gut told him there was more to Regina's forces than just what he had faced tonight. He needed to know the numbers, the full extent of her reach. Without that, every step he took would be a reaction to her next move. He exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders not quite easing as he glanced back down at the wolf mark. He could only hope that Ansel would find something useful from it, some piece of the puzzle that could give him a clearer idea of Regina's operations. But for now, there was something more pressing to handle. Even through the stillness of the night, Kai could hear the distant murmur of voices from the Sidith citizens roused from their sleep by the explosion, their fears spreading quickly through the streets. The last thing he needed was for the attack of the mages to lead to panic in the city. Turning to Killian, he spoke. Make copies of these marks and spread them around to Ansel. Send him drawings of their faces, too. As for the public, we'll tell the city they were thieves who accidentally stumbled upon one of the mana cannons, triggering the explosion. No mention of assassins or the marks to the public. Keep it quiet. We can't afford unrest in the city. Killian nodded. I'll get it done, Lord Arzen. Don't let this get out of hand, Kai muttered under his breath before turning his attention back to the battle-torn battlefield. The explosion had left behind nothing but scorched earth and mangled bodies. But it wasn't just the damage that weighed on him, it was the knowledge that Regina was pulling strings from the shadows, and he had no idea what the end game was. Killian's steps faded as he moved to carry out his orders, and Kai stood up from his crouched position, his head heavy with thoughts one after another. It took time to settle everything after the attack. Cleaning up the mess and calming the nobles' nerves took hours in itself. They were rattled more than Kai expected and annoyingly oblivious to the fact that he just saved them. Instead of gratitude, they demanded better security measures, which in fairness he could get behind if only they had been more civil about it. Still, the reality had finally sunk in for them. Their lives were in danger. Kai hadn't been bluffing before, and now they understood that there were powers actively trying to eliminate them before the assembly. That realization left them far more shaken than he'd anticipated, likely because none of them were mages. They were completely dependent on Kai to survive, and though he didn't care much for them personally, he knew they'd be important in the future. So he ensured additional enforcers would be guarding them from now on, then moved on to a more pressing issue, finding out where the mages had come from. There were several ways those mages could have infiltrated the city, especially with a third circle shadow mage among them. They might have traveled to the edge of the Sylvan Enclave and teleported inside, but with the number of mages involved, Kai figured that would have required far more effort and preparation. He leaned instead toward the possibility of a large-scale teleportation circle, likely with its destination set to Veraltt. But that type of spell wasn't easy to pull off. Beyond the massive amount of mana it would take, the ritual circle would need to exist in both locations. That was why, first thing in the morning, Kai mobilized the Watchers, sending them out across the city to search for any sign of such a circle. A large-scale teleportation array was bound to attract some attention, and he was confident they'd find a clue soon enough. Having a circle like that hidden somewhere in the city made him uneasy. It felt like a knife hovering over his neck, and it left him restless. But his options were limited. Finding the circle was only the first step. Tracking down whoever had created it was far more critical, as they could have other spies hidden within the city. Fortunately, everyone who had entered through the gates had been carefully documented. Now, he could only hope that the Watchers would uncover some useful lead send fast. By the time he had finished giving orders and handling the aftermath of the attack, the sun was already rising. He had lost an entire night's sleep, but he didn't head to bed. Instead, he decided to keep the commitment he'd made the night before breakfast with Princess Amira. It wasn't just about the promise, though. He genuinely wanted to check on her after everything that had happened. The explosions, the threat to the castle, knew she'd be shaken. And there was something else on his mind, something he had been meaning to discuss with her for a while. When he entered the dining hall, Amira was already seated at the table. The maids quickly finished placing the food and quietly excused themselves, leaving the two of them alone. That was when he noticed how she was staring at him, scanning his face and even trailing over his body as if seeing for some hidden injury. Her worry was plain to see, and she was being completely transparent about it. Kai shook his head, offering a small, reassuring smile. "I'm not injured, Princess. Last night wasn't easy, but it wasn't like I was fighting another blood-drinker lord. I managed to deal with the mages that attacked us." "Still," Amira said softly, her voice tight with concern. "I heard all the explosions. I actually thought something might happen to you." The small swallow in her throat explained everything on her worry that seemed to have persisted from last night. And as you can see, Kai replied with a faint smirk, gesturing at the food in front of him. "I'm fine. Sitting here, eating breakfast right in front of you." He picked up a piece of meat and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully while watching her. He could still see the tension in her eyes, and he decided it was time to shift the conversation away from the attack. So he said after swallowing, "You wanted to talk to me before, right? Sorry I've been so busy lately." Amira waved a hand dismissively. "It's okay, I understand. You're a count and you have so many duties to handle. I would offer to help, but I have no experience managing a large territory or any territory for that matter." Kai leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. "That's true, but you could still help me in other ways." Amira tilted her head, curious. "How, have you heard about the assembly?" Kai asked. She nodded. "Anya makes sure I'm updated on everything that's happening. After all, I can't exactly leave the castle, especially after the attack. What about it?" Amira let out a soft sigh and resumed eating, though there was a pensive look on her face. After a moment, she shook her head. "I wasn't expecting such serious talk over breakfast today." Kai frowned. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "No, it's okay," she interrupted, raising a hand to stop him. "I get it. Things are dire and there's no time to relax. I'm aware enough to understand the severity of the situation, but I'm not sure how much I can help you." She leaned back, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass absent-mindedly. "You probably already know this, but I don't have much pull. I always lived under my mother's thumb, and she never allowed me to break away. Most nobles still assume I'm allied with my brother. And after being absent from the capital for the past few months, I don't even know how people see me anymore." Kai regarded her carefully, then leaned forward slightly. "If you're willing, maybe it's time to break away from your mother." Amira blinked, probably surprised by his bluntness, but there was no other way to phrase it. If he was going to ask for her help, he needed to be straightforward. "You're not the same anymore," he continued. "You're not a princess who needs chemicals just to function. You're a mage now, and like I've seen with my own eyes, your condition has recovered." Amira's lips pressed together, and she gave a small nod. "That's true." Her mana-heart-shattered core that had left her fragile and dependent on alchemical potions was already a thing of the past. Ever since Kai had healed her, she had grown stronger, healthier with each passing day, and she had started to change. She was more than surviving, she was learning. She had begun actively studying magic again, and though she hadn't spoken about it much, Kai could sense her progress. By his estimation, she was already approaching the second circle. She had been quietly applying the methods he had given her, and the results were starting to show. "Your absence from the capital won't mean anything if you return completely healed. I had planned to keep my mana surgery methods hidden for now, but maybe it's better to let at least some rumors spread. Nobles are curious, and rumors tend to grow on their own. There's no harm in that." Amira's lips pressed together as she mulled it over, her brows furrowing in thought. After a few moments, she sighed softly. "But I don't have any experience with nobles. I've seen them, met them. They're opportunistic, never satisfied, even the good ones. I don't know how to deal with people like that." She hesitated, her gaze dropping slightly. "I was never anything more than a showpiece at the balls I attended, just a princess on display. That's what my mother told me." Her voice wavered at the end. "I have no real power." Kai's eyes narrowed as he observed her, wondering just how deep her trauma ran. He had known it was bad. Her astral realm had made that painfully clear. Regina had been the largest and most menacing wraith in Amira's subconscious, towering over everything else. But just how far had that abuse gone? Verbal, physical, or perhaps something even worse? His jaw tightened as a quiet surge of anger burned in his chest. He hated Regina already, but the more he uncovered, the deeper that hatred grew. Not solely because of Amira, but for who Regina was. There were plenty of evil people in the world, some who were cruel to others but still cared for their families. And then there were people like Regina, who only worked for themselves, treating everyone, even their own children, as pawns in their endless game. He restrained a sigh at the disappointment that crept up to him and looked at her gently. You're stronger than you think. And honestly, handling nobles isn't as difficult as it seems. They're simple-minded in their own way. Opportunistic people are easy to predict. Like, take Malden, for example, Kai explained. He's opportunistic, but he knows that staying in my favor is in his best interest, so he's always been on my side. That's the kind of mindset you'll be dealing with. She considered it while tapping the rim of her glass. And what exactly do you want me to do? I don't want you to go after the nobles with power, Kai clarified. I want you to focus on the ones who are looking for power. These are the people who won't dare scheme against someone from the royal family. They'll just want to extract as much benefit as they can, and that's where we have the advantage. Amira tilted her head. What kind of benefits could I possibly offer them? Kai smiled slightly. You have royal blood. That alone is a huge draw. Just by talking to them and inviting them into our faction, you'd be raising their standing. And for more practical benefits, well, you're at the very center of all the major events in the kingdom. I'm sure you can think of ways to leverage that. And don't forget it's my faction. I'll make sure we can throw in a little wealth here and there to sweeten the deal. Amira nodded slowly, her eyes thoughtful as she started to grasp the idea. She wasn't entirely convinced yet, but Kai could tell she was beginning to come around. He also knew that this wouldn't be an easy path for her. People didn't just break out of their shells and transform overnight, no matter how many pep talks they got. But if anyone could do it, it would be Amira. Even if Amira had been little more than a showcase in the palace, he knew that she'd still gained valuable experience simply by living there. She'd observed and interacted with nobles, absorbed palace politics, and endured the shadow games that had shaped her life. Those experiences could be leveraged to help him. As he was lost in thought, Amira broke the silence. Her voice was quiet, almost hesitant. My mother, what about her? You don't need to worry about her, he said firmly. I'll send enforcers with you for protection, and as long as you're inside the palace, I don't think she'll be able to do much. Not with you being a mage now. She has influence, yes, but she prefers to work from the shadows. She won't risk exposing herself by doing something overt, especially if we stay cautious. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto hers. Her lips parted for the briefest moment, but she composed herself quickly. Kai simply looked at her eyes. I'm not going to let any harm befall you, princess. Whatever you do in the capital, it'll be discreet and I'll make sure you're protected. Besides, right now, her attention is focused on me and maybe Duke Blackwood. If again we're careful, she won't even realize what's happened until it's too late. By the time the assembly comes around, you'll already be in position. Amira blinked, and for some reason her face flushed slightly as he finished speaking. Kai had no idea which part of his speech had caused it, but it didn't seem to be a negative reaction, which was definitely a good sign. She glanced down at her plate, picked at her food for a moment, and then said, You've really been thinking about this, haven't you? You already had all the points ready. I had to. If it were up to me, I'd ignore the assembly and all the politics entirely. But what I'm doing, it needs people. A lot more than the ones I have in my territory right now. And to get them, I need to stay in the kingdom's good graces. Either way, the kingdom's heading toward turmoil soon. The succession's bound to cause chaos, and I'd rather be prepared. He paused, biting into the meat and chewing it. Once he swallowed, he looked up, noticing how she was already looking at him. So what do you think? I wasn't planning to leave Veraltt for a while. It felt like home, for the first time in a long time. But I understand that I'll be able to accomplish much more in the capital. She leaned back slightly, a small, sly smile curving her lips. But you'll have to give me something in return. Kai blinked, caught off guard. His mind immediately raced, wondering what she could possibly want. Whatever it was, he figured he'd just agree and deal with it later. But the words that came out of Amira's mouth left him completely speechless. I'll leave next week, she said, raising both her eyebrows. Until then, let's have breakfast together, every day. Kai opened his mouth to respond and nothing came out. He wasn't sure what he'd expected her to ask for, but this hadn't been it. For once, he had no witty remark, no strategic comeback. Silverin moved through the sprawling crowd, his sharp blue eyes scanning every man and woman bustling along the lively streets of Varen. A few months ago, these same streets had been almost deserted, silent, and lifeless, with merchants abandoning their shops and people disappearing behind locked doors. But since the new lord had taken over, the city had started to breathe again. Shops reopened, carts rolled by, and laughter and chatter filled the air. Even Silverin, who cared little for politics, had overheard whispers of reforms, not that it mattered to him. All that concerned him was how the bustling streets made for better business his kind of business. Sliding through the throng with the ease of someone accustomed to going unseen, he silently shifted between his next targets. A group of teenagers laughing too loudly, two women gossiping as they strolled, and an old man who practically oozed wealth, his fine robes on display and his beard groomed to perfection. The gleaming rings on his fingers and the slight bulge in his coat pocket made the choice easy. Silverin trailed the old man from a safe distance, slipping through the gaps in the crowd like smoke on a windy day. When they neared a stretch of alleyways he knew well, he sped up, his thin frame allowing him to dart forward without drawing attention. In one swift move, he brushed against the man, as if just another passerby in a hurry. His fingers slipped into the man's coat pocket like he'd done it 100 times before and closed around the coin pouch. The weight felt promising. Got it. Without missing a beat, Silverin turned on his heel and ducked toward the alleys, his heart thrumming with exhilaration. He didn't look back, there was no need. He knew the timing, knew how long it would take for someone to realize they'd been robbed. Except today, his luck seemed particularly rotten. "Stop, thief!" The shout cut through the street like a blade, and Silverin's blood ran cold. The old man must have felt the sudden lightness of his pockets because his voice rang out again. "Hey, thief, catch him. That one, silver hair." If Silverin wasn't already running, he certainly was now. His legs pumped faster as panic tightened in his chest. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed the Wurstwo guards were barreling toward him, cutting through the crowd like wolves on a scent. How had he missed them? He'd been too focused on his prize, too eager to slip away. Now that coin pouch felt heavier than ever, dragging him down with the weight of his mistake. A rookie mistake. He probably lingered his finger for too long that the oldie caught. Or maybe now's not the time. Goddess Lumaris, help me. His breath came in ragged gasps as he continued to speed through the alleys, the guards shouting behind him. This wasn't the first time he'd been chased, and he still bore bruises from the last time he'd been caught. Being small had saved him from a stint in the city cells, but the guards had been more than happy to give him a thorough beating as a lesson. Unfortunately, these weren't the same guards. New ones had been enlisted since the new lord arrived, and Silverin had no idea what they might do to him. Worse still, he'd heard rumors that some of them were as strong as mages. He risked another glance. Luckily, these two didn't seem to be throwing fireballs or summoning ice walls. They were just fast. And that wasn't exactly comforting either. His feet barely touched the ground as he ran. He leaped over crates, dodged past a couple kissing against a wall, and even dove through the open window of a house, scrambling out the other side. But no matter what he did, the guards kept up, their footsteps pounding closer and closer. They weren't giving up, and his energy was fading fast. 2 days without food had left him weak, and he could feel it now in the heaviness of his limbs and the ache in his chest. His breath burned in his throat, and every step felt slower than the last. The guards were gaining on him, and then the alley ended. Silverin skidded to a stop, his heart sinking as he stared at the open square ahead. The main square, the worst possible place to be. It was crowded today, more crowded than usual. A large gathering had formed, and there were more guards stationed there than he'd ever seen before. Too many to count, too many to dodge. With the guards breathing down his neck, he knew it was his only option and snaked inside the crowd. Soon, the crowd gave way to a long line that was headed straight toward the center of the square. Without a second thought, he made his way toward it, slipping into the crowd and weaving along its edges until he found a spot. As the line shuffled forward, Silverin seized the moment, slipping into a gap and squeezing himself between two people. "Hey, get back, no cutting." The man behind him snapped, shoving Silverin forward. Silverin stumbled but held his ground, mumbling an apology while avoiding eye contact. The line continued to move, and he did the same, his eyes flicking nervously toward the edges of the square. The guards hadn't given up. They were scanning the crowd, moving between people and asking around clearly, searching for him. His obvious silver hair didn't make it any easier. If he had to guess, there were no more than 2 people in the throng with silver hair, and his sizier maybe it was just him. Silverin cursed under his breath. His luck had really rotted today. Maybe he'd stolen from someone important. The old man had looked wealthy enough to be connected. For a second, he actually considered slipping the coin pouch back. Should I? It would just let me free. Maybe then the guards would call off the chase. But the growl of his empty stomach quickly shoved that thought aside. Those coins were his ticket to survival. A whole month of not being hungry, of having food. He couldn't just give that up, no matter how badly things were looking. Life was already unfair enough for street rats like him. If he let go of every prize he'd won or stolen, never get anywhere. Lost in his thoughts, he barely noticed how much the line had moved until he found himself almost at the front. His breath hitched when he saw the dozen guards stationed there, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. They didn't know he was a thief. As far as they were concerned, he was just another scruffy kid standing in line. His gaze drifted upward, toward the woman standing at the front of the line. She looked calm, poised, and important, dressed in a white dress with a crest of a rising phoenix embroidered at the center of her chest. At her side stood a strange equipment, glowing faintly in the sunlight. Silverin squinted at it, his eyes catching on the ruby embedded at its center. It was massive, polished to a gleaming crimson sheen. He couldn't help but wonder how much a ruby like that would sell for, probably enough to feed him for an entire year. But the dozen guards flanking the device made it clear that any attempt to grab it would end with him in shackless or worse. And today, he did not want to find out what that worse meant. He was just about to slip out of the line and make his escape when he felt a firm hand land on his shoulder. He froze, heart thudding wildly. "Your turn," the woman said with a kind smile. Her voice was warm but left no room for argument. "If you're nervous, don't be. It only takes a few seconds and then we'll have the results." "Results?" Silverin croaked, his voice cracking. His mind raced. "Results of what?" The woman's smile widened slightly and she gestured toward the glowing device. "Yes. The results of whether you're a mage, an enforcer, or a mortal." Silverin stared at her, stunned. "I know it's nerve-wracking," she continued, mistaking his silence for anxiety. "Everyone wonders if they have the mana organs that allow them to be more than normal. But trust me, it's better to know than not to." Silverin froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Mage, the word echoed in his mind and his pulse quickened. He knew of them mages. They were the powerful, untouchable few who ruled the kingdom, standing above everyone else. He had heard tales in the bypass of how they even had institutes, honing their skills. It was odd, but it was important. It was of an importance he'd never known. Apparently they could control the elements, wield magic, and had wealth and status beyond imagination. Mages were nobles, always rich and always influential. They were nothing like him. He was just a street rat, a kid who had to steal just to survive. His eyes darted back to the kind woman, his mouth dry. His voice trembled with hesitation. "I thought only nobles can be mages," he was asking. Her smile remained gentle. "No, anyone can be a mage if they have the mana organs necessary to make them one. It's just that the kingdom never lets common people test for it." She paused, meeting his gaze. "But Lord Arzen is changing that in his territory. We've already seen a lot of people from common backgrounds becoming mages, and even enforcers." Her words lingered in his mind like a glimmer of hope, something he hadn't dared to dream of. A life beyond the streets, beyond stealing scraps for survival. "My name is Clare," she continued, "and I've been tasked with conducting the tests in most of the Sylvan Enclave. It'll only take a moment, just a simple test. I'm sure you'll be fine." She reached for his arm, guiding him toward the strange device. For a moment, Silverin was paralyzed with uncertainty, but curiosity, that relentless spark in his chest, pushed him forward. What if this could change everything? Could he really be a mage? Could something like that even happen to someone like him? He didn't know how to escape her grip, and frankly, he didn't want to. There was something about her calm certainty that made him wonder if maybe he could just escape the life he'd known for so long. As they reached the device, he finally found his voice again, his words shaky. "How does it work?" The woman named Claire's smile softened further if it was possible. "Just put your hand on it. Lord Arzen built it to sense if you have the mana organs within you. That's all it takes." The device before him was strangely a metallic structure, intricately etched with runes, standing tall with a large ruby at its center. There were 3 cubes in the center of it and handles that held the ruby and the ruby. It was glowing faintly. Silverin swallowed hard. He had no idea what mana organs were, but he figured he might as well go along with it. If he was going to have any chance of changing his life, he had to take this shot. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out and placing his hand on the surface of the ruby. At first, nothing happened. The ruby remained still, its surface smooth. Silverin's heart sank. He started to pull his hand away, thinking maybe it was all just a waste of time, when suddenly, a jolt of energy surged through him. It was sharp, like a burst of electricity. For a long moment, he couldn't focus. The world seemed to blur around him as he tried to comprehend the sensation. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. The cubes glowed with an intensity that mirrored the pounding in his chest. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of the device's reaction when the crowd around him started murmuring. Glanced nervously at Clare, but her eyes shifted from calm anticipation to pure shock. His heart dropped. What had he done wrong? He hadn't meant to do anything, just wanted to know if he was a mage or not. But now it felt like all eyes were on him and the weight of his actions pressed down on him. Before he could react, a voice pierced through his thoughts. "Halt right there. He's a thief." The words made his stomach drop. His blood ran cold. The guards, they were still after him, and now they had caught up. Panic surged through him, and without thinking, he spun around, ready to bolt, to run for his life. But just as his feet moved, something grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him backward, his feet leaving the ground for a split second. He turned to see one of the guards holding him up, his grip tight on his tunic. The entire crowd was watching now, eyes locked on him with varying expressions. Some were curious, others just confused. But all he could focus on was the fierce grip of the guard and the murmurs growing louder behind him. The guard's voice cut through the silence. "Lady Clare, this kid is a thief. We saw him stealing a lot of coins. You need to give him to us." Claire's gaze locked onto him, her expression unreadable. She didn't seem flustered at all, but Silverin could see something new in her ice and understanding, an intent that he couldn't fully comprehend. Clare didn't hesitate. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that." The words hung in the air like a bombshell. Silverin's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at her in confusion, wondering if she had just heard him wrong. "She can't do that." The guard looked equally surprised. "Why not, Lady Clare? The kid is a mage. Even if he had stolen, we can't let him go with you. If he wills it, he'll be moving to Veraltt to learn in the newly established Sorcerer's Tower." The words hit Silverin like a lightning strike. A mage. His mouth went dry and his mind scrambled to understand. A mage, him, the very thought was absurd. He had always thought that mages were the elites, born into power and wealth, the kind of people who could throw fireballs and control the very earth beneath their feet. He had never once considered himself a candidate for such a life. He blinked several times, his mind struggling to process. Mage, he stammered. One of the guards scowled, still holding Silverin up. "This doesn't change the fact that he's a thief, Lady Clare." Clare turned to him then, her eyes softening once more. "Did you steal from someone?" Her words were almost too much to bear. He stood there, staring at the ground, unable to meet her eyes. The shame of his past, of every crime he had committed to survive, surged up within him. He had stolen. He had harmed people, twisting and turning for a mere handful of coins, the only thing that mattered in his world. "I didn't mean to," he whispered, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Clare ignored his comment and looked directly into him. "Even if you did steal, I would let you off if you return the stolen money. I promise you'll never have to steal again. Not with what we can offer you. Not with what we can offer you." The words hit Silverin like a sudden gust of wind, pushing his thoughts aside and leaving only the sharp reality of her offer. He blinked, eyes wide in disbelief. "She's offering me a way out." The thought seemed too good to be true. No more stealing. No more fighting for survival on the streets. He had stolen, yes, but to survive. Was this really a way out? Really, he asked, his voice shaking slightly, though not entirely from fear. This was a chancy, a real one. Could he trust it? Yes, really. "If you return the money, there's nothing else to be done. You won't need to steal any more." The guard still held him tightly, eyes waiting for any movement. But at Clare's instruction, the guard loosened his grip on Silverin's collar, and the young thief was finally free to move. His body felt like it was made of lead, but he could feel the weight of the pouch against his back. Slowly, he pulled the stolen pouch from his pocket and hesitated just for a moment. There was still that sliver of doubt, that gnawing suspicion. What if this was a trick? What if, even after returning the money, he'd still be punished? His hands trembled as he handed the pouch to Clare. "Here," he muttered, still unsure of what might happen next. Clare accepted the pouch. She turned and handed it to the guards who had been standing by. They nodded in acknowledgement and left without another word. Silverin could only watch. When the last of the guards disappeared into the crowd, Clare turned back to him. Her smile was encouraging, but there was a serious glint in her eyes as she studied him. "Now," she began, "we can start with introductions. You're going to be the newest mage in the Sorcerer's Tower, but I don't even know your name." Silverin hesitated for a moment. Mage, the word echoed in his mind. It felt strange, like an illusion. He wasn't a mage, not really. His heart thudded in his chest. "My name is Silverin," he said, his voice almost lost in the noise of the crowd. It felt strange to say it out loud. His name had never meant much to him. It was just a label, a way to differentiate him from the other street kids. But now, as the words left his lips, they felt different. Clare's smile widened. "Silverin, it's good to meet you." Although Kai was fulfilling his duties as Lord Well and pushing himself toward the fourth circle, there was one more position and a responsibility that followed with Idren that he could only oversee once a week, being the Tower Master of the Sorcerer's Tower. After the Fief War, he had taken a rare day off to construct a devised mana organ sensor. Using etham and a series of carefully arranged seals, the device was made to move a controlled strand of mana through a person's body, determining whether they possessed the necessary organs to become a mage. The concept wasn't new to Himby his time. Such devices were common, but the version he had built was a simple one, limited to merely confirming the presence of mana organs rather than assessing their quality or potential. That level of testing would come later, once the identified mages and enforcers reached Veraltt. He had plans for a broader search, particularly within the Sylvan Enclave, but such a large-scale effort would take time. The apprentices in the tower were still learning how to construct these machines, after all. Fortunately, progress was being made. Clan and Cancer, his acting assistants within the tower, had reported that the apprentices would soon be capable of producing a few dozen sensors. Still, despite these advancements, he couldn't shake a small sense of guilt. The mages who had chosen to stay in Veraltt had done so to refine their understanding of mana, eager to learn better techniques and spells. While he had provided them with some, he knew that a proper lesson was overdue, not just out of obligation but because he had plans. Dead mana. Spells from the future, designed specifically to combat fiends. It was time to teach them all of these, because every piece of information and lesson handed out to them would be handy when the situation calls. He knew one day he'd had to face a dead mana dragon, and the urge to prepare the mages only grew. That morning, he had Clan inform everyone about the lesson, making it open to even the novice mages they had discovered in the villages around Veraltt. It should be a strong turnout, he knew, but when he arrived at the largest auditorium in the tower, he was still surprised. Every seat was filled, and he could hear how they were whispering among themselves, all clustered together. He gave a brief glance over the crowd, quickly picking out familiar faces. He immediately noticed a blonde head with green eyes, positioned right between Clan and Cancer. Rhea. He gave a subtle nod to the trio and walked to the platform. A wave of movement spread as he moved, everyone rising in respect and greeting. He locked eyes with as many mages as he could and nodded, acknowledging their presence. Sit, he instructed, and let them get settled. Soon he used Amplify, a voice modification spell. I know some of you are seeing me for the first time, being new members of the tower. And while many here have witnessed my spells and prowess in action during the Beast Wave and Fief War, this will be the first time I deliver a lecture. At least here, without wasting any time, let's begin. The topic for today is something that some of you may already be aware of: dead mana and the ways to combat it. How many of you know what dead mana is? He asked, looking at the serious faces of the crowd. A few hands immediately shot up. He gave a slight nod. For a basic explanation, dead mana is simply mana that has lost its original properties of life. As its name suggests, it has become dead, but that doesn't mean it can't be used. In fact, dead mana is a highly corrupt forcifier stronger than regular mana. However, unlike normal mana, absorbing dead mana can corrupt your body, transforming you into a mana weaver. A few people shifted uneasily at the mention of mana weavers. Kai wasn't surprised. I know many of you believe that mana weavers are merely cursed men hunted and executed by the church. But the truth is, they are people whose bodies have been altered by dead mana, twisted into something monstrous. There are purification spells that can heal them, depending on how far the corruption has spread. But let me be clear, dead mana is not something you should ever touch directly. It is a force of destruction, and equally one of persistence. Once it takes root, purging it is no simple task. As mages, it is inevitable that you will one day cross paths with mana weavers or necromancers who wield dead mana. Kai took a step forward and extended his hands, pointing at a few mages who sat in the front. So now the real question is, do you defend against it? A few people nodded at his words, and Kai could tell their minds were working to find an answer. Some looked at their friends, but no one spoke up. He simply raised his hand, and with a controlled surge of mana, a spell structure materialized in the air before him. It wasn't a real spell, just a visual construct, one put together with pure mana for demonstration. The lines and patterns blinked in the air, drawn with such speed and accuracy that the entire auditorium fell silent. Some even gasped, and soon the silence was followed with whispers. The mages instinctively tried to analyze the structure before them. This, he said, and looked at the structure himself, is a second circle fire spell called War Flame. Look at it closely. He enlarged the spell structure and let the mages study it carefully before bringing it back to its original size. Can anyone explain what patterns it contains? Several hands shot up. Kai pointed at mages one after another. It has patterns for manipulating air to create flames. Looks like there's a stabilization pattern for high temperature ignition. It's likely using a compression effect to intensify the heat. Kai listened to each response, but in the end he shook his head. Think harder. The room fell into a short rest, and he let them sit with the challenge for a moment before continuing. This spell was specifically designed to combat dead mana. He gave a hint, but the crowd still didn't seem to have a clue. Half of the mages were visibly confused. The front row of the auditorium had full-on frowns on their faces as they tried to reassess what they were seeing. Then, finally, Cancer spoke up. I think multiple pairs of eyes turned towards him. At the edge of the structure, there's a summoning pattern, he said slowly, his eyes narrowing in concentration. It's a bit different from what I have seen before, but it's close enough. Kai's lips curled into a small smile. Cancer is right. For a moment, he considered the young man. Initially, he had been hesitant to take him as an assistant. With Jax positioned in the Arkan Tower as a spy, he didn't have anyone else that he felt would be good for the position, and in the end, he had simply chosen him because he had some background as an assistant for some alchemist back in Arkan Tower. But Cancer had turned out to be intelligent and dependable, someone who had simply lacked the opportunity to rise in a place like the Arkan Tower. Here, he was proving his worth. He turned back to the spell. Yes, this is a summoning circle, he confirmed. In a normal fire spell, you manipulate the atmosphere to create flames, but that's not enough against dead mana. It overpowers most second circle fire spells with ease. He raised his hand again, and this time mana surged outward, solidifying into reality. The air around him rippled, and in an instant, flames bright white burst to life in his palm. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. But this spell doesn't create fire, Kai continued, watching as the flames danced along his fingers, untouched by the natural elements of this world. It summons it. This fire comes directly from the fire elemental realm, a place where flames are known for their purifying abilities. He lifted his palm, letting the white flames flicker for all to see. They might not be able to purge dead mana completely, he admitted, but they can contend with it. His hand shifted, and the white flames in his palm flickered, swirling and twisting with unnatural grace. Slowly, he extended his fingers, and the flames followed his command, snaking across the room. They danced through the air, tracing patterns that formed shape spirals, circles, and even a few abstract figures. His apprentices gaped in awe, eyes wide, mouths slightly agape as they tried to follow the movements of the elemental fire. Normally, he began, you need years of practice before you can manipulate it to this degree. You need to have a fine control over how much flame you're summoning. He made a sweeping gesture, and the flames responded instantly, shifting from a swirling mass into a more controlled stream of fire that he bent into a perfect loop in the air. It hovered, the light dancing against the walls as if the flames themselves were alive. And you need to leave the small portal open to summon more, should you need it. But at the same time, you must wield it as easily as your normal flames. The room was silent save for the soft crackle of the fire. Kai's apprentices exchanged glances, some looking bewildered, others envious of the ease with which he manipulated the flames. Rhea, sitting near the front, raised her hand. Kai gestured to her to speak. Master, how do we do that? Practice. He let the fire dissipate, the shapes vanishing into air. To master this, you need to study the summoning patterns. At least the basic ones, but the most important part is practice. Never try this outside of a training room with emergency enchantments designed to contain any potential disasters. A few mages shifted uneasily at that, their eyes narrowing in concern. Kai saw the grimace on their faces and laughed softly. If you try this outside and lose control, it'll burn the entire building down, and if that happens, you'll all have to rebuild it again. There was a collective wince, a shared understanding of the consequences that made the lesson all the more real. Since they'd helped the building to be at the state where it was now, he understood that they knew the pain and effort it took to create it. Most of them were pampered in the Arkin Tower, even if they had been at the bottom, and construction wasn't one of the things they ever had to do before. Fire-aspected spells are an excellent way to deal with dead mana creatures, but don't think that other elements are far behind. He clutched his hands behind him as he studied the men and women. For example, there's a third circle water spell. It's used primarily for purifying dead mana and healing people who haven't been too far corrupted. Unlike the first and second circle purification spells, these work instantly. He began pacing slowly, the mood in the room shifting as they hung on every word. But he continued, if you truly want to go on the offensive against dead mana creatures, I believe there's nothing better than a third circle spell called Black Lightning. A few apprentices looked confused, but Kai could see the curiosity in others' eyes. It's a spell that will drain all your mana reserves. It's brutal, but it's a lethal strike. A single blow that could save your life in the heat of battle. At least for those with a lightning affinity, the apprentices shifted in their seats. Kai gave them a moment before his voice lightened again. I'll teach the spell structure to you when you're ready, but don't rush it. The basics come first, and you need to understand what you're wielding before you start calling on powers like that. For the next half an hour, Kai moved fluidly from one spell form to the next, demonstrating a variety of elemental aspects and spell structures. Though he couldn't summon all the elements, he knew most of the spell structures, because in his era, it was standard for all mages to be compulsively educated in the fundamentals of elemental manipulation and combat, so his knowledge in this field was vast, due to years of rigorous study and countless battles. The way he moved, the way the spells responded to his command set, was a result of something he had long since perfected. How do you refine the spell structure to make it so precise? One mage asked, eyes glued to the spirals of ice Kai had conjured. Another asked about the biology of dead mana creatures, their curiosity piqued by the practical applications of the lesson. A few others wanted to know about mana refining, about how to manipulate the forces of the world with the same effortless control Kai exhibited. He answered each one, feeling a sense of satisfaction in knowing that they were taking his lessons seriously. He knew that these mages were his best bet in the fight against dead mana. The enforcers had grown stronger, many now at the second-grade power level, but they were no match for the corrupting power of dead mana. They were built for physical strength, for close combat, and though their power was formidable, their bodies made them more susceptible to the deadly effects of corruption. They would not be able to take the front lines against dead mana creatures, not without the right kind of magic to protect them. He was already designing armor, refining weapons, and developing countermeasures, but in the end, it was the mages who would be the key to winning any future battles. The Sorcerer's Tower was his focus now. He had plans to elevate it, to make it the head institution of magic not just in his kingdom but in the world. He could already see the potential of his students. These mages would shape the future of magic, and he would be the one to guide them. And this was just the first step. As the lecture continued, he lost himself in the rhythm of teaching, answering questions and demonstrating complex techniques. It wasn't until the light from the window shifted that he realized how much time had passed. The sun had begun its descent, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Kai looked up at the room of eager faces, realizing it was time to end. He gave a small smile and said, "I hope this lecture was informative for all of you, but I think I need to end it here." His voice carried a note of finality, though his tone remained warm. "If I have time, I might do more of these. There's still much to cover, and I'm happy to answer more of your questions. If you have any major ones, feel free to write them down and send them to my office." The mages, eager for more knowledge, raised their hands in unison, their voices blending together. Tower Master Arzen, one last question. "Please, I have one doubt." And more voices followed that Kai couldn't tell which belonged to who. He wanted to answer at least some of it when the heavy door to the auditorium creaked open. All eyes shifted to Bord, who entered. His eyes were locked onto Kai as he crossed the hall. "Lord Arzen," Bord whispered, "there's an envoy waiting for you." Kai furrowed his brow, the sense of urgency in Bord's tone quickly catching his attention. "Is it really that important to find me in the middle of my lecture?" he asked. "Knight Killian was talking to him," Bord explained. "I don't know what it's about, but 10 minutes into their discussion, he sent me to get you. I think it's important." Kai's eyebrows raised at the mention of Killian. He knew better than to interrupt Kai during a lecture. "Who's the envoy from?" Kai asked the next best question. "Viccount Redmont," Bord replied. Viccount Redmont, the only noble in the territory who hadn't moved against him during the war, and the one who had even sent a letter congratulating him for the victory. Kai remembered the information on the Viccount well was the one who defended Fortress Aegis, which sat at the border of the kingdom. To have an envoy from him, especially now, raised more questions than answers. A flash of concern passed through Kai's mind, quickly replaced by suspicion. Had there been an invasion? He doubted it. Vardenfall was nearly in ruins due to the plague. But then, as his mind turned over the possibilities, it hit him. "Lead the way," Kai commanded, wanting to know for sure if what he was thinking was true or not. Then he turned toward the mages still waiting eagerly, their hands still raised, and added, "Send me your questions. I'll be going now. All of you are required to learn at least a few of the spells I talked about. Nothing beyond the second circle for now." With that, he swiftly followed Bord out of the sorcerer's tower. Once outside, he didn't waste time with the carriage. Instead, he leapt into the air, his mana propelling him upwards as he soared toward the estate. Bord, trailing behind, watched him disappear into the distance as he flew toward his destination. Arriving at the estate, Kai landed smoothly on the ground, the quiet hum of mana still resonating in his body as he moved quickly toward the building. He reached the stairs without hesitation, his footsteps echoing through the stone halls as he reached the third floor. The meeting room awaited, and as soon as he entered, Kai's eyes locked onto the envoy, a balding man who immediately stood and bowed deeply upon his arrival. "What's going on?" The envoy remained silent, deferring to Killian, who stood nearby. "The plague, it seems to be moving upon us. As we speak, it's breaching the border. Breaching the border." Kai had been hearing about the plague here and there for a while now, but it was mostly exaggerated rumors, mixed up with fear and uncertainty. Sifting through the noise for real information had been frustrating at best. A part of it was due to the plague originating in another kingdom, far beyond his reached western edge of Vanderfall, to be precise. Another factor was that his watchers had been too preoccupied managing intelligence within the kingdom itself. But the reports of the plague had surged over the past 2 weeks, and for once, they weren't just whispers in back alleys or the paranoia of traveling merchants. Even the ministers in the capital had begun to worry, fearing the plague would seep into Lancefil and drag it down with Vanderfall. Plagues weren't rare. Sickness thrived where hygiene didn't, and most rulers treated them as minor inconveniences, trusting in their healers and magic to keep things under control. There had never been a case, however, where a plague swallowed an entire kingdom whole, rotting it from the inside, making even nobles flee like common refugees. Kai didn't need detailed reports to understand the severity of the situation. The envoy's face was enough. Pale, gaunt, and hollow-cheeked, the man looked like he hadn't eaten in days. His red-rimmed eyes, sunken deep into his skull, carried the weight of sleepless nights. His robes hung loose, dirtied with dried sweat and dust from the road. If he hadn't known better, he would have assumed the envoy was just another merchant robbed of his wares, forced to wander for miles in search of civilization. "Start from the beginning," Kai said. Corwin nodded. 3 weeks ago, the plague started appearing near the border. The soldiers at Fortress Aegis kept watch, monitored it, and did everything in their power to stop it from spreading. But he swallowed. Unlike any normal plague, this one moves. It's coming from the ground. It sickens everything it touches. We dug trenches to contain it, deep enough that nothing should have been able to pass, and yet it kept going, like it had a will of its own. Numerous thoughts came to Kai's mind, but he stayed silent, letting Corwin speak. The man exhaled shakily, his hands coming to the front to clutch together as if the memory was haunting him. A week ago, Viccount Redmont realized that no matter what he tried, the plague wouldn't stop. It's not just spreading, it's advancing. He sent envoys across the kingdom, begging for aid. Corwin sighed again. The royal family was already aware of the situation and tasked Arkin Tower with handling it. But his lips pressed into a thin line. They haven't found a solution yet, and without one we can't hold out much longer. We thought sending mages would turn the tide, but even that hasn't worked. Vanderfall's royal family has its own magus, and even he was unable to stop the plague. If their strongest couldn't do it, what hope do we have? That's why I was sent here not for supplies, not for medicine, but to request aid in relocating our common people to your cities. Viscount Redmont believes that if we cannot stop the plague, we must at least save the people. So please, Count Arzen, we beseech you help us in these dire times. Silence settled over the room as Corwin finished. Kai exhaled slowly and turned to Killian, his mind already piecing together the implications. This wasn't just a matter of disease control. Redmont had already given up on fighting the plague. He was relying entirely on the royal family and Archentauran institution Kai had little faith in. If those so-called high mages couldn't solve it, how likely was it that he could? That depended entirely on what he was dealing with, and from what Corwin had described, Kai's stomach turned. He might know what they were dealing with, a plague that moved through the ground. That wasn't sickness. That was something else, something much worse. His face remained composed, but his thoughts were anything but calm. If it truly was a dead mana plague, then there was no simple Cureno potion, no spell, no divine blessing that could wipe it out easily. It was a corruption, a lingering rot that seeped into the land itself. He leaned forward. Bringing refugees here won't be an issue. We've handled such matters before. Corwin's face lit up with relief, only for it to flicker with hesitation when Kai continued. But before that, I need to know more about the plague. I have some questions. Corwin nodded hurriedly. I will answer as best as I can. Kai's eyes locked onto him. You said it spreads through the ground. Does it consume trees, grassive and barren land? Does it turn the soil into a foul, murky black with a stench so strong it makes men gag? Corwin's breath hitched. His eyes widened, his face drained of what little color remained. Yes, Lord Arzen, he whispered. That's exactly what happened. The land before the fortress, it has already started changing, Corwin continued. The stench is so unbearable that some soldiers can barely function. That confirmed it. Dead mana. This wasn't just a plague. This was a disaster waiting to swallow everything in its path. What about people? Have you seen them turning into weavers? If so, how strong are they? Corwin hesitated, then shook his head. We have been extremely careful not to touch the plague, knowing what it does to the land. But from what we've gathered, entire villages and towns have turned into mana weavers deep in the heart of Vanderfall. The people there call it the cursed plague and extermination by the gods themselves. Kai exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening slightly against the armrest. Entire churches have dedicated themselves to prayer, begging the gods to end their suffering, he went on. And there are reports of other creatures. We haven't been able to confirm them, but the rumors are spreading. A bitter taste filled Kai's mouth. That settled it. If the corruption of the land hadn't been enough to confirm his suspicions, this wasn't some divine curse. It was dead mana, a slow, creeping force that would continue to spread its roots until it devoured everything. And it would not stop, not unless they reached the core of it and destroyed it. He didn't know how it had started. That didn't matter. The only thing that did was to put an end to it. How much time do you think Viscount Redmont's territory has left before it falls completely? A week, maybe 10 days. I can't say for sure, but the Viscount told me to get here as soon as possible. I rode for 27 hours straight without rest to deliver this message. His voice was strained, so we don't have much time. That explained the man's haggard state. Kai turned his head slightly toward Killian, who stood beside him. If this continues, Killian said at last, Veraltt will fall to the plague as well. We are hoping help arrives from the tower before that happens, he admitted. We are all in a desperate situation, and other than you, Count Arzen, there is no one in Sylvan Enclave with the power or resources to help us. His voice was heavy with unspoken meaning. Many fiefs are still recovering from the war. Kai grimaced but nodded. There was no malice in Corwin's words, only the truth. Even so, there was no time to dwell on politics. The plague needed to be dealt with, and if there was anyone in this world who had the knowledge or even the slightest chance of stopping it, it was him, no matter how difficult it would be. But before he made any decisions, he needed to see it for himself. He needed to assess how far the corruption had spread, and most importantly, he needed to know just how strong the fiends and weavers lurking within it had become. He could already imagine the scale of the Disaster battlefield crawling with thousands of mana weavers, lurking amidst an even greater, unknown danger. And even if he somehow managed to fight through all of that, there remained the final problem, the core of the plague itself. A fight of that scale would require enormous resources. Troops, enchanted weapons, golems, mana cannons, yet, despite the sheer difficulty of it, he knew one thing for certain. If he didn't start acting now, the plague would reach his territory next. His fingers tapped against the armrest as his thoughts churned. How had the plague even started? He had no doubt that Maleficia had a hand in it. Everything revolving around dead mana had them in the center. But why would they encroach on Lancefil, knowing that Regina, one of their own, was its queen, unless... It was a scheme. Kai's mind spun through the possibilities. Could it be that Regina wanted the plague to spread unchecked? If it reached a catastrophic level, the first prince could ride in like a savior, stopping it and securing his path to the throne. It would be the same thing that Lucian had tried with the beast wave after all. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He would need to discuss it with Francis soon. But for now, his focus returned to the envoy, who stood there expectantly, waiting for an answer. Kai exhaled and leaned forward. I will order temporary establishments to house the refugees. If they can't all fit in Veraltt, there is enough space in Verdies or Varen. The Fief War left quite a few homes empty who can place them there. It is only natural to save as many lives as possible, Kai replied. His voice was calm, but his next words made the envoy stiffen. However, I will also be traveling with you when you return to Redmont City. Corwin's head snapped up, his eyes widening. Is there a reason for that, Count Arzen? I need to see the plague with my own eyes, Kai said, and I need to consult Viscount Redmont directly. Don't worry, my decision to shelter the refugees will not change. Time is of the essence. We leave tomorrow afternoon. Corwin swallowed but nodded quickly. Understood. I will be ready by then. With that, he was done, and a maid promptly stepped forward to escort Corwin away, leaving Kai and Killian alone. Killian, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, finally spoke. His brows were furrowed, and his expression was tight with concern. You are leaving again. Kai turned to him, already expecting the question in his eyes. The plague will reach Veraltt if we don't act, Kai stated. I need to see it for myself and decide on a course of action. Killian exhaled sharply. I was thinking the same thing, but is it necessary to leave tomorrow? Yes, Kai's answer was immediate. For all we know, the plague could accelerate at any moment. We are on a timer, Killian. Our first priority is stopping it from spreading further. His gaze darkened. After that, we go in, wipe it out, and kill the core. Killian frowned, arms crossed. How exactly are we going to do it? You told me before anything that touches dead mana gets corrupted. Kai nodded. Yes. That's why we'll be wearing full body armor designed to resist corruption. I had Balin start working on them a while back, knowing we'd eventually have to fight stronger fiends. Killian's gaze was sharp as he processed that. Will that be enough? It won't be. Kai's tone was flat. We'll need a lot more. That's one of the things I plan to discuss with Viscount Redmont. But more importantly, I've seen plagues like this before. They were one of the major reasons the world fell into dead mana. And they always have a core. Killian exhaled slowly. So we need to find it and destroy it, exactly. Until we do, the plague won't stop spreading. Then this is an expedition. Another war, but this time against weavers and fiends. Kai nodded reluctantly. Yes, but unlike last time, we're not aiming for total eradication. Our goal is the core. Once we destroy it, Vanderfall and Viscount Redmont's forces can handle the rest. We do this as fast as possible. His gaze sharpened. And this might be a good opportunity to test the elder tree stumps. Killian looked at him skeptically. You plan to plant them there. Won't they get corrupted? They will, Kai admitted, which is why I first plan to purge a small area of corruption using Amira. Killian blinked. Amira, her abilities are exceptional, Kai explained. If she can purify parts of the land, we can plant the stumps there and see if they revitalize the surface. His fingers curled slightly as he thought back to his research. During my experiments, I noticed something. Even when Amira's ability purges dead mana, the land is left barren, completely devoid of mana. His eyes narrowed. But if we plant the elder tree stumps immediately after, maybe they'll start restoring mana flow. If the two work together, it could achieve something unheard of. Killian hesitated before sighing. Amira is just a kid, Lord Arzen. Are you sure it's right to put this burden on her? Kai's jaw tightened. Even I don't want to force that responsibility on her. He exhaled, rubbing his temples. That's why before I even talk to her about it, I want to test something. If I tap into her astral realm, I might be able to see what allows her to have such ability and try to emulate it for myself. Killian's brow furrowed. You think that's possible? I've been preparing for it. Kai met his gaze. I've been waiting for her to be Reditto allow me in. If she's ready now, I'll ask her. Duke William Blackwood stood with his back to the fire, the flames creating his tall frame in moving gold. The room was silent save for the low crackle of burning logs and the faint tap-tap-tap of a booted foot. 3 barons sat before him, arranged neatly in high-backed chairs more ornate than most deserved. His study was not meant for hosting, but power often required intimacy over grandeur. Baron Hadrian Velmore, thin as a whip and twice as tense, sipped his tea, puckering his lips. His posture was perfect, his silver-crusted cuffs resting just so on his lap. William's eyes drifted to the man's foot-tapping under the table in a nervous rhythm that betrayed the calm mask he wore. Next to him, Baron Castendrell muttered something under his breath and shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His dark red coat was wrinkled at the sleeves, like he'd put it on in haste. His eyes flitted to the door every few seconds, and if the man could have sunk into the walls, William wagered he would have. Drell had always been too soft for this game. Then there was Baron Wendell Farrow, large, round, with a stained kerchief tucked into his collar like some merchant lord. He reached for another piece of honeyed sponge cake from the tray and bit into it with open disregard for etiquette. Crumbs clung to his beard as he chewed noisily, only pausing when he noticed William watching. The Baron offered a sheepish grin but did not apologize. Farrow could get away with it. blood, distantly related with William's own line through a forgotten grandmother's marriage, allowed him a casualness the others lacked, and the fat man knew it. They said nothing for a time. The silence dragged on, until finally Velmore cleared his throat. "We received your letter, Duke Blackwood," he said. Pharaoh and Drell both nodded, not daring to speak before the other. William said nothing. Velmore swallowed. "The princes won't be happy. There it is. So you do mind," William said, "just on behalf of your princes." A visible shiver passed through them. Pharaoh wiped his hands on his kerchief. Drell avoided his gaze, but none of them disagreed. "Yes," Velmore said finally, "we cannot go against them." William arched a brow, stepping forward just enough to loom. Pharaoh coughed into his hand, then shook his head. "It's not. But Prince Thalric has told his core circle that he would need Count Arzen's allegiance to move forward. He's waiting for the Count to reach out to him." William regarded the man silently. Wendell Pharaoh had thrown in his lot with him long ago. His estates bordering the southern river, roots the prince now quietly controlled through his ardent followers. The other two, Velmore and Drell, had long belonged to Prince Aldrin's camp. The second prince's network was sprawling and well-funded. These two barons were no different. Collectivism had dulled their edge. They'd forgotten how to move without orders. That would have to be corrected. William turned his gaze on them. "I assume," he said coolly, "Prince Aldrin is also waiting it out, hoping Count Arzen reaches him." Drell nodded first this time, a quick jerk of his head. "As you know, Duke Blackwood, it would be considered an insult for a prince to reach out first. His Highness has barred any noble in his fold from making contact until the Count initiates it. He wishes to ensure Count Arzen's interest is genuine." A dry chuckle almost escaped William's lips. So that was the play, posturing disguised as pride. He clasped his hands behind his back and turned toward the hearth. They could dress it however they liked, tactic, etiquette, dignity, but he knew the truth. The young count hadn't groveled to a prince, and that in itself was rare. Admirable, even. In a world so quick to bend, the boy stood. And that, William thought, was a mark of someone who didn't need a higher power. It was the mark of someone becoming one. Baron Drell, the one in the middle, looked away and then back again, as though checking the room for hidden listeners. "Yes, but if we make a decision now and our faction changes its stance later, we'll be seen as backstabbers, to you and to the Count." William tilted his head slightly. "Then stand true to your decision," he said. "There won't be any backstabbing. Simple, honest, and the truth as far as he cared." Velmore set his teacup down with a soft clink. "The princes won't like that," he muttered. "Beg your pardon, Duke Blackwood, but we are not dukes. We don't have the kind of power you do." He picked it up again, continuing his slow sip. Pharaoh, licking the last of the honey glaze from his thumb, nodded. "Yes, that sort of thing would just get us kicked out of the faction. Frozen out." William's lips curved into a faint smile. "And what else can happen then? That shut them up." All three sat still as marble, and the Duke took the chance to pace slowly in front of them. Baron Velmore choked mid-sip, sputtering and reaching for a handkerchief. The other two shifted uncomfortably, but none dared speak right away. William snorted softly. "Connections," he said. "None of the counts, margraves, or earls in your factions care about you. None of them care about any baron unless they're useful." His eyes locked on them again. "What you're really doing is betting on a prince to win, hoping that if he does, you'll be thrown a scrap or two from the high table. Maybe an earl's third daughter for your fourth wife." Pharaoh's face turned pink, grimacing slightly at the mention. The man already had 3 wives and 7 concubines, far more than necessary and far less than tasteful. Still, it was legal. William didn't care what a man did with his household, so long as it didn't cloud his senses. He leaned back slightly, gaze steady. "So tell me," he said, "are you men, or are you dogs waiting at a gate that might never open?" Before any of them could find their voice, William raised a hand, not wanting to hear whatever they had in mind. "I'll speak plainly," he said, "since you've chosen to come here as a collective and not as individual lords. You've spoken for each other since the moment you entered, so I'll address you all the same." He turned to Baron Velmore first, eyes narrowed slightly. "Your father's debt nearly cost your house its seat in court. We cleared it. Since then, our houses have shared wine and counsel." Velmore looked down, fingers tightening around his cup. William's gaze shifted to Baron Drell. "The beast infestations in the marshlands of your territory still require my knight's attention. We send men every spring. Not once have you had to petition the crown." Drell had the grace to look away, guilt painting his face. Then, finally, his eyes landed on Pharaoh. "And your grandfather was a landless second son with ambition and nothing else. It was House Blackwood that gave him lands. It was we who backed his claim to a baron's title. He let that sit for a breath. Unlike the others, you are our vassal." Pharaoh shifted slightly in his chair but didn't speak. A dab of honey stuck to his lip. He didn't wipe it. William stepped back, voice softening a touch, not from pity, but from control. "I'm not reminding you of these things to posture or threaten. I simply want you to remember that your houses have benefit directly and repeatedly from your association with mine. And I still wish to help you. The princes may exile you from their factions," he continued, "but you 3, you're not significant enough for them to retaliate beyond that. Your absence will be noticed but not mourned." Then he let the hook slip. "But siding with House Blackwood will bring you tangible benefits. The kind you are all after: positions, protection, prestige." That I can guarantee. For the first time since they'd entered, something shifted. Sparkles of thought gleamed in their eyes, calculating, uncertain, but alive. The kind of look he liked. Any noble who accepted or rejected an offer too quickly was either foolish or desperate. Neither were welcome in the world he was building around Count Arzen. Then at last Velmor spoke. "We can help. We'll give our votes to Count Arzen in the assembly. But what of the future?" His brow furrowed. "If the second or third prince takes the throne, we'll always be out of favor." Pharaoh nodded, setting aside his kerchief. "Yes, Duke Blackwood, no offense, but your position is not like ours. A ducal house is immune. The royal family can't afford to move against you. Too many men, too much land, too much coin. But barons, if we fall out of favor, we're vulnerable." He looked sincere for once. "Serious, even. As your vassal, our house will still stand by any decision you make, but I only ask you to consider the consequences we'll bear." William studied them, silent for a moment. And then he smiled. "That won't come to pass." Velmor tilted his head. "You sound certain." Drell blinked. "But though the first prince is leading right now, we can't." "I don't mean the first will win either," William cut in. "I mean none of them will." All three barons stared at him, blinking as if his words had slipped through a crack in their understanding. None of them spoke because he knew that none of them could make sense of what they'd just heard. William Blackwood let them stew in the confusion for a few heartbeats more, then said, "I'll leave you with this. Your votes at the assembly might not just decide Count Arzen's future." He let his gaze sweep over them. "They might help you step into a new faction entirely, one that may very well take over the kingdom in time." The silence deepened. Velmor's lips parted slightly, but William raised a hand before the baron could speak. "I won't say more until your decisions are made. I know it's a gamble," he said, eyes narrowing, "but if you take it, the benefits might just ensure your children, and even their descendants, will no longer bear the title of mere barons." Before any of them could ask the questions they were clearly choking on, William turned toward the door and made a simple, unhurried gesture. "You may take your leave." There was hesitation, as if they weren't sure whether the meeting had truly ended, but William did not repeat himself. "I know I summoned you on short notice," he added, more polite now. "You're welcome to have lunch before returning to your lands. I won't be joining you, there's work to be done, but 2 of my daughters will keep you company." The words came with the weight of dismissal. After a brief pause, the 3 barons rose in silence. They bowed, Velmor the lowest, Drell a heartbeat late, Pharaoh still chewing something again, then left the study without another word. 5 minutes passed. The door creaked open again, this time without knocking. Leopold stepped in, tall and sharp-featured, his blonde hair combed back and his boots still dusty from riding. "How did it go?" he asked, crossing the room in a few long strides. "You reckon they'll do what we asked?" "They will," he said. "Their houses are far too tied to ours to refuse." He looked at his son. "The only reason they sought out the princes without speaking to us first is because I've stayed neutral too long." Leopold folded his arms, considering that. "Even I didn't expect you to break neutrality. I thought you were waiting for a sign." "I was." William stood, moving toward the window. Beyond the glass, the area under his house stretched under a pale sun. "Count Arzen told me something," he said quietly. "And it came true." Leopold raised a brow. He had the resilience in planning to come out of a fief war almost untouched. "His forces took less than half the damage our scouts predicted." William's voice was calm, but pride crept into it. "He's proven himself in war. His territory has grown rapidly, and every report says he actually cares for his people." He turned from the window, expression unreadable. "He'd make a good king." "And he wouldn't have asked me to gather a faction if he hadn't already made up his mind," he murmured. "Only the medallion remains. You don't think he has it already?" "If he does, he never mentioned it," William said, a hint of frustration in his tone. "I asked. Directly, not a word in any letter. My guess is that Valkyrie hid it because she wanted him to grow stronger first. That's something she'd do. Guards it as if the fate of the kingdom depends on it." "But he'll have to get it before the assembly," he said softly, "or everything we're building will fall apart before it ever begins." "Father, should I help him look for it?" Leopold asked. William shook his head. "No, I have more pressing matters for you." He moved back toward his desk, gathering a few scrolls and setting them aside. "We're building a faction around Count Arzen," he said, "but the right to lead it must be earned. That right must be his, not something handed to him by someone else." He paused, gaze heavy with meaning. Leopold straightened, sensing where this was going. "I want you to go to the capital." William met his eyes. "Speak to the lower nobles. The knights turned barons, the landless sons trying to prove themselves, the aging councilmen who have been overlooked too long. Find them, bring them to our side. If they don't know who Arzen is, teach them. If they're hesitant, give them reason. I will arrange a meeting of them with Arzen before the assembly where he would truly earn their allegiance." He rested both hands on the desk. "We need a faction with roots, not just weight. And I can't keep you here playing watchman when your talents are wasted behind these walls." There was no hesitation. Leopold nodded once, firm and eager. "I'll pack my bags right now." He turned to leave, then paused, fire in his voice. "I promise to bring in as many nobles as I can. When the assembly comes, they'll know Arzen's name and they'll know it's a name worth standing behind." William's lips curled into a rare smile. Entering someone's astral realm was always complicated. It didn't matter how many times he mapped spell structures, rehearsed safeguards, or double-checked contingency protocols, nothing truly made it simple. Even with Princess Amira, where it had gone surprisingly smooth the last time even with him performing a mana surgery, it wasn't something one did lightly. The astral realm wasn't just mana and thought. It was memory, instinct, fragmented will. And every time one stepped into it, they danced a line between comprehension and chaos. This time there would be no incisions, no magic laced with surgical precision, just exploration, just observation. And still, things could go wrong. They were going in to uncover the anomaly that let Amira absorb and purify dead mana, trait no one, not even the records of his era, could fully explain. For hours, he spoke to her. Explained everything, how it might feel, what the process was, what she might see. He laid out the goals and drilled the protocols for every what-if, how to signal him, how to pull back, what to do if the link between their minds became unstable. They rehearsed it all like a ritual. Outside, Clement stood with arms crossed, keeping an eye on the time. Iran triple-checked the barrier seals around the room while Tiara arranged the potions for emergency extraction. Koff, the mage from the tower, stood with a blank expression on his face, ready to use a spell to relax their minds that Kai taught him if he sensed any disturbances. They were ready as they could be. Kai looked down at Amira, already lying on the bed in the center. Her hair was tied back, eyes steady. She had already downed the mana-stabilizing potion he'd brewed himself, thick, bitter, and laced with calming agents. Her mana signature pulsed evenly. Stable, controlled. Are you ready? Kai asked softly. Amira nodded, her voice calm. I trust you. He didn't reply, just nodded once. He'd already checked everything 5 times but checked it once more anyway. Then he raised his hand. Mana flared to life, dancing in structured harmony as the astral spell formed in the air, glowing symbols rotating in sync. They pulsed with a beat matching his breath, then hers, until their flows interlinked. And then let go. His consciousness shifted. It wasn't like sleeping or even falling. It was like stepping through water without feeling wet, pulled by something just beyond his reach. The room around him stretched, blurred, then vanished, and then yanked. Like a tether snapping tight, Kai's soul was dragged forward into her. For a moment there was nothing. Then his eyes opened and what he saw shocked him to his core. Amira's astral soul was very different from Amira's cold wasteland. There were no cracked plains, no ice, no silence heavy enough to drown thought. Instead, there was warmth, gentle, constant, and comforting. The ground glowed beneath Kai's feet, coated in a soft silver sheen that reflected the astral mana like moonlight on calm water. It gave the realm an ethereal beauty, not unlike the feeling of standing inside a memory one didn't want to forget. Above, her mana circle spun in the sky, a golden ring swirling slowly like a controlled vortex of light. It pulsed with power, more refined than he'd seen from most at her stage. With every slow rotation, it exhaled winds of mana, and Kai felt each one as it brushed against him, warm, steady, pushing gently at his robes as if the soul itself was breathing. He stood still, eyes scanning the edges of the soul space. The boundaries were clear, and already they extended well beyond what was normal for a novice. Most mages struggled to stabilize even a fragment of this space, yet hers stretched wide, stable, and full of promise. He knew it would only grow if she was trained properly, if she survived what was coming. A voice broke through the stillness. Is this my astral realm? He turned. Amira stood a few steps behind him, barefoot, her white hair catching the soft light as if it too belonged here. Her golden eyes were wide, uncertain as they darted around, taking in the silver glow, the warmth, the spinning ring in the sky. She looked more like someone stepping into a dream than a mage stepping into their own soul. Kai nodded. Yes, it is. She hesitated as if unsure of how to react. I know it feels strange, he said, but take it as a lesson. With your inclination toward the healing arts, you'll be walking through astral realms more often than you think. Some of your patients will carry their wounds deeper than the flesh. She blinked, clearly still processing it all. Over the weeks they'd spent Toger days of diagnosis, minor procedures, and quiet observations. Kai hadn't just been testing her mana flow or understanding her innate abilities. He had also been studying her aptitude that had led him to one conclusion. She wasn't meant to be an offensive mage. When he asked what kind of mage she wanted to become, she hadn't spoken of fireballs or dominance or duels. Her words had been quiet, thoughtful, filled with concern for others rather than power for herself. And she was already good. Her affinity leaned naturally toward light, and her healing spells were steady and focused, even before any formal instruction. That alone would have been. But what sealed his judgment was the way she looked at people, with empathy, with real compassion, the kind no technique could teach. Because of that, he'd already decided to teach her more about the 3 mana organs and their surgeries to better prepare her. Although he hadn't come here to teach her, he figured this was still a good opportunity for her to learn, if not through instruction, then through observation. The soul had its own world, and sooner or later, any healer worth their mana would need to learn to explore it. She gave a slow nod, still glancing around the shining silver plains, then looked back at him. So what are we going to do next? Explore, Kai said simply. There should be a spell inscription, Hera, something we talked about. If we find it, I might be able to tell whether it's a purification aid or something more complex. There might even be multiple inscriptions. He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. The realm was larger than most, and searching it could take hours if not more. It'll take time. Let's split up. If you see anything strange, especially monstrous, let me know. Her brows shot up. Monsters. Kai gave a slight shrug. Manifestations of fear. They show up sometimes. Or they don't. Depends on the person. But if they do appear, I'll deal with them. Amira didn't look entirely convinced, but she nodded nonetheless and headed off across the silver field, her figure soon blending with the ambient light. Kai watched her for a moment, then muttered the incantation and lifted into the air with a soft rush of wind, his flight spell activating. He turned toward the boundaries of the astral realm and shot forward, scanning the landscape from above. His eyes flicked from one glowing ridge to another, watching for any unnatural symbols or disruptions in the mana flow. But no matter where he flew, the realm remained the same pristine, cohesive, and whole. There were no cracks, no anomalies, no lurking distortions. Everything felt like it belonged. If anything stood out, it was just how stable the realm was, stronger even than many full-fledged mages he'd encountered. It was compact, fortified not artificially, but naturally, like a soul that had unconsciously chosen to protect itself from within. It was impressive, but admiration wasn't his goal here. He needed to find the soul inscription. And unfortunately, no matter where he looked, he wasn't able to find the damn thing. Maybe I'm just looking at this the wrong way, he thought, slowing his flight. It could be hidden with a spell or carved so minutely that I can't even see it. Both ideas, however, felt far-fetched. Hiding a soul inscription behind layers of spellwork would require extra mana, and no one in their right mind would waste that kind of energy. Astral spaces weren't easily invaded to begin with. Soul spells were rare, difficult, and incredibly volatile. Not to mention, he doubted any mage from this current era had the finesse to manage such soul-layered deception. As for the possibility of it being etched in microscopic detail, also unlikely. Soul realms where delicate inscriptions had to be placed with care, and the more complex they were, the higher the chance of shattering the host's soul entirely. If someone had tried to embed something that intricate, Amira's soul would have imploded the moment the spell was completed. And according to her, the man who done it hadn't only done it to her, done it to everyone in her village. She hadn't mentioned any accidents, any collapse, not even a single failure. That ruled out both theories. So then why the hell couldn't he find it? He let out a breath, scanning the quiet silver plains again, the golden circle above casting soft shadows as the winds of mana continued to swirl. No, it has to be here. Somewhere in this realm, the answer was hidden, he was sure of it. But half an hour later, he'd found nothing, not even the smallest hint of a trail. The more he searched, the more he began to wonder if maybe he was wrong. Maybe her astral soul didn't hide the mechanism behind her ability to purify dead mana. Maybe it was just a rare, passive trait, an anomaly of the body, except that didn't explain the spell she'd used during the Beast Waveth one that hadn't just purified dead mana but had actively destroyed the fiends. That had been no accident. It had been structured, guided, designed, and he still hadn't found the soul inscription responsible. Another fruitless loop later, he sighed and veered off toward Amira. She was standing near a rise of smooth silver terrain, her expression troubled. Clearly, her own search had been just as disappointing. He flew down and landed softly on the glowing ground. I'm assuming you found nothing, he asked. Amira shook her head. No, what about you? Kai exhaled sharply through his nose. I've searched the boundaries, every inch. It's not here, not visibly at least. He paused, running a hand through his hair. I'm leaning toward the possibility that it's been hidden somehow, but I'd have to verify that with a spell. And frankly, I don't even have a spell that can detect inscriptions inside an astral realm. Amira blinked. Wait, that kind of spell doesn't exist. Not to my knowledge, Kai muttered. Soul spells are narrow. They're either for attacking the soul directly, soulfire, severing techniquesser for entry and surgery. Nothing more. There's no real variety. There was a pause before she asked, then what are we going to do? He looked at her, mind racing as he turned over possibilities, but nothing came to him. Every idea collapsed under its own way, too complex, too dangerous, or too impractical. His eyes flicked across the glowing field again, but it was like trying to find a whisper in the wind. Then he looked up, and something clicked, the circles. He had looked everywhere across the plains, the edges, the flow lines, but not once had he thought to check the mana circles itself. It didn't even occur to him. After all, a soul inscription placed near the circle risked destabilizing it. That alone should have disqualified the idea, but maybe that assumption was wrong. Maybe whoever carved the inscription wanted it hidden, wanted it precisely where no one would think to look. He turned to Amira. I'm going to inspect the circle, he said. It might be near it. Maybe even behind it. She gave a small nod, clearly unsure, but trusting him enough not to object. Kai muttered the flight spell again and soared upward, heading toward the golden circle that rotated slowly above the realm like a radiant wheel. The moment he approached, a wave of pressure hit him. The mana here was densicompressed to the point where it felt almost solid, the sheer weight of it pressing against his skin and lungs. Mana circles don't look like much, but they are a very compressed source of power, he thought. A self-contained storm. but he ignored the resistance and forced himself closer, eyes scanning every inch of its edge, searching for any flicker, any deviation. He didn't need to look long. Just behind the circle, nearly buried in the light it gave off, something glowed. A soul inscription carved into the very air, floating just behind the rotating ring of mana. It shimmered with radiant threads, pulsing faintly in rhythm with the circle's spin. Kai hovered there, staring. It wasn't hidden. It was cleverly hidden, positioned in a place where the natural radiance of the circle would cover its glow completely unless someone looked at it from the right angle. Whoever carved this knew the astral realm well, too well. It would have taken not only an understanding of the circle's flow, but also precision on the level of soul weaving. That was a mystery for another time. Right now he focused and studied. The inscription floated motionless behind the golden circle, suspended in the air as if the astral realm itself was holding its breath around it. A rectangular plate of glowing script etched with hundreds, no, thousands of lines interwoven, curved, layered, branching off into patterns and loops. Shapes and symbols twisted through the lattice, some glowing brighter than others, each line brimming with a purpose Kai couldn't immediately grasp. His brows furrowed as he drifted closer, the glow of the inscription painting his face in pale light. It was without question the most complex and impressive soul inscription he had ever seen. Nothing from the Sorcerer's Tower, no spellbook or relic or a mage's thesis came close to this. The sheer intricacy of it made his breath catch for a second. Immediately his eyes landed on a segment near the left corner. Part of the pattern looked familiar. A spell structure. Yes, that spell. The one Amira had used during the beast wave to kill the fiends in one move. It was embedded into her soul, fixed there like a permanent brand. Unlike the rest of the array, that segment seemed added after everything else, lighter in etching, less integrated, like someone had patched it on as an emergency safeguard. But everything else, it was foreign. Kai wasn't a novice. He had studied soul inscriptions, seals, and internal spell architecture more than most ordinary mages ever dreamed of. But this was something else entirely. The lines looked like they belonged to a living mechanism, a machine. That idea struck him hard, and it changed the way he looked at it. Instead of approaching it as one unified spell, he broke it down, dividing the structure mentally into sections, imagining each as a different cog or engine, meant to serve a unique function. A regulation system here, a redirection path there, a storage conduit. That made things easier, slightly. He threw himself into it, slowly studying segment after segment, trying to recognize what each part did. It still didn't make sense. The functions didn't align with known spell forms. Some segments seemed like they had nothing to do with magic at all, as if they were meant to translate something else entirely. Every time he thought he had a thread to pull, it split into something more complex or doubled back into itself, twisting logic into a knot. Time stretched. He sent a quick message spell to Amira so she wouldn't worry, then kept at it, not even noticing the shift in the realm's lighting or the toll on his body. Midway, he stopped registering how long he had been at Ith, just kept comparing the lines to every memory, every book, every margin sketch from his years in the Sorcerer's Tower. He'd trace one line mentally, only for it to morph, slip into another form, or fold into a deeper layer of meaning. The worst part was that it wasn't just complex, it was intentional. Every line was there for something. There was no fluff, no wasted mana, no overlapping structures meant to dazzle or confuse. Whoever made this knew how to engineer them, and slowly, painfully, Kai came to a realization. This was likely the pinnacle of soul inscription work, not just the most advanced he had ever seen, but possibly the highest level that even existed, because every single part served a reason. Kai stared at it, mind humming. Even if he couldn't understand it, all this was worth preserving, because if he ever hoped to learn how Amira's body purified dead mana, this was where the answer lived. There was no wastage in any of the lines. Even if he couldn't decipher the whole inscription, he could say that much with absolute certainty. It wasn't just a gut feeling, it was a fundamental truth about soul inscriptions. They were difficult, painstaking, grueling to construct. No one who etched them would leave in anything unnecessary. Every stroke cost something, and no sane inscriber would pay the price for nothing. Still, the question remained, who had made this? Amira had said someone in her clan had inscribed it, but had that person actually designed this? Kai seriously doubted it. This was the work of someone at least at the 6th circle, maybe even 7th. If Amira's clan had access to a mage like that, they wouldn't have been defeated, wouldn't have fallen. Power like that didn't just vanish without consequence. As the minutes bled away, Kai's brow furrowed with unease. It wasn't just the complexity that troubled him, no, it was the time. He couldn't linger in Amira's astral soul indefinitely. Astral realms weren't built to contain two minds for extended periods. The longer he stayed, the more strain it would place on her subconscious. Left unchecked, it could even fracture parts of the realm itself, maybe not now, but over time. Grinding his teeth, he made a decision, just one more pass. He'd trace the inscriptions one last time from start to finish. If he couldn't learn anything new, he'd leave. But as his eyes followed a strand near the upper center edge, something flickered. His breath caught. For a moment, he thought it was a trick of the lightsome distortion caused by the mana circle, but when he leaned in, his eyes widened. A jagged triangular formation, partially buried under overlapping lines, pulsed faintly. 3 circles sat inside the triangle like nested glyphs, etched in sharp, clean patterns. A summoning inscription. Kai blinked hard, then narrowed his eyes. It was small, so small he'd missed it before, but unmistakable. He remembered seeing something similar in one of the older tomes from the tower's archives, buried deep in a volume on ancient summoning rituals. But what the hell was a summoning formation doing inside a soul inscription? Is it throwing the dead mana into another realm? He thought it could be a gateway spellone that redirected corrupted mana into a void space. It was clever, if true, a permanent solution to a persistent problem, but it didn't explain the gain. Amira didn't just purge dead mana, her body became stronger afterward, her reserves fuller. If the inscription was ejecting the mana out of her system, she wouldn't be getting more energy. She'd simply be cleaner. But she wasn't just cleaner, she was richer. And if this formation was a gateway to another realm, it should have shattered her soul by now. Her astral realm would have cracked from the strain of maintaining it, but everything here was stable. No signs of stress, no degradation. All of it just raised more questions. Kai exhaled slowly, frustration gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. He had taken one step forward, only to discover he was standing at the base of a mountain with no peak in sight. Still, it was something. He leaned in, preparing to examine it again. And the world trembled, the silver plains rippled. The sky above dimmed for a split second before returning to normal, and a deep pressure pressed down across the realm. Kai's eyes snapped wide. No, time's up. The realm was reacting. It had held steady for longer than most, but it was still trying to purge the foreign presence of him. Another few minutes, and it would start collapsing segments to push him out. He clenched his jaw, unwilling to leave, but he knew better than to risk it. With one last look, he closed his eyes and began rapidly etching the patterns into his memory line by line, shape by shape, until the image was burned into the inside of his skull. Only once he was sure he had it all did he let go of the spell and drifted downward. Amira sat curled on the ground, knees hugged to her chest, face pale. She looked up the moment he landed, eyes wide with panic. Seeing him come closer, Amira visibly relaxed, the tension in her shoulders melting as she slowly got to her feet. Her eyes were still wide, uncertain, but the panic had faded now that she wasn't alone. "We need to get out of here," Kai said, his tone quiet but firm. Amira blinked. "What happened?" "Nothing," he replied, already weaving the exit spell between his fingers. Threads of light coiled and shimmered in the air around them. "It's just an astral realm isn't meant to hold 2 people for too long. We've stayed longer than we should have. If we don't leave now, it might start fracturing." Amira's eyes widened slightly at that, but she gave a small nod, trusting his judgment. Light pooled around them like rising mist, forming a glowing cocoon. The mana reacted instantly to Kai's command, wrapping around their forms. As it tightened, Amira let out a startled shriek, reflexive, more from the pressure than pain, and then they were out. The light shattered like glass, and they blinked into the real world. Kai was the first to open his eyes, breath steady as he adjusted to the chamber's ambient mana. Around them, the enforcers and mages were watching half-guarded, half-curious, but their presence barely registered to him. His mind wasn't in the room. It was still in the sky above that silver realm, staring at the jagged triangle, the circles within it, and the impossible complexity etched into Amira's soul. One thought echoed in his head, relentless. What is the inscription, and how do I replicate it? The first thing Kai did after leaving Amira's astral realm was tell her to rest. Her soul had handled the strain better than most would, but it was still best to give it time. Once she was settled, he returned to his chambers and locked the door behind him. He didn't even bother changing out of his robes. Within minutes, his desk was covered in parchment, and he was scribbling furiously, sketching out every line, every shape of the soul inscription from memory. His quill practically was at war, attempting to replicate each twist of the formation exactly as he had seen it floating behind the mana circle. The room was silent, only the sound of ink scratching paper and his occasional muttered thoughts. It reminded him of those early nights at the Sorcerer's Tower, back when he had first reached the 4th circle. With extra mana to spare and the arrogance of youth on his side, he had stayed awake night after night, building his own spell structures from scratch, something that would be his, something no one else had ever made. Back then, even if progress was slow, he moved forward every day. But now he was stuck. The inscription he'd seen inside Amira's soul was beyond anything he had ever studied, beyond what any book in the tower had ever described. Aside from a faint summoning structure embedded near the center, the rest of it was alien, fragmented, unreadable. It made him feel like a novice again. Decades of study, he thought bitterly, and I'm still not good enough. But giving up was not an option. Not when Thisthi's miraculous, maddening inscription was the only key he had found that could resist dead mana, absorb dead mana, even purify it. He couldn't abandon it, not when people were still dying from corrupted magic and fiend exposure. If there was even the smallest chance he could replicate Thistadapt it, then it was worth every sleepless night. And so, through the night, Kai worked, copying, analyzing, rearranging, trying to match unfamiliar glyphs to known arcane roots, pulling every forgotten memory from the tower to the surface. But when morning arrived and a knock sounded on his door, he had made no progress, no breakthrough. No deciphered pattern, just more questions and a growing headache. The knock came again, then a third, louder one. Kai finally opened the door, blinking at the harsh morning light, and found Killian standing there. Killian's eyes widened the moment he saw him. "You look like you haven't slept in days." Kai's voice was dry. "I don't think dark circles form after just one night." "It's not just the circles," Killian said with a subtle frown in his always stoic face. "It's your hair and your face. You've got that frustrated look, same one my men get when they're stuck, no matter how much they train." Kai sighed and cast a quick refresh spell on himself, feeling the tightness in his eyes ease slightly. "It's similar," he admitted, stepping back to let Killian in. "What do you do with them?" "Usually," Killian said, walking in and glancing around the cluttered desk. "I find out what they're doing wrong. Then I show them the right way." Kai snorted faintly. "I wish someone could show me the way." His expression dimmed, suddenly reminded of someone, the spell's cool clarity doing little to ease the weight pressing on his chest. His thoughts turned to his master, the one who had always been there with a nudge, a word, a correction at just the right moment. But now there was no one, only him, only silence. And for a brief moment he wished his master was there to say something, help him. Killian caught the shift in his eyes and spoke gently. "What's wrong, Lord Arzen?" Kai glanced at him, then back at the half-finished inscription sketches on the table. "I found it," he said. "The method Amira uses to purify dead mana." Killian blinked. "Isn't that," he said slowly, "the best news we could have asked for?" "It is, but I don't know how to replicate it. I barely even understand it. The inscription is far beyond my level." Killian looked over the notes again, then shrugged. "That doesn't sound like a bad thing." Kai gave him a tired look. "Don't think there's a single positive in what I just said. It's a wall." "A wall," yeah, Killian said. "It's a wall you need to overcome. In training, we hit them all the time. Points where nothing works and it feels like there's no way forward. But you keep trying and eventually something clicks." He looked at Kai with a nod of understanding. "You were a fifth circle mage in your past life, right, Lord Arzen? That means you've always been in control, always able to plan things ahead since you were starting over. But this," he motioned to the inscriptions, "this is your first real challenge in a long time, so treat it like one, push through, break through." Kai stared at him, then slowly grudgingly smiled. "A wall, huh? Maybe it wasn't a failure. Maybe it was just something he hadn't climbed yet." Kai nodded at that, admittedly, a little surprised that Killian had offered such wise words this early in the morning. The man looked like he belonged on a battlefield, not speaking philosophy with sleep-deprived mages, but he was right. Up until now, everything Kai had faced had been within the bounds of his past knowledge. With how less developed magic was in this era, most of what he did came easier than it should have. He was moving in a familiar ground, solving problems that, while frustrating, were still predictable. But this inscription, this was something else, a true unknown, a challenge that gave no clear answer, that made him think, adapt, and rethink everything he knew. And though he hated to admit it, it was exciting. Just finding that one summoning glyph hidden in the web had given him a rush he hadn't felt in years. But the problem is time. He didn't know how much of it he had left, not just in the grand scheme of things, but with the plague, the fiends, the Arcane Tower, mage, everything moving at once. He wanted to crack the inscription now, but rushing would only ruin it, and ruin him. So wanting to shift the topic, he looked at Killian, knowing why he was here. "Is Corwin ready?" "Yes, Lord Arzen." "You can leave any time you want, but you sure you don't want to take a few enforcers with you?" Kai shook his head. "I'm just going there to inspect the plague first. Depending on what I find, we'll need to start gathering a force to deal with it properly. That's when I'll need the enforcers and the mages." He turned back to his desk, taking the notes he'd poured his night into and sliding them into a drawer. With a flick of his fingers, a soft pulse of mana sealed it shut, layered with a locking spell sensitive enough to reject even accidental tampering. Once that was done, he turned back. "Let's go. I'm sure you didn't come all the way here just to knock on my door 3 times. Killian chuckled. "You know me too well." "Yeah, there's a few things." They stepped out into the hallway, the morning sun spilling in through the high windows. As they moved, Killian finally spoke. "First of all, Princess left. She didn't tell me she was leaving." Kai's feet slowed down, waiting for the knight's reply. "She left about an hour ago," Killian said. "Said since you'd be busy checking on the plague, it made sense for her to head to the capital ahead of you. I wanted to call you, but she asked me not to. Said it's better to meet later when you go for the assembly. I think she'll be a major help." "Hope so," Killian muttered. "We'll need a lot of it." They continued down the corridor, boots echoing on stone. Kai thought over Amira's absence. He had grown into a habit of eating breakfast together with her, and since today he had been busy with the inscription studying, he had missed it. He wondered if she felt bad about it. Maybe it would be good to send a letter apologizing. As he was thinking that, Killian spoke again, bringing his attention back to him. "And my men found the ritual site." Kai's eyes narrowed. "So it was a teleportation ritual?" "Yeah," Killian looked grim. "It was right in the sewers. Took a while to find, was hidden under one of the older maintenance sectors. But the circle matched the diagrams you gave the watchers." Kai nodded to himself. That had always been the most likely answer. Any idea who made it? No, Killian said. We brought in 2 people who were assigned to do regular surveys of that section. According to them, they didn't see anything. One of them claimed a few others had access too, but he frowned. I think they know more than they're saying. Ansel's interrogating them now. Said he's confident he'll get the truth out. Traitors. He hated the word, hated the rot it brought, but it wasn't surprising. Veraltt was growing too quickly, and with growth came cracks others could slip through. I just hope we get the surveillance system working soon, he muttered. I don't want to deal with this again. Killian grunted in agreement. More mages sneaking in would be a disaster, especially with you gone. Kai didn't say anything for a moment, his mind flickering back to the attack that night. It had been dealt with but could have caused worse destruction. Post guards. Focus on areas no one checks regularly, old warehouses, sewer junctions, even houses with basements. Anywhere someone could etch a ritual unnoticed. If there are more traitors hiding around the city, we need to find them before they could do anything. I'll get on it. Their conversation didn't need more than that. With swift steps, they moved through the halls and exited into the courtyard where the morning sun had fully risen. The front of the estate buzzed with quiet anticipation. Corwin was already waiting with a few of the estate workers, all of whom straightened and bowed the moment they spotted him. Kai's eyes moved to the 2 horse selects, saddled and clearly well-fed. He walked over and raised an eyebrow. So we're riding these? Yes, Count Arzen, Corwin said quickly, pointing at one of the horses with a black mane. This one here is the fastest horse in all of Redmont. Kai studied it for a second, then frowned. This will be slow. Corwin blinked, confused. I beg your pardon, do you have faster horses? Kai smirked, the corner of his mouth lifting. I do. He raised his hand and began to weave a spell. Mana gathered quickly around his fingers. Lines forming in the air, concentric circles intersected with angular glyphs, glowing brighter with each moment as wind began to stir around them. The ground trembled slightly under the pressure. Tempest steed conjuration. The structure pulsed onset, then shattered into wind. The breeze howled. The air shifted. And from the swirling storm, a figure emerged, translucent, yet solid. A horse taller than any of the ones standing nearby. Its bodies formed from compressed air and concentrated wind essence. Its manes flowed in a constant breeze, and eyes glowed with faint azure light, flickering like calm lightning. It took a step and it sent out a soft breeze. Corwin's jaw dropped. An audible gasp came out of his lips. The estate workers took a few steps back, one falling over himself. Kai walked up to the Tempest horse, patting its neck, feeling the mana beneath his fingers. I believe we should take this, he said casually. We'll be there soon. I haven't seen such magic before, Corwin said, moving his hand to touch the mana creature. Well, today's your lucky day. You get to ride it. In truth, if it were just him, Kai would have flown. It would have been faster and he wouldn't have had to deal with the company. But Corwin couldn't be left behind, and dragging someone through the air would cost far too much mana to sustain. This was a compromise. A very fast, very effective compromise. Without wasting another second, Kai mounted the wind horse with practiced ease, his cloak fluttering in the breeze. He extended a hand to Corwin, who hesitated before climbing up behind him, trembling slightly as the horse shifted beneath them. Kai looked over his shoulder. Get ready. The wind surged. With a sharp neigh, the steed took off. Wind bled in his ears as they launched forward, the speed sudden and violent. The envoy screamed, arms wrapped tight around Kai's waist as the city blurred around them. Buildings, courtyards, market stalls gone in a blink. They crossed from the estate to the main road in seconds and reached the gates in under a minute. The guards, already informed of his departure, barely had time to shout before they pulled the gates wide open. Shouts echoed. Refugees near the entrance gasped, stepping back in awe and confusion as the wind-borne steed bolted past, leaving only a rush of air. And then they were out, leaving Veraltt behind. Kai squinted ahead, wind tearing through his dark hair. He already knew the direction, having studied the map to Redmont's territory the night before. All that remained now was to get there. All the way through the wind-lashed journey, Kai could hear Corwin behind him muttering something repeatedly, his voice lost to the roar of air rushing past them. Kai didn't try to make sense of it. Whatever he was saying was between him and the spirits at this speed. He focused instead on the land blurring beneath them. Grasslands whipped by in waves and waves of green and gold, fading into the smoother stonework of merchant roads carved into the hills. With the wind in his hair and the thrill of speed in his chest, Kai found himself forgetting the passage of time. Even the weight of the soul inscription wall he couldn't climb slipped to the back of his mind. No beasts dared approach. Even the wind seemed to bow to the storm around them. Eventually, the land began to change. Stone outposts appeared in the distance, followed by a long stretch of fortified earth-tall walls rising from the plains like a defiant scar across the land. Fortress Aegis. And to its left, nestled just beyond the hill's curve, was the city of Redmont, close but deliberately separate. But his destination wasn't the city. Corwin had told him that Viccount Redmont had refused to leave the fortress, opting to stay near the heart of the plague zone. It made sense the man wanted to maintain control, but for Kai that worked out well. He hadn't come for pleasantries. He had come to see the plague itself. As the fortress neared, Kai slowed the tempest steed with a slight tug of mana, reducing its speed into a smooth glide. The sudden drop in momentum made the envoy gasp behind him and, finally, Kai could hear him clearly. That was something, the man said between shaky breaths. I almost felt like I was going to die. He patted his heart loudly as if trying to calm it down. But you didn't. Corwin coughed, straightening his robes. Let me go ahead. If I don't speak first, the soldiers might fill us with arrows. Kai nodded and pulled the horse to a full stop. Corwin dismounted with wobbly legs and hurried forward, waving as he approached the towering gates. From his position, Kai could already see soldiers lining the wallsbows drawn, eyes locked onto him. And he knew those weren't just arrows pointed his way, could feel the faint tension of mana signatures. Mages, not particularly powerful but skilled enough to hold their ground. Border soldiers, trained, seasoned, Kai thought, house. Redmont knows how to grow soldiers. He watched as the envoy spoke to one of the soldiers. The man ran up the stone steps without hesitation, returning moments later accompanied by a figure that drew attention immediately. A tall, broad-shouldered knight stepped into view. He wore dark plate armor with red trimming. His helm was off, revealing a square jaw. Knight-cased man tasked with overseeing the fortress's defense. He had heard of him from Corwin, and even Killian had met the man before since he apparently was one of the most experienced knights around. Kai's exchanged a few brief words with Corwin, then turned his gaze toward Kai. Without hesitation, Kai dismounted and approached. The knight gave a respectful bow. Count Arzen, we weren't expecting you today. It's fine, Kai said. I came to see the plague for myself, but before that, I'd like to meet your lord. I was told he's still stationed here. Kai's nodded. He's already been informed of your arrival. Would you like me to take you to him? Yes, Kai replied. Lead the way. As they walked, Kai kept his gaze sweeping across the interior. Every soldier they passed was alert, their gear polished, their weapons within reach. Their formations weren't ceremonial, they were practical, tight, and silent. Border discipline, Kai mused. Makes sense, considering the past skirmishes. Still, I'm glad Redmont stayed out of the Fief War. He could have dealt with their forces if it had come to that, but defending the border afterward would have stretched his own too thin, especially now. They moved through a narrow corridor built into the rock behind the walls until Kai's finally stopped at a reinforced wooden door embedded into the stone. With a quick knock, he opened it. Inside was a modest chamber built into the natural cave structure of the fortress, rough stone walls, a desk, a map table, and behind it all the Viccount Redmont. As the man looked up, Kai immediately noticed the contrast between his reputation and reality. His name carried weight. Redmont. His crimson hair had once been a banner of fire, but now it clung in thinning strands to a balding scalp. His face was pale, eyes sunken and rimmed with the kind of exhaustion that sleep wouldn't fix. Even as surprise flickered in his gaze at Kai's presence, the man looked like he was barely holding himself together, not physically but mentally. The plague hadn't just harmed Redmont's lands, it had wounded its lord. As Kai entered, Viccount Redmont immediately stood. He gave a curt nod and extended his broad, calloused hand. Kai grasped it without hesitation. It was firm and was nothing like his physical state. When I sent Corwin, I hadn't expected him to bring you back with him. But it's a pleasant surprise, Redmont said. His voice belied his toughened face. I've been looking forward to meeting the man who held off the beast wave. Kai smiled at his last statement. I intended to come here. I'm mightily happy to meet a warrior like yourself. The honor is mine. You've been the shield of the kingdom for a long time. Redmont exhaled, and with that his shoulders slumped. That be not entirely true. Kai raised an eyebrow. That's just the talk they throw around in ballrooms. And soon enough, even that will stop once the plague sweeps through Aegis. I'll just be a broken shield then. Ah, so that's where his mind is at. I heard of the situation from Corwin, Kai said. I came here precisely to see the plague with my own eyes. I want to analyze the situation before we discuss anything further. Viccount Redmont nodded. Kai expected him to stand up and lead him to the plague, but the former cleared his throat. Before that, Count Arzen, you don't want to talk about the refugee request. I'm willing to pay compensation. Kai shook his head once. I already said yes. Corwin can walk you through the details, but you can begin sending the refugees. For the first time, a flicker of relief crossed the Viscount's face. He turned toward the envoy. I expect a report by evening. You'll have it, my lord, Corwin replied, bowing slightly. If you'd waited a day or two, Redmont said, already turning, you would have seen the plague yourself spreading over Aegis like smoke on water. Come, I'll show it to you. Kai followed, the Viscount's knight and soldiers falling into step beside them. The path ahead was lined with withered trees, the faint tang of ash and rot in the air. As they walked, Redmont spoke again. I believe Corwin told you of the plague's nature. He did, Kai said, but I need to see it for myself. It spread its symptoms. That way I can judge its strength. If we want to stop it, I need every bit of information I can gather. Redmont stopped so suddenly that Kai nearly collided into him. He turned, his face now fully serious, eyes narrowed. You came here to stop the plague. Kai met his gaze without flinching. Observe it. but I have methods if it's what I'm thinking it is. There was a pause. Redmont's eyes searched his, like a man watching the wind for a coming storm. Your words make me feel like you know what this is. I might, Kai said truthfully. If we don't act, the plague will devour most of the Sylvan enclave, and I've already bled too much for this land to see it swallowed by mindless decay. Redmont's pace resumed, the crunch of gravel under his boots the only sound for a few seconds. I was hoping Arkan Tower would act before it swallowed the region whole, he said, his voice rougher now, wearied. Magus Viridia was said to be working on a countermeasure, or so my sources claimed. Kai didn't stop, but a subtle tension crept into his shoulders at the mention of her name. He kept his voice even. I don't think Arkan Tower will manage to solve it faster than I can. Even the mages of Vanderfall fell. The Viscount glanced at him, brows lifting. What gives you that confidence? No offense. I've heard of your magical prowess, of course, but from what I know, you're only at the third circle. Circles don't matter. Knowledge does, and I have a good idea of what this plague is and how to stop it. I just need confirmation before I begin throwing out solutions. That silenced the Viscount. They walked in step, the fortress looming larger with every stride until the path curved and spilled out onto the outer wall. A cold wind bit against Kai's robes as he stepped onto the platform and looked past the battlements. The breath he didn't realize he was holding slipped out slowly. It was exactly what he had expected. Not worse, not better, but that wasn't comforting. Beyond the fortress, the land stretched into a distorted shadow of its former self where once thriving woods had stood. Now only a creeping void remained. The color had been stripped away like dried paint from a dying canvas. Trees shimmered faintly within the blackened miasma, their trunks cracking and limbs bending as the natural strength within them was devoured, twisted into something unholy, and at the fringes barely visible in the haze-skittered things. Once, they might have been squirrels. Now they were husks of motion, with elongated bodies, black veins crawling through their fur and jagged teeth exposed in grotesque maws. They moved in bursts like static across a corrupted screen. The plague had rewritten the ecosystem. Kai felt the weight of it press against his chest, not just the stench or the sight, but the quiet grief of it. So many lives lost or worse turned, minds hollowed out and filled with hunger. His gaze tracked the land, skimming far below toward the lower foothills. The mountain the fortress rested upon gave them some elevation, but even so he could see it, the black tide inching its way upward. 3 more days. That's how long they had before it reached the base of the fortress. 2 weeks after that, it would reach the outer boundary of Redmont City, and beyond that, the rest of the Sylvan enclave. He couldn't allow that, not again, not after everything. He had ideas, temporary but still something. Before he could follow the thought further, Viscount Redmont spoke again, his voice loud. So he said, eyes narrowed. What do you think? I'm assuming it's the worst plague in recorded history, at least, until this point. The Viscount grimaced, his jaw clenching. So can you solve it? Not yet, Kai said. To solve it permanently, we'll need an expedition force. More mages, fighters, gear, and that'll take days at best to assemble. Redmont's eyes flicked to him, understanding the hidden meaning of his words. But there's a temporary solution. Kai nodded slowly. There's a way, I think, to halt its spread, slow it down long enough for us to prepare. The Viscount caught a sharp breath, but it wasn't him who broke the silence. It was Knight Kai's. We've tried everything to stop the plague, he said, gesturing out toward the barren land beyond the wall. The trenches we dug are still there. He raised a hand, pointing further out. We even tried to build walls, wooden palisades, reinforced stone. None of it worked. Kai narrowed his eyes, following the knight's finger. He saw them thengashes in the earth, trenches long since abandoned and half filled with soot-streaked debris. Some sections of the stone wall still stood, crumbling and blackened as if they'd fought and lost against the very air around them. You should have kept digging, Kai said simply. Kai's blinked. What? You didn't dig enough, Kai replied. You needed to go deeper. If you wanted to find the truth, let me show you. Before either man could stop him, Kai's feet left the ground in a burst of pressure. He surged upward, cloak fluttering behind him, wind magic lashing at his sides as he floated at the edge of one of the abandoned trenches. Dead mana curled up in wisps around him like smoke from a smoldering pyre. The earth itself reeked of decay, but Kai didn't hesitate. He held out his hand, and glowing spell structures spun into play circles laced with runes, sharp and angular, forming in the air. Wind gathered at his palm, but not as blades. Instead, it was shaped into a massive, ghostly hand-translucent bladed fingers bent like a scoop. It slammed into the dirt, dragging up great chunks of blackened earth. Kai gritted his teeth, pushing more mana into the spell as the plague-fouled ground resisted, dead mana gnawing at his construct like acid. The shovel hand kept working, each strike hurling more dirt aside. The pile to his left grew quickly, the trench sinking deeper, broader. From the wall, Redmont's voice rang out sharp, angry, and confused. What are you doing? Soldiers pointed. Some yelled, but Kai didn't pause. You'll see, he called back, eyes locked on the dark soil as it fell away. 10 feet, 15, the air grew colder. At 20 feet, something shifted beneath him. Roots, not ordinary ones, they pulsed, thick, gnarled strands like veins grown too large for the body. They weaved under the earth like serpents, covered in black lines that moved to live, corrupted, pumping with sickly energy. Dead mana surged along them in rhythmic pulses, spreading outward like a cancer beneath the ground. Even from above, the Viscount and his men gasped. The roots twitched. One of them snapped free from the soil with a violent lurch, surging toward Kai like a spear thrown from the earth itself. But he was ready. He spun midair, his fingers snapping out. A sphere of flame ignited in his palm, but it wasn't ordinary fire. It flickered white and hot. Fiendfire. He hurled it downward. The blaze struck the root and erupted, coiling around it like a hungry serpent. The creature shrieked not in sound, but in the way it twisted, spasming in pain as the unnatural flame consumed it. Kai shot backward, riding the wind, keeping just outside the reach of the other roots as the burning one collapsed, still thrashing, smoke trailing up toward the sky. When the fire had done its work, Kai landed on top of the wall once more. Viccount Redmont, Kai's, and a dozen soldiers stared down at the pit, at the still simmering tendrils curling like dying snakes. Their faces were pale. That, Kai said, is what you were trying to wall off. Smoke curled lazily from the charred trench as the root spasmed one final time and stilled, blackened and cracked. The flames had lessened, reduced to embers glowing faintly in the dirt. Viccount Redmont's eyes never left it. Then finally he turned eyes sharp, jaw tight and pointed toward the still simmering tendril. Count Arzen, he asked, what the fuck is that? Kai stepped forward, the wind still whispering around his cloak. We call them netherroots. The reason your defenses failed, the reason nothing were keddies, because the plague spreads from below. These roots tunnel through the earth, carrying the infection with them. By the time it surfaces, it's already too late. The corruption seeps into everything it touches. He gestured out to the horizon. They're likely buried all throughout Vanderfall, deep, deeper than most spells or tools can reach. That's why no one found them, and even if someone did, he turned back toward the trench. They're nearly impossible to kill. Their regeneration is on par with a drake. As if summoned by his words, the burned root shifted again. Tiny black tendrils twitched along the edge, creeping out from the charred husk. New growth budding from the corpse. The hope in Redmont's face withered. Stepped closer to the edge, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched the root squirm alive once more. They're already growing back. Kai nodded grimly. So how are we supposed to deal with this? Redmont asked. We can't keep burning them forever. No, Kai said, we can't. He let the silence settle before he continued. But if we destroy the source, the roots will stop growing. The Viscount blinked. The source? Kai turned his gaze south, toward the unseen heart of the plague. If I'm right, somewhere in Vanderfall. There's a treant, Rotheart treant to be specific. The name struck the Viscount like a slap. He stared. A what? The Rotheart treant is a dead mana fienda treant twisted beyond recognition. The worst kind. It doesn't move, but it spreads. Massive, towering. Its roots burrow for miles, feeding on the land, spreading corruption. When one grows, it claims everything around it. That's where the netherroots come from. He pointed again at the trench. They're extensions of it. Cut off one and the tree simply sends more. Redmont's brows furrowed. He hadn't heard of such a creature. That much was obvious. They're classified as a grade 6 threat. Difficult to kill. Near impossible if unprepared, but they have a weakness. He held up a finger. They can't move. They're bound to the spot where they first sprouted, and they guard it well. Branches, roots, corrupted guardians. Everything around it is infected, but if we can reach it and burn it to the ground. The roots will die with it. The Viscount exhaled slowly, still processing. Then Kai added, almost as an afterthought, and if you're not familiar with dead mana, it's the core reason weavers exist. Any human or beast that soaks in it long enough loses themselves, turns into something else, something hollow. At that, Redmont gave a slow nod, his gaze distant. I'm aware of what dead mana does. Good, then I can refrain from the lecture. He let his arms fold behind his back, the burned trench still smoldering below them. Still, we need to move fast. The longer we wait, the more the plague spreads. Every hour costs us lives. The Viscount frowned, silent for a moment, then turned to him with a cautious question. Where did you get this information about the treant? If it came from another mage, perhaps we can contact them. Ask them to assist. Kai didn't miss a beat, having practiced the lie before he revealed the truth. The knowledge came from records left in my mother's inheritance. He looked away for a moment, letting his voice drop just slightly. She passed, so it's just us now. Redmont studied him for a moment longer, then gave a small nod, accepting the answer or choosing not to push further. Actually, Kai continued, I came here to speak with you precisely because of that. We'll need a large force to enter the plague zone and bring down the Rotheart treant. The Viscount didn't hesitate. I'm willing to give you every soldier I command, but how will they enter the plague lands? Touching dead mana corrupts. I'll handle the equipment, Kai said. What I need are trained fighters, preferably mages. Redmont rubbed his jaw, thinking, I have 3 mages in my service, all second circle. Kai grimaced. That might not be enough. His thoughts raced. Even if he somehow convinced the Sorcerer's Tower to lend their mages, it still wouldn't be sufficient. They were too few, too isolated. Even the noble prisoners he had taken during the war hadn't brought many magic users with them. Most houses relied on swords, not spellwork. That was the hole in his plan. The Rotheart treant wouldn't be unguarded, Between here and its location, there would be dozens if not hundreds of fiends and weavers. Their numbers would matter. And right now, his side didn't have enough. His gaze drifted to the horizon, where the black tide swallowed the forest edge. As he stared, something clicked. A force he had dealings with, but had never truly relied on. They might not be eager at first, but Kai had grown confident in his ability to negotiate. He turned back to the Viccount, the beginnings of a smile forming. I have a plan. In the long-spun history of the world, there had only ever been three great powers. The first two were well-known mages and enforcers, paths of cultivation etched in blood and wisdom, refined over centuries, both reaching toward the same peak, absolute power. Some even claimed immortality sat at the summit. Their existence was orderly, structured, with steps to ascend and names to remember. But there was a third. It wasn't the spirit trainers of Sylvastra, nor the beast-bound clans blessed by dragons or phoenixes. Nothai's power was older, quieter, and by the third golden era of magic, nearly extinct. The church, not the kind that babbled sermons for coins or waved banners for invisible gods. No, the churches of old had real power. Their gods existed, beings born from the raw concepts of the world elementals shaped by virtue, given form by belief and strength by worship. Faith, it turned out, was a god's mana. The more hearts bent in devotion, the more power the divine could wield, and with that power they blessed their followers. A bishop's prayer could mend bones a healer couldn't. A paladin's strike could cleave a weaver in half, and while they never ruled a kingdom, it wasn't because they lacked strength, it was because they lacked progress. Unlike a mage who advanced through knowledge, or an enforcer through grueling mastery of body, a believer could only go as far as their god willed. Their strength plateaued until the divine saw fit to raise them, and the gods, distant as they were, often remained silent for centuries. That more than anything limited the church's reach, especially in Lancefil. Here, the dominant temple served the goddess Lumiris, a deity of light and life. While paladins did exist, used to combat weavers and beings the church openly labeled as demons, the vast majority of the blessed were healers, gentle hands and closed eyes. No kingdoms were built by those who only mended broken men. Still, they had their use. During the Fief War, Kai had used the church extensively. His men had bled in battle, and it was within the tall, pale stone cathedral he'd erected that many had been saved. His mages didn't have the capacity to heal everyone, and potions could only be used so much, so he had brought the injured back to the church. Bishop Morris had overseen it all, and since then, Kai had left him to his devices, trusting one of Francis's apprentices to maintain contact. But now, that silence had gone on long enough. After the encounter at the wall and the truth of the plague's roots revealed, Kai knew he had to act fast. Before leaving, he told Viscount Redmont to continue burning any roots they uncovered and prepare a force for the expedition. I'll return in a few days, Kai said, already preparing the spell to propel into the sky, with mages and men, enough to push into the heart of the plague. Redmont wasn't thrilled. He argued, predictably, we should wait for Arkin Tower. More reinforcements would be better for us. Kai's gaze hardened. By then, it'll be too late. The treant will grow stronger. And if it slips past your walls, it won't stop at Aegis. It'll reach the heart of Lancefil itself. That shut the Viscount up. What Kai didn't say was that he didn't want Arkin Tower's mages near the expedition. He trusted none of them. Paranoia, perhaps, but one betrayal in the field could doom them all. After settling matters in Aegis, Kai didn't linger. He flew back to Veraltt with wind curling at his heel. His landing was quiet, but his presence was immediately noticed. Killian found him first armor scuffed, eyes sharp. Lord Arzen, he said, following it up with the question, what happened? Kai gave a short, efficient briefing. The plague, the roots, the treant, enough to make the man's jaw tighten with concern. In return, he listened to the updates, particularly about Balin and every project he had been working on. Gear production had advanced-enchanted insulation and anti-corruption linings were being tested, and his army was in the final stages of mustering. Not enough yet, but close. After confirming the direction of progress, Kai didn't waste a single second. He took a carriage toward the church district accompanied by Gareth, watching from the window as Veralt's newer streets blurred past. Stone mixed with scaffolding, workers sweating under banners bearing the crest of the goddess. When he arrived, he stepped out and found himself standing before a building that now towered over its surroundings. The cathedral had grown by a lot in the past few weeks, and now was one of the biggest buildings in the city, renovated to fit the current aesthetic of the era. Smooth white stone carved with delicate motifs of wings and vines stretched towards the sky, sunlight glinting off its high arched windows. From what Kai remembered, the first floor housed the main cathedral, already functional, but now the structure has grown taller. Upper floors were being fitted with classrooms to guide the young, or so Bishop Morris had insisted. Kai didn't like it. He'd agreed on one condition, classes only on weekends and completely optional. He had no desire to raise a generation of children who only knew piety and obedience to doctrine. The church, at least on paper, had agreed. Now, with Gareth walking quietly behind him, Kai stepped through the wide double doors. It was the middle of the week, yet the cathedral was far from empty. The soft murmur of whispered prayers echoed off high ceilings. Incense lingered faintly in the air, and the pale light filtering through stained glass painted the stone floor in shifting colors. Every time someone noticed him, they bowed low and reverent. Parents nudged their children to mimic the gesture. Some even dropped to one knee. Kai gave brief nods in return and kept walking. They walked up the polished stone staircase. On the first floor, a cleric in pale gold robes turned the corner, nearly walking into them. He froze, wide-eyed. "This humble servant of the goddess Lumaris greets you, my lord," the cleric said, recovering quickly into a bow. "What can I assist you with?" "I'm here to speak with Bishop Morris," Kai said, already stepping past him. The man hesitated, his polite mask faltering. "The bishop is currently in his office, my lord. He's asked that we not disturb him today. He is engaged in important work." Kai raised an eyebrow, voice dry. "I think that restriction was meant for you. I doubt he'd mind a discussion with me." "Lead the way," the cleric's grimace said everything, but there was no real choice. He turned with a muted sigh and led them up another flight of stairs, pausing only when they reached a wooden door marked with delicate golden script. "He's inside," the cleric said, gesturing toward it. Kai nodded. "Wait here," he told Gareth, then raised his hand and knocked twice. From within came a muffled, irritated voice. "I told you all not to disturb me. I will ask the goddess to burn you where you stand." Kai opened the door, the voice cut off instantly. Inside, Bishop Morris stood frozen mid-sentence, a half-eaten slice of strawberry cake hovering above his desk. A steaming cup of tea sat beside a book, its gaudy cover depicting a shirtless man with a dragon tattoo embracing a wide-eyed princess against a flaming sunset. For a second, they both just stared. Kai arched his brow. "I didn't mean to interrupt," he said slowly, "but I had something important to discuss. I hope I'm not stealing time from." His eyes dropped deliberately to the book. The bishop's face turned red. He had taste, Kai could give him that. "Your leisure period," Morris coughed violently, slamming the book shut with a flick of his wrist. Just a fictional work, helps with stress. You know how it is. Please close the door." Kai stepped inside and did as asked, quietly shutting them away from the rest of the church. "I didn't know you were coming," the bishop said as he waved him to the seat across from his desk. "Had I known, I'd have cleared my schedule." "It's fine," Kai said, sitting. "I only just returned from Fortress Aegis." Morris leaned forward, fingers laced. "Trouble across the border. I doubt it's Vanderfall. From the whispers the devotees brought, they aren't in a good shape. You are right, it's not their army, it's the plague. It's threatening to break containment. If we don't act, it'll reach the fortress, and from there it'll spread into our lands." At that, Bishop Morris's face lost its color, not subtly. His lips parted slightly, a thin line of sweat already forming at his temple. Kai could practically see the gears turning behind the man's eyes, already thinking escape routes, fallback cities, plausible deniability. If Morris had a bag packed beneath his desk, Kai wouldn't have been surprised. Too easy to read, Kai thought. The bishop's face, for all its careful composure in public sermons, betrayed every emotion now. Guilt, fear, and more important lineage of what the plague brought with it. "I know the plague already destroyed most of your churches in Vanderfall." Morris flinched just a twitch, but that was enough. "And I've been hearing whispers," Kai continued, "that people over there are starting to lose their faith in the goddess." The bishop said nothing. "It's natural," Kai went on, "especially when the first ones to flee were the priests. I've heard they called the plague the curse of the goddess." That snapped the bishop out of silence. "You need to understand," he said, voice tight, almost pleading, "our priests had no way to stop the plague. They're as vulnerable as any common man. Most aren't fighters. They weren't abandoning their peoplecy, were trying to survive." He straightened, a flash of the old fire returning to his tone. "Despite that, we're still doing everything we can. We're using our divine power wherever possible. Healing, warding, blessing, food, anything to help." Kai gave a slow nod, "And I do appreciate that, truly. What the church is doing is commendable." He let the pause stretch, just long enough to make the next part land like a blade. "It doesn't change the truth, does it? The church is losing its power." The words hit like a stone in water. The ripples showed in the bishop's eyes. He didn't deny it, just gave a slow, reluctant nod. "And that means," Kai said, "the goddess will stop giving out as many blessings." This time the nod wasn't just reluctant, it was forced. The man stiffened, eyes flicking to the side like a guilty child caught stealing food off the altar. He hadn't expected Kai to know that much, but he did know, more than most. Though it was no longer widely taught, especially outside theological circles, it was once common knowledge that the divine drew their power from an energy called faith, pure belief, the kind that bent knee in prayer and whispered names to the sky. The less faith a god received, the weaker they became. It wasn't universal. Some gods like the old god of war or the beast mother had no temples or hymns, yet retained their natural strength. Their power waxed and waned with worldly events. The god of war rose in times of bloodshed, when battle cries echoed across nations. The beast mother surged when great beasts evolved, when instincts gave way to cunning and command. But the goddess Lumaris, she was different. Her existence, her very identity, was bound to devotion, built on belief. Her strength didn't rise during war or chaos. It withered. And now, with so many churches destroyed and worship crumbling in the West, her power, like her blessings, was beginning to fade. Maybe Morris didn't understand the mechanism, but he felt the symptoms. Fewer worshippers meant weaker blessings, and fewer clerics and paladins that could be fielded in battle. Kai could see the weight of that realization setting in across the bishop's face, and for the first time since entering the office, he felt like he was in full command of the conversation. So he leaned in. "I'm sure the church headquarters in Lanceville is doing what it can," he said evenly, trying to hold things together. Scrambling to respond, the bishop sat straighter, trying to recover composure, but he didn't interrupt. "Not anymore. That's why I came here. Because I think we both know that if something isn't done, there won't be much of a church left to argue over." Bishop Morris straightened, spine stiffening as if trying to pull himself back into the grace of conviction. "We are trying to find a way to end this plague," he said, his voice laced with earnestness, perhaps too much of it. "Not for our churches, but for the people of Vanderfall." He paused, as if waiting for Kai's reaction, then added, "I know Lanceville and Vanderfall are at odds, Count Arzen, but the church does not take sides in political conflict. We care only for the good of the common man." Kai smiled, but not with warmth. It was a polite smile, non-committal, a smile that said, "You speak well, not that I believe you." He had read the bishop well enough by now. Morris wasn't a bad man, but he wasn't a saint either. The idea of him losing sleep over starving villages on the other side of a contested border was laughable. No, his concerns were closer to Homai's title, his blessings, the slow erosion of faith creeping toward his doorstep. So Kai said, "Has a solution been found yet? With the plague now pressing into Lanceville," he added, "I imagine the urgency is growing." The bishop's expression shifted, his lips pressed together for a moment before he gave a reluctant nod. "That's true. From what I last heard, our headquarters has been organizing mass gatherings, vigils, unified prayer." His gaze rose to the ceiling as if drawing strength. "We've asked the goddess to show us the path forward in this time of darkness, and I believe she will." He'd heard that kind of hope before, delayed hope, the kind that looked upward and waited for rescue rather than acted, the kind that drowned kingdoms. The gods won't save you, he thought. Not unless you drag the problem to their main altars and beg loud enough to shake the stars. They were beings of ego, not empathy. Above mortals, yes, but not beyond need. In the end, even they had perished, just like the rest, when the second golden era's tide of dead mana swept over the land and the faith in any god had ended. Kai folded his hands together calmly. "I don't doubt the goddess will show us the way," he said, "but we don't know when that will be. And as you know, she trusts her followers to resolve the problems before her intervention becomes necessary." The bishop sighed. "That may be true, but our abilities are limited, Count. There's only so much the church can realistically do." "No," Kai cut his bullshit off right there. "I believe the church can do a great deal." A great deal. That took the bishop by surprise. His mouth opened, but no words came out for a second. Finally, he tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. "How? Even the magus of Vanderfall have failed to contain it." "That's true," Kai agreed, "but every problem has a solution, and while I may not hold the title of magus yet." He met the bishop's gaze squarely, letting the words land like iron. "I have the solution to the plague." The bishop stared. There was a flicker of disbelief at first, brief but visible in the slight twitch of his brow. But as the silence dragged on and Kai's expression remained deadly serious, calm, resolute, certain, Bishop's skepticism faltered. "You found a cure for the ones afflicted." "No," he said. "Unfortunately, not a cure, not at any meaningful scale." He paused, then added, "But I have found a way to hold the plague in its tracks, to stop it from spreading any farther. No more towns lost, no more roots crawling beneath our feet." Morris leaned back slightly, the tension in his shoulders rising again. "It won't require decades of research," Kai continued. "No esoteric rituals, no divine miracles, just brute force. And a lot of people willing to march into plague-ridden Vanderfall." At that, the realization dawned behind the bishop's eyes. "You're here for our forces," he said, sitting straighter. "The church's men." His voice held a note of quiet dismay, as though he'd just seen the size of the monster outside his door. "This isn't a war between nobles, Bishop. This isn't a fief war where you can stand on the sidelines and chant neutrality while the dead walk. This is a crisis the church itself has openly declared its enemy. A curse, remember." The bishop's face twitched. "And as for your people's capabilities, I know them. I've seen what your clerics can do, your paladins, your wardens. You say they aren't made for war, but they are made for purpose. Just think about it." He said the following words slowly. "If you're the one who helped lead the effort to stop the plague, if it's your name that ends up etched into the sermons, spoken by survivors, praised in every other cathedral from here to the capital, how do you think that'll affect your standing in the church?" Kai smiled inwardly as he watched it happen. The bishop's expression shifted not all at once, but in stages. The confusion faded first, then the weariness, then the worry. What replaced it was subtle but unmistakable, the flicker of ambition, a tilt of the head, a slight gleam in the eye, opportunity. It had always been there, waiting beneath the surface. Kai just had to carve deep enough to find it. He didn't press. He didn't need to. Now the bishop was thinking for himself, exactly as planned. Bishop Morris felt a headache blooming behind his eyes. Count Arzen sat before him, young, powerful, and far too cunning for the bishop's liking. It wasn't that the man had done anything wrong, per se. He was just the type Morris despised, dealing with, ambitious, unshakable, and untouchable. The kind of man who had climbed the noble ladder too quickly. A count now after besting a duke in a fief war. A powerful mage, no less. Morris had hoped the king would clip the boy's wings after the whole brother-killing incident, but even that hadn't been enough. The king might punish him. But men like Arzen Kellius had a way of surviving such things and worse, rising higher from them. That made him dangerous, and the bishop knew it, and he wasn't ready to take any risk. In fact, offending this man was the furthest thing he wanted. All he knew, the man was going to find himself seated higher among the nobility, making right friends in the capital, and even getting the Pope's attention. Still, Morris really wanted to tell him to leave. The bastard had interrupted his reading right when the dragon rider and the seeress were finally about to kiss. Morris had been waiting 6 volumes for that moment. Just then, this upstart count had to barge into his hall with a straight face and asked for a small army to enter Vanderfall. The cursed land, the plague lands, a country swallowed whole. It wasn't brave, it was suicidal. It was the kind of thing that earned you a heretic's brand if you dragged paladins and priests into it. The kind of thing that got you excommunicated. He opened his mouth to reject him. To say, no, my lord, I don't have the authority. To explain that whatever half-baked solution Arzen had found, it wasn't worth the lives it would cost. But something about the count's gaze made the words catch in his throat. Unlike the count, Bishop Morris could run. He could flee to the capital and let the Arkin Tower or the royal family deal with the plague. That had been the plan ever since he'd first heard whispers of the corruption crawling toward the border. He hadn't wanted to fight a plague, especially not one that turned people into those wretched demonic weavers. So he told himself he'd just hear the young count out, nod, smile, and find a polite way to decline. But then the bastard had said the words that had made his heart skip a beat. Just think about it. If you're the one who helped lead the effort to stop the plague. If it's your name that ends up etched into the sermons, spoken by survivors, praised in every other cathedral from here to the capital, how do you think that'll affect your standing in the church? And that had made Morris pause, because he did know. A successful purge of Vanderfall, saints above, that would be historic. It would mean promotion, a new title, relocation to the capital with real influence, better quarters, better wine, and easier life. The dragon rider's beloved, the main character, had earned a title and the princess's affection after rescuing plague victims. That whole chapter had made Morris tear uptwist, and they had only just started. No, this wasn't a storybook. This was real, and agreeing with the count would mean spending the church's strength. Paladins, clerics, lives. He wasn't even sure the church would allow it, but they should. The rumors were Clare the Pope was tearing his hair out, what little remained of it, over the loss of holy sites and personnel in Vanderfall. The church's influence had taken a beating even in Lancefil. Something had to be done. This might actually fix it. But then of course he'd be the one standing at the center of it, the one who either rose or burned with it, and Morris wasn't sure which was more likely. Not every kind of responsibility was a blessing. Some made you an archbishop. Others got your head impaled on a weaver's claw. He stared at the count again and finally spoke. Count Arzen, he said, you need to understand the plague is too dangerous. From what I've been told, everyone who enters ends up corrupted. Even those who escape don't last. It eats at them until he paused, grimacing until they turn or take their own lives. Arzen didn't flinch. Then they don't walk into it, he said. Morris blinked. They're not birds, my lord. The goddess did not give us wings. They don't have to fly, Arzen replied. They just don't have to go in as clerics. Normal robes, boots, glovesty are useless. Dead mana seeps through anything untreated. You want to enter and survive? You need full body armor, enchanted, layered, sealed. There are materials it can't corrupt as fast. That buys us time. And if corruption does occur. He hesitated, but only for a second. I'll handle it, personally. I give you my word. Morris's eyes widened. How? I can't tell you that. The bishop stared at him. You understand secrecy, Arzen said. Some things are better left unspoken. Morris nodded, reluctantly. He did understand, but he still felt like he was staring at a noose, one that was slowly being lowered around his neck. But the count looked so damn confident, and more importantly, delivered results before. Morris wasn't a fool. He didn't trust people easily. Hell, he didn't like people, but he respected competence, and if things started to go wrong, well, the church could always pull back. Arzen wasn't their superior. He could only ask for aid. That gave him just enough space to breathe, just enough space to consider saying yes. The bishop eyed the count carefully. How long, he asked, until you can deal with the plague? Arzen didn't miss a beat. Roughly 2 weeks, he said. That's to reach the core and neutralize the root of the corruption. We'll be moving constantly, minimal rest. Even at night, we'll take short shifts but stay mobile. I don't plan on letting us linger anywhere too long. Morris nodded. That made sense. He couldn't imagine anyone willingly sleeping in the same spot inside Vanderfall more than once. And how confident are you? He asked, this time watching the count's expression more closely. He expected a flicker of hesitation, even the slightest doubt. But Arzen simply answered, calm as ever. I'm fairly confident, he said. We won't be able to cleanse all of Vanderfall, but we can halt its spread. That's our true goal. Morris leaned back slightly, fingers steepling. That was enough. The church wasn't looking for miracles, just containment. And so far, the Count was checking all the right boxes. Still, he asked more questions. The army's composition, the threats expected within the plague lands. Methods to counter the corruption, shield the clerics, and treat those exposed. And with each answer, the bishop felt the same nagging truth sink deeper. Arzen had done his homework. Thoroughly. This wasn't a desperate gamble, this was a calculated move. Morris didn't like it. He didn't like being outmaneuvered, but he liked being left behind even less. The church would be satisfied with this much. Morris might even earn his long-desired promotion, but he wondered if he could squeeze a little more out of this. People in his eyes were like a brimming coin pouch. If you were clever, you could always take just a bit more before they noticed. After hearing everything, he leaned forward, offering a generous smile. I think your preparations are quite solid, he said, voice pleasant. I believe the church would be more than willing to send aid. Some of our clerics and paladins would be honored to assist in such a mission. Arzen's lips curved into a faint smile, but Morris wasn't finished. Of course, he continued, tone tightening just a fraction. I'm not sure how. Waited, expecting the usual reaction. Tension, a bribe offer, perhaps a veiled threat masked in courtesy. Instead, Arzen smiled wider. It's all right, he said with a subtle sigh in his tone. I wouldn't want to trouble you too much. Morris blinked. Before coming here, I sent a letter to Bishop Karadin in Varen, the Count added. If you're unable to provide assistance, I'm fairly certain he can pull together a sizable force from the church there. The bishop's smile vanished. Karadin, of course it was him. That silver-tongued bastard. The goddess's temple in Varen had flourished under Karadin's leadership, and now that Varen was practically under Arzen's thumb, it made perfect sense. Karadin could do it. But had the letter really been sent, or was this just a bluff? Morris stared at the Count, trying to read beneath the words, but Arzen's expression didn't flicker. He looked calm, he looked polished, a type of demeanor a politician had, and worse, the type to remember slights. No, he thought bitterly. I'm not letting that bastard take the glory. Not this time. Actually, Bishop Morris straightened suddenly, offering a warm smile that didn't reach his eyes. Now that I think about it, I might be able to gather a decent number of people. It'll take calling in a few personal favors, of course, but if it's to stand against the plague that's taken so many lives, he gave a gracious nod, folding his hands as if burdened by virtue. Then I'll do my utmost. He gave a little chuckle, light and dismissive. There's no need to bother Bishop Karadin. I've heard he's quite busy with the reconstruction efforts in Varen, especially after your generous donations. Arzen inclined his head slightly. Then he paused, just long enough to let the silence draw a thread of unease before he added, the words were pleasant, even appreciative, but Morris heard what wasn't said just as clearly. He was being boxed in. The Count had laid the trap neatly, left him only one path that wouldn't make him look weak or replaceable. Internally he sighed, as if I had a choice. Outwardly he smiled, the very picture of a holy man eager to serve. Yes, yes, of course. May the goddess guide our hands, he said smoothly. But as Arzen turned to leave, the bishop's eyes lingered on his back. This better work, he thought. If not, I'll be the one pushing good men to their deaths. And for the first time in a long while, Bishop Morris felt the weight of a future that wasn't entirely in his hands. Wind stirred the air, rustling through brittle, blackened leaves that clung to the tree's limbs. It felt each gust like a memory, brushing past the huge figure of rot and silence, standing unmoving upon a field of ash and dead soil. The land beneath its roots had once been green olivabut that was before it had awakened, before its presence had sunk into the marrow of the earth and remade it in its own image. Now the earth cracked and steamed with quiet corruption. And from that cracked earth, its roots spread like veins, feeding, expanding, claiming. Small fiends skittered up and down its massive trunk, their clawed limbs scraping bark that pulsed faintly with unnatural energy. They were mindless things born of pestilence and death, but they clung to the tree as if it were a god. To them it was. Around it the air was thick with decay. Weavers, once men twisted into impossible shapes, sat in reverence, their hollow faces lifted toward the tree, blank eyes wide with worship. Bigger, fiend-stronger beasts whose flesh had been warped by corruption rested at its feet like hounds at the side of a master. They were his children now, once feral, once free, now made perfect, once cursed with limitation, now blessed with purpose. They had been remade by the tree's influence, touched by its roots, molded by the essence of death itself. Now they stood guard, silent and waiting, ready to tear apart anything that dared come close to the heart of the plague, and they would not be the last. Even now, deep below the surface, its roots continued to spread a slow, implacable crawl of black tendrils that threaded through stone and clay, poisoning everything they touched. Grass died, trees withered, small animals that once burrowed now screamed in silence as their bodies were broken and reborn. The tree saw it all through those roots. It felt everything, every single thing. In the north it watched the humans run, desperate, weak, their minds filled with panic as they tried to flee his spreading dominion. But they would not escape. No one ever did. They would fall, sooner or later, and when they did, they would join the weavers. In the west, his roots pressed through jagged mountain stone. Their fire licked the edges of his growth natural heat, perhaps from deep fissures or long slumbering volcanoes. It hurt. The fire hurt, but it did not stop it. Pain was temporary. Its will was not. Beasts roamed those slopes, and already some had been taken, not by forcible inevitability. In the east, its roots had stretched to the continent's edge. Beyond them lay the ocean vast, endless, unknowable. It stirred something inside, an unfamiliar curiosity, but it was not ready for the sea, not yet. One day, perhaps, it would send his roots beneath those waves and claim even that domain. But today was not that day. No, today its attention turned south. It saw something there, a great human settlement, alive, bustling, full of scared, fragile beings clinging to stone walls and firelight. A city, a prize, a nest of future servants. Its roots were already beneath its outskirts, watching, listening, slowly bleeding poison into its foundations. But then pain erupted. A flash of it, hot and sudden, tore through his senses. One of his roots burned, severed, destroyed. Through it he saw a man, a human mage casting flame. Fire rained down upon his tendrils intentionally, not accidental. And when the roots regrew, the man burned them again, over and over. It hurt. It angered. Its branches quaked, limbs groaning like a dying forest. The fiends perched upon the massive tree shrieked and fled, terrified of the ancient fury awakening beneath them. The man was gone now, already vanished into the safety of his stone walls. But others remained. More humans moving in groups, finding the roots and burning them. They thought they could stop it. They were wrong. It poured power into the earth, forcing its roots to surge forward faster, thicker, stronger. The ground twisted. Rocks cracked. New tendrils burst from the soil, black and pulsing. The humans hesitated. He felt their surprise, but they did not stop. They pressed on. And that was when the tree understood it could not keep this up, not like this. Not with them burning its limbs faster than it could regrow, not without sacrifice. So it reached inward, tapping into the pulse that connected him to every corrupted beast, every twisted man, every loyal servant that drank of his rot. And he gave them one command: move. Kill. A single thought. Immediately the weavers and fiends around him stirred, rising from their stillness like puppets pulled by invisible strings. They did not question, they did not speak. Their bodies rippled with readiness. With crazed howls and chittering cries, they launched southward, dozens, then hundreds running through the blighted plains and charred forests, straight toward the human city. Let them burn the roots. Let them fight. In the end, they would all kneel, whether in flame, in death, or in perfect, rotting silence. Once Bishop Morris had realized there was no dodging involvement, not if he still wanted the greatest merit of his life, things began to move fast. Kai knew he had hit the nail when Bishop agreed to all of his demands. Every hour wasted was another mile for the plague's spread. He needed this done fast. Thankfully, Killian didn't waste time either. The knights had already wrapped up most of their duties in his new territory that required enforcer presence, and all of them had returned to the castle with new recruits in tow. Every week, more mages and enforcers were being brought under his banner through the testing program run by Clare, and Balin had delivered. With Tharnok, the grumbling dwarf at his side, their forge had run hot near every hour of the day. Rumor had it they slept in shifts, 4 hours at most, snatching rest between enchantments and reinforcement seals. It could be because of seeing Chakran so close, or the plague-twisted lands, or the urgency of war. Regardless, it only lit a fire under them and they worked tirelessly. And the result of that fire now stood before him. A full legion, armored in freshly forged lightwood sets, enchanted and battle-tested, stood in rows across the open yard. Their armor shimmered faintly, reinforced by warding lines etched into the plating, and each soldier stood firm, weapons in hand. Spears were the standard perfect reach, ideal for airborne threats, but there were swords, axes, even glaives interspersed through the ranks. Killian had insisted on every man trained in the use of multiple weapons and deciding the one they had the most affinity with. They were followed by a small force of barbarians led by Brugnar. He felt like they would feel the absence of Yafgar and Ragnar. They weren't here because they were working on the Berserker's path, and Kai understood it was crucial in the long run. For now, Brugnar and his men would be enough alongside the rest of the force. He was just glad that they were able to send a good number of barbarians in such a short time, and to the side, the mages. Cancer and Clan stood at the front, leading a tight formation of second circle casters, each wearing light mage armor and robes stitched with thread glimmering in the sunlight. Not one of them was here without proving their readiness. And yet, as Kai's gaze swept across them, a cold thread of dread worked its way into his chest. How many of them will survive this? Beside him, Balin grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. I believe they'll make the weavers and fiends run for their cursed lives. Balin cracked his knuckles, his grin toothy and proud. I'm happy enough working on lightwood and golems. No better way to spend my days. Beside him, Tharnok let out a gruff snort, beard twitching. I wasn't much work. In my youth, I went on 5 days with no sleep during the siege of Gruddenhold. Just make sure your lot don't go around breaking the babies I made. He jabbed a thick thumb toward the wagons at the back. Those took the most damned effort, Kai smiled. He knew exactly what the dwarf meant. The babies were the two prototype golems that had given Balin and Tharnak the most troubling, the most pride. His gaze shifted forward, landing on Killian, who stood at the front of the formation, already speaking with the lead enforcers. Kai nudged his horse forward, reining in beside him. "We'll join the church forces at the gate," he said quietly, "then head for Fortress Aegis." Killian nodded once, understood. Kai studied him for a moment longer. Originally, he'd wanted Killian to stay back in Veraltt to watch over the nobles and handle the city, but the man had insisted on coming. "Veraltt can manage," Killian had said. "You need strength on the field, not sitting behind a desk." He wasn't wrong. Killian was their strongest enforcer, and with a trait that corrupted mana and soil alike, Kai would need him. As for the nobles, Regina had no teleportation circle to abuse anymore, and security around Veraltt had been locked tight. Even if she did pull something, she'd find herself caged fast. Kai had already arranged contingencies in case another third circle mage somehow got through. They were ready. He turned in the saddle. "Everyone, mount up. We move in 5. The formation broke. Soldiers jogged to their horses. Blacksmiths clambered into the wagons, securing crates full of gear and backup supplies. Golems and drones were tethered behind reinforced carriages. Kai guided his horse toward the front, exhaling slowly, and ran through the streets. As the gates of Veraltt came into view, he saw people already gathering to watch: men, women, children lining the streets, whispering, pointing, staring in awe. He offered a casual wave, keeping his expression calm. The story had already been planted among the commoner Samana weaver infestation that had taken over a village. Dangerous, yes, but not enough to cause panic. The church's involvement fit that story perfectly. And then he saw them, white and gold, glinting under the rising sun. A small cluster of paladins and clerics stood waiting near the outer gate, 24 strong, Bishop Morris at their head. The bishop looked tense, nervous. His clerics and paladins wore standard-issue robes and armor, well maintained but uninspired, no enhancements on them. Kai's brow creased slightly, looking at their numbers. He'd expected more. Morris must have noticed the look. He stepped forward hastily. "More will join us at Redmont," he said quickly. I wasn't able to rally many in 3 days, but most of the Sylvan enclaves blessed clerics and paladins are en route. I called in favors. They will come." "Good," he said, tone warm for once. "Get in line with my men. We move now." He turned then, eyeing the clerics and paladins. Most of them wore their nervousness like ill-fitted armor, fidgeting, glancing around, adjusting reins more times than necessary. It seemed like they had been told where they were heading. Kai's voice rang out, clear and firm, as he addressed them. "Those who can't ride, get into the carriages. We'll be marching without long breaks, short rests only. Our goal is to reach Fortress Aegis as soon as possible." A noticeable chunk of the church's force over a third hurried toward the supply carriages, robes billowing as they climbed up with little grace. Bishop Morris remained on horseback, as did the more seasoned paladins, but the energy was jittery at best. Kai gave one last glance at the open gates of Veraltt. Behind him, the armored force stood ready, sunlight glinting off weapons and armor. He raised his hand. "Let's march." The shout rippled outward like a war cry, answered by the thunder of hooves as the legion surged forward, galloping down the road toward Aegis. The wind caught their cloaks and banner sand. It wasn't just natural wind. Kai whispered the incantation under his breath, subtle formation lines glowing beneath his glove. A gust surged outward, subtle and controlled, wrapping around the hooves of every horse in the company. Speed surged, dust flew. The long road began to shrink behind them, and they moved forward. Initially, Kai had considered flying ahead, scout the plague land, feel the mana corruption himself, and then return with a plan, since he won't be able to fly around freely, to conserve his mana into the plague lands. But Killian had talked him out of it. "They'll need to see you ride with them," he had said. "Soldiers remember that sort of thing. It matters." So he rode, cloak fluttering behind him, embedded in the center of the force. And despite everything, morale wasn't bad. Whenever the horses slowed to a gentler canter or pacing stride, his men began singing. Not loud, not drunken, just rhythmic chants and melodies passed from old soldiers to fresh recruits. It was quite the experience. Voices carried through the breeze, verses of bravery and dumb jokes in equal measure. Laughter rang out now and then, oddly grounding in the march toward death. "They're calming themselves," Kai thought, masking the dread. He didn't join in. He couldn't. Bishop Morris, riding beside him now, had taken to peppering him with questions that kept him busy. "Are we expecting weavers only, or will the corruption mutate beasts as well?" "Both," Kai answered. "The root system spreads its influence to anything with flesh and a will to kill." "What about divine resistance? Have your enforcers been trained in church-based formations?" Kai nodded absently. Killian drilled them in 2-layered formations. "We'll interlock with your clerics in sectors with a lot of enemies." It didn't stop. The questions kept flowing, one after another, and Kai answered most of them until finally, the bishop's voice dropped, hesitant when they had been on the topic of the treant. "So it won't be something you can take on yourself?" Morris asked. "I thought you slew a Vermorga." "That's not exactly a feat most mortals accomplish." Kai glanced at him, the corners of his mouth twitching. I did, but I wasn't alone. I had my men, my traps, and it was on my territory. I had time to plan, control the battlefield. He turned back to the road. This won't be like that. And a treat isn't something you take on alone unless you're a peak 6th circle mage. Even then you don't delay, you strike, fast and hard to finish it as soon as possible. Killian riding to his left. Is that Lord Arzen? Kai's gaze narrowed, because treants aren't just monsters, they're hive minds. Through their roots, they connect to everything they corrupt fiends, weavers, corrupted men and beasts alike. You don't just fight one creature, you fight all it controls. And if you wait too long, he paused, letting the silence stretch before finishing. You get buried under a forest of death. Kai fell silent for a moment, thoughts drifting to the old war records he'd read first-hand accounts of battles against treants. The roots, he finally said, are what make it hell. Morris looked over, eyes still slightly wide from the earlier revelations. Kai continued, the one advantage we have is that it can't move. It's rooted. That limits its reach, but only so much. Its ranged attacks are bad, yes, spore clouds, flying bark shards, even a mana screeching sound it lets out. But the roots, he exhaled sharply. Those are the real killers. The bishop's brows drew in. Can't you just burn them? You can burn a root, he said, maybe even a dozen. But imagine 1,000 thick, blackened things writhing through the air, fast enough to split stone, sharp enough to punch a hole through your stomach before you even see it. You burn a few, more just come up. Mages get overwhelmed. They falter for even a second and they die. His tone flattened as his imaginations ran wild. Even the thought sent shivers down his spine. If we want to win, it won't be with a clean strike. It'll be a battle of attrition. That's why I brought an entire force. If I could do it alone, I would have already. Morris went quiet, dead quiet. For a moment, he looked as though he might bolt eyes flicking down the road they'd come from, fingers tightening on his reins. But then he dipped his head instead, whispering soft prayers to Goddess Lumaris beneath his breath. His knuckles were white on the reins, but he didn't fall behind. Killian, meanwhile, looked energized, the kind of man who saw a fight coming and met it with sharpened calm. A hive mind controlling hundreds of weavers and fiends, he muttered under his breath, smirking faintly. Sounds like a battle that the bards would make songs out of. Kai didn't smile. His mind was still working, mapping routes, adjusting the formations in his head, listing every measure he could take to bleed as little as possible. There's always something you don't account for, he reminded himself, and it only takes one. He'd brief the others once they reached Ijisco over every tactic, every danger, every backup. They'd combine forces, unify formations, then they'd move. As the hours passed, conversation dwindled. The further they rode, the quieter it became. The looming threat of the plague lands had begun to settle over them like a storm cloud. Even the marching songs died out. Kai didn't mind. They were afraid, but they were still riding forward. That was enough. By the time the sun began its descent, the dark silhouette of Fortress Aegis rose in the distance. A line of stone and reinforced battlements cut against the horizon, and with it, the tension spiked again. Horses began to fidget. Soldiers sat straighter, eyes scanning every tree and shadow around them. Kai felt a tooth-at pressure in the air, the sense that what came next would be different. He tapped his heel once, urging his mount faster. Hard gallop, he called, voice carrying like thunder. Let's finish this ride. The force surged forward one last time. Within minutes, the outer scouts of Aegis spotted them. Soldiers poured from the gate, rushing to greet them, dozens in tight formation, led by a familiar face. Knight Kai's. Kai dismounted, brushing dust from his cloak as the rest of his men slowed to a stop behind him. Kai's approached with haste and bowed low. Count Arzen, we've been expecting you. The rest of the expeditionary forces are here already. Viccount Redmont ensured we gathered every able fighter available. Kai nodded, eyes flicking past him to the fortress. Good. I want to meet with all the different groups, church, mages, Redmont's officers. We'll hold a full briefing before we set out for the plague lands. I believe I should go check on Viccount Redmont first before anything. The knight hesitated then. Just a moment. Kai caught it. Where's the Viccount? He asked, brow furrowing. Kai straightened. He's on the walls, my lord. Kai's frown deepened. Kai scratched his neck but straightened when he saw the curious look on Kai's face. You should come see for yourself, Count Arzen. Kai gave a brief nod and turned toward the stairs, his cloak snapping behind him as he ascended with a handful of enforcers in tow. Below, the clamor of movement filled the fortress courtyard, soldiers guiding horses, blacksmiths unloading gear, mages being directed to their assigned quarters. They'd be spending the night here. No marching till morning, but something was wrong. He could feel it. By the time he reached the top of the wall, the reason hit him like a slap of cold water. His eyes narrowed. Beyond the stone parapets, the horizon was not from nightfall, but from motion. Roots, dozens of them, thick and glistening, writhing in the air like tendrils of some deep-sea monster. They twisted and lashed toward the fortress, sharp ends glinting in the dying sunlight, and in the middle of it all was the Viccount. Armored and commanding, sword in hand, leading a small detachment of soldiers against the encroaching roots. Shields raised, spells slinging and blades swinging, none of it stopping the growth, only barely pushing it back. Fuck, this is terrible. His eyes went to a mage who stood among them, hurling fire spells in rapid succession, but the flames sizzled harmlessly across the bark, not digging deep enough to burn. The roots were too wet, too saturated with dark mana. Then he looked at another man who was likely another mage slumped against the far wall, breathing heavily, eyes unfocused. Spent, likely the first caster, now replaced by the one still holding on. There was no time for questions. Kai's palm rose, mana already swirling to his fingertips. Lines of energy flickered into being, building a spell structure in the air before him with mechanical speed. The wind shifted around him, building, forming, waiting to strike. The earth beneath them throbbed. Beneath the cracked stone and blackened soil, the roots moved slowly, twitching tendrils that felt more alive than they should have been. For a treant, roots weren't just anchors. They were eyes, ears, nerves stretched deep into the ground like veins, and now those nerves were twitching wildly. They had been watching long before anyone had noticed. Kai felt it before he saw it. There was a slight tremor in the stone underfoot, the way the mana in the air thickened with tension. Then the roots surged upward, clawing through gaps in the flagstone, reaching for the closest target, the mage. The young man had been holding his own. His robes were scorched, sleeves rolled up, sweat plastering his hair to his temple. Fire danced in his palms, bright at first, then dimming by the second. Kai witnessed it all, the panic rising in his movements, the drain of mana leaving his limbs trembling. One spell, another. The flames sputtered, then died. 3 roots lashed forward. The mage raised a trembling arm, too slow. A blur of steel shot forward from Viccount Reborn, aiming to protect him. But the roots were faster. They would have torn into his flesh if not for the glowing spell structure that burned to life beside them. With a whoosh, Kai's flaming disc carved through the air like a wheel of wrath. The edges spun, red-hot and screaming. Roots thudded onto the ground, hissing as they burned, blackening into ash and curling away. Kai didn't stop. Another swing, then another. The roots reeled back into the earth, disappearing into the holes they'd come from like wounded animals. Silence returned, broken only by the mage's collapsing breath as he slumped to the ground, alive but barely. The others stared now. The Viccount lowered his sword, breathing hard, his eyes fixed on Kai, not with surprise but something heavier, like a man who had waited far too long for someone to arrive. "Count Arzen," he said, with fatigue thickly layered. "You're here." Kai nodded, stepping forward through the smoke. "Seems like the roots have been giving you trouble. They got worse 2 days ago. One of my men didn't make it. We burn them, hack at them, still they come. It's like trying to drain the ocean with a spoon." He paused, then muttered, "If we don't find the source, they'll kill us before the plague does." Kai's gaze drifted to the retreating tendrils. "They are the same thing as the source, but don't worry. That's why I'm here." He looked back at the Viccount. "We'll stay the night. I brought a capable force with me." The older man blinked, then gave a small nod. "The paladins and clerics who arrived yesterday, they said the same, that they were here to purge the plague. Said your name. I convinced the church," Kai said. "They've lost much to this plague. And if the people lose hope in the goddess now, we may never recover." Understanding dawned in the Viscount's eyes. He gave a slow nod, more respectful than before. "I believe you've thought this through. I've assigned Knight Kais to lead my man to join the force and follow your orders. But if you need another sword, I can fight." He straightened, fatigue visible in every joint, yet beneath it, the fire of an old warrior ignited. "I fought through wars in Vanderfall, survived a dozen skirmishes. I won't be a burden." Kai looked at him for a moment, then smiled faintly. The man's spirit was admirable. Few nobles fought alongside their men. Fewer still bled for them. "You won't be," Kai said gently, "but I'll ask you to stay behind." Kai's voice lowered as he met Viscount's eyes. "If anything happens to you, I wouldn't know how to face House Redmont." He paused, then added quietly, "Truth be told, I'm not even sure of my own survival." That part, though, wasn't entirely honest. Kai was sure he'd survive. He always planned for the worst escape routes, fallback spells. At worst, he'd lose the fight and run. But death, that wasn't something he intended to meet in the next few weeks. And if everything worked at every formation, every backup plan, every spell structure etched in his mind, then maybe he wouldn't even have to lose. The Viscount studied him, jaw clenched. Then he nodded, slow and understanding, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. "I hope you do come back," he said. "The kingdom needs men like you. I wasn't sure of you during the Fief War, but now I see it clearly. You're an honorable man, Count Arzen." He paused. "And honorable men, they should live long enough to earn gray hairs." Kai gave a small smile at that. "I plan to." His gaze shifted toward the twisted lands beyond the stone walls where the sky looked sicker, and the air carried a stillness that didn't belong in any living place. "I don't believe the roots will be a problem for the next 12 hours, and if they are, I'll deal with them." His tone was flat, final. "I'd like to be shown my quarters for the night. I doubt I'll get good sleep in the plague lands." Viscount Reborn dipped his head. "I've had good accommodations prepared for you and your men. You'll rest well tonight." Then he hesitated, as if weighing something, looking behind Kai before adding, "But before that, would you care for a drink?" Kai arched his brow. "I've been saving a bottle of wine," he said with a ghost of a smile. "Plundered it from the camp of a Vanderfall general. It's old, rich. Never found a good enough reason to open it until now." He turned, gesturing. "A final sip before the expedition." "What do you say?" Kai considered it. It had been a long time since he'd drunk anything that wasn't tea or potion mix, but it had been a ritual once. The best food and the strongest wine right before any battle, as if to remind himself he was alive before he risked it all. And tonight felt like the right time to rekindle old habits. He gave a short nod. Lead the way. Viscount Redmont's smile deepened. Good, this way, Count. They ended up drinking for hours. What was meant to be a quick toast turned into a quiet night of stories and laughter over low lantern light and a half-empty bottle of plundered wine. Kai hadn't expected the Viscount to hold his liquor so well. The man drank like a soldier who had survived too many wars and knew when to pretend it didn't weigh on him. He rambled, mostly. Talked about his Sancho they trained with swords better than most knights, but refused to step onto the battlefield. Called them soft-hearted and spoiled, but there was no real anger behind it, just a wounded sort of pride. Then came the stories about his daughter show they preferred sneaking off to flirt with the farmhands rather than attending balls or learning statecraft. It made Kai smile. The Viscount tried to sound frustrated, but the fondness kept slipping in. He was a man caught between tradition and the children he couldn't quite understand. Kai listened, said little, but it was enough. The wine dulled the heaviness that crept in his chest, and for a few hours the plague, the roots, the death, none of it mattered. He even got a few hours of real sleep. When morning came, the courtyard before the fortress gate was in chaos. The expedition force had gathered, armored and alert, weapons ready. Dust kicked up under boots and hooves. The sky above was pale and gray, like it hadn't decided yet whether to rain or not. Kai stood at the front. To his left stood Bishop Morris, robes pristine and staff in hand. To his right, Knight Killian. Before them, soldiers, mages, enforcers, paladins, and clerics stood in lines. Some looked nervous. Others were calm. All were waiting for his word. He had thought that a small speech before the expedition would do them good, especially since war speeches were common, and he knew what exactly he should say. Killian had made sure that he did. Kai stepped forward, clearing his throat. He raised his voice, letting it carry through the morning crisp. All of you have gathered here because you understand the threat that the dead mana plague holds for Lancefil, he began. You know what it did to Vanderfall. It didn't just take cities. It swallowed families, entire generations. You might think of them as enemies, but we are all servants of the goddess Lumaris, and the goddess sees no borders, only her children. It's our duty to avenge them and to protect those who still live under our sky. Across the lines, Kai saw shoulders straighten. Back stood a little firmer. Even the clerics seemed steadier. Religion, patriotism, glory. It didn't matter which one moved them. They were ready. He continued. This will be dangerous, extremely so. There will be no rest, not until the source is dealt with. But once the treant falls, the plague will stop spreading. And when that happens, we begin reclaiming what was taken. He looked across the face, young, old, some hardened, some too fresh. Killian's already told you what to expect, gave you the knowledge all you need for the Plodge lands last night. But I believe every one of you has the strength to survive this, to return home as heroes. His voice rose. So I ask you, are you ready to take on the plague lands and return victorious? Are you ready to fight a crusade for our people and for our goddess? A roar of yes surged from the ranks mixed with cheers, metal clanking, and even a few raised weapons. Kai let it wash over him, then lifted his hand for quiet. Good, he said. I want to see the same spirit when we cleave through the weavers and fiends, when we grant them the rest they were denied. He turned slightly, gesturing to the bishop beside him. I will lead you all, and I will be supported by the hand of Bishop Morris himself. With him here the goddess marches with us. Morris blinked in mild surprise at the public declaration, but gave a small nod, visibly pleased. Kai turned next to Killian, who gave a silent signal to begin the advance. Then, before stepping forward, Kai cast one last glance behind him toward the fortress, toward the wall where Viscount Redmont stood, and he nodded. A final farewell to the Viscount who had helped hold the line, a man who despite all had stood firm. Without another word, Kai turned back to the gate. The doors creaked open, revealing the Deadlands' bay and twisted trees, gray fog, and soil that pulsed with wrongness. And with that, he stepped through. The crusade had begun. The road stretched ahead like a scar. Beneath the morning haze, what used to be stone-paved streets were now cracked and uneven, swallowed by creeping vines and black moss that pulsed faintly with dead mana. The plague had soaked into the soil like poison into flesh, leaving behind not just rot, but something wrong. Gareth tightened his grip on his sword as the wind shifted. Even through his helm, the stench made his stomach turn. It was then the silence cracked. Knight Gareth, this is the worst smell I've had in my whole life, came a voice from his right, nasal and muffled through the slit of a full helm. Feels like we're marching through a pile of every beast's shit mixed into one. Another armored figure on his left gave a stiff nod, shoulders rising in a silent huff. Swear to Lumaris I'm going to soak in a bath for 3 days once we're out of here. If we get out of here, the first one muttered, quieter this time. The tension was rising. He could feel it in the way their armor shifted, slower movements, heavier footsteps, more glances to the side than forward. Gareth exhaled through his nose, voice steady as he spoke before the mood slipped into something worse. We'll get out of here. Just keep your eyes ahead and follow Lord Arzen. That name carried something soothing. It always did. He continued, we're scouts. We don't even need to fight unless absolutely necessary. A bit of stink isn't going to kill us. There was a pause. Then more softly, he added, once we map the area, you two can head back to report. You'll get a taste of Lord Arzen's purifying spell and be breathing fresh air again before the others even break camp. The two nodded. Even through the visors, he could tell by the slight shift in posture, by the way they started walking just a bit straighter. Gareth turned his gaze back to the road. This used to be one of Vanderfall's main arteries marked on the Viscount's map as a well-maintained path that connected two cities. But now it looked like a corpse. Trees on either side were blackened husks, leaves long since fallen. Some had grown twisted and knotted, as if the land had tried to birth something new and failed. Carts lay overturned in ditches, skeletons of wood and rusted metal. Bones were scattered in the grime, cracked and sun-bleached. And still, through it all, the roads persisted cracked, uneven, yet still there. It hadn't even been a full year. And already the land looked like a memory of forgotten place dipped in ink and left to dry in the dark. The deeper they moved, the heavier the silence grew. No birds, no insects, only the low groan of wind against branches and the distant, ever-present thrum of something unnatural humming beneath their boots. Gareth ignored the images swimming in his head, thoughts of what this place had once been and what it had become. Focus. They had one task: scout the border city up ahead. It was the next major landmark, and from what they could tell, if the map still held true, they'd reach the outer edges by dusk. He raised a fist, signaling the others to slow. Both did without a word. Good, fear hadn't made them sloppy yet. They kept to the edges of the broken road now, footsteps lighter. And then time flew by. Even after an hour of slow, careful walking, the city was nowhere in sight. The wind howled softly through dead trees, brushing against the twisted remains of wooden signposts and burnt-out watchtowers. And yet not a single stone wall, tower silhouette, or distant smoke plume, nothing to mark the border town they were supposed to scout. From beside him, one of his men slowed, breath hissing through his helm. Knight Gareth, are we on the right path? He was already pulling out the worn, smudged copy of the Viscount's map, holding it up to the pale gray light. Gareth didn't answer right away. His own doubt was already creeping in. I'm thinking the same, he finally muttered, eyes scanning the landscape around them. Blackened earth stretched endlessly in all directions. In a way, direction itself felt like a suggestion, and they couldn't afford to wander aimlessly, not with the plague thickening the air around them. Gareth stepped forward, glancing at both his subordinates. Wait here for 5 minutes. I'll be back. Their helmets turned toward him in unison. The unease was clear in the way one shifted on his feet, and the other's grip tightened on his spear. He didn't blame them. He was the only enforcer in their squad. If something came crawling out of the shadows, they would be the ones to stall it, and without his strength backing them, that might be the end of their story. You have your equipment, your potions. You'll survive 5 minutes. We don't find that border town, we fail our mission. The silence that followed was tense, but eventually both nodded. Good enough. Gareth turned and inhaled sharply, mana coiling through his core and bursting into his limbs as he activated the vaults embedded in his legs, shadow and force converging under his skin, and then he was gone, the sadness around him blurred. Ashen trees whipped past like streaks of ink, the ugly road replaced by nothing but a smear of motion. Wind howled in his ears. His boots skimmed ruined rooftops, vaulted over collapsed watchtowers. Each heartbeat stretched longer as he poured more speed into his movement, his shadow affinity merging him with the darker patches of the land as he weaved across the plague-touched terrain. Still no city. He traced the road again, then the map, then the landscape. All of it twisted, broken, wrong, and then finally, a glimpse. Far to the west, half hidden in fog and vines, something loomed. Square towers, cracked stone, a jagged wall that looked like it had been clawed apart and patched back by time. The border town. Without delay, Gareth pivoted, channeling another burst of mana through his legs and vanishing back into the blighted woods. He reappeared with a soft thud, landing silently beside his subordinates. Both of them flinched at his sudden return. Sorry, Gareth said, breath controlled. Took a bit longer than planned. He straightened, pointing westward. The city's that way. I think we missed a fork in the road, must have been destroyed by a fiend. That's why we got turned around. But now that I've seen it, we'll get there fast. The two men exchanged a look, then nodded. With weapons drawn and eyes sharper than before, the trio turned, heading west toward the silent city that waited behind the mist, toward whatever still lingered inside its broken walls. More than once, Gareth raised a clenched fist, signaling a halt. Each time, it was because one of them had appeared first, a lone weaver dragging itself across the road, then a small cluster of mindless fiends snarling and snapping at shadows. The scouts ducked behind crumbled walls, shattered boulders, or half-toppled carts, waiting in absolute stillness as the creatures passed. Their orders had been clear: do not engage. Every second lost in a fight was a second too long in these lands. They held their breath. Let the monsters move on, then continued. By the time they reached the town, Gareth's armor was stained with ash and dried sweat, but the moment his eyes fell on the walls, fatigue vanished. From a distance, the city still looked all right. Stone ramparts, towers, the faint remnants of a banner clinging to a broken pole. Gareth could almost picture what it had once been, how this place must have stood proud on the border, guarding the heartlands of Vanderfall. But as they got closer, that illusion crumbled like the wall before them. Large gashes tore through the outer fortification shoals, uneven wounds as if something massive had slammed through stone and iron without slowing down. Portions of the wall lay in rubble, claw marks visible even through the grime. Charred bones and armor remains littered the base, half buried in dirt and rot. Gareth didn't like it. If a creature large enough to do that still wandered nearby, they wouldn't last minutes in a fight. Still, duty was duty. He motioned for the others to follow, and together they crept forward through the breach, past the fallen stones and into the hollow shell of the city. And then they stopped. All three of them froze. The town was alive, but not in any way that word should be used. Hundreds of weavers crawled across the ruins like insects on a corpse. Some skittered across rooftops, their misshapen limbs tapping on tiles. Others walked in the open, hunched and twitching, dragging chunks of corrupted meat behind them. The air was thick-choked with the stench of rot, bile, and something Gareth could only describe as wrongness. Then he saw the source: corpses, dozens, maybe more. Fiends lay scattered across the ground, mauled and half-eaten. Weavers crouched over them, jaws tearing flesh from bone with wet, smacking sounds. And it didn't stop there. Some were feeding on each other. One weaver, its torso split open and barely stitched by tendrils of flesh, lunged at another, biting into its neck while the second creature thrashed in agony. And still others watched with blank, stitched eyes and moved, unblinking. Then Gareth saw the smallest of them. Tiny weavers, no bigger than toddlers, stumbling through the filth. Some were alive, others were not. Their unmoving bodies left out in the open, ignored by the rest, like they hadn't even mattered. He felt something tighten in his chest. His subordinates were stiff beside him, unmoving, their heads slowly turning as they took it all in. Even through their armor, Gareth could tell the stillness, the shaking fists, the sudden need to breathe deeper. They were overwhelmed. He clenched his jaw and forced his voice low, sharp. "Pull yourselves together." Both men flinched, heads snapping to him. Gareth's gaze didn't leave the grotesque scene before them. "We're not here to fight. Not today." He stepped back slowly, never turning his back to the swarm of creatures. "We need to move now. This isn't just another cursed outpost. This is a fucking battleground waiting to happen." The others nodded stiffly, their hands gripping weapons tighter as they began to retreat step by slow, careful step. The city faded behind them, but its stink would follow them all the way back. When Kai heard that an entire town had fallen to weavers, he didn't even react, as little as a flinch. Beside him, Bishop Morris's face lost its color like snow melting under sunlight, while Killian stared ahead with a blank expression. But Kai knew that look. He knew that look so well. The knight's mind was already churning with strategies, counting strengths and weaknesses, waiting only for Kai's word to act. He'd always been the one to plan strategies in his mind when a problem arose. Even now, he was doing it. Kai, on the other hand, had seen this coming. The plague sickened people and transformed them. It twisted entire communities into sinewy, bone-thin husks that moved like puppets, like mindless suckers that only wanted to spread dead mana. It was dangerous, to say the least, and now they had finally found a nest of them. Good, Kai thought. The sooner they started fighting them, the faster his soldiers could adjust. If they couldn't handle a few hundred, then they had no place marching deeper into the plague lands, where these things would be crawling out from every ruin and alleyway. The whole thing became reminiscent of the end of the First Golden Era. A Lich King rose from forgotten lands, flooding the world with walking corpses, kingdoms swallowed by bone and rot, a war that scorched half the known world and was the last major event for that era. At least that's what he had read, but that was then. Now they were here. Kai blinked this historical passageway in his mind and turned his gaze to Gareth. "How many lived in that town?" Kai nodded. "And how many weavers did you count?" "A few hundred. I didn't go in too deep, there were too many. I thought I might lead them straight to us if I did." "You did well," Kai said. "We'll move to take the town." That's when Bishop Morris stepped forward. Kai's eyes shifted to him. The bishop looked spooked. His eyes widened slightly. "Shouldn't we avoid it?" Kai thought that if the man had a choice, he wouldn't have run in the opposite direction. Many of the soldiers would think the same, but they couldn't avoid battles forever. "We could," Kai said, ignoring his fear completely. "But we won't." Bishop Morris opened his mouth to protest, but Kai cut him short. "Do you really believe the Treant won't send waves of fiends and weavers after us? It will, and it will throw everything at us to protect itself. Better to gain experience now while the numbers are manageable." "But Count, they'll only thin our numbers," the bishop argued weakly. "They won't," Kai replied. "Weavers aren't as strong as you think. Maybe a few would be former mage, that's my concern. I'll handle those myself. The rest, they won't get past your paladin's shields. We have armor, weapons, golems, and if any of our people get injured or touched by the corruption, I'll deal with it personally. The infection doesn't spread quickly enough from a weaver's scratch." The bishop didn't look convinced, but he didn't object again either. "Good enough for now." Kai turned to Killian and gave a short nod. The knight stepped away immediately, barking orders. Soon everything shifted, even the atmosphere. Soldiers straightened, formations began to shift. Lines were drawn, shields lifted. Kai watched their faces, focusing on men from Veraltt. Some clenched their jaws, some checked their blades, but none backed away. These weren't green recruits. They'd faced worsebeast waves, fief war. They had blood on their hands and fire in their eyes, and they would be ready again. Once the lines settled and silence returned, Kai stepped forward and raised his voice. "We march," he said, "to the border town to put the fallen to rest." A cheer rose from the soldiers, a mix of steel-clad boots stomping and voices calling out intense excitement. Kai didn't smile, but he allowed it for a moment. Even though he knew some had fear underneath all the bravery, they refused to show it. Then he began moving forward, Gareth by his side, leading them across the warped land toward the border town swallowed by plague. With their current pace, it took less than an hour before the jagged silhouette of the town loomed, ahid walls cracked open like split bone, rooftops sagging under rot and time. As they approached, Kai's eyes scanned the broken perimeter, already arranging pieces in his head like a battlefield puzzle. He turned to Gareth. "Can you get the archers to the top of the walls? I don't see any weavers up there." "I can," Gareth said with a nod before signaling his men. As Gareth moved to reposition the archers, Kai exhaled and activated a spell, Hawk Eyes. In an instant, the world shifted. His vision sharpened, distance collapsing like it was drawn on parchment. The ruins stretched beneath his gaze, clear and cruel. Weavers crawled between alleys and broken housingry, blackened bodies of different shapes and sizes twisted in unnatural angles, hunched and twitching as they devoured old corpses or gnawed on each other. But there weren't as many as he feared. Maybe 2,000, 3 at most, even counting the ones hiding indoors. A normal army would have faltered, but this wasn't a normal army. He turned to look over his formation. Paladins stood at the front, shields gleaming despite the grime, ready to take the first wave. Behind them, clerics murmured quiet prayers and their hands glue with their blessings. The enforcers had taken position to the sides, leading shock units meant to carve through weaver lines with brute force and deadly precision. Mages had already begun binding spells to assist, while 6 hulking golems flanked the formation like metal giants. Sentinel stood tallest among them, the runes on its body pulsing faintly. Kai took it all in and nodded. This would work. He would take the rest. His own skills had been sharpened by killing abominations like these. Plague-born or not, they still bled. Once Gareth signaled that the archers were in position atop the walls, Kai raised his hand, then dropped it sharply. A sharp whistle tore through the air. Seconds later, the first volley of arrows screamed downward. They hit hard. Weavers jerked and collapsed mid-bite, twitching over dead fiends with arrows lodged through their skulls. Others scrambled, hissing and snarling as their blood-slicked jaws turned toward the noise. The fresh scent of the living had finally reached them. Their charge began. Snarls, screeches, limbs pounding against broken cobblestone. "Charge, kill them all." Kai's voice boomed across the field as an amplifier spell took place. The front lines surged forward, shields locked. Golems thundered behind them, crashing through the ruined walls with ease. Spells flashed as mages lit up the battlefield in bursts of color and destruction. Kai didn't follow. He rose. With a single word and a twist of mana, flight activated, lifting him high above the chaos. Wind tugged at his coat, but he didn't falter, his eyes locked onto the rooftops, where more weavers skittered like insects waiting to pounce. Too late. Fiend fire kindled in his palm, a flicker of pale flame that grew with every breath. Then he launched it. The first fireball exploded across a rooftop, incinerating 3 weavers mid-snarl. Their screams didn't echo for long. Another fireball followed, then another. Rooftop by rooftop, they lit up under the white flames, collapsing as scorched bodies tumbled down like broken dolls. Some leapt at him in desperation, with their claws stretched and mouths open only to fall short, screaming as gravity betrayed them. Most hit the ground like wet sacks. The few that survived found a soldier's blade waiting for them, cold and merciless. Kai hovered above it all, raining death, and below his army marched into fire without fear. While soaring above the battlefield, Kai became a blur of white fire and motion, each flick of his hand sending another rooftop into flames, another pack of weavers screeching as they burned. Bodies dropped like flies, smoke rising from scorched wood and twitching limbs, but his eyes stayed fixed below. He was watching closely while casting. His forces cut through the enemy left and right. Killian was at the front, his blade already stained black with weaver blood. He was quick, the quickest Kai had seen. The enforcers under him were also fast, weapons crackling with flames, lighting and different elements, killing tens of weavers at once. Frost formed in weaver wounds. A wave of wind-pressured blades sent 3 skittering creatures flying into a wall. Spells and arrows filled in the gaps, but they weren't needed often. The trained soldiers were holding their ground, slaughtering in clean, practiced movements. A year ago, half of them hadn't even held swords properly. Now they moved like war-born veterans, but not all of them. Kai's eyes shifted to the right flank. Viccount Redmont's men. They were slower, hesitant. Their stances betrayed uncertainty and their strikes lacked conviction. Some paladins managed well enough, their glowing golden shields bashing back weavers before a companion split them in two, but the rest too cautious, too scared. They simply lacked the aggression that Kai needed his men to have, but he exhaled, eyes narrowing. He waved his hand towards Sentinel and one of the iron golems. Assist the Viscount's troops, the unspoken command pulsed through the spell etched inside the constructs. The two giants broke off from the enforcer line, stomping across rubble and gore to join the faltering men. A weaver leapt for one of Redmont's archers, only to be grabbed mid-air by the golem and slammed into the dirt with enough force to crack the stone beneath. They'd learn, with time and protection. Kai couldn't blame them. They were used to fighting other humans, not monsters born of plague and twisted mana. He left them to it. Instead, his attention turned to the source of the real threat. More weavers were spilling out of a crumbling building in the center of town, its pillars cracked, walls blackened with rot and dried blood. A command post once, or perhaps a church. Hard to tell now, but clearly a nest. More spells fell from the sky through both his hands, his fiend fire splitting in midair and crashing down on the rooftop dwellers. The screaming was constant, the stench even worse, but then a sudden pulse of energy hit him like a wall of ash. It surged from the far side of town, rolling across the rooftops like a tide. Kai snapped his head toward it just in time to see movement fast and coordinated. 3 figures leapt from the rooftops, trailing smoke. By the looks of it, they were definitely not normal weavers. Their skin was still twisted, sinewy and pale, but their blackened eyes gleamed with something else entirely. And in their clawed hands, dead mana twisted and coiled, forming rudimentary spell shapes. The patterns were broken, unstable but still dangerous. One weaver raised its arm and hurled a crackling mass of black flame. Kai veered hard to the side. The spell whizzed past, striking a nearby building. The upper floor detonated in a bloom of shadow and fire. He steadied himself mid-air, breathing in sharply. Mage weavers. Sick remains of once human mages, their memories clinging on just enough to form malformed spells from corrupted cores. The thought barely passed through his mind before the enforcers below started to notice, their formation tightening under the pressure of the emerging threat. Killian stood at the center, sword raised, his gaze locking onto Kai for a heartbeat. Killian, Kai shouted, "Take one of them." Killian nodded, the air around his sword crackling as arcs of lightning raced along the blade's edge. One of the mage weavers spotted him, twisted head tilting, its ruined face curling in a snarl before it lunged forward. It chose the ground-bound prey over the flaming terror in the sky, but it was a wrong choice. Chunks of earth rose at the creature's command, forming a jagged wall between them as stone spikes shot out from the street. Killian didn't slow. His lightning struck the wall and fizzled, but instead of retreating, he surged forward, slamming his boot into the rising stone, cracking it with brute force. Shards flew, the weaver raised both arms, readying another volley of spikes. Kai turned his gaze away at the moment, knowing Killian could manage. His eyes snapped back to the other 2 mage weavers perched on the rooftop, spewing fireballs one after another, the other slicing at the air with blades of wind. To them, Kai was a fly dancing in the sky. But to Kai, they were slow, predictable, and sloppy. The wind blades curved through the air, fast but not fast enough. He slipped between them, twisting mid-flight. A fireball came next, hurtling toward him in a messy arc. Kai raised his hand, forming a crude line of blue in the air. An ice beam hissed forward, slamming into the fireball. In an instant, it froze solid, sharp, and heavy. Then gravity claimed it. The frozen fireball dropped like a meteor. The wind-aspected weaver looked up too late, raising a gust to break it. It shattered, but the core of the frozen fireball still struck him full force, smashing him into the roof tiles with a wet, broken crunch. The second weaver turned to flee, flame coiling around his legs like jets. He launched himself toward the next rooftop, trying to escape. Kai's eyes narrowed. 2 spells formed in his hands, symbols spinning into place. A vortex of flame coiled around his fingertip with the power of wind, small at first then growing into a roaring spiral. He pointed. The tornado screamed through the air and found its mark. The flame weaver twisted, trying to counter Ithai's own fire pouring into the tornado in a desperate attempt to disrupt it. Useless. The vortex absorbed it all and wrapped around him in a burning embrace. The weaver didn't scream for long. His limbs were torn apart mid-air, flung in different directions like scraps of cloth. Smoke and ash followed, but Kai didn't stop the spell. Pointed downward, directing the flaming tornado into the heart of the town. It rolled across the streets like a beast, sucking in any weavers in its path and reducing them to cinders. Buildings trembled. Fire danced in the windows. By the time it vanished, a few hundred bodies lay smoldering. Kai hovered, breathing slow, before scanning the battlefield again. Below, Killian pulled his blade free from the final mage weaver's chest. The creature slumped without a sound, black blood steaming off the knight's armor. Around him, the enforcers were already fanning out, cutting down retreating weavers, sweeping the ruins. The main force was Splithef sweeping the houses, clearing out the last nests of corruption, while the rest guarded the streets, eyes sharp, blades raised, waiting for any more signs of movement. But there was nothing. No more snarls, no more spells, no more screeches, only thick silence. Kai slowly descended, landing on top of a fractured stone pillar. The wind brushed his coat. His fingers still glowed faintly with the last of the spell's heat. This battle is over. But as he looked toward the horizontal plague-touched sky stretching far beyond the crumbled Walsh knew this was only the beginning. One battle down, countless more to go. Kai sat on one of the stone benches that had somehow remained intact amid the ruins of the corrupted border town. Black vines crept up its sides, and a faint, oily sheen was there over the cobbles nearby. The weavers might have been slain, but the corruption hasn't left. Killian stood in front of him, looking straight without giving away any sort of emotion. That man was hard to read if someone just met him, but Kai was now used to it, and his current silence explained one thing: things hadn't gone terribly wrong. Still, he waited for him to talk. No casualties. 5 injured, nothing life-threatening. Most of them got hurt while backing away from the weavers. Killian continued, though, Lord Arzen, one of them is showing early signs of corruption. He's panicked. One from Viccount Redmont's forces. Killian nodded. I'll handle it. I can still purify him, I believe. Kai exhaled. If only the other mages would have taken time to learn it, but it's not an easy spell and they should focus more on offensive spells right now either way. We're lucky the corruption spread slowly. If it were any faster, he'd already be lost. I'll let Knight Kais know, Killian replied, then glanced around. All around them their forces rested. Some leaned against walls, others sat cross-legged on the ground. In the left corner, Kai saw a few shared quiet laughter while gnawing on strips of dried jerky. Despite the lingering stench of rot and the strange stillness in the air, morale was high. Kai could feel it too, an almost fragile relief hanging in the dusk light. They needed this. How long do we stay? Killian asked. Kai glanced up at the sky. The sun was already sinking low. 2 hours, Kai said. Then we move. Through the night? Yes, Kai said without hesitation. We can't afford to stay in one place too long. The armors are holding for now, but even lightwood can only take so much damage. We're on a timer. Killian didn't argue. He never did when the logic was sound. Get Gareth to add a mage to his scouting party, Kai added. Someone who can cast directional spell slate markers and wind ones, anything that can help show the path if visibility drops. I'll see to it, Killian said and turned to leave. As Killian turned to go, Kai called out, and also tell the men not to eat too much. We need to conserve rations. There won't be any food sources around here, and we are here for days, maybe weeks. Killian gave a short nod and strode off, already shouting quiet orders to the nearest enforcers. Left alone, Kai leaned back slightly and looked up at the sky. The stars were beginning to appear like small, twinkling dots between drifting clouds. On any other night, it might have been a beautiful sight, peaceful even, but not here, not with the air still thick with dead mana that it almost suffocated his lungs. He could feel it clinging to his robes, seeping into the ground, dulling his senses. The taint was everywhere. His wind spells had helped clear most of it from the immediate area, but keeping them active drained him. It felt like a constant tug of war between his will and the surrounding rot, but he was recovering damn fast. His body had long since adjusted to purifying mana before absorbing it, and now it became a habit more than a technique he practiced. The others hadn't reached that point yet. Most of the mages and enforcers still struggled with the concept, which was why Kai had drilled it into them before they even entered the region. They'd survive, but only if they listened. 5 minutes passed like that. Kai stood with a sigh and began walking toward the campfires near the northern edge of the ruins where Knight Kais had set up his men. He didn't need to look for long. The night was already headed his way, armor shifting softly with each step. Count Arzen, Kais greeted with a bow of his head. Knight Killian said you might be able to help one of my men. I'm here for that, Kai replied. Where is he? This way, Kais said, turning on his heel and leading him through the camp. They passed rows of resting soldiers on this end, some tending to gear, others sleeping with blades close to hand. At the very edge of the camp, isolated from the others, a lone figure lay on a cloth bedroll surrounded by a shallow circle of salt and ash, a religious ward that Kai knew was more for show than actual effect. The man was young, barely older than 20, dirty blonde hair and dark eyes. His armor had been stripped away, and he trembled under a thin blanket, drenched in sweat. Dark patches were already formed in his skin. His eyes darted from face to face like a cornered mouse. A cleric knelt beside him, chanting softly while channeling a golden light through his hands towards the man's leg, but it was clear the blessing wasn't working. The corruption wasn't just on the surface, it was inside, and probably eating away all the remaining mana. The black patches only grew. Kai studied the man for a moment and realized how his eyes were screaming with a different kind of agony. Hopelessness, his tears were proof that he knew he would die soon. As Kai approached, the cleric beside the corrupted soldier noticed him and rose to his feet respectfully, stepping aside to make room. Did the healing work? Kai asked, already glancing at the soldier's pale face. The cleric shook his head. No, my divine healing isn't lessening it. The corruption's too deep. I need a higher blessing, something directly bestowed by the grace of the goddess. Kai clicked his tongue lightly. I doubt even that would help. Healing blessings aren't meant for this. He looked at the cleric. They're for mending wounds, restoring life, not cleansing tainted mana. Even blessings that cure disease might only slow the spread, but it'd be a temporary fix at best. The cleric's face fell. He looked toward the soldier, then back at Kai. Then, should we put him to rest, before he turns into something dangerous? At that, the soldier jerked violently, eyes going wide with fear. His breath came out in fast, shallow gasps as if reaching for any help. If they hadn't been stuck in the middle of a dead mana wasteland, the man might have tried to run already. No, Kai said firmly, stepping closer. I can heal him. The cleric blinked, startled. You can heal him, Kai nodded. It might take a while, but yes, I can. I assumed Bishop Morris would have informed you about that by now. The cleric opened his mouth, paused, then scratched the back of his neck. I forgot. Kai didn't respond to that. He didn't need to. It was obvious the bishop either hadn't fully believed in his ability, or more likely, the church forces themselves hadn't. Still, he didn't blame them. Most wouldn't accept a noble mage claiming to be able to purify corruption until they saw it themselves. Well, now they would. A little demonstration might do more than words ever could, especially if he wanted to keep the church on his side for what was to come. He turned his attention to the soldier and knelt beside him. The man's eyes flicked toward him in desperation, as if silently pleading for salvation. Kai didn't speak. He lifted the blanket covering the soldier's legs and narrowed his eyes. The corruption had spread farther than expected. A dark, vein-like pattern ran up the man's thigh, pulsating faintly with a sickly green glow beneath the skin. It was accelerating, and Kai didn't even need to guess why. It's the wasteland, he thought. Dead mana all around him. It's feeding the corruption like fuel to fire. But it wasn't beyond saving. Not yet. As Kai studied the corruption spreading across the soldier's leg, Knight Kai stepped forward. Can you heal it, Count Arzen? Kai didn't look up. His fingers had already begun tracing the spell structure in the air, threads of refined mana swirling around his palm. Yes, stay still, he added, directing the words to the trembling soldier. This won't hurt much. The young man nodded quickly, lips pale, muscles twitching under Kai's touch. Kai's magic sank into the skin without another warning, straightening out the taint slowly, piece by piece. He was careful any sudden disruption could make the corruption lash out, spreading deeper. Every strand of dead mana had to be pulled out or cleansed without letting even a wisp escape into the rest of the body. Fortunately, the corruption hadn't reached any major organs. That was lucky. If it had crept toward the mana heart, this would have been far more difficult and painful. He kept going yet couldn't avoid the little tremors of the soldier. The man had to stay calm for this to work quickly and efficiently, so Kai spoke. How did this happen? Your armor's practically caved in. Not easy to do that. The soldier's throat bobbed as he swallowed. See, Count Arzen, he stammered. I got ganged up on. A dozen weavers jumped me, nearly tore me apart. The armor broke during that. Knight Kai's pulled me out and a cleric healed what he could. But by then I think the corruption had already set in. Kai nodded as he guided a final thread deeper into the infected tissue. You're lucky he did, and it's all right we brought spare armor for situations like this. But be more careful next time. If they had gone for your chest, you'd be dead or worse. The soldier managed a weak smile, his body relaxing just a little under the calm in Kai's voice. Bit by bit, the blackened veins receded. The foul color faded as purified mana replaced it, and the flesh began to return to its natural Huclean, healthy and not so pale. The rot purged itself in slow trails of smoke like residue, vanishing into the air. It took time, but finally it was done. You're healed now, he said, but for the next 3 days I'll be checking on you regularly. That's just a precaution. Knight Kais, who had been watching with silent intensity, stepped closer and crouched down, inspecting the man's leg. Is he truly healed? He asked, skepticism still lingering in his voice. See for yourself. Kais ran his fingers gently over the now clean skin, feeling the smooth surface where blackened corruption had once been. No swelling, no heat, no pain. The breath he released was almost a laugh, though it came out tight with disbelief. Meanwhile, the cleric, who had remained silent through the entire process, stared at the healed leg with wide eyes. His lips parted, but no words came. He looked at Kai like he'd just watched a miracle walk into camp, and in a way he had. How did you do that, Count Arzen? The cleric finally asked, voice hushed with disbelief. Kai turned to him, brushing his fingers clean of lingering threads of mana. By identifying the dead mana's location and purging it, he replied plainly. During the early stages of corruption, the pockets of tainted mana haven't fully latched on to the body's vital systems. That makes them easier to eliminate. He paused, glancing at the now stable soldier being helped to his feet by Kai's men. But once the corruption spreads too far once it reaches a major organ or the heart, it becomes almost impossible. Healing at that point risks killing the host. That's beyond me. The cleric nodded slowly, but the look in his eyes said he still didn't quite believe it. Not fully. Still, the proof lay before him. Flesh that should have rotted was whole again. Mana that should have cursed had been cleansed. And Kai knew whether the priest believed or not, others would take notice. Bishop Morris will know soon enough, Kai thought, watching Kais lead the soldier away to rest. The cleric followed, likely off to report to the bishop. That was fine. In fact, that was exactly what Kai wanted. Let the church hear of it. Their blessings, as they so proudly called them, were rigid, inflexible, rudimentary until one reached the upper ranks of their hierarchy. In those upper echelons, they preferred swift executions over uncertain cures, kill the corrupted before they turn rather than risk trying to save them. But now they had seen something different. They'll come, Kai thought. When this is over, when I walk into the capital for the assembly, there'll be church delegates waiting, curious, maybe even desperate. And when they ask for my methods, I'll be the one holding the cards. The fire had dimmed in the camp. Most of the soldiers were preparing for another rough march. Kai found himself alone again, wind brushing his coat as he turned his gaze toward the horizon. Tomorrow they would continue their journey, southward, toward the heart of Vanderfall, toward the center of the rot. If the reports were right, that was where the treant waited. But before that, he wondered just how many weavers would try to get to them. Apparently, a lot of weavers did try to block their path. After a brief rest, the march resumed. The peace they had on for long didn't last. Throughout the night, more than a few groups of weavers emerged from the shadow skittering across rooftops, rising from broken ground, crawling from corrupted ruins. But none of them reached the marching force, not a single one. Kai had already anticipated it. A barrier of wind invisible to the eye but thick with concentrated mana surrounded the group. It drained him constantly, gnawing at his reserves like a leech, but it was worth it. He would rather carry that weight than lose a soldier to an ambush they couldn't even see coming. Even with mages casting light orbs to illuminate the path, the weavers were sly things. They could easily blend. It got better as the first rays of dawn broke across the desolate land. Light drove the worst of the weavers back into hiding, and with daylight on their side, the group was able to move with more confidence and tighter coordination and better preparation if anything came by. The soldiers walked in a close-knit formation. The supply caravan rolled between the center lines, guarded on all sides like a moving fortress. No casualties, no injuries, and Kai could feel their morale was rising. With each hour they pushed farther into the heart of Vanderfall, and with every successful defense, the weight of dread lifted from the shoulders of his men. They believed they could win this. To keep spirits from wearing down, they paused for 30-minute breaks every 3 hours. It gave the soldiers time to rest, drink water, patch gear, and share brief moments of conversation that didn't involve bloodshed or shadows. During those breaks, Kai didn't keep to himself. He walked among the crowd, exchanging words with the enforcers, barbarians, mages, scouts, and even the clerics. It wasn't out of politeness. He wanted to know them, understand them, learn who he was trusting his back-toned who would stand with him when things got worse. More than the others, he paid close attention to the church faction. So far, he'd had little time to understand the types of blessings they carried or what they could truly do in battle. He wanted to change that. Thankfully, the paladins and clerics weren't shy about their abilities. In fact, they seemed eager, almost proud to talk about them. Each miracle they demonstrated, each invocation they described, was framed as a gift from the goddess Lumaris bestowed in exchange for unwavering faith. Kai had expected some limitations from the church's so-called blessings, but even so, he found himself mildly disappointed. Most of the clerics only had 2 blessings to speak of healing and stabilization. A handful had a protection blessing that formed a small shield around them, but its range and durability left much to be desired. Maybe 2 or 3 among them had a cure disease blessing, which Kai mentally flagged as potentially useful given the nature of the corruption they were dealing with. Still, there was no flexibility, no adaptability. Every blessing felt static. The paladins fared slightly better. Most wielded a basic sword aura blessing that coated their weapons in radiant energy, and nearly all of them possessed a reinforcement blessing that strengthened their bodies. A few even had an expanded version of the cleric's shield blessing, capable of defending a group rather than just themselves. Kai had seen glimpses of these blessings in combat before, but it was good to have confirmation, especially when it came to forming future tactics. Even so, none of it was truly surprising. What did surprise him, however, were the blessings of Bishop Morris. So when Kai finally asked, he hadn't expected Morris's sheepish answer. The bishop cleared his throat, glanced around like he was worried someone would overhear, and then began listing them. A chain spell that summoned arcane bindings, which then detonated in bursts of explosions. A spear barrage that launched projectiles made of light swords, spears, even halberd-stalwart enemies like a divine storm. A third that allowed him to briefly reflect incoming attacks like a mirror of divine mana. Combat blessings, all of them. Kai had blinked. You didn't use any of those in the border town, he said, not quite hiding the suspicion in his voice. The bishop had merely smiled weakly and mumbled something about preserving strength and maintaining command, but Kai knew the truth. The man had hidden behind his paladin's shields, waiting for danger to get close before striking from a safe position and only when it was convenient. He had let others bleed while he watched, all while possessing enough destructive power to have turned the tide faster. Kai's expression had remained calm, outwardly at least, but inside his decision was immediate. Next battle, you're not hiding, he thought, eyes narrowing as the bishop walked away. You're going on the front lines with the enforcers. Let's see how your blessings hold up when you don't have a wall of knights in front of you. The goddess may have blessed Bishop Morris, but Kai was about to bless him with claritithe kind that came from first-hand experience with death just a few feet away. But none of that came for a while. For 2 days, the expedition moved steadily through Vanderfall, avoiding major settlements and steering clear of areas too thick with corruption. The occasional group of weavers they did encounter was easily dispatched either by a well-placed spell or the swift coordination between Kai's enforcers and the paladins. There were no serious injuries, no sudden ambushes, just long hours of travel across dead plains, broken hills, and silent roads that hadn't seen life in a long time. But on the evening of the second day, as they crested a low, wooded hill, something changed. It began with sound. Barely there, distant yet strange enough to make the entire marching column slow to a stop. It wasn't the chittering of weavers or the low groans of fiends, no clicking mandibles, no bestial howls, just a continuous, unfamiliar noise echoing from beyond the slope ahead. Kai raised a hand, signaling for silence. The entire force stalled. There was something about it almost, too deliberate to be a natural sound, and far too erratic to belong to the corrupted beasts they'd been fighting. As Kai strained to place it, a flicker of understanding brushed the edge of his thoughts. Could it be? Lord Arzen, Gareth's voice cut through the tension, and Kai turned sharply. Kai's eyes narrowed. What happened? Please just come with me, Gareth said, not slowing. You need to see it for yourself. It's close. Without another word, Kai broke into a jog beside him, moving swiftly through the thinning trees and brush. They climbed a short rise, feet crunching on dry roots and cracked earth until the foliage finally broke. Gareth stopped at the edge of a rocky outcrop, gesturing downward. Kai stepped forward, and what he saw nearly made his heart stop. Only 2 days into the expedition, Kai had seen more than his share of weavers. Hundreds of them snarling, scrambling, endlessly agitated creatures that attacked anything that moved. Not once had fear so much as touched him. But now, standing on a rocky hill with the wind tugging at his cloak, he felt it. Not the heart-racing panic of the untrained, not hesitation. But the quiet, instinctive fear that came when facing something far beyond your strength. A threat that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise despite every battle he'd survived. And the strange part, it wasn't one weaver or even a group of them. It was a stampede of them. Below, a black tide churned thousands of weavers and fiends, tangled in a frenzy of death. They surged forward, not in formation, not in coordination, but as a single mass of rage. Some even trampled or tore each other apart in the chaos, driven by a singular, overwhelming pull. His gaze drifted toward the center of the chaos place they all seemed to be converging on. He could make out a figure there, a human mage. He muttered the spell under his breath and cast hawk eyes. The scene sharpened instantly. There, elevated on rising stone platforms, stood a lone figure. A man with a bald head and a graying beard, framed by spinning shards of stone. Rocks orbited him like angry moons, forming a barrier that smashed any creature that got too close. He raised his arms, conjuring massive chunks of earth and hurling them into the horde, and the impact sent limbs flying. Blood sprayed high into the air. Dozens fell with every spell. Still more came, and there was even more to come. Kai watched silently, awe creeping in as he recognized the spell work. Not just advanced earthen manipulation, but high-tier control, efficient channeling, seamless defense. The man wasn't just a mage. He was a Magusa 5th Circle Battle mage, a strong one at that. Without that kind of strength and composure, anyone else would have frozen and been torn apart. But this man held on, even as exhaustion weighed on his features. His movements slowed and his face twisted with strain, yet he stood his ground. He knows he can't escape, Kai thought, so he's trying to thin their numbers before running. It wasn't a bad idea, but in the plague lands, it was suicide. The tide didn't thin easily, and even if it did, he would be chased by the rest. Still, Kai kept watching, trying to gauge the magus condition and the swarm's coordination until a voice broke his focus. What are we going to do now, Lord Arzen? Kai turned. Gareth had stepped beside him, eyes locked on the battlefield below, and behind him stood the rest of the companysoldiers, mages, enforcers, paladins, each one frozen at the sight, some clutching weapons tighter, others too stunned to speak. He didn't answer right away. He immediately went into a strategizing mode. There wasn't much time. The magus could fall any moment, and they knew nothing about him, not his intentions, not his affiliations. And aiding someone blindly in the plague lands could be dangerous. Before he could speak, Knight Kais opened his mouth. That's Magus Elias Ravin, he said, the royal court mage of Vanderfall. Kai's brow lifted slightly. You know him. Everyone in Aegis knows him, Kais replied. He's the strongest mage Vanderfall's ever produced. He's never crossed our border, but every soldier on the line knows his name. Kai studied him for a beat, then asked, and what do the rumors say? Kais hesitated. Kai saw the uncertainty in his eyes. What? He pushed. Honestly, they're mixed, he admitted. He's known to be hot-headed, obsessed with battle, the kind of man who joined the royal court not for loyalty, but because they offered him the best resources and freedom to fight. Dangerous but valuable. Kai looked back toward the battlefield. Magus Elias still stood, bloody and battered, but unyielding power coiling around him as the fiend continued its mad charge. But those stories there from long ago, Kai's continued slowly, from his youth. No one's seen him in over a decade. I only recognized him because of those white robes and the bald head. He's always worn them, even back then according to tales about him. Kai gave a small nod, taking it all in. It wasn't hard to guess that a magus wasn't a man easily understood or trusted, but his presence here in the middle of the plague lands raised more questions than answers. What's he doing here? And why is he alone? If the royal family of Vanderfall had truly sent him to deal with the plague, why hadn't they sent backup? Kai's thoughts circled back to the whispers he'd heard over the past few months, that Vanderfall had given up on the plague. That no one, no matter how powerful, could stop it from spreading. So then, why was this man here? Although the why bothered him immensely, he ignored it, not willing to linger on it longer than necessary, especially not when there was a direct threat right ahead. Killian stepped forward, echoing the question Gareth had asked earlier. What do we do, Lord Arzen? Should we help him? Kai grit his teeth, staring at the chaos below. He didn't like acting without information, but if the magus died now, there'd be no one to answer his questions on what he was doing here. If Vanderfall was leading a campaign of its own, he needed to know. He exhaled slowly. We help him. He turned to Killian. Join the battle once I've cut their numbers in half. You and the rest can handle what remains. Killian nodded without hesitation. Although Kai had continuously maintained a protective covering over the group, making him lose quite a bit of mana, he still had mana potions and he gulped one of them. Mana surged through him with the potion taking effect in seconds, and he rose into the sky with a blast of wind, his robe snapping behind him as mana swirled to life in his palm. Heat pulsed outward as a dense sphere of molten energy began to form a fourth circle spell, one meant not for duels, but for devastation. A spell that could kill everything when in contact, magma core. He soared forward, the air thrashing around him, and then with a flick of his arm he dropped the glowing orb into the mass of weavers below. It hit exactly like a meteor. The earth split. A wall of fire erupted upward as bodies turned to ash before they could even scream. The stench of burning flesh filled the air. Kai scrunched his nose up, but he wasn't done. Weavers kept moving, momentarily distracted by the loud attack, but soon rushed toward Magus Elias. Kai gathered more mana and shaped 3 magma spheres, glowing red-hot. He hurled them in different directions. They landed deep within clustered groups of weavers and fiends. The ground shook when they hit. Explosions echoed across the battlefield as charred limbs and cracked stone flew in every direction. Hundreds of weavers were gone in seconds, reduced to smoldering piles of what used to be flesh. From his vantage point, he looked to the platform in the center of the chaos. Elias was still standing. He was staring directly at Kai now, the rocky shield around his body flickering, his bearded face frozen in shock. But the moment passed as fast as it came. More weavers clambered over the rocks, screeching in loud voices as they tried to swarm the platform again, and the old mage turned his focus back to survival, ripping them apart with spinning spikes of stone. Kai narrowed his eyes. Magus Elias was skilled far more than most, but even he wouldn't last forever. With that, he descended slightly, aiming for the thicker clusters around the edges of the horde. That's where the danger still gathered, where they were most tangled, biting and scrambling over one another, still trying to reach the magus. I have to do something. From one hand, he unleashed a searing ice beam, cutting clean through a wall of weavers and freezing the flesh of those behind them. From the other, he hurled more magma orbs. The glowing spheres screamed toward the earth before once again detonating clouds of ash and fire. The weavers and fiends hadn't even touched him, they couldn't. A few had the sensier instinct to hurl stones toward the sky, but they were clumsy throws, easy to dodge. He weaved around them with ease. In minutes, a quarter of the horde was gone, reduced to pulp, melted bone, and shattered limbs. But the price was steep. As he formed the 8th magma orb, his arms trembled slightly. He could feel Ithai's mana reserves dipping fast, his body already pushing against the limits of sustained mid-air casting. If he kept it up, he'd burn through his core and drop like a stone, and he couldn't afford that. Not yet. Not when the magus might still turn on them after the battle. Kai clenched his jaw and shifted tactics. The sky around him pulsed as he transitioned to a familiar rhythma spell he'd relied on often when he first became Arzen. Quick gestures, minimal mana. Hundreds of firebolts sprang to life, forming midair in glowing chains before shooting down in a coordinated barrage. The weavers, packed so close together, couldn't avoid them. One after another fell, their bodies blackened and twitching. Only a few fiends survived, their tougher skin allowing them to stumble through the flames, though not for long. As the final volley finished, Kai took a moment to steady his breathing. The battlefield below had changed, and it was time. He glanced behind him and saw Killian and the rest of the force finally making their move, charging down the hill in formation. Enforcers, paladins, and mages led the center, but on the flanks, barbarians roared into the fray wearing heavy armor, their weapons soaked in dark blood from previous battles. On the front of them was Brugnar. They tore into the weavers like wolves into a flock. Even as the blood flew, the formation held. No panic, no disarray. They remembered the drills, Kai thought with a flicker of pride. Even surrounded by the grotesque horde, none of his soldiers broke rank. The enforcers were the tip of the spear, cleaving through enemies with blades glowing from aspected mana. Behind them, mages launched controlled spells, supporting the front line without overreaching. The paladins formed a shield wall where the fiends struck hardest, holding them back with glowing shields and coordinated counters. And the barbarians fierce and relentless punch through weak points, splitting the tide and buying precious space. Kai allowed himself a breath, then angled away from the fight. He landed on a large boulder away from the center, folding one leg over the other and settling down. The sudden shift from the sky to the landing made him disadjust for a second. Soon, his eyes were locked on the battle. From here, he had a perfect view of everything, and so did Magus Elias. The old man was still holding the center. His expression changed not just from exhaustion, but confusion. He looked up again, eyes finding Kai's across the battlefield. You're wondering if we'll turn on you after this, aren't you? Kai didn't blame him. A magus would have been in too many battles to trust strangers easily, especially one with the reputation of a battle mage. But unlike Kai, the magus had no safe perch, no time to rest. The weavers still crawled up toward his rising platform. He had to keep lifting it, stone by stone, just to stay alive. That alone layering platforms under pressure was a fourth circle spell, and it burned mana fast. He was running on fumes, and they both knew it. Still, he fought, a true battle mage. Kai saw it in his eyes. Whenever he would cast a spell, he would get hungrier to kill even more of those fiends. Kai's was right, the man's aggression was right there. The thirst of battle was thick in every structure he formed. Kai inhaled deeply through his nose, feeling the strain of his own muscles, and looked at his enforcers, trying to take a good look at their strengths. At times like this, he knew he could actually see where they were at. All of them had grown a lot during the past couple of months, but Killian was at the forefront. He was the only one approaching the third rank. Killian was cleaving through a cluster of fiends, lightning dancing across his blade. The others moved with competence, striking fast and clean, but Killian stood out. His strikes were sharper, his reflexes faster, his aura denser. The rest still have a long way to go. It wasn't surprising. Kai had expected Killian to rise first. He was the strongest enforcer among them, disciplined, ruthless, and stubborn in a way that only made him more dangerous in a real fight. But the speed of his growth, that was something else. It was a known fact among spellcasters and warriors alike. Enforcer ranks were harder to climb than the early mage ones. It wasn't just about opening more vaults of power, it was about assimilating them, binding them into one's core with such harmony that they didn't just offer strength, but control, resilience, and accuracy. And Killian was doing it, without a guide, without scrolls or tutors, just on instinct, grit, and the small insights Kai had given him. His affinity lightning was beginning to take form even in his normal attacks and in the way he moved. His strikes were conducted and enhanced. He saw how every slash tore through swarms of weavers, electricity arcing from one to the next, ripping through flesh, boiling blood in their veins, and every swing cleared space around him like a storm expanding outward. A small radius had already formed an unspoken kill zone. No other enforcers dared step within it. They knew better than to get caught in the web of lightning dancing off his blade. Killian didn't waste the space. He rushed forward, using the gap like a wedge, punching deeper into enemy lines, cleaving through weavers and even beheading fiends with a single upward slash. There was a rhythm to his movement now, a practiced chaos that spoke of instinct. He's close, Kai thought, eyes narrowed. Closer than I expected. He might hit the third rank even before we reach the treant. And that changed a lot of things. The others weren't bad, their formations held. Killian was on a different level, no a one-man frontline, a walking weapon. Kai watched as more and more weavers fell, their corpses piling up or disintegrating beneath elemental blasts. In just a few minutes, the tide had turned completely. Less than 10% of the weavers remained, and even they, mindless as they were, began to hesitate. Then finally they broke. The remnants turned and ran, screeching and trampling over the bodies of their own kind. There was no strategy, just survival instinct and blind retreat. Kai raised a hand, and a flare of mana pulsed outward in a signal. His mages answered instantly. Arrows of lightning, walls of flame, shards of crystal earth. Spells surged across the field, chasing down the broken swarm before they could vanish over the hills. The golems ran after them, their eyes glowing dimly as they moved with mechanical purpose. They wouldn't let a single one escape if it could be helped. Both the spells and the golems managed to take down most of those who tried to flee, but plenty still managed to escape, limping, burning, or howling as they vanished into the distance. Kai didn't pursue. He made no signal to his troops either. They were spent. The horde had taken its toll. Kai stood up and activated flight from his perch and touched down beside Killian, who stood with his blade buried in the earth, breathing heavily. Around them, the remnants of the force regrouped, some collapsed to their knees, others helping the wounded, many simply staring at the piles of dead, too drained to speak. Kai gave the field a slow, measured glance. There were more injuries than before, too many. His jaw tensed. He'd expected losses, but seeing the toll firsthand always brought a bitter taste. The force did well, he said, but with a horde this size, casualties were inevitable. Killian, still leaning on his sword, nodded as he scanned the ranks. It's manageable, he said. I've sent Gareth to get the exact count. The lightly injured are already helping carry the more serious cases to the clerics. Kai gave a small nod of approval. At least Killian still had the presence of mind to organize recovery. But then his eyes drifted toward the center of the battlefield. Magus Elias hadn't moved much. He was still seated atop the raised platform of stone, though the rock armor that had once spun protectively around him was gone now. In its place, his white robno brown and red hung, and his chest rose and fell in deep, exhausted breaths. Their eyes met for a moment, and he could see wariness in his. Killian followed Kai's gaze. What do we do with him? We will find more about him, Kai said plainly, and what he's doing here. He turned slightly, watching the man more closely. We can't leave a variable like him floating around, not before we face the treant. We need answers. Do you think there are more Vanderfall mages out here? Kai shook his head. Not in this part. If there were, they'd have come to help. If there are others, they're somewhere deeper in the Plague Lancer fighting their own battles. Killian gave a quiet grunt of agreement, and just then Magus Elias stirred. He was swaying slightly from fatigue. Mana flickered faintly around his boots, a residual effect from his earlier casting, but it was weak. Almost gone. Good, Kai thought. Still, we can't assume he's powerless. He looked back to Killian. I'll go speak with him. If things turn ugly, I'll need the enforcers to back me. His mana's likely depleted, but we can't discount potions or stored artifacts. Stay ready. Killian straightened up and gave a sharp nod. With that, Kai took to the air again. The wind stirred his cloak as he crossed the battlefield in a few seconds and touched down softly on the cracked stone of Elias' elevated platform. The old man was already watching him, eyes narrowed. Now closer, he could see Magus Elias' face properly, including that silver cut down his cheek that ran to his neck. It was glowing faintly, and his lips thinned. His forehead crinkled in a frown. My name is Arzen Kellius, he said. I'd like to know what you're doing here, Magus. As Kai asked that, Magus Elias' frown deepened. Kai could see the fierceness in his gazy, a predatory look that made his instincts hum with warning. Without thinking, his mana tensed in his core, ready to shield or strike back at the first hint of hostility. A fifth circle Magus might have far larger mana reserves, but Kai had stood at that peak once too. He knew better than most that preparation and intent mattered just as much as raw power. Still, the words that came out of Magus Elias' mouth lowered his guard, if only slightly. Kai gave a small shrug. A count, he corrected. I thought the Kellius were dukes. They are, Kai said. But the seat's empty right now. I'm the only Kellius around, other than a brother, and I'm pretty sure he's not anywhere near Lancefil anymore, and I didn't ask you about that. Magus Elias let out a slow breath, lips curving into a lopsided smile. Right, you asked what I'm doing here. He gave a short laugh, the sound dry and a little mad. Well, would you believe me if I told you I'm on a suicide mission, trying to kill as many of these bastards as possible before I die? As he spoke, Elias moved to kick the corpse of a weaver that lay crumpled nearby on the cracked earthen platform. The body tumbled off the edge with a hollow thud, but Kai's eyes never left the Magus. Not for a second. Elias caught the look and grinned, amused. You're too damn wary of me. Relax. I'm out of most of my mana, couldn't cast a strong spell if I tried. One can't underestimate a Magus, Kai said quietly, even if he's one step from death. Elias barked a laugh. That's a great line. I'm stealing that if I get out of here alive. Be my guest, Kai said, allowing a faint smile. It's not original anyway. He shifted his footing slightly, not letting the moment drag too long. But back to the real question. What are you doing here alone? No other mages around helping you hunt these fiends and weavers. He frowned lightly. Every Magus Kai had ever known had at least one apprentice, someone to pass their knowledge onto, someone to fight beside them if needed. It was practically a law among stronger mages, especially in dangerous territories like this. Kai himself had been an exception for a long time, having never taken an official apprentice. He had taught a few things to people like Rhea and Amira, but even now he wasn't sure if he could be called a proper master. His path had always been solitary. Still, when he mentioned apprentices, he saw the brief flicker across Elias' face, a crack in the man's put-up exterior. The Magus clenched his teeth, his jaw tight. He spat on the floor next to him. They ran away, he said. Huh, what do you mean they ran away? Elias leaned back slightly, rubbing a hand over his face as if suddenly exhausted. I came here to deal with the plague, he muttered. Once my obligations to the royal family were done, I thought I'd be able to lend a hand. I even had a group with me. Nothing special, third circle mages, barely enough to not make me look over my shoulder every few minutes just to check if they were still breathing. He gave a dry chuckle, though there was no humor in it, but the moment we sighted a horde, they turned tail, said their duties to the noble families they served were more important. Cowards. Elias' lips curled in disgust. I wanted to kill them then and there. Would have too, if I didn't think it'd just add more trouble with those fat, unruly nobles. So. He shrugged, spreading his hands in a bitter mockery of grace. Here I am, alone, taking on hordes, and saved by a man who isn't even a quarter of my age. Kai kept his face neutral at that, but inside he felt something at how Elias said a quarter of his age. He'd stake his life that he was at least half the man's age with 2 combined lives under him, but guessing a magus's true age was dangerous business. Many Fifth Circle mages could live for centuries if they were careful, far outlasting the kingdoms they served. I didn't think of any magus as a patriot, Kai said. At that, Elias let out a genuine laugh, the sound rasping across the stillness. Patriot, he echoed. I don't give a rat's ass about the people ruling the country, boy. But the country itself, that's different. You don't live this long without growing some roots, even if you try not to. He kicked another stone off the platform, watching it tumble away. Besides, my reputation took enough of a hit already. People whispered that I ran away during the plague when in truth, I was shackled by a damned oath to protect the royal family. He spat the words out like they tasted foul. A stupid oath made over a century ago, when I couldn't break even when it burned me. With that, an awful silence covered them. Kai studied the man, his own thoughts turning. He didn't know whether to fully believe Elias. After all, maguses, especially those who lived long enough, tended to see nations as fleeting sandcastles before an inevitable tide. It was rare for one to stay loyal to anything beyond their own power. But reputation, that he could believe. Among all the magus he had encountered, reputation was one of the few mortal things they clung to with claws and teeth. Pride survived where loyalty did not. As Kai considered that, Elias turned. And what about you? He asked with his voice edged with amusement. You asked me what I was doing here, but what's it? Count of Lancefeld doing so far from his keep, especially with such an interesting force at your back. Warriors I've never seen before and even church paladins. Quite the merry band you've got, he grinned. And from the way you fought and the fact you're standing here talking to me, I'm guessing you're their leader. Kai barely held back a frown, not at the question itself, but at the casual way the magus referred to his enforcers as warriors. He noticed them, Kai thought grimly. It was inevitable. He hadn't made any great effort to hide the way his enforcers used mana, but even so, he would have preferred keeping some cards closer to the chest a while longer. Still, there was no helping it now. He kept his voice even. The plague's threatening to cross into Lancefeld, he said. My territory's close to the border. If I don't act now, it'll be my people next. Elias raised an eyebrow. So you're here to stop the plague, I'm assuming. Yes, that's the plan. The magus lips twitched again. And how exactly? He tilted his head, studying him. And don't try to lie. The church forces are moving with you, and from what I know of the church, and I doubt Lancefeld is much different, they wouldn't lift a finger unless they were convinced you had an actual plan. He folded his arms. So tell me, young mage, what's your grand solution to ending this dreadful plague? Kai hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure how much he should say. His plans about the treant weren't public knowledge yet, and trusting a magus he had just met was dangerous, even if the man seemed to be against it too. But then again, if Elias had been wandering the plague lands for a while, then he would have already seen it. The massive, monstrous tree at the heart of it all couldn't have been missed, so Kai chose his words carefully. The way to stop the plague from growing, he said, is to kill the treant responsible for it, the one at the center of it. You've seen it. I tried to kill it once, got too close, and its damned roots chased me for miles. His mouth twisted into a grimace, left me with a nasty backlash, took a barrel's worth of potions to walk straight again. He gave Kai a long, assessing look. You're sure the treant's the cause of it all? What's your proof? I don't have to give you proof. I know the treant's roots are what's spreading the plague. I intend to burn it down. Elias gave a low chuckle, though there was a hint of respect in his eyes now. Burn it down, huh? And how exactly do you plan to do that? You aren't even a magus. What circle are you? Fourth. Kai didn't so much as blink. I don't have to tell you that either. He straightened his shoulders. I have plans, magus. With all due respect to you, I'm not going to share them. And what if I force you? Elias tilted his head ever so slightly, his eyes looking directly into Kai's. In an instant, a spell structure began forming in Kai's hand, mana snapping around him, but before it could escalate, Elias lifted his hands, palms out, laughing. Relax, relax. It was a joke, he said easily. I can't harm someone who saved my life. Even I'm not that much of a bastard. Kai didn't lower his spell entirely, but allowed it to flicker into a waiting state. Elias simply grinned wider. But I'm curious. Will you tell me if I say please? No, Kai said. Elias shrugged like he expected nothing less. Then I suppose, he said, I'll have to come with you and see it in action myself. You're aware that Lancefeld and Vanderfall aren't exactly on friendly terms. I'm aware, Elias said with a wave of his hand. But you yourself said it, didn't you? Mages are above countries, and more importantly, we're in the plague lands. If I tried anything stupid, it'd end badly for both of us. Elias stretched his arms forward and gestured at Kai. You came to talk to me alone. Either you're brave, or skilled enough to defend yourself until your force gets here. Either way, as a sane man who doesn't want to get fried by a bunch of angry paladins and strange warriors, I'm not about to pick a fight. Besides, I'm interested in you. Interested? Kai repeated. Elias chuckled. Yes, interested, he said easily. It's not every day you see a young mage leading a force into a plague zone, a plague that has made countless mages run away in fear. Even one's closer to me in power. He stretched his arms overhead, joints cracking slightly. Last time I met a mage who felt worth knowing was 30 years ago, I think. You're the first one since. Elias gave a small shrug, as if that explained everything. So let me come with you for my curiosity, and for our shared hatred of every dead mana creature crawling over this land. Then he simply stood there looking perfectly content to just wait for Kai's answer. Kai deliberated inwardly for a moment, expression giving away nothing. In his head, he was rethinking everything Elias ever said. Unfortunately, this was a decision he couldn't take alone. You'll have to wait here. I need to discuss it with my second in command. Elias grinned, feel free. Without wasting time, Kai turned and flew back toward his forces, the wind rushing past him. Killian was already waiting, standing a little apart from the others, who had begun glancing and whispering, a few even pointing toward Elias still standing calmly on the cracked platform. Kai landed lightly beside Killian, ignoring the watching soldiers. The knight turned toward him immediately, his sharp eyes studying Kai's face. What happened there? Killian asked. The magus doesn't seem openly hostile, he said, but he wants to come with us. Says he's here to kill weavers too, and if he's to be believed, he's been doing it alone. If Killian was surprised by that, he didn't show it. So are you going to let him? Kai hesitated for a second before answering. I'm thinking about it. His eyes flickered toward Elias, who hadn't moved. Actually, I'm pretty sure that at least partially, Magus Elias wants to come with us because of me, and the enforcers. Killian's brow furrowed slightly, but he waited. In the battle, Kai continued. He clearly noticed our strength, and I'm almost certain the magma spell I used is something that hasn't been invented yet in this era. His voice dropped a fraction lower. Moreover, when I was speaking to him, he said something that made me instinctively form a spell structure. Killian's eyes sharpened at that, and he prompted. And now I'm fairly sure he provoked that reaction intentionally to observe it, Kai said quietly. He wanted to see how I structured my magic. As you know, my structures are far more refined, thousands of years of innovation stacked into them. To someone from this age, they would seem impossibly clean and unfamiliar. Killian was silent for a moment, processing that, so rather than some noble cause, Magus Elias would be coming with us out of personal curiosity, to see our powers up close, maybe even to copy them. Kai nodded. Exactly. In the brief time we spoke, he painted a picture of being harmless, logical, even patriotic. But his eyes narrowed slightly. I kept getting the feeling that every word he said had been planned, like a conversation he already had in his head before we even spoke. He shook his head once. I played along to get a better sense of his personality, and I think I have a decent grasp on it now. Killian shifted slightly, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword. So what are you planning to do now? He asked quietly. Can we even stop him from coming with us? He's a magus, after all. He paused, glancing again toward the distant figure of Elias. His voice dropped lower. Should we kill him? He's weakened right now. Kai didn't respond immediately. He let the thought settle between them for a moment before he finally shook his head. I thought about that, he admitted, but it's easier said than done. Magus are really hard to kill. Killian. Even weakened, a fifth circle magus is a nightmare. If we tried, we might succeed, but not before half our men ended up casualties. And even if we did go after it, convincing Bishop Morris would be another war by itself. Killian exhaled slowly, nodding. The reality of it was clear. There were too many risks and no real guarantees. Kai glanced over his shoulder at Elias once more, gathering his thoughts before speaking again. Actually, he said, I have a better plan. I made it once I realized shaking him off wasn't going to be easy, Kai continued. Instead of trying to get rid of him, we make use of him. Killian raised a brow but said nothing, listening. He's strong, a fifth circle earth mage. That's excellent for defense, something we could do better with right now. He fits well into our weaknesses. Kai folded his arms, and we need every advantage we can get before we face the Treant. Having him around, if controlled properly, gives us that. So Killian said slowly, we keep him with us, even if he tries to snoop around. Exactly, Kai said, but he won't be able to do much. We'll keep our eyes on him the whole time. I don't think he's particularly interested in the enforcers, not deeply anyway. What he's truly interested in is me. He wants to see my spell structures, Kai said. He wants to know if I have more tricks hidden up my sleeve. He's after knowledge it sneaks things that aren't supposed to exist yet in this era. Kai's lips curled. I'll let him see a little, he said. Surface-level things. Tricks that won't mean much even if he manages to replicate them. Enough to satisfy his curiosity, but never enough to be dangerous. Even a trickle of what I know could be enough for him to break through to something stronger. But compared to the full ocean I hold, a few drops won't matter. And besides, his eyes glinted. It's a game of patience. I'll control what he sees and what he thinks he's getting. Play him slowly. Feed him crumbs. Killian frowned, thinking, then asked bluntly, what if he tries to backstab us? Maybe not now. But after the Treants dealt with, Kai smiled. For that, he said, I have a plan too. One that would make Magus Elias regret ever thinking of betrayal. Kai took a step forward. Let me tell you about it. Malden's eyes snapped open as someone nudged him. Blinking the remnants of sleep away, he turned his gaze upward and found a man standing stiffly across from him, a sword resting at his hip and crude leather armor strapped across his chest. Before Malden could speak, his guard, Kellen, moved. It was fast, so fast that the guard who had touched him didn't even have time to react. In a blink, Kellen had drawn his dagger and shoved the man up against the stone wall with a sharp thud. "No one gave you permission to touch him," Kellen said, his blade pressing lightly against the man's throat. The unfortunate guard gulped, raising his hands. "I'm sorry," he stammered. "It's just, Baron Morgrave is finally free to see Merchant Malden. I didn't mean to be rude." For a heartbeat longer, Kellen's eyes stayed hard, assessing, before he finally dropped his dagger and stepped back. The man slumped to the ground with a shaky breath, rubbing his neck. Kellen cleared his throat. "I believe we should move then," he said with a respectful tone. Malden nodded, hiding the small smile tugging at his mouth as he rose to his feet. It was always satisfying to see that he had made the right choice. When he had first heard of Lord Arzen's new enforcers, Malden had wanted one for himself, a warrior as lethal as a mage, disciplined and with elemental powers. Someone who could guarantee that no blade or scheme would reach him easily. But until recently, all enforcers had belonged directly to Lord Arzen himself. It wasn't until the young lord allowed the formation of the Adventurers Guild Independent, but tied to his authority, that Malden had found his opening. He had paid good coin for Kellen, yes, but more importantly, he had made promises, funding more Adventurers Guild branches across the Sylvan Enclave, investing in their future. Lord Arzen had given them the freedom to grow, and Malden had reaped the benefits. Now, with Kellen at his side, Malden moved confidently through the narrow corridors of Baron Morgrave's mansion, though mansion was a generous word. Barely counted as an estate, with only 3 squads garrisoned and a handful of half-empty rooms to its name. Still, Malden wasn't here for appearances. Morgrave wasn't the wealthiest patron he had ever courted, but this meeting wasn't about short-term profits. It was about setting the pieces for something greater, something that might win him more favor with Lord Arzen. His boots clicked softly against the worn stone as he walked, the old scent of damp wood and fading banners hanging in the air. Malden's thoughts wandered back, briefly, to that first meeting with Arzen. He had walked a corridor much like this one, grimy, half-abandoned, and chanced upon a product, and more importantly, a connection that had turned his entire business around. In less than a year, Malden had risen near the top of the kingdom's merchant class. Would this baron offer the same opportunity? Malden doubted it. Morgrave was young, but not exceptional. His lands had been bleeding for a year, and he had done little to stem it. Even now, most of the men guarding his estate were mercenaries, not loyal retainers. Still, Malden allowed himself a thin smile. If the man had enough sense to Listento act on the offer Malden was about to make, perhaps he could solve some of Morgrave's troubles. And perhaps Malden's own fortunes would climb even higher. Malden finally stepped into Morgrave's office. It was a modest room. Worn carpet, a few dusty banners on the walls, and a desk that looked like it had seen better days a decade ago. Behind it sat Morgrave. He was young, barely into his 20s, but he looked older than Malden himself. Dark circles clung under his eyes, and his beard had grown wild and untamed, hiding what might once have been fine features. At the sight of him, Morgrave straightened hastily in his chair. His enforcer guard remained just outside the door, leaving them alone. Malden's smile deepened slightly. He could see the nerves tightening the young noble's posture. Good. Wealth had a gravity all its own, and Malden had come to savor the way even titled men now treated him, not as a mere merchant, but as someone to be respected, even feared. Morgrave wasted no time after gesturing him to sit down. "I was surprised when my steward told me you wanted to invest in my barony," he said bluntly. His voice was steady, but there was a crackle of frustration beneath it. "I don't get such offers often, but one from a rising merchant." That felt even more surprising. He leaned forward, planting his hands on the table. "I'll be open with you, Merchant Malden. If you're here to take advantage of a depleted barony, you're wasting your time. There's barely enough left for you to take." Malden chuckled softly, his smile widening. He liked this. There was no pretension, no pathetic attempts to dress up Morgrave's state. The young baron was frustrated, beaten down, and honest. Far easier to deal with, Malden thought. Men like him just needed the right lever to move. According to Malden's informants, Morgrave had even been considering stepping down, passing his lands to a younger brother once he came of age. Desperation like that was fertile soil. He let a beat of silence pass before responding. "Lord Morgrave," Malden said, "I didn't come here for any such reasons. Merchants, it's true, are men of coin and profit, not honor." He gestured lightly around the room. "But I have some honor. You can look into my dealings. I have never cheated a noble nor swindled a friend. I pride myself on my reputation." Morgrave's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then why invest here?" he asked. "I read the proposal your man left. Heat stones at cheaper rates for winter, grains and seeds of magical plants, long-term contracts for goods this territory can't even afford most years, all for lower than market price." He paused. "All you're asking in return is a building plot to set up your store." Malden nodded easily. "That's right. A single building, though the plot is fairly large. Morgrave snorted. I have land in abundance, merchant. Half my young folk have already fled to the cities. I don't see why you're so interested in this place. A shop won't make much profit without the populace having the coin to buy things. Malden's smile sharpened slightly. Baron, he said smoothly, do you know how I rose to my position in such a short time? Morgrave leaned back, studying him. His hands came to rub between his eyes. I know it was because of those heat stones, and I've heard you have exclusive deals with Count Arzen, access to goods from his forges and alchemical halls. Malden inclined his head. You're right, but it wasn't just products. He tapped a finger lightly against the desk. I got here because I learned to bet on the right young nobles, the ones who would shape the kingdom's future. I don't even have a present to speak of. Not yet, Malden said. His voice was softened, taking the same tone that normally took him to persuade someone. But with my help, you might have a future worth far more. He leaned forward, letting the weight of his words settle. Even if your territory lacks strength right now, it has one thing others don't: location. You sit close to Mountain Eben, where the Ashmaw beasts live. Their meat, their organsthy are vital for alchemy, for strengthening warriors. Malden let the silence hang for a moment, seeing the flicker of calculation start to dawn in Morgrave's eyes. And if we develop the right trade here, Malden said, you won't just save your barony, you'll thrive. Baron Morgrave inhaled sharply. If you're after the beasts near Eben, he said at last, you should know they live deep in the mountains. I don't have the men to hunt them, not anymore. Malden's smile didn't waver. But if I provide the men, he said, then it becomes a business. A very good one. Ashmaws grow fast and repopulate quickly. With the right arrangements, it could remain viable for years, long enough for your territory to recover. He leaned back casually. I'll take my profits, of course, but the majority of the earnings, they'll go to you. He let the word sink in before adding, almost as an afterthought, and who knows, we might even find herbs, rare plants, and alchemical materials while mapping the mountains. Your family never mapped it properly, did they? Too dangerous, too costly. Morgrave's mouth tightened into a grim line. Yes, he admitted after a pause. Years ago my father tried, hired a few mages, a company of mercenaries, even a few of our house's own knights. But no mage would agree to the price we could offer, much less a company of them. He straightened slightly, his posture stiffening with something between caution and disbelief. Then he shook his head, his brow furrowing. I don't understand, Morgrave said bluntly. Why are you trying to be so generous to my house? Even with your interest in Eben, mapping it out would cost a fortune, and there's no guarantee of anything. It's a massive risk, Evan, for a wealthy merchant like you. Malden studied the young man for a moment. He could see the wariness there, the unease behind Morgrave's guarded tone. He decided to give it voice to corner the doubt before it could grow. Would you like me to put my intentions out very clearly then? Malden asked, his voice mild. Lay it all bare, tell you what I request of you. Morgrave huffed a sharp, skeptical laugh. If you're really serious about the investments and benefits you're offering, he said, then you won't be requesting me anything. It's a demand in disguise, and I will agree unless you're about to ask for my family heirloom. Malden chuckled at that, shaking his head. No, he said lightly. Nothing so grand. I just wish to ask something that won't cost you anything. He leaned forward slightly, letting the moment stretch, letting Morgrave lean in and knowingly just a little closer to the trap he had set. Morgrave raised an eyebrow, his suspicion barely hidden. And what's that? He asked. Malden smiled, spreading his hands disarmingly across the table. Your vote, he said. When the Assembly of Judgment meets in a few months, I would like you to cast your vote in favor of my benefactor Count Arzen Kellius. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then understanding flickered across Morgrave's face, sharp and clear. So that's what you're here for, he said in an extremely low voice, almost a whisper, almost to himself more than Malden. But before the accusation could take root, Malden leaned forward, his smile easy, his tone smooth. Please don't misunderstand, Lord Morgrave, he said. I am not here on Count Arzen's order. This is entirely my decision. Morgrave studied him warily. Malden shook his head. No. Fact, he hasn't said a word to me about it. His voice softened slightly, almost earnest. But I am a man who believes in the old waistcoating favors and returning them. Lord Arzen trusted me when no one else would, helped me when others would have let me rot. I owe him more than the coin can repay. And now, he spread his hands again. Now it's time I repay that debt in whatever small ways I can. He sat back, giving the man space, and truly, Lord Morgrave, it won't cost you anything. In fact, you might even earn some goodwill from Count Arzen himself. Morgrave sighed. I know Count Arzen is capable, he said slowly, but goodwill only matters if he survives the assembly. Malden laughed, a low, confident sound. I believe he will, he said simply. Morgrave shook his head, a small smile playing at his lips despite himself. You have a lot of confidence in him. Malden's eyes gleamed. There are people in life you can just tell will succeed, he said. They might stumble, they might fall. But their run there moment doesn't just vanish. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping to something almost conspiratorial. And Count Arzen's run, Malden said, it hasn't even slowed. He smiled wider, letting the weight of his next words settle heavily across the room. Morgrave's brows drew together. And why is that? He asked quietly. Malden's smile didn't waver. He He simply leaned back and said, because with any of the prince's factions, Lord Morgrave, your vote means nothing, but with Count Arzen. It means something. Malden gave a small, almost apologetic shrug. In the end, it's really up to you whether you want to be something or, well, nothing. If Malden could say, he knew that his words struck true. There was a sudden change in the man's eyes he could pinpoint, and before he came here he'd clearly thought, calculated the expenses of what he was offering and how Baron Morgrave would react. And now Malden knew he had touched a raw nerve. A fallen house, left to rot at the kingdom's edge. Few wanted anything to do with House Hallowmere anymore. Morgrave knew it too. Now, about your investments, he said, and the expedition to Ebon. By that point Malden was sure. Morgrave was his. There were no better offers on the table and Malden's was simply too tempting to refuse, and he even offered some dessert on top of it, offering Morgrave and his entourage a stay at a premium inn in the capital, a friend's establishment, a luxury the young noble would never have been able to afford otherwise, especially with every high house scrambling for the best spots near the castle during the assembly. For the next 2 hours, Malden and Morgrave hammered out the finer details. Contracts, shipments, hiring men for Mount Ebon, even possible future expansions. Through it all, Morgrave remained amiable, determined to see House Hallowmere rise again. Malden could see it, the desperation tempered by ambition, the hunger not to be remembered as a failed lord. When the negotiations finally ended, Malden rose with a courteous nod, smoothing out his robes. Kellen, ever watchful, fell in step behind him without a word as they left Morgrave's modest estate and made their way back toward the waiting carriage. The late afternoon sun hung low over the hills. As he walked, Malden slipped a folded note from his inner pocket, glancing down at the names inked neatly across the parchment. Barons, viscounts, small-time nobles, all crumbling, all desperate, all ripe for the picking. He marked off Morgrave's name with a small, satisfied stroke and moved his gaze lower down the list of the next town, the next house, the next opportunity. By the time the assembly came, Malden intended to deliver more than just his personal loyalty to Count Arzen Kellius. He intended to deliver a block, one that no one prince or duke would be able to ignore. As the carriage rumbled to life and began its journey toward the next town, Malden leaned back against the seat, a slow smile curling across his lips. Rewards, titles, influence. He wondered idly what Count Arzen would bestow upon him for this, but more than Thaith wondered how the assembly would unfold. One thing he knew for certain, whatever happened in the coming months, it would be an event that changed Lancefil forever.